Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go. A lot of Texans talk this morning and everything else. Now, that, you see, watch this. This is a number one play.
Tell people what you're watching.
Not a dunk by a 6'10"
no one knows what you just
NBA player. I'm watching Tyrese Halliburton falling down, throwing up a three, down three with 3 seconds left, getting fouled, a 4-point play for the Pacers to beat the Bucks. 3 seconds left. He takes the inbounds pass. He's running. He throws it up there. It goes in. He gets fouled by Giannis, hits the free throw, wins the game. That's a number one play.
Yeah, for those who don't know,
that's a number one play.
John gets very upset about number one plays being dunks.
Dunks
really, any of the top 10
by NBA players.
Yeah.
Why is it dunk?
There's some that are challenged. There's some pretty good
It's
ones.
almost as bad as the wave. It really is.
Oh, no, it's not. People like dunks.
I know.
It's an
great.
aggressive move
Dunks
against
are
somebody.
great. They're not number one plays. Okay? Every NBA player can dunk.
It's probably not for you.
Okay?
That top 10
now
list
look
is
at
not for you.
Look what just popped up on my screen. We started the show. The Astros are acquiring Paul Skeens, okay, in a trade. Paul Skeens traded to the Astros. Facts on Sports, MLB on Facts, is reporting.
That's NBA Centel. That is Ball Sack
Holy
Sports.
crap. What a great day.
You know what? People
is that the lead or not?
But people in our country are so dumb that this will still get people. We'll still get people. It's astonishing. I'm going to say this. Our country's as dumb as it's ever been. It's astonishingly dumb.
Yeah.
People are easily tricked by social media. Their entire narratives are shaped because of social media. Like, people cannot critically think at all. We are a stupid country.
Wow.
And it starts with believing everything you see. Or the polar opposite, everything's a conspiracy. Nothing's true or everything's true. That's it.
That's this generation. Everything.
Well,
you can't believe anything. Listen, with
this
AI
generation
now, with AI now, you got to be.
This generation, boomers believe literally everything.
Right.
And this generation believes, and my kids believe, they don't believe Wilt scored 100 because there's no video.
Yeah. Okay.
When I found that out, well, that's a whole thing. But when I found out that's an actual thing, they're not, it seems like America's not sure on the Holocaust anymore. And if Hitler was a bad guy, it seems like we're like doubling, we're scaling that back. Like, I don't know, maybe Hitler had some points. Like, what are we doing?
Well, we've been doing that Mark Schott did that for a while.
She did that a
while ago.
Mark Schott was a idiot.
Yeah, right.
Nobody liked Mark Schott. When people used to do that, we thought they were stupid.
Mark Schott was the owner of the Reds.
We thought flat earthers were stupid. Yeah. Now we're like, I mean, you never know. I've seen a video I've seen something on Instagram. The idiots.
Yeah.
You dummies. You make me want to put a bullet in my head. You're so stupid.
Yep.
You dummies.
All right. So
I can't because we got another offensive lineman, so there's something to live for.
Yeah, there is something.
I mean, it's Lake and Tomlinson. You're shuffling a deck. You're hoping these guys are better than those guys.
Yeah, right.
These are not massive on paper. They're not massive upgrades. You're just like, well, maybe this guy is better than that guy. Maybe Lakin's better than Shaq. He's cheaper, so okay. Well,
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, we'll see. There was okay. We got some sound. And what do you think? So the Eagles acquired Kenyon Green, right? Mm-hmm. Because Mekhi Becton is probably out. He wants too much money. And I was listening to McAfee had A.Q. Shipley on. Dell, we got the sound of this. And A.Q. Shipley said, well, here's the deal. Mekhi Becton was really good. Now, but his first 3 years, he wasn't very good. So the question is, but with a great offensive line coach like they have in Philadelphia, is this the guy you're going to get? And plus, with the contract that Fry's got and other guys have gotten this offseason, the dude's probably asking for too much money. Mm-hmm. But then then Pat McAfee had this question for A.Q. Shipley.
The thought of who would be in the market, I was just asking a room here.
Oh, hold on. We had this is a technical difficulty we've never had before. We've never really had a technical difficulty before. But here it is.
The thought of who would be in the market, I was just asking a room here, scanning the room, who would be in the market for Mekhi Becton? Who?
If I'm Houston, I go get him right now.
Okay.
Houston clearly has made the moves to go get skill, right? But they've unloaded their entire offensive line. They've gotten rid of Laramie Tunsil. They got rid of Shaq Mason. They got rid of Green, the former first rounder, who they obviously sent to Philadelphia in the trade, right? They've bolstered areas of their team skill wise with CJ Stroud, obviously Mixon, and they went and got Christian Kirk. Like, they have skill galore, but we all have seen it. If you don't have an offensive line, you can't win games, guys.
So Mekhi, he's going to be too expensive.
How does he think we're getting him?
Huh?
Right. I get it. Like, all these guys aren't paying attention to cap numbers. It's understandable. He just doesn't know there is no money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a cool discussion, but there's no money.
Yeah, I don't see how they. I mean, especially on a longer term maybe as the free agent season goes on and he's asking for too much money, maybe by the end of, he's going to go, well, I'll take less. Maybe I'll take a year. Maybe I'll go for just a year.
Yeah, but it's still going to be a year at like 14.
Yeah.
It's still going to be more than you have.
Yeah, right. It's probably, but it sure would be nice to get. And, they picked up Laken Tomlinson, and you just think he's just a guy. He's
all right.
He's all right.
He's you just wanted to play better than Shaq Mason. That's all. Cost less, so he's okay. And
obviously D'Amico knows him. But
yeah.
You know what? Sometimes it's that the familiarity isn't always a great thing.
No, because sometimes you lean on that more heavily than the tape. But they wanted to get, D'Amico knows how he's wired, and that's a big thing to D'Amico right now. So yeah. D'Amico knows, he probably knows now he's on the defense side of the ball. And to be honest with you, defense and offense really don't crisscross that much. Like, you'd be surprised. I remember talking to my dad about the Steelers. And there's a lot of guys he just, you hear secondhand stuff from other coaches, but you really don't have that access.
You do see them in practice and how hard they practice, and one-on-ones and all of that stuff. You can see that. If you're like, if they go directly against the unit, you're coaching, stuff like that. But I would say that coaches talk.
He probably,
this guy's a dog. That guy's a,
sure. And I think he probably knows, Laken Tomlinson's probably got the personality he wants. More likely. That's why he brings him in. I don't think it's because he's overly talented. He's got some limitations, but D'Amico wants to get his room right mentally. He wants the mentality to be right. He really doesn't want a bunch of guys with designer jeans on, carrying their bags with them, their Louis bags into practice, and making sure they have a $500 T-shirt on and $700 designer shoes. He wants ball to be your thing. You want to dress nice when you're going out, that's fine. If your whole thing is about making sure that your fashion game is up, that's really not for offensive linemen. Sorry to break it to you, but there's not a bunch of offensive linemen who think their whole job is to be in physical fist fights the entire game. Yeah. It ain't to be pretty.
You want a lunch pail guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's really that's really what it is. And I mean, it doesn't make you not a good player, but the mentality. D'Amico told you he didn't like the mentality. Yeah. I mean, if you listen to him, he just told you we gotta get different in the. He said it multiple times. He said it after the season. He said it at the combine. It was very clear as day. If you listen carefully to what he's saying, he doesn't like the way the offensive line room was. And guess what he's done? Kenyon had to go. I saw somebody. He's a former first. We gave up on him too early. Oh, no. Gave up.
No, we didn't.
He was terrible the first year. He didn't play the second year. And the third year, he wasn't playing well. Then got hurt for most of the year. Then came back and they wouldn't even play him. No. Despite injuries. Like, you can give up on him too fast. He's got 3 years.
Despite injuries and poor play.
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
So Albert Breer in Sports Illustrated wrote an article about the trade, about what it means for Washington. And then he had this to say. The second question is what happened with Tunsil that made him expendable. Tunsil, to be clear, is well-liked in the Texans building. That said, he isn't a tone setter, and the offensive line room in Houston last year went the wrong way, becoming borderline toxic which adds context to the trade of Kenyon Green and the release of Shaq Mason.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of why the Texans figured they probably wouldn't give him a third top-of-the-market extension in 2026 after having paid him in 20 and again in 23. I mean, the word is starting to leak out. I mean, we've been talking about this for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
A little pat on the back for you, bringing it to the table a while ago. You predicted the Shaq Mason release. You predicted the trade of Laramie Tunsil because of information that you had in that locker room, and how D'Amico and listen, just listening to D'Amico and CJ. And guys in that room that never mentioned Laramie Tunsil and how what a problem the offensive line was and how they want and how D'Amico wants dogs and just ain't dogs. And so I mean reading
and
between,
not blocking well.
Yeah, that too. That whole
and
thing.
not protecting and not making alterations and changes to the twist game and playing with better recognition and instinct.
Is it going to be good enough to have, so lesser players may end up being better? Nick Caley, in his introductory press conference, was asked about fixing the offensive line. And here's what he had to say.
With the offensive line, the quarterback, obviously the halfback, you got to be able to see the game through the same set of eyes, and you got to be going in the same direction, and you got to be tied together. And it starts with communication. And it starts with protecting inside out and establishing a pocket, the depth of the pocket, the width of the pocket. And that extends obviously into the tight ends, receivers when you're chipping and stuff like that. But it does. It really starts inside out, and it starts seeing it through the same lens. And we all got to be coordinated in that.
All right. So
is there any
so inside out, and you know what? It's exactly what a quarterback needs. He needs to know he needs to be able to see the field. And if he sees a guy coming up the middle, which CJ saw how many times last year, the stunts that the guards fell for, that they didn't protect him up the middle to start with, that's a quarterback's bane. It is the worst thing that you could. Even Tom Brady had a rough time with that. You saw it in the Giants games in the Super Bowls because they were able to come up the middle and to disrupt his vision and actually just even getting rid of the football. So it starts inside, and that's where they're weakest, right? That's where they're weakest.
Well, so protection is the A gap. The closest point to the quarterback is the scariest and the most prioritized. So point A to B, if it's the A gap, which is between the center and the guard, that's the scariest. When that's why teams will show that double A gap look where they walk their linebackers up and they're showing you blitz. You don't know if they're coming or not. That gets priority. So they do that to either, when they're doing that, they want you to factor that in with how you protect, or they want to, or they do want to come with both of those guys, and it kind of frees up some other stuff. If you don't get the interior protected, the one way you could get to Tom Brady and Peyton Manning was if you could get rush in the interior, because
that's right.
It unsettled. The feet can't be settled. Your feet aren't settled. Your eyes, you start to drop your eyes because it's an immediate pressure in your face. If it's coming from the edges,
you can't see it.
Yeah, and you can always climb the pocket. If you feel it, you can always climb the pocket too. Climb and slide, and there's a way. If it's coming up the middle, you have to be flushed up and around. You have to get out of the pocket or get rid of it, one or the other. And so that's why there has to be at least a functional protection on the inside, and then it works out. But, you also have, you can't be bad at the tackle spot. The Houston Texans, when they got rid of Dwayne Brown, it was a nightmare for a long time. They thought they were going to, get stuff done with Julian Davenport, a fourth rounder who had traits, but was a project still, or at least a developmental player. They thought, well, we'll go cheap with this. Didn't work. And they overpaid for Tunsil from a draft capital standpoint, and it got better, but it also brought some other issues. And so, but I also think he means, to an extent, I think he literally means center guard, but then I also think he means you got to be on the inside, your offensive line, and then to the outside. Yeah. Teams who build from the outside end, typically they don't do it right.
The Texans were strongest outside in with Tunsil And when Titus was on the right side, or
Uh-huh.
maybe even with Fisher on the outside, maybe that's where they were strongest because we'll have to find out. Well,
I am curious to see who goes left tackle.
it's
Neither one of them has played. Fisher.
biggest
I'm interested. I
biggest
think,
question of the offseason.
yeah, Fisher to me is the better athlete. So I got a feeling he's going to go there, and you'll keep Titus Howard in a position he's played the longest, which is right tackle in the NFL. That's my guess what's going to happen. I don't really think it I don't know. You just got to figure out which one is right. You could see them both get reps.
Biggest question of the offseason is that because you with Christian Kirk, you kind of and Justin Watson and some moves that you made, whatever. I'm not sure that it's going to be good enough, but you kind of addressed the wide receiver room. You picked up C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're better in the secondary. You picked up Sheldon Rankins, but you still need help inside defensively. But the biggest question, obviously, is that offensive line and that left tackle spot.
Yeah,
that CJ is going to be comfortable.
Well, according to Aaron Wilson, he believes they're expected to start Titus at left and Blake at right.
Okay, he probably talked to Titus, so he probably knows. He's friends with the
Blake Titus at left.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Blake
I would
at
listen to Aaron Wilson. Aaron, I know,
Yes,
was tight
Aaron-
with
Aaron-
Tunsil's camp. So if Aaron says something about the offensive line stuff, I would probably listen.
All right, let's break. When we come back, we'll hear some sound from C.J. Gardner-Johnson next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Chevron Championship. It is coming up. It's not that far away. We need you out there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great time had by all. Looking for you to be on out there. TheChevronChampionship.com. TheChevronChampionship.com is where you can get your tickets for the Chevron Championship. And how about this? A portion of the ticket sales are going to support Woodlands area teachers. That's nice. That is good stuff. So that is awesome. The Chevron Championship, get your tickets. It's the best players in the world going to be here. The Nelly Cordas, the Lillian Vus, the just great players. Listen, they can play. They can just flat out play. You're looking to get on out there. We need you out there. April, it's coming up next month here in the Woodlands. If you've never been to the Nicholas course at the Woodlands, it is awesome. It's April 24th through the 27th, and tickets are available. We're going to be out there live one of those days. You're going to be in L.A. that week, right?
Yep.
So, yeah. But we're going to be out there live. The stars are going to be here, and we want you out there. The ChevronChampionship.com. If you're a teacher, you want to go help the Woodlands teachers, let's go. Help them out. It is just 42 days away, and it is the first championship of the season, and it is great entertainment. It's in the Woodlands at the Carlton Woods Nicholas course. You're looking for a great time, great competition, TheChevronChampionship.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They want to know if Paige, what is her name, Spiranak or whatever?
Yeah, Paige Spiranak.
Is she going to be at that event?
She might be. I don't know.
Okay, that's the questions that
I
are
don't
being
know
asked.
that women golfers are all down with Paige. I know. I would imagine the guy golfers are.
Well, it's female
Yeah,
empowerment.
she's. I don't know. It is female. She's empowered. That's for sure.
Well, she does what she wants.
Yeah, she does.
If
What
she makes
wants.
money.
Yeah, she does. Yes, she does.
She figured out I could grind on the circuit, or
yeah,
make,
grinding. I think is the right word.
make way more money.
I thought you were going to say grind on the pole.
No,
No.
on a circuit.
Okay.
Go out there, make my little whatever it is, paycheck to paycheck, or
I could just do videos of me hitting a golf ball.
hitting a golf ball in tight clothes.
Yeah.
Guys, this just in. Guys are easy.
Oh.
They'll pay money. Like, you can make a lot of money off
she's
guys.
making a lot of money.
Yeah, she's making a lot of
money. Just from hitting golf balls with not much clothing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, mostly I think that is what she does.
That's all.
I don't follow her, so
That's all she does.
Is that all she does?
That's it.
I mean,
I
does your dad know what you do? Yeah, I play golf.
Yeah. I
have some
I hit
slow-mo
golf balls.
shots.
Yeah.
Okay, big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone does when you're trying to get your swing right.
Right. I think she does some commentary now. I don't know that. I don't
For
know.
Barstool?
Yeah, like something like that.
Probably
yeah.
something like
that. Yeah.
She's 31 now.
For a
She went
guy's
to
side.
Arizona. Arizona, that's on brand, right? Is it Arizona or Arizona State? I know is Arizona State considered way, above, kind of like Ole Miss is
Above Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty far above.
I don't know. As far as girls, I think Arizona
is
State.
it considered at the
Arizona State is,
yeah, for what guys would,
is
for what
king. Yeah.
shallow guys would
Is queen, whatever. Arizona State is the university.
I mean, not everything's a golf shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes it's sometimes it's bikini and snow.
Yeah, right. I mean,
because who didn't wear bikinis and snow?
She's a bikini influencer. That's all. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Slow-mo shots.
Some of the stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
CJ Gardner-Johnson, boy, you're getting a dog. You are getting that. Listen, if D'Amico wants a dog, you got a dog in CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Do you know since 2020, saw a stat by 3013, they put it out there. Maybe it was Pro Football Focus, one of the two, put it out there that the most pass breakups since 2020 is Jesse Bates, 46. CJ Gardner-Johnson is second.
Safeties?
44.
For the safety position?
It said just the most pass breakups. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 44. He's second only to Jesse Bates.
Yeah, and he keeps having new teams.
He had 14 tackles in the playoffs. Yeah, he keeps getting new teams because I think teams tire of him. Yeah. I mean, he's not going to be a long-term Texan. He's a lot to handle in the locker room.
Yeah, he's a lot.
Yeah. So he is a lot to handle.
27 years old.
Yeah.
And he's played for New Orleans, Philadelphia, Detroit, Philadelphia, Houston. So he's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be his fifth stop, and he's 27. But he had 3 years with New Orleans. Then he went to Philadelphia.
Yeah, but you got a productive guy for a guy who wasn't productive.
Back to Philadelphia. Oh, the football player is way better.
Yeah.
No question.
No.
You're just going to have that locker room. Like you're gonna deal with some stuff, but he's bringing a better brand of football to your back end.
He's bringing an intensity. So this is sound. They're breaking practice, and or they're starting practice.
Is this at Philadelphia?
At Philadelphia, they're starting practice on a playoff week, and here is CJ Gardner-Johnson addressing the guy. They all got their hands up in the middle. Here's CJ Gardner-Johnson.
All right. Have a good week. Break. Hey, come here real quick. Hey, listen. I know I talk a lot. Hey, listen. I know I talk a lot of shit. But listen, though, this moment right here, bro, ain't for everybody, bro. You gotta be grown ass man to go out there and fight with your brothers, bro. For the ones that were here 2 years ago, bro, y'all know how this shit gonna be, bro. For the ones that just got here, bro, get ready, bro. This gonna go down, bro.
They go up.
all that moral victories, bro, that's the window now, bro. We compete for a championship. I talk a lot of shit because I know I trust my brothers to back me up. I'm going to back that shit with y'all. Let's go out there and do this. Bro, Eagles on 3. 1, 2, 3. Eagles. Okay. I like that.
I'm going to give Dell, because Dell follows college football, and he follows just everything. What state, if you don't know, what state do you think Chauncey Gardner's from? The accent, just the mentality, just everything.
What state, bro?
What state do you
Well,
think
I know
he's
what
from, bro?
school he went to.
Well, yeah.
What state, bro?
What state's he from, bro?
It feels Florida-ish to me.
He's Florida.
Yeah.
Do you have an area? Can you go all the way to the city?
Didn't he go to like Cocoa
Oh,
High
my
School?
Dell's right. Cocoa, Florida. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
That's right, bro.
that's where Admiral Nelson was with I Dream of Jeannie in Cocoa Beach. You remember
Is that the same? Cocoa,
might be
Florida,
different
as Cocoa
now.
Beach?
I don't know. Cocoa Beach has got to be near Cocoa, Florida, I would imagine.
I mean,
Yeah, it makes
249.
sense.
I always thought 249 was near 299.
Yeah, right.
I mean, where's 259?
Right. Where's 250? Right after
259
249?
is probably 59. Is what I probably thought
probably.
before Matt.
What I would imagine Cocoa Beach is, it may be the same thing. I don't know.
288 and 290 are right next to each other.
I know, right? They
right?
should be.
They should be.
Right.
Cocoa Beach and Cocoa, Florida, got to be the same.
Yeah. Is Cocoa Beach, is that where Cocoa High School is?
Well, Cocoa Beach and Cocoa, Florida are two different places.
I figured.
Where is Cocoa High School?
Both are cities, but just different cities altogether. I don't know where Cocoa High School is in relation to Cocoa Beach. Can't be that far away, you would think.
When we say things like the streets are saying this and the streets are saying that, that really just means Chauncey Gardner Johnson.
That's it.
He's the streets.
he really, I don't, listen, it's going to be hard for, I don't know. Listen, it's changed. It's changed. You're going from Laramie Tunsil walking in with his Gucci bag to CJ Gardner Johnson going, bro.
He's a lot, but they think they can handle him, and they just want more. D'Amico, you're right. I think this is really about getting the right kind of guys in the locker room, even if there's a little extra edge. Like, there's a reason he went after Aziz Al-Shaair. Aziz Al-Shaair is a certain kind of dude. We already know that. That's very clear. He is a very combative player, and there's some negative that comes with that, but it's what D'Amico wants in his locker room.
I'm surprised. See, Joe Mixon, I think, is like that. I would imagine Jimmy Ward is like that.
I had a first-round grade on Chauncey Gardner Johnson.
You did?
I was on that one because I was like, dude, this guy, like I said, big athletic defensive back who requires tape study from 17 and 18 to assess his optimal usage. Some teams will see him as a big slot defender who can blitz, support the run, handle zone duties, or play man on big receivers and match up with tight end. Others will see him as a cover one high safety with the range and ball tracking to take it away over the top. He's too often a step behind in his reads and reactions, allowing completions that could be breakups, which now is not an issue. His versatility and talent could make him an early starter with a high ceiling if he can put it all together. And I think he has played with a high ceiling. He's been, he's been good. He's had his moments. I like it. It's not something I'd like for a young team that is trying to build out of nowhere, to get going, but a team that's more established, which, believe it or not now, obviously the Texans are established. Yep. And they've got established leaders in the locker room. When you have established leaders like Will Anderson in the locker room and Aziz Al-Shaair, you can take on bigger personalities, and they either get in line or they're gone. That's the way it works. But you have to have that base of leadership in order to take these kind of guys on. If you don't, it can fester into, it's happened with Cincinnati a lot, where bad personalities start to take hold in the room. And, and I would say some of that was with Laramie Tunsil. Like, there was a lot of guys not wanting to practice and stuff like that. And I heard that was like Tunsil was having an impact. This is what I heard on John Mechie. And I'm like, Tunsil, Mechie. Yeah, Mechie, they see Tunsil, but then Mechie apparently got it all together as not. But everyone sees Tunsil not practicing, and apparently that was an issue.
That's an issue.
Guys are like, that's why Bill O'Brien, you can say what you want about Bill O'Brien, but he wanted DeAndre Hopkins to be out there practicing. Every coach wants their players to practice, because if you don't, it sets a tone for other guys.
But you still don't give them away for nothing.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, Bill didn't know how to make a trade, but I understand what Bill O'Brien, that
Yeah.
he wanted him to practice, and it was a big deal to him. And it's a big deal to a lot of coaches, because if you're one of the best guys, if you're an offensive lineman and it's one thing if you are physically beaten down. Tunsil was in his 20s taking days off.
We'll see how that goes over with Dan Quinn. There will be stuff about Tunsil in Washington.
Maybe we'll see if he's on a little better behavior or not.
He's got a contract coming up.
No, this year he's going to be. He'll practice every day.
Yep,
You're right.
yep.
You're right.
26.
But I also think there's a chance he gets an extension before the year starts.
That could well be. And you know what though? That carrot is no longer dangling in front of him. He needs that carrot dangling. Otherwise, he just is like, I don't have to do nothing. What? You gave me guaranteed money.
Our boy
what?
Keith he basically said CJ seems similar to Dylan Brooks. There is some similarities in personality-wise.
A little bit.
Yeah.
732 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. 713. Some news coming out of Astro Camp about a young player. We'll talk about it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5.
Is it a young left fielder named Altuve?
Well, he's not that young.
Rookie left fielder? Is he a rookie left fielder?
He's a rookie in that respect, yes. It is not about him, though. It's about a different one, a different rookie. How about Jason Brinkman? I met Jason. There is so much to the roof game that you don't even know about. And there's so many different ways to go about it. The metal roofing or the shingles or solar roofing so many different ways to go about it. So many different things that are important for you and your house. How long have you been in your house? 5, 10, 15, 20? Have you addressed your roof? Do you look at your roof and it's shiny? If it's shiny, your shingles are old and need to be replaced. So have you looked at your roof in a while? If you haven't done anything with your roof, your insurance company is not going to cover if anything happens. If your roof fails you and water comes flowing into your house and ruins your furniture, you're not getting paid off. You need to check. You need to do something. And if you do have any issues whatsoever, they've been around for 50 years and they know what they're doing and they're great at it. They fix more of these homes that these guys who come and knock on your door. He says they give me more business because they ruin the roofs. So here's the deal. Go with the best. BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkMann quality.com. Free consultation, 844-215-2841.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So it's sooner rather than later for Cam Smith to be in right field. Yesterday, he didn't play in the game. He was on the backfields at Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches, where his work was monitored by former Astros outfielder Michael Brantley. He's helping out for a time at camp. Smith said he's been practicing right for the past few days, and he's going to play tomorrow in the split squad game. Today, he's probably going to work some more. And then tomorrow, I'm hoping he's going to work some more, not take the day off. Then tomorrow, he's going to play in one of against the Cardinals or Marlins. They have a split squad game. He'll play right field. And Michael Brantley I trust in Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike being there helping out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He's going to give him some tips. I love that Uncle Mike is hanging around Cam Smith.
I do too. Maybe less Jeff Bagwell and more Michael Brantley.
Why? Well, Jeff Bagwell.
From a swing standpoint, no. One guy had a really flicted swing.
Well,
worked for
he
him,
ain't teaching him.
and one
his
guy's
swing.
considered a professional hitter.
He's not teaching him.
Remember when they
swing.
brought him in to be a hitting coach back in the Drayton days?
Yeah,
into camp.
You don't think he was teaching him his swing? No. Okay, he can't teach anyone that. He said it before. No one can. No.
Jeff probably knows mentality. Like Jeff had an amazing eye at the plate. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I say amazing. It's on the Bregman level. Bregman's got a great eye at the plate. Biggio is more Altuve.
Yep.
Same.
Yep.
They're
that
pretty
slider
much the same.
Away.
Yeah, like only one guy can hit it from time to time, and Biggio just like he was cooked when he saw it. Never.
Well, yeah. Altuve with one hand can go out there and get it, and then
he can flip
poke it to right.
Time, yeah.
Right. But Cam Smith and right now, here's the thing about that though. Is what they're going to say is, well, he's got to go down and learn a position down in the minors. We're going to need to, you know what? We want him to play right field,
well, but
he's got to get some. He's got to get some.
But he does if he's going to play.
He does.
He needs game experience if that's the position he's going to play.
Instead of saying, well, we want to wait for the Super 2.
Yeah. But it's also true though.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. He absolutely needs, and then he needs to continue to rake. He's not gonna. There's no chance he can rake like he's raking, but he needs to consider to continue to hit. But he does need those reps in right field.
When will this is a serious question? When do you think Cam Smith wins an MVP? Within the first 3 years?
MVP?
Yeah.
Let's give him a Rookie of the Year first.
All right. OROY.
I think he wins Rookie of the Year his rookie season.
Okay. Then MVP by year 3? Will he win it in his first contract? I hope so, because we may not get a second contract.
I don't know why you're being so pessimistic. Freddie Lynn won Rookie of the Year and MVP. Why can't Cam Smith? Why can't Cam Smith win both?
Wait a minute. Isn't this just a reverse of what you said 20 seconds ago? Well, let's start with Rookie of the Year. Now, why can't he win both in the same year?
Because John's thinking about it. He's working on the fly.
Have you adjusted your expectations in the last 25 seconds?
I thought about it for a second, and I said, why are we being so pessimistic?
Why were you being so pessimistic at first?
Rookie of the Year and MVP season.
Does he win a Gold Glove as a right fielder? Why are we limiting him to just Rookie of the Year and MVP?
Yeah.
Does he become one of the best offensive right fielders
in the history of the game,
despite never doing it before?
Why are we being so pessimistic about him? Let's go. Let's go, Cam Smith. I'm ready for this Cam Smith era. Man,
I am too.
I didn't think I'd be excited about Kyle Tucker leaving.
Look how quick, but people get so afraid of trades until it becomes a person that's really good.
Well,
like Del, no, we're not going to actually.
I wasn't going to say actually. I would like to see him taking a bat in an actual major league game.
Seen enough that bat.
Before we give him a Rookie Year MVPs and Gold Gloves.
Is he still hitting 2,000 OPS?
Before I go, I don't miss Kyle Tucker. I'd like to see him.
We've seen enough.
Take a couple hacks in games that matter.
The verdict is in.
Okay. All right.
You know who else is raking?
We're just not sure on the defense yet.
Pena's
the
raking.
hitting. We're
Pena. Pena is his
Yeah,
OPS is 1389.
Jeremy Pena's been hitting when he's played. Yeah.
Not so much the other guys. Altuve, his OPS is under 600.
Well,
Jordan, his
600.
OPS is 450.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Yiner, his OPS is 321.
That's not even possible.
No, yeah. Who else? There's Chaz. His OPS is under 600. Dubon, his OPS is under 500. Yeah. This is nobody seems to be hitting real well this
Who's got
stuff.
spring stats?
It's no big deal.
Where can I find? Oh, gross.
No
There
big
it
deal.
is.
Yeah.
There it is.
No big
It's
deal.
225 stats. Spring training.
Yeah.
Yiner, 28 at bats, 3 hits,
No, that's not good.
1 home run.
That's not good. None of that's good.
Nope.
None of it is good. But you know who's ranking right now is DeCenzo, Pena, Cam Smith. Paredes is hitting, although he's hitting 250. His OPS is 978.
That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
I became a big believer. I mean, years ago, obviously, but you just show me the OPS. And
Yep.
Ted, and that was something that Ted Williams was even talking about. It wasn't called OPS then. He just cared about slugging percentage.
Yeah.
He was like, who cares? And he's the one that got on Tony Gwynn. Well, just stop hitting singles. You need to sit down on it and hit. And Tony Gwynn took his advice and one year hit 20 home runs. He said, and Ted just said I needed to try to drive the ball more instead of slapping singles, and it made sense. So he said I concentrated on getting more lift and all that. 2 great hitters, and it was in an all-star game. I remember it was in the mid 90s, and they met at an all-star game, and they were talking, and they had a conversation, and I don't know if it was, I think part of it was taped, like broadcast, and it was, Ted Williams, even way back in the day. This guy was like, Ted Williams is the forefather of what you see in Major League Baseball now.
Well, except he hit for average too.
He could hit. Well, he's just
Yeah.
a great hitter.
Yeah.
And so is Ohtani.
Yeah.
But he hit for power. Like, he understood singles aren't as valuable as doubles and home runs.
No.
It's just that simple.
But he still could hit 400.
Well, no, because he was a great
unlike
hitter.
today's hitters,
No, but he
hit
wasn't.
230.
He wasn't trying to slap stuff
Yeah.
through the 5.5.
No, he was
hole
trying
and
to
all
drive
that
the
stuff.
ball. Yeah.
He was trying to drive the ball, and that's what Major League hitting instructors have been teaching for a while: is get lift, change your. That's why the launch point. That's why the launch angle is so important now, and that's why velo. Everything is about how can you hit the ball further, and you do it with more lift and more exit velo and all that stuff. And but Ted Williams, before they had any of that, was like slugging percentage is more important than batting average, and he could do both. He had both.
Right. Exactly. All right. 746 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, someone 3780-3776. Let's talk a little Allstate.
Allstate Windows and Siding is what we're talking about. Did you know that family who runs it, man, that is their life. Everything revolves around that product. And that's something that I like, because when you have that, everyone working there is going to be, it's like really important to them. So, customer service is going to be outstanding. Now is a great time. There's tax credits for windows, for window installation. So you can look into that or ask them what the maximum allowable tax credit is. So when you buy those windows, you're also getting $250 discount on all windows once you hit 10 or more windows in your house. And when you mention my name, ESPN, you can mention ESPN, you can mention Lance Zerline, whatever you want to, you can get a deeper discount. They're going to give you even more. So $250 is standard when you do 10 windows or more right now. You mentioned me or ESPN 97.5, they're going even deeper on that. You get the tax credit, and it's going to be a great time to change out your windows right now. You upgrade the look of your home, you improve the energy efficiency, and you can get the windows removed and installed same day, obviously, no glass breakage. It's really awesome, and they want to help you out, and they want to get your house looking right and energy level right, energy efficiency right, and added protection, all with those double pane, double strength windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. Go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com, but don't forget to mention my name or ESPN to get an additional discount.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets in action tonight taking on the Suns. Suns worry me a little bit. But did you see the Grizzlies' Cam Spencer the other night getting in Kevin Durant's face?
Yeah, I guess Durant had been talking a lot. I don't know if it's to him or whatever. So he hit a three, and then he let Kevin Durant know about it on the way back, and then Kevin Durant tried to trip him. Did you see that? In the wider angle, once you get to the wider angle, it took a while for the television broadcast to get to the wider angle and see that he tried to kick his feet and trip him, which Cam recognized that. Cam Spencer recognized it and went back at him. And then Desmond Bane, who's kind of their enforcer, he's rocked up.
He went right. They were head to head.
Yeah,
and Durant pushed him away.
Kevin had to duck his head down about a foot to get forehead to forehead with him. But yeah,
I'm taking Bane in this one.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
100%.
Those stick arms.
Desmond Bane he's got little T-Rex arms, but they're all rocked up.
Yeah.
That dude he doesn't look like a basketball player to me.
He can ball.
He's all muscled up, like he looks like a rec league basketball player,
or a DB.
He didn't look like an NBA basketball player. He's got those shorter arms that are real muscular. Like he didn't have those long, sinewy arms at all.
What's really amazing, though, is that how bad Phoenix is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as much talent as they've got, of course they've got injuries, but that's just not a good basketball team. Not a good basketball team. And Kevin Durant, he's still amazing though. He is so good.
He gets good stats.
He's a good player. He's just that's a bad situation.
How's it a bad situation?
They spent all this money.
Right.
I mean,
Beal's
giving them.
They were the NBA Finals not that long ago. He went to a situation. This is what happens when you just try to collect talent and you don't put a team together. Let's just collect talent. Get us Kevin Durant to go with Booker. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Ayton didn't want to be there, or Ayton thought too highly of himself, or whatever. You have Booker. Instead of getting the right piece around Booker, you go, let's get it. So we got to get a star. The Daryl Morey mentality. Let's get our stars. We got to go buy a star. Let's trade for a star. Kevin Durant. You know what? Let's get another star. It's actually not going the way we want it to. Let's get another star.
Yep.
Who do you want to get? Bradley Beal. We can't lose. If we have Beal and Booker and Kevin Durant, there's no way we can lose. Look how many stars we have.
Well, the owner last year, was it last offseason, said anybody in the league would trade for they'd trade their whole team for our team. And now they're not even in the playoffs.
No.
A year later.
And you got Booker and Kevin Durant on that team. And Bradley Beal just let him go score 25 a game with a bad team. Let him go be a fantasy.
He's missed a third of the season.
I know. Just let him be a fantasy basketball player. There's just some guys who aren't going to make any difference. And he's not making any difference. And Kevin Durant, like, frankly, you look at what's happened where he's been, it's getting kind of disappointing. I mean, it was really good when he went to Golden State, the former champs, who he joined and got a championship.
Well, he won
but
2
after
titles.
That,
he's got 2 titles. How many do you have?
He was with Kyrie, Golden State. Who else did he get a title with?
He won 2 at Golden State.
Did they win 2 with him?
2, yeah.
Okay. Then he left, and then he was with Kyrie.
He's got 2 titles. How many you got?
He was with Kyrie and James. I've got, is he a Hall of Famer yet?
No, he's not.
He will be.
Okay. I'm still playing, and I'm in the Hall of Fame. Still playing. He's not in the Hall of Fame.
No. The reason we got in is because we pretty much gave up on this business 5 years ago. So we couldn't get in, right?
Oh, you think there's a...
I mean,
yeah,
it's a harsh, like we're retired.
It is a harsh evaluation, but not incorrect.
5 years. You got to be at least not trying anymore for 5 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it is.
You both have priorities higher on the list than this show.
No, nothing is higher than this show. Family, God, family.
Not
yep.
In golf.
Well, golf is up there.
Yeah. It's higher. It's very high.
No, golf is not higher than the show.
I wasn't just limiting it to this show.
I put more into this show than I do in golf.
That's a lie.
Ooh. I'm not a Hall of Famer in golf. I can tell you that.
No, that's true.
Well, that doesn't mean...
I don't think he's going to be.
That doesn't mean just because you're not a Hall of Famer, you don't put a lot of effort into it. You put plenty of effort.
Yeah, but
perhaps more.
Well, actually, I put...
Have you?
Wait a minute. Per week, I think I put more into golf.
Have you ever missed golf for this show?
Have I ever missed golf?
Have you ever prioritized
Yes, I've missed
this?
a lot of golf because of this show. Yes, I have.
When's the last time?
Well, even when I go and I play in foreign countries, I still do the show.
But you go and play golf because that's the priority.
That's my commitment.
And because of the technology, you are now capable of doing the show.
Right, but I've missed a lot of golf because of it. Absolutely. I haven't gone on golf trips because of the show.
But this golf is not a job. Have you taken days off from this?
To me.
I know that's your priority. Have you taken days off from this show to play golf?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I have vacation time. I don't know. I don't know what you do on your vacation. You play video games
you
on your vacation.
No, I don't.
Okay?
I just play the video games after work. You have decided on big days in this show's history to go play golf.
What
Instead
big
of
days?
Yeah,
Never.
You've gone. Yeah, you were at Cabo Cup when some big things have happened, right?
No, I was on the show,
but not even Cabo Cup.
I was on the show.
No, not always. No, you missed that. You missed one show.
But
yeah.
But you've missed shows to play golf.
Yes. Okay, because
big things have happened every single time.
And he's missed shows to go hiking with his family in Colorado. What's the difference? It's the same thing.
That was a summer vacation.
And so was mine. It's a vacation.
Big things happened.
He took a day to play golf someplace.
What happened? Because remember, it's 2 straight times something big.
He was out of town and something major happened.
Yeah, but what? Do you remember what it was?
January 6th.
No, that was
that's true. You were out of town.
But you were pardoned. You're fine.
Yeah, you've been pardoned. Stop mentioning it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
No, there was something that happened this year because you missed one of the days this year, and something happened.
Well,
it's been
not
2
this,
times in a row where
this year.
We're like John misses big things.
No,
he had a string of being out for golf.
But you've been at 2 different cups.
I've been what?
Yeah, there's 2 different. You had the Phoenix Cup and the Cabo Cup.
Oh yeah. Well, but I didn't miss any shows.
You didn't miss the Phoenix Cup.
I didn't miss any shows.
You didn't miss any for Cabo Cup?
No, none. Zero.
When he misses,
whatever you've missed, and
when he misses,
like huge things always happen.
When he misses shows, it's not a special name. It's generally a course he doesn't get to play all the time, so he goes and plays that course.
Yeah.
He gets an opportunity, and he'll take the day off.
I
call it. That's what I like to do.
I take vacation days.
The
you
show.
can go and
the dumbest.
Yeah,
I've got to take a vacation day during the draft week because why? Because I got to work for 17 hours that day. Dumb.
Well, in the draft, do you think the draft is kind of important to our show here?
Society,
and yet you're taking a day off.
Draft's not important on a Tuesday.
Yeah. No,
I don't take Friday off. I work until 4:30 in the morning, and then I do the show here at 7.
Okay, listen.
I do.
I've got a commitment to this show like no one else.
5 hours of TV, 4 hours.
Well, that's true.
Like
draft.
no one else.
To be fair, you do have a commitment like no one else, but that doesn't mean your commitment's strong.
It just happens
to be not like no one else.
Strongest commitment. I've got the strongest commitment to the show.
Not a chance.
It's the A-rated. It's the highest rated commitment. Yes.
Not well. We don't believe in ratings anymore, so I'm going to say not true.
It's the highest rated commitment. Yes.
John's failing commitment to the show. He's canceled his show is canceled. His failing commitment. John's doing a dance.
Let's take a break. Doc Linville. I got a commitment to Doc Linville.
Hey, I saw a video. This is good for Doc Linville. I saw a video and it was making fun of these guys, and they were all in Turkey, and their heads were like cut open and bleeding. And they had bandages all over their head.
No.
And it's like a video of like 8 different guys in an airport in Turkey. And it's just brutal.
No. Turkey is a place where people go to get this done.
Right.
And I know a guy who did it. He went to Turkey, and it's horrible. Their process is cutting and pasting on the top of your head. And listen,
I
was
need
going to
Control-C, Control-V with my hair.
Yeah, right. And
with my scalp, I should say.
I did it because I was going to speak for a company that did it, and I said, I can't speak for him. It's awful. So then I went and got the neo-grafting for Doc Linville, and it was a great process. Great process. And I'm telling you, and then I went and did the PRP with him as well, which stimulates the growth. Look, if you're a young guy and you don't have to go all the way to Turkey, and don't go all the way to Turkey because it's not good. It's not good. This is a much better process. The neo-grafting is technology that they don't have in Turkey. This is the best way to go about this thing. I'm telling you, it's right here in the city of Houston. You'll save all kinds of money because you don't have to fly to Turkey. You just drive right to the med center. The doc is the best. It's awesome. His staff, they're wonderful. They're knowledgeable. He's one of the biggest hair movement guys. I'm not going to call it hair replacement. It's hair movement. It moves from the side to the top of your head. And the PRP. If you're a young guy and you're losing your hair, this you have to go. 975hair.com. 975hair.com. All right. 804 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we started the show with the Texans offensive line. If you missed that, Nick Caley talking about fixing the offensive line from the inside out. The Texans pick up Laken Tomlinson from this former San Francisco 49er, guy that D'Amico knows. And we'll see, you know what, he's a body, and we'll find out whether or not he may be a starter. I don't know. You know what? There's a chance he starts, right?
There's a good chance he starts.
Yeah.
He's in the room to compete for a job, for the right tackle job, more than likely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I would say he's on course to be the starter. Jarrett Patterson on the bench, I don't know. I don't know, because right now I would say no. You don't have. Take it back. Right now it's probably Laken Tomlinson, Juice, and Patterson, and I don't think that's good enough. You still need to get somebody in the draft.
Well, where's Blake Fisher playing then?
Right side.
Oh, Tomlinson. You said right tackle for Tomlinson.
A right guard. I mean.
Right guard.
Right guard, yeah.
Right.
So you got Thompson, right guard, Juice, left guard, and just center is Patterson. I don't think that's good enough. I think you need to add more competition.
Well, is Juice the one that is right now on the bubble?
for what? No, you don't have a guard. You don't have a starting guard at the left side.
So right now it's Titus Howard at left tackle, it's Juice at left guard, Patterson at center, Tomlinson at right guard, and Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Yeah, I think Tomlinson was the right guard. So yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay,
You
still
need
got
more help. You
Yes.
need more competition.
yes.
in
Well,
that
you
building.
still got Kendrick Green.
Are you sure he's not a free agent?
No, I think he's still on the team.
Okay.
You still got Kendrick Green. And who else do you have?
You don't have a lot.
No,
Let me look at I'll look at their depth chart right now. But you still need help. Like you still need, and not just depth, you need competition. You need competition. Now, the Texans re-signed defensive players like Mario Edwards is coming back. They re-signed him, for example, MJ Stewart. Some of these signings are just going to fill up the roster. They'll compete for spots, but I still think you need a plugger in the middle. They talked about getting better inside. What have they done to get better inside?
Yeah. You still got Zach Thomas, Austin Breaker.
No, he's look, Austin Deculus. Austin Deculus is still on this team.
Deculus. Well, they just
He was a
drafted
seventh. He was a sixth rounder, but he was a not make
Jalen Thomas, Ladarius Henderson.
Nah, these are all throwaways.
Yeah.
Ladarius Henderson, you drafted in the 7th round last year. He didn't make I think he was practice squad, I believe. Austin Deculus wasn't a hit, and he's very limited athletically.
This is a bad.
Kendrick Green is
bad.
a free agent.
This is bad.
Nick Breaker, who is just a guy. Like Zach Thomas came in the middle of the season. He was a street free agent, I think. Yes, this is definitely not good enough. Jalen Thomas, just a guy. I liked him coming out when he came out of SMU, but he's more of a zone scheme guy. So, yeah, you need. You know what? You may draft 2 offensive linemen. You may draft 1 defensive lineman, 2 offensive linemen. From the look of this, I don't know that you're going to draft a wide receiver. I think you're just going to be a little bit light in the wide receiver room.
Well, I mean, that's why you picked up Christian Kirk, and I mean, is Mechie still part of the program?
Yeah, he's under contract.
Is Xavier?
So if you keep,
you got Justin Watson, you got obviously Nico. I think this is what you're going to go to war with. I think you may add a body, and you got Wayne. I mean, I think
so. They had 7 wide receivers on October 1st. They had 7 wide receivers on there. So right now, for example, you'd have Nico Collins, Christian Kirk. Well, see, Tank Dell doesn't count. He's on the roster, but he doesn't count. So you'd have John Mechie, Braxton Berrios, Xavier Hutchinson, and John Mechie, Braxton Berrios. Yeah, Justin Watson, Xavier Hutchinson, and then Jared Wayne. That would be right now. Everybody you got on your roster would make the team.
Yeah,
a wide receiver.
Yeah,
right now.
That's why I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that.
And that's like they're just a bunch of guys who are 4s and 5s, mostly 5s.
You don't draft a wide receiver until maybe late, because
so you're not. I mean, you don't want to. So basically, your 3 are Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and John Mechie. You good with that?
And Justin Watson.
I don't think. I mean, yeah, 4 or 5.
I mean, he played. If he can play for the Chiefs,
I think he's battling Hutchinson for playing time. I think they're battling for the same spot, basically. Braxton Berrios is battling Mechie right now.
Braxton Berrios is a kick returner. I'm not sure that
no, he's a short arm pass.
I mean, if Justin Watson can be on the field for the Chiefs, he can be on the field for the Texans.
I'm willing to look at wide receiver as early as the 3rd. I probably don't want to do it before now, just because I know how much is needed on offensive line and defensive line.
I wouldn't. If they use their first 2 picks on offensive line, I'd be fine with it.
I'm fine. I just want good players. If you use it at wide receiver and it's a good player, I don't care. Like I don't get too locked into it has to be needs, because you're always mad at yourself 2 years later when you realize, man, we let this guy was a good player. Why didn't we draft him? So I just want good players. But if you got good players on the offensive line, if you got guys who can start and upgrade you at all, I'm all for that. Because I think you have to get a better offensive lineman in here. You got to get a better offense. You got to get a better wide receiver in the room. Like, you need legitimate wide receiver who can make the top 5. You need an offensive lineman who can compete for a starting job this year. You need that.
Yep.
You need that. You have to have that competition. Defensively, you got Rankins back. So you got Settle, Rankins, Mario Edwards. But then Heinous is just a guy, Tommy Tagai you added late. Your interior needs work. I mean, Settle was okay. Sheldon Rankins is, he is who he is. Mario Edwards, but where's the run plug in the middle? They wanted to get better against the run. I don't see it. Folu is probably going somewhere else. So that's a position that you have to add. You have to draft. At linebacker, let's see. To'o, Al-Shair. You've got Christian Harris, Nick Neiman, who they brought in last year, more of a teams guy. Jake Hanson's okay. I mean, Jamal Hill will be in his second year. I mean, they might not make that a priority. Actually, I don't think they'll make linebacker any kind of a priority. Cornerback, Stingley, Petrie.
You need another corner.
Yes, you do, because Tremont Smith is just a special team player. Yeah, actually, you really need. So you got D'Angelo Ross.
So
Tremont
I'm looking
Smith,
at 33rd teams.
You're right. You got to get a corner.
I'm looking at this is the DB room. And
you don't need a safety. You're good at safety now.
33rd team says the Texans DB room is loaded. Derek Stingley, Kalen Bullock, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kamari Lassiter, Jimmy Ward, and Jalen Petrie. Basically, 4 of the 6 are safeties. Loaded, except at corner. I mean, unless are you gonna do Jalen at the nickel again?
Yes, they are 100%, but they still don't have any depth. Just forget Jalen. Like Jalen's out. That's not even up for discussion. They want to go big nickel, so they're not going away from that. But who are their backups? Miles Bryant is a free agent and don't care anyway. He's a small guy. Who are your outside corners? You have D'Angelo Ross, not good enough to step in and be a starter. And then that's it. Everyone else is a free agent. Okudah, Kadar Holman. Holman was an add-in during the year. Okudah was a bust. Chris Boyd had some moments, but, mostly on special teams. Well, he got in trouble in the playoff game, got a 15-yard penalty. You may remember that for throwing his helmet. You have to add. You're right.
Pushing his coach and throwing his helmet.
You have to add 2 to 3 cornerbacks to the room.
Yeah.
I mean, Tremont Smith is a special teamer. So there has to be 2 more. So you need 2 corners. You need a defensive tackle. You need a wide receiver, and you need an offensive lineman. There are 5 that you really must have that. You really got to have that. So there's 5 of your draft picks that kind of are spoken for, honestly, from a positional standpoint. From a tight end standpoint, I don't think they're going to do anything because they got Stover, Brevin Jordan, and Dalton Schultz under contract, but we all would love to see Dalton Schultz beat it because he didn't want to block at all. I know you're a pass-catching tight end. We just want a little bit of effort. If you got a chip, can you at least get a shoulder on somebody?
Just a little something. Just a little something.
By the way, that can't sit well with D'Amico. That can't sit well with him.
No.
He wants this mentality, and he's okay with that. There's no way.
How much more is Cade Stover going to be a
lot more
part of the offense?
A lot more.
Yeah.
Cade Stover's.
I don't know, but they're paying Dalton. He's going to be on the field.
Well, but Cade is going to be the second tight end, and they're going to probably use 2 tight sets. But I could see Cade Stover. Like Cade Stover will block. He'll give effort. He'll block, and he's pretty good. I think he's an ascending tight end. Coming out, I thought, man, he's an athlete. And the Texans targeted him. They really wanted him. So I think he's going to play a much bigger role this year.
Yep.
I really do. And if Dalton's not willing to block, you may see when they go to 3 wide receiver sets, from the looks of the lineup right now, I think we're going to see a lot of 2 tight end sets. It'll be a lot of Christian Kirk, Nico Collins, Cade Stover, and Dalton Schultz. We'll be getting some of that.
Yep. Well, he likes 12. He even likes 13.
Yeah. When they got
Haley, and he don't mind having 3 tight ends on the field.
With Brevin Jordan, you have that ability to do that.
Yep. All right. Let's break it. 713-780-3776. Keith wants to talk about the Ravens. I mean, Keith, isn't there a Baltimore radio show that you could call about the Ravens?
Baltimore. It's called Baltimore.
It's Baltimore.
Baltimore. In Baltimore, the
Baltimore?
T is silent.
Baltimore?
Baltimore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, Keith, no one cares. Honestly,
You
no one
care.
cares about
You care
Ravens
because you
football.
can't beat the Ravens.
No, I don't know that.
They are our Golden State Warriors right now.
Yeah. So are the Chiefs, and so are the Bill. Well, we beat the Bills.
Yeah.
So take that.
It's just
Oh
pretty
yeah.
much-
Why don't you pay Josh Allen when we're beating your ass?
We've actually beat the Chiefs before too. I
Yeah,
don't think we've
one
ever
time.
beaten the Ravens.
Never.
Remember when Lamar embarrassed Deshaun in the year that Deshaun
No,
looked like
no.
an MVP and Lamar embarrassed the whole team?
Well, wasn't? Oh no. Was it the
I never
pulling the ox out of the ditch was a Ravens game too, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
It was a Sunday night game.
Yep.
Yeah. Pulling the Raven, the ox out of the ditch. Hey, listen, here's the dirty little secret in Texas. We don't have any state income tax, but you know how they get you? Property tax. Boy, do they ever. If you've got a high mortgage payment, guess what? And I don't care what your mortgage payment is. They're going to keep going up. Your property taxes are going to keep going up and up and up and up. And listen, it gets complicated. You can try to do this yourself, but Ownwell, this is what they do. 86% of their customers receive a reduction in their property taxes. An average saving of $1,100. Average saving. That's average. So in a lot of cases, it's a lot more. Hundreds of thousands of happy customers, 5-star reviews. You have got to fight the government about your property taxes. If you don't, you let it go. Oh, okay, that's okay. No, it's not okay, because the next time it's going up again, and then it's going up again, and all you're going to keep on doing is paying more, and they're going to go the max every single time. They go the max, and you need to go to the mats with Ownwell. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. You save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes, and you get your protest started today. They do everything. Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cam Smith joined Johnny G's list of first ballot Hall of Famers, joining Chaz, Jake, and Yiner. I never said Jake. Stop. Or Chaz. I love Chaz's catch in the World Series. Yiner's going to be there. Don't worry. Correa. Yeah. Okay, I'll admit those. But stop, Jake. Hey, you just worry about Kyle Tucker going 1 for 21. Okay, Cub fan Timmy. Okay, he sucks. And if you do get to the postseason, which the Cubs won't, he won't hit then. I promise you.
Why the hate for Kyle Tucker?
He didn't. I mean,
He didn't leave in free agency.
He was awful the last 2 postseasons.
Oh, so it's not because he left you. Your scorn lover. It's because he was bad in the postseason.
No, I was pissed at him during the playoffs. I mean, honestly, he didn't show his body language. And his postseasons, last couple were awful. I mean, that's very un-Astro-like. We show up in the postseason. Yeah.
Not at home.
Well, that just happened a couple of times.
Like 3 years in a row.
No, not like 3 years in a row.
It happened multiple times.
It happened against Washington in the World Series.
Happened last year.
And it happened against the Rangers.
It happened last year, too.
And it happened last year. They lost both of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't beat Scooble.
Well, what about the other guys in game 2?
It's a toss-up. You can't beat Detroit in the postseason.
No, the next team
That's proven.
No, they lost in the next round.
It's a fact. We lost to them.
No, the Astros couldn't, but they lost in the next round.
Yeah. That was the problem with the Astros versus the Braves for all those years. And, well, it's a great. I mean, they're the best. Look at Glavine, Maddox, and Smoltz. How are you going to beat them? Well, somebody does every year except one.
I know.
Every single year except one.
That's the frustrating thing is we just, you can't beat them and the umpires. I will admit.
Yeah.
They would bite, and if the umpire would give them an inch outside the plate, then they would try to go get 2 inches.
Yep.
And eventually they'd expand the plate, and the Astros are cooked because they didn't have good. They just didn't have plate discipline. The Astros didn't have. I just don't have. I don't know. I always felt guilty that I love the '98 Astros, but then once we got into the brick red uniforms, I just didn't like the Enron / Minute Maid Park Astros of that era. There was something about them that I just didn't like. I liked them, but I didn't have a love affair with that team. And I think it was primarily because they had just a bunch of guys that couldn't hit. They just didn't hit. They weren't clutch. None of that. When I see clutch players make me like Robert Ory will have a place in my heart forever because that guy just played clutch. And then even when he wasn't a Rocket, I saw him do it with other teams. I'm like, man, that's Big Game Bob. That's who that is. You can be great, but if you don't perform in a clutch, it's just there's something that sours me on you a little bit and sours me on your legacy. And that's why this Astros team will forever be my favorite organization ever because no one's going to approach this in terms of clutch. Now, yes, some of the same clutch players were not clutch once it got to the next series. Like, Jordan would struggle in World Series. Jordan was not a very good World Series player except for a home run, and everything else goes away. He hit the home run against Philadelphia. All those other stats, when you look at him, you're like, ooh, Jordan's not good in the World Series. But he hit a home run that helped you win a World Series. So literally the game you won the World Series, a go-ahead home run.
Well, he won that World Series maybe in game 1 against Seattle with the home run. And when they were down, Verlander started the game. They were down 7-1 or whatever it was.
Back,
and they came back and Jordan hit the 9th inning home run to win the game, 3-run homer to win the game. I mean, goodness, you lose that game and you quite possibly don't win that series.
How did they score in the 17-inning game against Seattle?
Pena homered.
It was the Pena homer.
Pena homered.
That was the Pena year, the rookie year.
In the 18th inning.
God, I'll never forget, man. I was in Alabama, Alex freshman year, and remember it's Tennessee, Alabama. Alabama got upset by Tennessee, and we were in Tuscaloosa, although not for any game or whatever. And we were there, and I remember being in the hotel. In the hotel, there was a little area where we were watching, me and Nicole were watching the game, just grinding on the game, and everyone else was watching. Yeah. Well, there really wasn't anyone in there. There was like 4 people in there, and then there started to be more, and all they cared about was
college football.
Yeah, but we had that one. We were able to get one TV with Astros, and I'm going back and forth watching both of them sweating the Astros, and you realized, oh my God, it was like a soccer match. As soon as somebody got a man on second base, you realize this game could be over.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like in a 7th inning, and you realize if somebody gets on second base, this could be over, because if one team scores, the other team is done. They're cooked. There's not runs coming. What a stressful game that was, inning in and inning out, and one of the great performances in bullpen history. Maybe the greatest performance in bullpen history. Even Ryan Stanek pitched that game.
Well, that was the greatest bullpen. That run that they won out in 22 was the greatest bullpen.
Nobody could. Well, yeah, but that game was a microcosm of it.
Yeah,
you couldn't score on the Astros bullpen. No matter who came in, they were money.
Yep.
And you know who put that bullpen together? James Click.
He sure did.
Shout out your boy. Shout out. Holler at your boy. We were fine with James Click leaving. Like, James Click can leave. I don't care. And then I realized, gross.
Time to bring. Let's get okay. All right, Keith. This is the last Ravens call ever. Okay, if you want to talk ever. I mean, why? Why are we talking about Ravens here?
That's Keith's squad.
Well, I know it's Keith's squad. Keith, call the Baltimore station. We don't care about the Ravens, Keith. We just don't care. Keith, we don't care about the Ravens.
Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yes.
DeAndre Hopkins to the Ravens, 16 catches away from 1,000, 83 career touchdowns, a Bill O'Brien disciple, big touchdown in the Super Bowl, plus a 2-point conversion. He had a bad drop, but he's on the Ravens. Put the league on notice. Let's go.
Beat it.
He had his whole script ready.
I know he had a script.
He was not going to listen to what you had to say. He had a script ready to go.
That's the last time. If it ever says Keith and Ravens up there, Keith, just know we're not going to.
Well, he needs to pull a Gilbert.
Yeah, you need to fool us.
My brother
and
Carl,
you know what? Gilbert outsmarts us all the time.
Constantly.
Yeah. And so
we bring him steaks.
But if it says Ravens up there, we don't care, Keith. We don't care.
I bet if we brought him, so we're supposed to get Trillburger coming and Trill Tenders. Bun is going to hook us up. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're doing both or not. But if they brought enough, maybe we bring it to Gilbert. Maybe we bring one to Gilbert. But he also will be like, I already know he's going to say, I didn't want this.
Yeah, right.
Where's the steak? Like he will tell you, I didn't want this.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for this. Where's the steak? I didn't want this. I don't like cheese anyway.
That is pretty true. That's pretty true.
You know he will just tell you he is the epitome of looking a gift horse in the mouth.
We brought him $1,000. What's this? And he said,
cash.
And I said, Gilbert, it's over $1,000. No, there's not. Gilbert, you want to count it? There's over $1,000. Look at this hat. Who brought this hat? Oh, thanks, Gilbert. People gave him $1,000, and he said, "Look at this hat."
What's he gonna do with $1,000?
Oh,
buy hats.
He keeps. What does he call himself?
Buy steaks.
I'm not saying.
What does he call himself?
Don't say it.
I'm not. You can't bait me into
saying a poor person.
Yeah, he does say that.
What's he gonna do with $1,000 in cash? What's he gonna use it on?
Where's he going? Money too?
Where's he going with $1,000?
Actually, that's actually a really good question. Now, nothing.
Nowhere.
Now, nothing.
No,
because he can't even DoorDash anything to himself. That's all credit cards.
Yeah,
like even you, Lance.
Yeah,
as a fully functional adult, you had $1,000 in cash. Wouldn't you just put in the bank?
Yeah. I probably won't Probably, yeah. Because
and does Gilbert
I guess I could use it, but I just I've gotten to where I now just.
Beep, oh, not me. Yeah. I'm a cash guy. I love.
And does Gilbert have a bank account, or is he just going to keep $1,000 sitting?
I just think he has $1,000
on the counter.
What are you going to do? One of those nurses are going to snatch it up.
Cash is so much better. You don't see that bank account increase. Cash is the way to go. Cash.
What?
Yeah. Cash is the only way to go.
You can take out cash and see a receipt on your bank account.
Yeah, but it just feels like different. It just feels different.
Okay. You're deluding yourself. It's the same thing.
You go to the poker house. You need cash.
I like.
You play golf. You got to pay off your buddies. You got cash.
I don't do any of that.
What Greg Bingham once told you. Where's all that cash?
Cash is king.
Where's all that cash been?
Where's it been? It's all
You're
dirty.
sticking it all over your
Oh, yeah.
hands, and then it's in your face.
Well, no, what I don't.
Yeah.
I don't touch all my money and then wipe my face with it.
You eat food. You don't wash your hands after you touch money.
I do. I wash my hands.
Every time you touch money, you wash your hands?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
You got choo-choo all over your hands. All over your hands.
Good. All right, time for
sure you want to see all of it?
You got strange choo-choo all over your hands?
You held a dollar bill in your head, it would flash
all over
all the faces of everyone who's ever touched it. Flash through your head.
He wouldn't like it very much.
You would tap. Everything would be a tap. You'd never go money again.
If that's the technology,
I would love to see where that money goes.
You just say at the golf course, Venmo me. I don't want cash.
If the technology gets to a point where
give me cash.
Every time you touch a dollar, the fingerprints of the person you touch, you get an image of them. Then who also touched that dollar?
No.
I want
it'd be over.
I like people though.
That's black.
I like people. I'm a man of the people. You not so much.
You won't like
Bitcoin?
it.
No. Yeah, no, I don't.
You can't like Bitcoin because if you like the dollar,
No,
you can't like the
hold
concept.
my money.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't wait for the day where it's old choo-choo and people's faces he gets to see.
I love that.
You know, pennies are done, right?
Love that. Yeah.
And next they're coming after nickels and dimes.
Well, who needs them? I mean, just round up.
The quarters are fine.
Yeah, quarters will be there for a while because you could stick them in the. There's still parking meters that take quarters in L.A. I got to do it. I got a ticket. I got an $80 ticket for not putting a freaking quarter in. It was
the laundromat
LA
too.
Blows.
They still take quarters.
LA blows.
Yeah,
time for you.
Run all your stop signs over there.
Can you pay John Daspit in
Quarters?
cash? In cash?
Oh yeah. He'll take. Well, I assume. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Well, you don't pay him. You don't pay him. It's the people. The insurance company's going to pay him. You're not even going to have to worry about it. You're not going to pay him a penny. John Daspit doesn't get paid if he doesn't win for you, but he also doesn't lose. So, yeah, I mean, he works off of a fee. A contingency is if you win, and you're going to win. And John Daspit's going to get you a big payout. And that's what he's going to do, because if you've been hurt, if you've been injured, you know, there's a lot that goes into it. A lot of times people are afraid to go to the hospital. Some people just don't like to do it. You need to go. You need to make sure everything's okay. Some people won't go because they don't have insurance. They don't have good insurance. It costs too much. John Daspit will make sure you can get there. Even if you don't have insurance, he'll make sure you get there, and they will get the cost taken care of through insurance. You don't have to worry about it. He wants to make sure you're okay. He wants to make sure if there's something broken, it needs to be fixed. If you need to have, if you need to have an MRI, if you need to have a CAT scan, if you need to have physical therapy that lasts long term. These are all things that John Daspit and his law firm take into account. You will get compensated for that. You will get compensated for any time missed from work that you have, short-term or long-term. And then your pain and suffering is going to be properly accounted for. And there are some big payouts for that, because there are people who are unfortunately badly injured due to someone else's negligence. So make sure that you have John Daspit on your side. Maybe you're fine right now, but I want you to just remember this number in case something ever happens. 713-CALL-NOW. It's easy. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737-803-3776. Chris has a draft question. Let's get him in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, morning, guys. Quick question. I completely agree with you guys' assessment of offensive line, defensive line, quarterback in the draft. I wanted to see if we go O-line in the first round, which I hope we do, and in the second round we go D-line. Is there a way that we could use Laramie's third-round draft pick to trade back into the second round if somebody like one of the two Texas receivers is still on the board, or the kid Tez Johnson, I think, from Oregon? Just thinking about, like, maybe a comp for Tank Dell that we might want to go after, and then we could have
they don't want
O-line,
receivers
D-line, and receivers.
This guy's even smaller than
Tank
Chris.
Dell.
He's 154 pounds. He's smaller than Tank Dell. I promise you they're not trying to find another small receiver. Tank was special because he can separate and get open. He's super competitive, has great feet, all that stuff, but he's injured a lot. I don't think they're trying to find another Tank Dell. I think if they had a choice, they'd get somebody who's 190 pounds who plays a slot. But yeah, I do think they could trade. They could use one of the thirds to trade back, or the third to trade back into the second. Yeah, they could do that. They could do that, but you got to, and you know what? You might want to make this draft a 5-player draft. You may want to take your draft picks that you have and say, we're going to try to get 5 players on the roster out of this. We're going to try to find 1 starter, 2 future starters, and 2 depth. That's probably a good way to look at that. And if you need to maneuver now Nick's not afraid to trade up. That's one thing we've seen in he's not afraid to trade up really anywhere, but he's not afraid to trade up in rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, all that stuff.
Is Mechie the replacement for Tank?
Well, maybe this year, but not full time. No, I don't think he's got.
Well, let's see what kind of year he has.
He can't get away from people. He can't separate.
No.
So, I think one-on-one coverage. I think he's fine. He's not bad. He's just okay. I think he's a backup. He'll catch what's thrown and all that stuff. But
you didn't have a big grade on him coming up.
I had like a 3rd-round grade on him because he's a good pro receiver, but he's not. He runs good routes, but he's just not a big separator. He didn't have a lot of separation burst. And the same thing showing up, I think, with the Texans. He's turned into about what I thought, but it was tough because he had leukemia, cancer. What did he have?
Cancer, yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's a certain type, but I mean, that knocked him out for a whole year. So I kind of put it on a curve, but he's fine. He won't get a second contract. This will probably be it for him this year. Oh, his contract's over this year, but we'll see. We'll see. I'd like to find somebody better than him. And there's guys in the draft. There's always guys in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. There's always players in those rounds. If you look at, I love going to drafthistory.com. That's where you can go find you just get a good sense of the draft in there. And I'll give you an example. I'll just pull it at random. In 2023, Josh Downs was the 3rd rounder now Tank was the 2nd round. No, Tank was an early 3rd, right?
Tank was 3rd.
Did Tank? No. Yeah, Tank went before. Wait.
Josh Downs a little guy, and he's doing okay.
Yeah, Josh he's a little bigger, but he's only 170.
Yeah.
Wait, where did Tank get drafted? Oh, it's Nathaniel Dell. Okay, that's why I'm getting tricked. 3rd round. Did you remember that's his name, Nathaniel Dell? Yeah. And then so 3rd round, those 2 guys are in the 3rd round. You've got Dontavius Wicks, who's actually been a performer, although he's got a lot of drops. I don't think they're happy with him. Puka Nacua, we know is a 5th rounder. That's kind of crazy. Andre Isavich.
Oh yeah,
Isavich.
Bengals.
Yeah. He's a good little.
Yeah, he's
player.
a good player.
Now he's big. He was a decathlete. Like he's a really good player. The year before that, in 2022, once we get into the 3rd round. Let's see. I'll find Danny Gray, but he's been hurt with the 49ers. Romeo Dobbs was a 4th rounder. Khalil Shakir, 5th rounder. Jalen Naylor, a good player for the Vikings. That's another one. He's a top 3 player. That's 6th rounder. Like, you can find guys if you know how to. There's not a ton of them, but a lot of times 4th, 5th, and 6th is where you can find future star. Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4th rounder in 2021.
What a pick.
I know.
What a pick. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
And what he is super competitive. I remember thinking, yeah, that's about where he should go.
Devontae Smith's a smaller guy. He's doing just fine.
Yeah, but I don't think you target little guys. The history's against you. You'd rather have a good.
Khalil is a little guy.
No.
Josh Downs is a little guy.
Khalil's well put together.
Yeah, but
it's not short. I mean, you just want to have some muscle on you, some muscle mass. Tank doesn't. Tank is very scrawny.
Yeah.
You want some guys with some muscle mass. Khalil Shakir is well built. He's squattier, but he's well built. Christian Kirk is squatty.
Yeah, but Devontae Smith is not a muscle guy. He's a skinny guy.
No, but Devontae Smith is a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
Had one of the best receivers.
Tank should have been, but he wasn't. Led the
I've-
country in receptions and yards. Okay.
Did he really?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the Clayton Tune year, he led it in receptions and yards.
In the American.
Yeah.
What?
Not the country.
Yeah, the country.
No, I mean he played in the American.
The country.
He
Yeah,
did?
I'm sure he led the country, but he did it in the American Conference.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
I don't know. Maybe I didn't realize I'll go to his college.
It's
stats.
like Cam Smith hitting spring training pitching.
Yeah, he's 155. Listed at 155. I think he actually weighed more. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He led,
109 catches, 1,398 yards.
Yeah, and touchdowns. He was a Triple Crown
17.
winner?
Yeah.
He won the Triple Crown, and we never talked about it.
And did he win a Heisman?
That's why you had to get out of the American. No one even knows.
Level competition.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Oh, because he was dominating the NFL till he.
Well, if he played in the SEC, maybe he wouldn't.
Till they took his knee
If
off.
he played in the SEC, maybe he wouldn't have made
Actually,
it
he
to a
wasn't
season.
dominating last year.
No.
Not even close.
Stephon Diggs was taking his targets.
I think he had 2 touchdowns
Yeah.
receiving.
Well,
the year before he was really good before he got hurt.
Yeah.
This year he wasn't as good before he got hurt.
Well, he actually led the country 2 years in a row. 90 receptions.
Well,
13,
the first
29.
year was he led the conference. If it's in italics, he led the country. So he led the conference in the big 3 stats both years, and he led the in for 2 years, 21 and 22, and then he led the country in the country. Oh, you know what? He didn't lead in catches, only yards and touchdowns.
Yards and touchdowns.
But he had 109 catches. He had 199 catches in 2 years.
How's that?
Although the first year,
why couldn't he get him one more?
2020, Dana was here in
Terrible.
2020, right?
Who?
Dana was here in 2020, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was he? Did he bring Tank in?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Tank, where did Tank come from? He came from somewhere.
He came from
Where'd he grow
Daytona
up?
Beach, Florida.
No. I think he came from another college, didn't he?
Well, I don't have any
No,
college
no,
stats
there's
anywhere.
no. He
Besides Houston. I don't think he played anywhere else besides the Cougs.
I thought he did.
Unless it was a JC, because there are no college stats anywhere other than Houston.
No, he's got no other stats. The only place he played college was Houston.
Hold on, boys. I don't think you're right.
He played at a community.
Yeah, I think he may have been a JUCO guy.
He was a JUCO guy. He initially signed with
He was at
Alabama.
Alabama A&M.
He
played
did
college football at Alabama.
They just don't have his stats. He played 4 games.
He was at A&M.
Alabama.
A&M.
They just
Yeah, I knew
then
he came over from another school.
Then he went to Last Chance U, Independence, community college.
Oh, did he?
Yes, and then he
was
wound
with
up
Buddy?
with then he wound up the Jason
was with
Brown's
Jason
school.
Brown?
I don't know if Jason Brown was there, but Jason Brown's school, Independence, was
Yeah,
it?
what?
No, he was. I think he was there with Jason Brown.
2019.
Yeah, he might have been there with them.
Well, I didn't see him on the show because he would have been on the show for sure. He would have definitely been on the show. 847 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That was our Tank Dell segment right here on ESPN 97.5.
And find a wide receiver segment.
And but I want, if you want to find a window, I got the place. The Houston's leading window and door company. Okay, when it comes to upgrading your home, your windows and your doors, there's no more reliable company, a home improvement company. Okay, that's not me saying that. That's a Better Business Bureau saying that. They won the Pinnacle Award for home improvement. That's a pretty big category, And it's a tough category because there are a lot of them out there. And when you win the Pinnacle Award, it means you're the best. Okay. They offer a plethora, high quality home upgrades, ensuring that their customers benefit from a professional and positive home improvement experience. Listen, there are a lot of companies out there that aren't going to do the job, aren't going to stand behind their work, are going to have inferior products, are not going to do what they say that they're going to do. That ain't Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows and Siding is going to take care of your whatever your need is. When you go see their doors, their windows, their side, everything that they have, you're going to say, wow, this is incredible. Installation is incredible. The warranties are incredible. The product is incredible. So you're looking for the best way to get those windows and siding and window and doors to your home. All you need is one company. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454. Tell Jim Fiume you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. I was thinking about Sam Darnold. I don't know why I was thinking about Sam Darnold yesterday. Sam Darnold had himself a
Dale raced to put the headphones on. What, are you excited?
No. I
Sam
was
Darnold talking.
I was going to ask about John's crush on Sam Darnold, but
Do you have a crush on Sam Darnold?
I'm thinking. I listen. I really liked Sam Darnold coming out. You liked Sam Darnold coming out.
Mhm.
I you know what? He was a really good
Only
college
played
quarterback.
2 years though.
He
Two-year
but
guys
he was.
Two-year guys do not have a good. Do not do well in college usually. I mean pros.
Well, then Arch isn't going to do it.
But Joe Burrow was a 2-year guy. He did well. Joe Burrow
Basically.
kind of breaks the mold.
basically.
Well, no, he only played 2 years. All at LSU.
Yeah, that's true. But all of the weapons that he had with the Vikings and the coach that he had with the Vikings, I mean,
Well, what's wrong
he's
with that?
going to he's going to Seattle now. He got no wide receivers. They got rid of him.
I think Addison is good, not great. But he has Justin Jefferson. But DeAndre, you think about it. D-Hop in his prime was there for Deshaun Watson. Maybe made Watson look better than he actually was.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because it's easy
He
to
won
throw
all
to a
the
guy.
50-50 balls.
Matt Stafford would throw to nobody but Megatron whenever he was in. I mean, to his own detriment. He didn't really see the field because you get so in love with those guys. Dante Culpepper couldn't do anything other than with the Vikings when he had Chris Carter and Randy Moss.
And look at what he's going to now. Look what Darnold's going to now. They don't have any wide receivers left. It's Smith and Jigba. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's not good.
It's not good. And
Matthew Golden, who will be their new
wide
maybe,
receiver. Yeah. You would think, you would hope.
He'll probably be on my next mock there. Yeah.
But I mean, I just think they're setting him. He's just set up for failure here. He's just set up for failure. He's getting $40 million. God bless. God bless. He's going to make himself $40 million there. But I don't see. I mean, this is almost the same situation that he had with the Jets.
It's not good.
It's not good. It's not good.
This is about you go where they want you. There was only a certain amount of teams that wanted Sam Darnold. He really, I would say he was really hurt his last 2 games. His last 2 games, Detroit wrecked him in the final game of the season, and then he was obliterated in the postseason.
It was bad.
It was such a good season for him. Realistically, he was comeback player of the year, in my opinion. I mean, it would have been a great story. It was a great story, but then it ended on a sour note. And all it did was take people and they said, you know what? Maybe we need to trust our instincts. Because my instincts were always, it's a great year. I wouldn't want to, you can sign him to a 3-year, $30 million deal if you want. I wouldn't want to. You can give him $100 million a year, $100 million for 3 years. I wouldn't want to. Like I felt that way again about Sam the whole year, but you can't really you have to keep an open mind until the end. But by the time it really just allowed people to say, okay, yeah, let's we can't trust this. We can't trust Sam Darnold. And now the Seahawks decided they're going to trust him. And you're right. It's probably going to turn into average football.
Yep. No.
And I would say the Seahawks are set up to be maybe the worst team in the AFC West.
I think so too. Yeah.
NFC West. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't.
Rams better. 49ers, I think, will be better this year. They should be. And then you have, we'll see in the Cardinals. You never know with the Cardinals.
So,
Cardinals
quarterbacks going to new places. Is Daniel Jones got any chance to turn it around?
No, not really. I mean, Daniel Jones' best football is going to be if they use him. If they use him to run, they wanted to incorporate an offense, and Shane Steichen was late to get to it, where it's a run-heavy quarterback offense. But Richardson doesn't love to run. He gets hurt a lot. For being a big guy, he's not a sturdy guy. Hurt a lot. Daniel Jones is best. Some of the best stuff we've seen is when he takes off and run.
Yeah.
You know what I would do? I'd turn Daniel Jones into Justin Fields. I'm running him all the time. I don't care.
Can Shane Steichen turn his career? And you know what? This might be a possibility for him to turn his career around.
I don't think so.
Sometimes guys go to a new place. Sam Darnold, for example. Did you think Sam Darnold was going to do what he did last year in Minnesota?
I thought highly of Sam Darnold coming out of college. I did not. Daniel Jones to me was an all-day second-round pick. Had a lot of limitations. Didn't have much juice on the field.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he didn't have a
that whole staff is dead man walking over there in Indianapolis.
We'll see.
You can't win with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson.
I don't know. I don't know.
Not playoffs. They got to win playoffs to keep their jobs over there. They can't.
Well, if they make the playoffs, it will help them. It will help.
Oh, no. If they make the playoffs, I think they're okay.
Yeah.
You think they can make the playoffs with Anthony Richardson and Daniel
I think
Jones?
in a weak division.
It's the most unlikely quarterback duo to make a playoffs.
I don't think it's going to be a duo. I think it's going to be Daniel Jones.
It's a weak division.
I don't think it's going to be a duo. It's going to be Daniel Jones'
you think
show.
So?
Yes. Yes. Anthony Richardson is terrible. He's awful.
Yeah, he really can't pass it all.
No, you know what? You put in
touchdowns,
some running packages for him. You absolutely put him in goal situations.
But Daniel Jones is actually faster, and Daniel Jones is actually a more elusive runner.
Yeah.
Than Richardson.
Well,
Richardson's more of a power runner.
You put him in a tush push kind of situation.
I'm just running straight option.
Yeah.
I'll go straight college football and I'll run both quarterbacks in. You know what? Anthony, tap out. Anthony taps out anyway.
Yeah.
Jones, get in there.
He gets tired. Just put him in.
Just get in there.
Inside the 5-yard line.
Wishbone.
Put Anthony Richardson in there. Run the wishbone. That's fine.
Run a wishbone.
I think Daniel Jones has a chance to have a rejuvenation.
Run triple.
You know
option.
who else has a chance to have a rejuvenation?
You really do think he has?
Yes.
See, he only had his juvenation was only 1 year.
Yeah, but
he didn't even. Can you rejuvenate? He was barely juvenated.
He was. Well, yeah. You know, I don't know. Maybe he was gruntled, or maybe he's going to be gruntled as opposed to disgruntled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he can be juvenated and gruntled,
yes.
that will be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely
for that team. I just don't know if he can be juvenated.
Well,
actually, it would be rejuvenated, but you have to.
Was he juvenated in the
ever
first?
Juvenated to begin with? I would say that was the outlier of all outliers for Brian Daboll and Daniel Jones and the Giants. What an outlier year that was.
Yep. Well, I do. I think that there's a chance that he could. It actually might be one of those redemption stories, just like Sam Darnold was this year.
Baker
and
Mayfield,
you know who else?
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield as well. And you know who else?
Well, I will say
Josh Rosen next.
No,
18 draft.
Aaron Rodgers.
Baker Mayfield had Chris Godwin and Mike Evans throw the ball too. Sam Darnold had Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Who is?
Yeah, because they're
who's
game
Daniel
managers.
Jones throwing the ball to?
Oh, they got some good receivers. They're fine.
Well, they're game managers though.
They're not.
Actually, Josh Downs, Pierce.
We're talking about Pro Bowlers and Hall of Famers.
But these are solid receivers.
They're not
like
Pierce,
Seattle.
Those guys aren't
20.
elevating. Those guys aren't elevating Daniel Jones.
I think
I don't know.
they're solid.
I think Josh Downs,
Pierce Downs, and
they're a bunch
AD
of good
Mitchell
wide
aren't Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Justin Jefferson. They're not
but
those guys.
But you also have a better running game. You have a better offensive line. I mean,
Daniel Jones had
making your point. I don't think Daniel Jones is
he
good
had
enough.
Saquon Barkley.
No, not
Daniel
Baker,
Jones
not
did
Baker
have
Mayfield.
Saquon. No, Daniel Jones had Saquon Barkley as you're talking about better running games.
But they had a bad offensive line, and Saquon was hurt.
And what receivers did he have there?
They're comparable to what he's going to
No, they're better in. No, they're better in Indy.
Michael Pittman is a legit
Yeah.
number 2.
He had neighbors.
number 1.
Neighbors. Slayton ain't comparable to what he's throwing to.
He didn't have neighbors. He was
didn't
out.
have.
Oh yeah, neighbors was the rookie.
Yeah, he was out.
He's not going to be any better than Gardner Minshew, which means they'll probably.
Alec Pierce averaged 20
Gardner
yards a
Minshew
catch.
almost got him to the postseason. He was one swing pass away.
Yeah,
that's because the Jags crapped all over themselves at home, and then the Texans won.
But it's true though. They had the amount.
They had a
of
chance
wins.
to win 10 games.
They had the amount of wins that they
Daniel
needed.
Jones isn't a better quarterback than Gardner Minshew. Also, that's another thing.
I mean, maybe
look,
right.
I know you guys don't watch a lot of Giants football because why would you? But he is terrible. Daniel Jones is awful.
He's bad. But remember that 1 year?
Yes, I remember.
How do you explain 22?
How do you explain the rest of his career?
All right, I'm just saying.
Bad luck.
I'm just saying.
Maybe the sun was in his
I put it
eyes.
out there.
Okay.
I put it out there. Okay. I can go out on a limb.
John speaking truth to power. What are you doing?
Yeah,
Power.
nothing. That's
Who's
all
power?
you do is poo-poo everything.
Because what you're saying is poo-poo.
No.
I would use a different word, but I can't.
Boo-boo?
No.
Oh, speaking of boo-boo and poo-poo, Billy Brown. Let's talk about making the Brown go down. Okay. That's what I want to talk about right now. You think that they're going to flush Daniel Jones down the toilet? You know how that'll clog up a toilet, though? If you try to flush Daniel Jones down,
You mean a whole human being? Yes. I imagine the toilet wouldn't be able to
How
survive.
about if you know what that airline that had to return to Chicago? They had 11 clogged toilets on this airplane. If they had Billy Brown on that airplane, guess what? They would have been able to fly to Delhi, but they couldn't because Billy Brown wasn't on the plane.
Wouldn't. Maybe if Billy's workers were.
Billy was a plumber. Billy's a plumber. Billy's been a plumber.
Was Billy going to get in there?
Billy's
on all
been
12
doing
of
this
those?
for years and years and
12
years.
Toilets. Billy can't do all that.
Yeah,
by
he
himself.
can. It was 11 that were stuffed. One was working. Billy would have had all 11, all of them working.
He's busy.
No. Okay. You're right. He's busy. He's busy fixing
toilets.
toilets.
Billy won't do, or any of his workers won't do. Like, that's why you can't do this stuff.
No, I can't.
That's why, no, well, ustedes.
No, I couldn't.
You guys
though.
can't do it. Me either. I'm like, you need to go in there with the plunger, Lance.
With a snake.
What?
With a snake
Yeah,
and put
I
it
don't
down
have
there.
a snake. I've got Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
That's right.
That's my snake.
If you have any issues whatsoever, plumbing wise, I mean, on a plane, it's going to be tougher. But in your house, yes. Your apartment, yes. If you need a plumber, there's one way to go. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Welcome back in ESPN 97.5 at 92.5. Boy, I'm going to tell you, we're absolutely right. Arguing with Dell is so easy.
They're like, remember that good year that Daniel Jones had? The year he threw 15 touchdown passes?
Well, this year I'm predicting 16.
Well, good. So less
or
than
17.
Less than one a game you're predicting.
Well, 17. Well, he might not play every game. We don't know. You don't know.
And you don't know he'll throw 17 touchdown passes.
Okay, well, how many yards did Alec Pierce average per catch, Lance?
22.3.
Case closed.
How many catches did he have?
37.
Okay.
22 yards per catch.
And what we know about Daniel,
taking the lid off.
What we know about Daniel Jones, great deep ball thrower.
Daniel Jones' best season was his rookie year. 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Thank you.
And
there's a rookie again.
He had 55.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He's not a rookie. He's not a rookie.
Actually, with the Giants, his first 4 years, I mean, he just wasn't productive. Not enough, but he had 50 touchdowns and 32. Like, he's just a guy.
No,
I don't.
He didn't
know.
have any receivers there. He had nothing. He had nothing there.
They didn't have good.
Now he's got a great receiving.
Those receivers didn't have a quarterback.
His quarterback rating, his first 3 years, 87.7, 80.4, 84.8. Then it was 92.5 and then 70.5.
Isn't he the guy who tripped and fell when he had an open field for a touchdown and the drive stalled? Isn't he that guy?
He's 22 and 44.
No, There's a clip of him running free in the open field. He
The
falls
Giants
down.
suck. They don't have any receiver.
He got sacked over 40
I'm just telling
times.
you guys. I'm just telling you. And I'm going to tell you who else is going to have. I've said it. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is going to bounce back this year with the Steelers. Yep.
He had Garrett Wilson and
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. Like, he had some guys to throw to.
Yeah, no. And he had Brees Hall. I mean, yeah, no.
I
He
mean,
was with the Jets.
And he was throwing slow.
He was with the Jets.
He didn't throw with great force and velocity anymore. It looked physically worse. And I didn't want to believe it either. But then by the end of the year, I was like, that's not what Aaron Rodgers throws looks like. He just missed throws. Now, we'll say Russell Wilson looked like that with the Broncos, but then played better with the Steelers this year. And Russell looked like that his first year at the Broncos, was a little better the second year. And then
those two
nobody wants
those two had opposite seasons. When the Steelers were playing well early, Russ played well, and then it petered out late. Aaron Rodgers, when games mattered for the Jets and they thought they had a chance to win, he was terrible. And then when they stopped having a chance to win, he played better. He played better late in the year when there was nothing on the line.
28-11, 63%, threw for 3,900 yards. I mean, he was great.
He's like an offensive player in the NFL, in the NBA on a bad team late in the year. Just get those stats up, Aaron.
That's what he did.
When you're playing meaningless football, get those stats
Won
up.
some tough games there at the end.
You know what, the Steelers,
beat the Texans.
Well, the problem for Aaron Rodgers is he has to reimagine himself as a game manager. You're not a playmaker anymore, so just let the Steelers run the ball so they don't have Najee Harris anymore. Najee Harris has gone to the Chargers, so you can take running back off the bingo card for the Chargers. So now the Steelers have Jalen Warren. They'll probably be looking at running back. Deep running back drafts shouldn't be a problem. But Aaron Rodgers really needs to just get the ball to DK where he needs it, make smart passes. Don't do anything. Let the defense be the defense.
You better hit George. You better get George some touches.
You have to get George picking some catches. But can Aaron Rodgers be a game manager and not try to do too much? I don't know if his mindset and personality can humble him. If he can humble himself.
Will George Pickens be less George Pickens? I mean, he had Kenny Pickett and he had Russell Wilson. I mean,
Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean,
he did not have great passer.
And so maybe he's not going to be as boisterous as he has been.
He was that way in Georgia, just kind of more behind the scenes. You didn't hear about it. I think the Steelers wide receivers those leopards don't change their stripes.
Do you think Steeler fan will be excited to have Rodgers?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, after what they've watched the last few years. Yeah.
I mean, they had Justin Fields, and some of them got excited about that, but there's a cap on Justin Fields. And Russell Wilson, he's been great, but his best years are behind him. And I think Rodgers' best years are behind him too. But will they be excited? Yeah, they'll be excited. Because the thought is everything that you're thinking and that subconsciously I still have in the back of my mind, well, I mean, what if he puts it together? What if Aaron Rodgers can get it back together? And maybe it was a mental thing in New York with the Jets. And maybe he just didn't have the right juju going. And maybe Aaron Rodgers gets, we start to see Aaron Rodgers rejuvenated and the arm is there and the accuracy's there. And you want to believe it with old players, but usually it's fool's gold. Usually once you get to a certain age, your ability level drops and it never goes back up. Once it goes down, it goes down. Aaron Rodgers may be below that threshold, but if he can play to this, and you don't ask him to do too much, which the Steelers typically don't, that could be really good for Aaron Rodgers. If you want him to carry a team, I'm not sure that Aaron Rodgers exists anymore. If you want Aaron Rodgers to manage a team, but can he humble himself and be that kind of guy? I don't know. I don't know if he can. I think he'll still try to that's my whole thing with Shedeur Sanders. If he can humble himself and not try to be his dad and have that, and he can just be more like CJ or Jared Goff, I think he'll be in good shape. But if he thinks he's going to be this off-platform arm talent guy, that ain't going to work.
Now that the Raiders have Geno Smith, okay, make the prediction. Who takes Shedeur?
Browns trade up. I'm gonna still stay with that. That was in my mock draft, and I'm still gonna stay with that.
Trade up from the second round?
Get a 5th-year option on him.
Late in the first.
Yep. I mean, he could go 18 to Seattle, But not really. Nah, not because Sam signed a multi-year deal.
Yeah.
So 18's off the
Oh,
table.
well, he hasn't signed anything yet, but yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, a 3, right?
Well,
Is
I
that
know
what it
it's
is?
4. All I saw was 40 a year.
It's a deal that would not. Oh, well, if it's a 1-year deal, you never know. You could go Steelers.
3 years, 100.5.
100.5.
Okay, that's how I thought it would be about 3 at 100. That's what I was thinking the price would be for him. But actually, I thought the price was going to be that when he was with the Vikings playing well. So even after those last 2 games, it didn't really affect his value, I guess. Because 3 at 100 was about what I thought he would get, and he got it anyway, even after he didn't play well. The last 2 games. You know what? If you drafted Shedeur, but see, now you got to remember, if you got a quarterback in place, like Shedeur Sanders it would be great for him to be with Mike Tomlin under Aaron Rodgers. You know, if there's anyone he's going to listen to and be humbled by, it's Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
You got a team full of dogs on the defensive side. You know, Shedeur Sanders, that would be a great place for him to go. A great place would be Pittsburgh. It's blue collar. It allows him to see something different other than just his dad as head coach, because his dad's been his head coach since high school. You get something
What if
different.
Deion won't let him go there?
Is that Mike Tomlin's an accountable guy now?
What if his dad won't let him go? What if Deion says no?
Well, if Deion says no, then he says no. And you draft him, then you're going to pay the price.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to go on a podcast and he's going to yell at you.
That's what he does.
No, I think that but if you're a Steeler fan and you get Aaron Rodgers, even if you think it's for 1 year, the idea of drafting a guy who's not going to play this year is so hard to get excited about when you have other needs. Like, you got other things that could make your team better for right now, and you use a first round pick on a guy who won't play this year.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a hard sell. It's a hard sell.
No, not if it should do. Not if it's a quarterback. Not if it's a quarterback. You can. I mean, I think everybody would understand.
Everyone.
And by the way, he ain't ready yet.
Everyone would understand, but you still have holes that you got to fill to beat the Ravens.
Well, and how about it would happen to Aaron Rodgers again? Instead of grabbing a player that will help him win another quarterback.
You almost can't do it. You remember but I mean, he's short termer. He's a short termer.
That would be so funny. Aaron Rodgers would be like, what?
And actually, we don't even know. Like, I think Aaron Rodgers could very well sit out the beginning and be the knight in shining armor when somebody's hurt, and just go in and play like. Well, I don't know if that would work out that way. But just say as soon as somebody gets hurt.
And which is one of the reasons that
Josh Allen's down. He's got
one of the reasons
ACL,
that it was so
Aaron
bad
Rodgers.
with the Jets when he was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to be there for training camp. I'm going to be doing acid over here, so I won't be able to be there."
Perfect for him.
I know, but look how he played. Look how they played. You got to be there. You got to be working with your guys. You can't just walk in when somebody gets
Laremy
hurt.
Tunsil didn't.
He's not a quarterback. I don't know if you heard. He plays left tackle.
And they got him out of there.
Yeah, that's right.
We talking about practice. What about Allen Iverson? Didn't practice.
We're talking about practice.
See?
Yeah.
Hall of Famer.
We're talking about trucks at Chastang Ford is what we're talking about. We're talking about trucks. We're talking about getting that truck. I'm telling you, I love what Chastang Ford is doing. It is truck month over there, and Chastang Ford is going to make sure that you get into that truck, that F-150, that F-250. The great people over at Chastang Ford are going to make sure they've got deals right now. How about $6,500 off right now at Chastang Ford, plus the Chastang Ford deals on top of it. Chastang discounts. A 2024 F-150, $6,500 cash back. Super Duty, $3,000 cash back, plus even more savings from Chastang. Chastang is going to do everything it takes. They've done it with me. Listen, okay, you bought here before, so we've got a discount for you. We've got this rebate on this truck. There's other dealerships that ain't doing that. They ain't giving you them rebates. They're putting them in their pockets. All right, they just want to jack up that price. They just want you to pay more. Chastang Ford ain't like that. Chastang Ford is going to get you into that Ford car or truck at the best price they possibly can. Listen, you don't want dealer add-ons. You don't want extra fees. You want real trucks, real deals, real savings. You got to move fast. Truck month deals don't last. It's truck month right now. Take advantage of Chastang Ford. They got to get these 2024s off the lot. They're going to make the deal for you at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
No, thanks. 941 ESPN, 921 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number to get in here with us. Is this our Chase? Chase Hernandez? Let's get him in here. Hey, Chase, what's up?
Hey, no, not Chase Hernandez. I live out in Bernie, but I listen to you guys on the stream every day. We got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, right, from the Eagles?
Yep.
Yeah. Have you guys done a quick Google image on the shirt he was wearing during the Super Bowl parade?
No.
Hold on.
Yeah? I don't know if I can. I'll let y'all read it before we say it on
I'll
air.
help you out here. Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Swifties can licks my D's, basically.
Wow.
Is that that dog that
LIX, which is the Super Bowl they won.
Right.
Swifties can licks my
pelotas.
Wow, that is awesome. I mean, CJ ain't scared to say stuff, Chase. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, the shirt speaks for itself. You can actually buy it on his website right now.
He's got a website?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh my God! Hold on.
He's a streamer. He has a website. He's all the
Yep.
things you.
That's that D'Amico dog you want.
He's all the things you wouldn't want, Lance.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
Hannah would think of this.
What do
I
you
love
think,
that.
What do you think Hannah would think
He's
of
a
it?
streamer.
Hannah's gonna love that.
Hannah would not appreciate going after Taylor Swift. There's no way she'd like that.
Or the shirt?
I think she'll love that. I think she'll love that shirt.
I'm trying to see if I can't find his own website though.
Probably should share it with Gilbert. Maybe he needs one.
He'd wear it. No, he wants an NFL logo on it. All right, appreciate it, Chase.
Thanks.
Well,
Chase.
thanks for bringing that to our attention. I did not know that.
That is awesome. LIX Swifties can LIX my.
If you remember,
That's
there wasn't a controversy because really, who cares? But
Oh, here's his website.
Travis Kelce's ex-girl was on the field after the Super Bowl
Yeah.
win. Somehow, some way, she
was
made
she
it onto
wearing that
field.
shirt?
No, she did not wear that shirt.
Oh, that would be.
Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend has got to just move on. God, she is just hanging in.
Remember, I said this. We got to be okay calling women losers.
Reset that, Del. I think it's worth you saying again.
It's because when we do this, we insult women. We go by gender-specific things. We don't got to use that. Like, we call dudes losers. She was acting like a loser that day. I don't know the woman personally. She may be a great individual, but
we would call a dude a loser.
yes, we would. She was acting like a loser
Well,
that
did
day.
she take the L on this?
Well, she has across the board. She has.
She hasn't taken the L yet.
Yeah, people.
I mean, she's fighting.
She continues to hold on.
She's still in the game, fighting.
No, well,
clawing.
at this point, this is just about saving face. People are like, ooh, you lost him to her or something. Like,
but
this is a stupid
That's
thing.
what?
It's just a relationship thing.
Guess what? With that money,
but they
He never had
didn't.
a
But
chance.
that's not what happened.
No, it was an unfair fight.
But that wasn't even what happened.
No, she was gone already.
Yeah. The storyline coming out of that relationship, Travis Kelce and this woman, I don't remember her name, is that Travis Kelce wouldn't just pay for things.
He wouldn't pay for her. Like she had to pay half the rent or something, the utilities. Listen. Listen, so is it any surprise that Travis Kelce went for the richest girl
right.
in the world?
Right.
I mean, because he wouldn't even pay for all the utilities at the apartment with her.
That was kind of wild.
Yeah,
that was kind of wild.
What? What's so wild? What's wild about it?
Well, once they break up, it's over. Like, you don't have to go on the world.
Kayla
Twitter
Nicole is
tour.
her name. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way,
it's over. Right. Move on.
His
right.
clothes.
I'm telling you, if this was a guy, we would have a specific word. We would call a guy a loser for doing this.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's 100% true.
Yeah.
His brand is called Crazy. CR, and it's the number 8. ZY. Now, if you'd like, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, for you Texans fans who want to, kind of lock in with that, you got rain jackets, which you could use here in Houston. You've got rain pants. You got long sleeve shirts. You've got tracksuit
All
bottoms.
of them say this thing?
Tracksuit bottoms, tracksuit tops. They just have Crazy.
Oh, just Crazy. It doesn't say licks my
No, well, I haven't gotten
D's.
down.
It doesn't
No,
say
actually,
licks D's.
I think that was specific to the
there's
parade.
a vintage shirt. There's a hoodie for 120. A tracksuit top. Yeah. So which one would you want, John? Would you want this gold and black?
Of course, I'm Italian. I want the tracksuit.
You want? Okay. It looks like this.
Okay.
Right.
Is it velour?
And on the back, I don't know if it's velour. I don't know that it's going to have. It does have a
98
size
US dollars. No tariffs. Sweet.
that I know of.
Where is it made, though?
Made. Where is it made?
Tariff Town, China.
Tariff Town, China.
Oh, we got a tariff.
Population
that thing's going up.
4 billion.
That thing's going up.
Population 4 billion.
They know how to make stuff over there, but we got to tariff
People.
it.
They know how to make people.
They do make people fast. Okay.
We make people, just ours are dumb.
What?
We keep making.
Well, we're
dummies.
stopping the making
Yeah,
of
we're
people.
slowing down. The smart one. I've noticed there's a bunch of young, educated, smart people like, you know what? I don't want to do kids. Like, you have to. We need some smarties.
Oh, man.
We need some smart people.
Dude.
Keep shooting
You
them
know
up.
what? And Japan's just the opposite of China. They can't get anybody to make you kids.
Elon's pulling his weight.
Yeah, he is.
Here, you come here. You got a girl?
You,
Bring your girl over
Is
here.
she fertile?
Yeah, working for you. Here, let me get you some. There we go. I'll see you in 9
That's
months. Well, actually,
it's the same as Travis Kelce.
Let me name your
Look at all
baby.
that money. I'm gonna do it.
right. Let me name. No, but he just shoots up the club.
Yeah,
Elon's just
that's
shooting up
fine.
the club.
like random
then he
and
puts
random
anybody.
gloves.
And then he
Yeah.
puts symbols on the
Your
kids.
name is now A symbol, B, print symbol,
Ampersand.
ampersand, and then stuff that you hit on a computer with F9 and Control X. Like, what is it? Elon, just stop.
No, he can keep having kids. He can afford them.
No.
Not like
So
you or
what?
me. We can't afford
But
this.
just
these
because he
kids.
can afford
he's
them.
he's there for all of them as a dad.
Yeah,
No.
he's there. He brought
Yeah.
it to the White House, and the kid was jumping around and doing stuff.
He hadn't seen him. Like, I ain't seen you for 6 months, Dad.
He was so excited to see
I
Daddy.
know, I'm busy shooting up your brother and sister. Don't worry.
Whoa, what?
He's busy creating his next siblings.
He's busy. He's
You
busy.
get that woman
He's
over
busy
here.
saving this country
From what?
from
don't-
all the government waste.
I don't know that
okay.
he's. Well, let's wait and see if he's saving our
What's he
country.
saving us?
He's-
How is he
how is
saving
he
us?
going to be able to
Saving the world.
He said he wants to get into the 20s with kids.
Yeah, good for him.
No, not
No,
good for
not
him.
good for him.
I'm a believer
Why?
in dads being present.
Why? Why
You
does he need
can't.
to?
Well, listen, he's taking Dell's place.
Then you have to
Dell
keep-
doesn't want to have
Okay.
kids.
No, he's not taking my place.
Nobody wants
he's-
to.
he's
He
not-
gotta
as long as you
take. He
keep-
got
he's not
somebody's
taking
got to
my
have
place.
kids.
He's
For
taking
the
5
next
of me.
NBA
And you
player
know
that
what?
does
They're
it.
going to be smarter too.
He's not.
You have to
He's
keep
got-
the same energy for the next NBA player.
Yeah,
that
you
does
know-
it too.
I don't care.
18 by 7.
Don't bother me. Have all the kids you want.
He ain't the
You
smart.
got to pay for them though.
He ain't
Pay
the-
for them.
They do pay for him.
He
No,
was. He
no.
was.
Do they?
Yeah.
There's
He-
a lot of times they don't pay for
He
them.
was
Yeah,
You
smart
know
enough.
what? If you're going to do that, that's fine, but pay for them.
He was smart enough to be
I'm
born
thumbs
into
down on that
money.
move.
That's how he was smart. Is that what happened? He was
What?
smart enough to be born into a rich family. Is that what happened to him? Is that how?
Okay,
Is
you
that how
don't
that
know
went?
his story.
I
then.
do know.
You have no idea about
What-
his story. He went to Canada and worked for his uncle on the farm. They didn't have any money.
Who didn't
They
have
had
any money?
no money.
It was-
Elon,
it
no
was a-
money.
it was a
He
coal
worked on a
mine.
It was a coal
farm
mine. Okay.
when he got here. He did not have any money.
Well, it was a troll
He
farm
made
in
all
India.
his money. And you know how he made it? Because he's smart. And you know what? He's going to have smart kids, which I'm glad he's having them and not you. Okay? I said it.
I gotta get John and Elon.
He loves himself some Elon.
You
Well,
are
no.
an Eloner.
Y'all.
I don't love anybody. I don't love.
I
any
don't
of
care
these
about
hoes.
any of them.
I
Yeah.
don't love any of these hoes. None of y'all. I don't love any of y'all. Y'all don't care about me. I don't care about you.
I don't care about. Listen, he can have all the kids he wants. I don't give a rat's ass.
I like.
Well, Dell
I like
ain't
dads
having
to
none,
be
so we
present.
gotta make
I'm
up
a
for
big
it.
fan
No,
of
you
dads being
don't.
present.
You don't. He's making up for 5 of me.
You could have 5 kids like
I had
Lance
5.
does. You could have 5 like Lance, but
And
you
I was there
decided
for-
not
And I
to.
was there for all of them on a regular
So
basis.
Eli's
Now I'm
having them
done with
for
them.
you.
Now I'm done with them. You can finish the rest of them out on yourself, guys.
Wait. So
You don't want any more?
So is
No,
the
I'm-
wiki?
I'm done with them.
Is
right
the
now.
wiki
You're
wrong?
done with your own
You get
kids.
16 years snacks, and that's it.
Is
Good
wiki
luck.
wrong? Is Wikipedia wrong? Because it says his family was wealthy during Elon's youth.
Well,
An emerald mine is what they had.
he just told the story this week, as a matter of fact, about how he had to go. He worked on his uncle's farm in
Well,
Canada.
All I am telling you,
Well, you can work-
In Minnesota.
Well, you could still have money and then go work at your
Well, he
uncle's
didn't- he
farm.
didn't- he didn't
work
get
on
it.
a family farm.
Yeah, his uncle's farm.
His uncle, not his own.
The
Not his
mustard,
own,
parents,
yeah,
right?
right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could go work. Like I used to go to my dad's farm, my parents' Uncle Lloyd's farm
Yeah.
in Kansas, but that didn't have anything to do with my dad's job. Of course, my mom and dad weren't wealthy either, but it doesn't matter.
Well, and he tried. He couldn't afford to go to Penn, which is what he went to Penn, but then he couldn't. He
couldn't
said
get
he
in.
wasn't
He didn't
gonna.
have the
He was going to
grades.
go. No, yes, he did.
he didn't have the grades.
Yes, he did. He went. Ended up going to Penn, but then he was going to go to grad school, which he couldn't pay for. So he said no, and he opened up his own.
Well, I don't know.
started
Because he
his
was
own business.
gambling and he was losing at parlay.
Well, I don't know why he didn't get any of the family money, but they were not poor. As his family was not poor.
Well,
when
he didn't
was a
get
kid.
any family money, and he said he had to work, and he couldn't afford. He said he couldn't afford to go to grad school, so he ended up opening his own business up. Anyway, regardless, 713-780-3776. We got 1 segment to go before we finish it up. Right now, though, Lance, you got a little Zadok Jewelers.
Zadok Jeweler is a company who, I can tell you this right now, nobody does a better job than Zadok Jeweler at finding a gift for you that is going to make you look like a champ. You're going to look like a champ because your wife, your girlfriend, your mom, maybe you want to hook up your mom for Mother's Day. You know what? I know you take care of your wife and your wife had the kids, but what if you just want to tell your mom thank you and get her something, a nice watch or whatever the case? But I don't know what you get moms. Why don't you ask the people at Zadig Jewelers? I know they have the pros in the building who will tell you exactly what the hottest trends are, what the like different metals are really big at different times. So you want to find out what that is, which ones are timeless, which designs are great. They've got some of the top designers and producers of quality jewelry in the entire world available at Zadig Jewelers. And just go to Zadig.com and you can see all the stuff that are available. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But Zadig Jewelers, what makes them great is that Zadig is able to take whatever your budget is that you're working with, and they're going to find something that's going to work, and they're going to take all the stress out of your hands. They're incredible. And they also have the best selection of watches for men and women that you're going to find anywhere in the state. It's all right there off Post Oak Boulevard. It's a beautiful property, 28,000 square feet, and they are waiting for you. Zadig.com. Mother's Day's coming up. Get on it right now. Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here in a hurry. Let's go hang out with us. All right.
I hope John fires Dell again. Is what
He didn't fire me the first time or the second time.
I never fired. Actually, I got him back here, not fire him. I wanted him back here, which was stupid, but I did it.
Well,
yeah.
Don't worry, none of my stupid kids will torture
Well,
you.
you don't have any stupid
exactly.
kids.
Apparently, any kids I would have will be dumb. Apparently.
Well, I know because you say stupid stuff like you just said. So what?
I don't think, by the way, he grew up rich.
No, he didn't.
In my studies,
well, he went
here,
out to.
I don't think he had a great family. I don't think he got along with his family. Too.
No. He went up to live with his mother in
he
Canada.
Tried to open a video arcade when he was 16. He coded his first video game and got $500 when he was 12. He's pretty smart. I know that's never really been.
Yeah.
He's getting a little. Stay in your lane. Quit trying to beat it. Don't ask for my tax. Don't ask for my social security number.
He don't need your money. He's got $400 billion. He don't need yours.
Don't get into all my tax. Like
this just
sensitive data that you're not supposed to have. Don't open it up to a bunch of people.
He's already got it. He owned Paycom. He owned Paycom.
I know. Don't do anything with it.
He already has it.
Don't do anything with it.
Oh, good luck with that.
In this country, we don't like people having all of our business all the time. We like a little bit of security and safety. I'm not saying he doesn't, but if you have it, you're not supposed to do anything.
Well, he doesn't.
Okay, you better not.
I would much rather a really, really rich guy than people who really need it try to have our stuff.
I feel like rich people always want more. Isn't that part of
the equation? $400 billion. He don't need it.
So he stopped trying to make money?
No, they were selling Teslas yesterday.
No, they weren't. No,
Trump had the numbers. You can get this for $111,000.
No, they weren't. I don't know if he's lost $100 billion on his Teslas.
No, he has. That's why he's trying to sell more.
Yeah.
How about losers setting fire to
that is so dumb. Anyway, is there anything we talked about? We talked about Tyrese Halliburton. We talked about all the Texans stuff. The Texans picked up an offensive lineman, Laken Tomlinson. We'll see.
Yeah,
that's all right. It's all right. They need depth. They need more stuff. We talked about the McAfee and the we talked about Albert Breer saying.
Well, I wonder where did you get that, by the way? I can't find it.
Sports Illustrated.
It's from his Monday Morning Quarterback.
It is from MMQB.
And he said that the Texans locker room, the offensive line room was borderline toxic.
Yeah, I heard.
I could swell.
I heard they were a big part of why they got the OC up out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had opinions. I think CJ had an opinion too, by the way.
Well, I mean, I think CJ getting killed every week, and you know what? And then the guys might have been a little bit, everybody blaming the offensive line for all the Texans' woes. I could see where they'd be, a little bit defensive, and although I can't see why they'd be defensive since they sucked.
Right.
You know what? But you know what? You're trying to. I don't know. What does toxic mean, by the way? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, but I think it was, it had a negative impact, and I think that's the ultimately. Oh, these guys rock with Laramie Tunsil. I'm sure they do. That's one of the problems.
That's the problem.
I don't think I'm surprised these guys don't recognize. Some of the guys who cover the team don't recognize that it's not about the players you cover. It's about the organization and the coaches and the front office who don't like the direction that it's headed. And that's, I'd heard that for a while, and he ended up hearing this. Albert Breer ended up hearing the same thing, and they just had to make a change.
Ian Rappaport heard this and said this on McAfee's show, asked about the Texans. Well, he said the Texans were calling teams who were in the tackle market about Laramie Tunsil, and quote, several teams had the chance to get Laramie Tunsil, and they decided not to.
Part of that's also they're going to have to pay a lot for a guy who's 31 going to turn 32. Probably some of that.
And his contract's going to expire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're going to have to pay. Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're going to have to pay top dollar for an aging tackle with a ton of free agent. And I don't know, maybe his reputation precedes him, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, he's not a guy that people don't like in the locker room. I've never said that. But his influence was not in the direction that the team wants it to be.
Right. Listen, and maybe the Redskins feel like they have a locker room that's big enough for him, that's strong enough for him.
Well, it's also they need to get better at left tackle, and he's an upgrade. It's really that simple.
All right, he's
still a pretty good tackle.
How many false starts will he have next year?
I'll make the over under 6.5.
Oh, higher.
I think he had 8 this year.
He had the most tackles. He had the most penalties in the in the league. He's over 6.5 false starts.
Let me see
Over.
if I can get the number here.
What were his penalties?
He was flagged for multiple false starts with 3. Let me see, frequent false starts. I'm seeing if I can get the
Vikings game. He had 3 in the first 2 minutes, didn't he?
He had a lot less in the second half of the season. But
what about holds
NFL penalties? Here it is, NFL penalties. There's a whole website called NFLpenalties.com. And here's Laramie Tunsil. This is for 23. Let me get 20. Let me see if they're still in business. Let me see if I can get 25 because it's got all the different penalties you have. What a very specific website. Oh, no, in the 24 season. So false starts. His total, let's see. God, it's hard to even read. Oh, no. Here it is. False start, false start, false start, false start, false start. That's 5. There's 6. There's 7. There's 8. There's 9. There's 10.
There's
11,
a dozen. I
There's
think
12. There's 13 getting into the playoffs. Wait, Tennessee, January 5th?
Yeah, that's the last game of the season.
Oh, God, the last.
Yeah.
It ends in January now?
Yeah.
Okay, so it feels like that's a high number.
13? Yeah.
Well, 3. I mean, let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 feels like it's higher than
Yeah, that's what I said. He had a dozen.
You also have illegal formation, 3 illegal formations, an unnecessary roughness, and an eligible man downfield. But you know what? Only 2 holdings.
The ineligible downfield took away the touchdown.
Yeah, it seemed like every other penalty
on the first play of the game, remember, against the Cowboys?
It was always critical. Anytime you got inside the 40-yard line, he was going to do something that would kind of screw you up from a penalty standpoint.
Did it say? I think he led the league in penalties.
Had to have.
Yeah.
He was leading at one point. He was leading
12.
Oh,
3.
yeah, here it is. Just penalty count right there. He had 17. 17 penalties for 95 yards. It's actually less than it could have been because most of them are 5-yard penalties. Penalty counts by season. The highest number he's had with the Texans, he's had 17, 11, 10. He had 1 in 21. He had 7 in 2020. He had 17 his first year with the Texans. So he tied a career high.
Well, you got a target on his back, though.
His penalty yards.
You know, it's so funny, though. We were talking about Jawan Taylor, right? And he doesn't get called for this, and yet Laramie Tunsil, every single time he does it, he gets called.
Yeah.
Is there something to Laramie saying, "Hey, I got a target on my back"? I mean, if one guy gets away with it every time and the other guy gets called every time,
the Jawan Taylor thing doesn't make any sense. And no matter where he plays, he gets to take quick starts.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I don't understand. It just doesn't. Like, even if you want to say he's moving at the snap, technically, not all the time. There are times you could call it on him, and just they don't call it as much. And, that's the other team. I don't like my guy getting called for it all the time because I said in the middle of the season, I think it's a selfish thing. He's trying to get out quick so he doesn't get beat on a sack. Okay, that's admirable, but these 5 yards are adding up. You got to stop. You have to have a greater care factor about not hurting your team. I mean, you're not a minus athlete.
No.
You're a guy. It's not like you're super slow out of your stance. That's not the case. So I don't know. He's not ours anymore. We'll see how the penalty count goes. I'm happy to see those penalties go, but at the same time, he had 17 penalties for 95 yards. It doesn't take me. You can also have a guy. He only had 2 holding penalties. What if Blake Fisher gets seven holding penalties for 10 yards? Those are more penal than the 5-yard penalties. That's something to keep an eye on because Laramie didn't have a bunch of holdings. He only had 2 all year.
Yeah.
So, it's I'm not saying the offensive line is fixed. I don't think it's fixed. And it may not get fixed this year. Like, what's fixed? You have the same guys, but you added Lake and Tomlinson. That's fine. And then you got the 2 tackles who weren't always great last year. It's not fixed.
Well, at Titus, you had to move him. You moved him to guard. So, whatever. We'll find out. And they're not done yet. So there's definitely got to be somebody drafted, and and maybe more. 713-780-377. No, you can't call in because we got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we got Gulf Coast Chevy.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. If you go to the website, is where you can get like their entire inventory. They have their entire inventory there. But the other thing that you can do is go to the website Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. And on the front page there's a rotating banner that tells you all the different offers they have right now. And they've got an under $30,000 pre-owned inventory button where you can basically just go there and look for that type of vehicle, look for low mileage, whatever it is you're looking for. They got 2.9% APR financing for 72 months on the 25 Chevy Silverado 1500 Turbo Max. That's a really good APR rate for 72 months for well-qualified buyers. They also have 0% financing for 60 months on the 2024 Blazer EV RS all-wheel drive, and $1,250 off as well, plus $7,500 clean vehicle federal tax credit for those electric vehicles. So a $7,500 tax credit is a big, big deal. And that's available for Chevrolet owners and lessees. If you want to jump into this EV, you can do that for these huge discounts they have available. And don't forget the GMC Hummer electric vehicle and the Sierra electric vehicle models are also available for 0% APR financing for 60 months. The Hummer EV is actually turning into a big seller. You might want to check that out. That's still got the rough and aggressive design that a lot of you probably like, but you can get the EV model if you're looking for it. They're in Angleton. They're ready for you. Great sales staff. It's a Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Stop on by.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final segment of the day. News of the weird. An Indonesian TikToker was jailed for blasphemy for telling Jesus to get a haircut. Do you think Jesus needs a haircut?
That was the style at the time.
He was stylish,
That
I
was the
think.
style at the time.
If he what barber shop would Jesus go to?
Depends on which Jesus you think he is. Do you think he's the traditional white Jesus that we've seen for years, or
TGF?
or the one that actually fits the profile of a person born in that region?
In the Middle East.
Yeah,
Oh.
or maybe you think he's black Jesus, like my mom's T-shirt.
Like that church in Austin I went to.
Yeah, so you never know. All depends.
Well, which barber shop would you send Jesus to?
I prefer Jesus to have a burst fade and go to a black barber shop. That's what I'm looking for. But other people might prefer something else. So it all depends. Like a lot of people think Jesus should go to a barber shop where they have to put water in your hair and they pull and they cut. Or other people think the clippers are what Jesus should get.
You think he should be a tight fade?
Nah.
No?
That's old school. I think Jesus wants a little more length, even if he is going to the black barber shop.
Yeah, natural.
I would say
you wouldn't tell Jesus to tighten it up.
No, I wouldn't tell him to get braids or anything like that either. He doesn't have to look like Jalen Green when he's got the braids in. I'm trying to think of an NBA player who would fit the profile of Jesus.
What?
LeBron.
NBA
player? No, a haircut. No, not a LeBron haircut. I don't want Jesus going to Turkey like LeBron did. You see that big scar on the back of his head. I got to think about this one. What's the proper haircut for Jesus?
Yeah, 100%. Because I noticed LeBron's hair is a little different on top. He's gone. He's done.
Yeah, he's losing it. So
he's done the move. I don't think he's gone to Turkey. He's probably done the rich one, the one that's super expensive.
But still, it appears. I'm not sure where that scar came from. It appears a cut was made. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but I'll have.
Well, he probably went to Turkey.
I'll have an answer for you. The haircut, the perfect haircut for Jesus.
Yeah. Okay.
At some point.
All right. In your show, or are you gonna bring it tomorrow?
It all depends. We're gonna do more hat talk on our show because
more hat talk.
One of the hats.
What was the Angels hat?
Well, a nails. There's an E there that saves them.
Oh, it does save them?
Yeah, but the hats, there's new news on those hats.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we'll talk about that and other things.
All right, updated hat story.
And sure, maybe we have what's the best haircut for Jesus as a topic to get people involved.
Yeah. If anybody wants to chime in,
do you think Jesus...
I knew you'd have an opinion on. That's why I asked you which barbershop.
Yeah, but not a fade, not a Caesar either. I don't want to see Jesus in a Caesar cut.
No. A Caesar. What about a Mark Davis cut?
No, Jesus needs to have a little drip. He don't have to be Texans O-line drip, but a little bit.
A U.S. national was hospitalized in Nairobi after swallowing cocaine. If you had cocaine in Nairobi, would you swallow it or let them catch you with it and go to prison?
Swallow.
Yep.
I don't know.
Lance is going to swallow.
Man, I don't know the laws in Nairobi.
I'm not going to a prison in Nairobi.
But I'm not going to prison.
No. I'd much rather swallow that cocaine. Yep.
Well, wait. Is it? Oh no. Is it like
in a baggie, and then it's gonna at some point it will dissolve.
So if it's not made to be swallowed and muled in somewhere, so you're for sure gonna die.
Well, either way, you're gonna die probably.
Yeah.
I'd rather go with feeling good.
Ooh, I don't know if you're gonna feel real good when your heart explodes.
Yeah, but I don't want. Yeah.
The Nairobi prison doesn't seem appealing.
No.
So maybe I'd take my chances.
Jesus needs to do his hair like Dylan Brooks. No, he doesn't.
So
I'm not gonna do. See what you guys started.
Police are appealing to the public in Eastern UK. Apparently, the Lord's Prayer, "Thou shalt not steal" painting was
stolen.
That's
fine. I got the perfect Jesus haircut. Not offensive. The Devin Booker haircut.
Devin Booker?
Give that haircut to Jesus. People will like him. It worked on Kendall Jenner.
Okay.
Well, wait, she's gone now, right?
But it worked at a time.
It did. Yeah.
No, that's Kylie. Kendall, the other one.
Oh, the other one.
Yeah, the thin, tall one.
He was with the skinny one.
Okay.
He was with the skinny one. Yeah, "Thou shalt not steal" painting, stolen. I mean, do people not listen? Even God told you thou shalt not steal. There is a man his name is Kevin Wheatcroft. Apparently, he received an unusual birthday present from his parents. He got Hitler's bed.
I told you, Hitler's having a comeback.
Do you want to sleep in Hitler's bed?
I don't.
No.
Ava Braun was in it.
Well, I don't want to be Ava Braun either. I don't want to mimic what Ava Braun did.
You're excited because Hitler smashed Ava Braun in the bed and you want to lay in it to get some of that on you?
Yeah. Why is that appealing?
Thing?
I don't know how much
You're
is
acting
left.
like that's a benefit.
I don't know how much was left. Okay. I'm not going to get any of it on me.
Ugh.
That's a terrible way to put it.
I don't need a Hitler bed.
You don't want to sleep in Hitler's bed.
You guys can take all the.
You don't want to sleep in Hitler's bed. You can actually talk about that for the rest of your life.
Why would I want to? Someone bought me Hitler's bed and I decided to sleep in it.
Slept in it?
No.
Yeah.
There's got to be some accursed things in this world. Even if you don't believe in the occult or whatever, if you purchase Hitler's anything, something awful has to happen to you, right?
Would you like Hitler's haircut?
Not on Jesus.
Jesus with any haircut's not going to be happy with you if you're repping Hitler.
No, I didn't say put it on Jesus. I said, would you like?
No, why? That's an awful cut. Who likes the Hitler cut?
We're done. And that's it.
I can't wear Gucci. I can't wear Gucci with the Hitler haircut. That don't go together.
No, you and Tunsil.
But the Devin Booker, well, you can wear Gucci.
He can wear Gucci.
What does he have? He's just a natural. Like, what does he have?
He's got a little. It's cleaned up. It's a haircut that Jesus would rock and not be offensive.
I think Jesus more wants a rocker's haircut.
Well, because you know white Jesus. That's why.
Oh. Yeah.
If anything,
white Jesus wants
he cut the size.
He wants to be a rock star.
Like Kurt Cobain, he cut it a little bit like but it's always going to hang down and be short.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it is.
You think Jesus on his spare time's a headbanger? That's why he wants his hair that way?
No, that was how it was. Back in the day, everybody was a hippie.
Back in the day, everyone had long hair. Is there proof of that?
Yeah.
Until the 80s hit, and they're like,
yeah,
that's all gone. We went short hair mostly in the 80s.
The trend in 33 BC was to have long hair flowing down to the shoulders.
Yeah. They didn't have many barbers then.
Actually, when I watched movies, there was not a lot of it, actually.
Yeah, that's an invention.
Was kind of an outlier now.
That's an invention.
Well,
but there are
Peter was bald. St. Peter was bald.
He was?
Yeah, he was bald. Yep.
By choice?
He should have gone to Turkey.
Oh, he lost.
Did he go
He
Jordan?
didn't have Doc Linville back in the day.
Should have gone to Turkey. He could have gone to Turkey. It's a shorter trip than what guys here do.
Than Doc Linville. Much shorter trip.
Yeah.
What we have now, though, is Underdog Fantasy. That's what we have.
Underdog Fantasy gives you the chance to play the games you're watching anyway. Now, you're not taking shots, okay? You're not stopping goals, shots on goal. You're not having to face pitching, but you're going to watch those games, and you can play those games through Underdog Fantasy. What you do is download the app. It's really easy. It's a great app. Very easy to use. Interface is fantastic. Go to the it's great app. Go to the section on the bottom left that says the Pick'em. And then the first thing you want to do is go on lobby and see if you have profit boosts or discounted picks or basically free picks, which is like higher than 1 minute played or whatever it is, higher than 0.5 points. That's an automatic win. They're giving you a winner. And then you pick and you mix and match from different games. And you can go just 2. You can go small. But you want to go for a big payout, go with more players. And you got a chance to win big, up to 1,000 times your original play. But you also can play the flex option, which allows you to win if you hit just 2 of 3 or 3 of 4 or 4 of 5. That flex is available as well. Gives you a little bit of leeway to lose one and still make money. It's Underdog Fantasy. It's so much fun to play. When you use promo code Lance, they're going to give you up to $1,000 bonus cash with your first deposit and a free pick. Do not miss out on this. It's a great way to make money on the sports that you're already following that you have opinions on anyway. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Welcome into the show. And tomorrow we're going to have Aggie basketball. It won't affect our show, but it'll cut into the Paul Gallant show tomorrow. It's tourney basketball season. You can watch it anywhere. All the small conferences are deciding who gets to take that one bid into the tournament. Sean, do we have the beginnings of someone asking us to fill out brackets? I know that's going to come around. We are not that far away from filling out brackets.
Yeah, we'll definitely have. I mean, I shouldn't say definitely because I'm not privy to these conversations, but I assume like every year we'll have some sort of bracket madness thing.
I imagine a promo will be.
It is coming soon.
Oh,
sources say
a promo and a liner at least for us to read about bracket.
Yeah,
ESPN 975 bracket challenge.
I don't know if I'm sure it's encouraged that the hosts and producers.
Oh, it's definitely
slap one together.
Sure. I have refused.
Do like everyone else do. Pander, put U of H in have them win the title.
Michael throws up.
Yeah,
throws it up.
It's pander move.
I'm not filling out a bracket on paper. Like in years gone by.
With a pen and a pad.
Yeah, and we've put up the brackets on the wall I'm not doing that.
I don't think I think only MC does that.
Well, there were hosts in the past who did it.
Oh, okay.
But we've had lineup changes, so those hosts are gone.
Oh, yeah. I know which host you're talking.
Yeah. So the bracket challenge will come, brought to you by ESPN 975. Maybe there'll be a sponsor attached. I'm not sure, but I can still see Michael throwing up the H or the paw. What do they call it over in Cougar Land? What's it called? It's an H, but
What's the gang sign called?
It's not a gang sign.
What's your sign called? Is it
the paw?
The
Cougar paw.
The paw.
Okay, he doesn't know.
Is it?
He doesn't. He doesn't. Orientation for him was a long time ago.
He doesn't sound very convincing. Is it a paw or an H? What is it? I don't know what it is.
I think it's a paw. It's supposed to mimic the Shasta paw.
Shasta. Yeah. Okay. Well, that paw will be very prominent over the course of the next, hopefully, month.
If you want to win the ESPN 97.5 bracket madness thing in like a week, you cannot pick U of H because everyone else will pick U of H. You're just not setting your bracket apart. No, it's strategy, Michael. I can see in the reflection. It's strategy.
Yes. He's like, what? Yeah, strategy. If you're trying to win it, you're going to have to pick someone else. Maybe you pick them for the Final Four, have them get back there. They haven't been there in a little bit. That would be great, particularly if you're right. That's great. But maybe you go, hey, I'm going to go against the tide and pick, I don't know, whoever it might be. Auburn's kind of taken a couple losses over the last week or so, but they're going to be a favorite. They're older. So it's about that time. And the Cougs will be prominently mentioned for the next month. And all of us, besides like Granado and Branham, will pretend like we know everything about them. Like at least those guys are locked in game to game. Branham, it's its job, John, because he loves Cougs basketball and Kelvin Sampson. The rest of us, oh yeah, I know everything about OJ Cryer and Tugler and all those other. Yeah, sure, I know everything.
Kelvin Sampson and the boys.
Milo Suzan been great.
Kelvin Sampson's going to have that team hungry.
Be ready for it, everyone. I mean, I'm laying it out right now that anything I say about the Cougs in a very forceful way is what I've learned over the last week as I get ready for the tournament. I watched the games in and out, but I'm not locked in on them. Other people won't tell you that. They're like, yeah, go Cougs. I know everything about them. Man, LJ Cryer and Sharp are great shooters, right? Okay, relax.
All right,
relax.
All right, Billis. Thanks.
Well, I mean, he should know. It's actually his job. But for the people in this town who know it's time to start talking about the Cougs, just be on the lookout. See if they get into a deeper conversation about what the Cougs provide. Oh, they play great defense. Thanks. It's been a calling card for the entire Sampson tenure. You're not revealing anything, but be ready. I mean, that's kind of a shadow promo for what we're going to be pushing on you guys quite a bit. Get ready for that bracket challenge. See if I can almost predict what it'll be. See if you can beat some of the personalities and hosts at ESPN 975. And if you do, you win this.
Yeah.
Joe,
a bunch of prizes.
Joe, have you written that liner or promo yet? The bracket challenge liner or promo? Is that ready to go or is that still being worked on?
I'm sending it in 2 minutes.
I knew it was
The
coming.
email. The email's crafted.
I knew it was close to coming because I knew it's about that time because we will be preempting programming to focus on college basketball starting tomorrow. And if the Aggies win that game, and depending on what the schedule is, Friday's programming will preempt it as well. So
I think they're playing at 2:30.
No matter if they win,
coverage starts at 2 both days.
If they win tomorrow, okay. So.
I mean, they're going to play the winner of Texas and Vanderbilt. They're going to freaking win. They're going to win that first game.
So you're down on your boys.
Yeah. Have you seen them?
Is this the end of Rodney Terry?
It should be. But by the way, there's been a lot of talk, so much college basketball talk to start the show. But there's been a lot of his buyout, blah, blah, blah. I looked up his buyout.
It's not that big.
$7 million.
Not for Texas. Nothing is too really large. No college basketball buyout is too large for Texas.
I guess because I never look at college basketball buyouts, but my brain is just so used to they spent $20 million to fire Gus Malzahn. I'm like, yeah, that's a lot of money. 7? Are you kidding me?
It's chump change for
Arch Manning could pay that. Just dig in his pockets. There you go.
What's his current
Red Bull,
yeah,
and Uber or fancy Uber.
And
I forgot what it
and
is.
also he was one of the guys who got a bigger than a regular deal from CFB 25 from EA Sports. So the money's coming in for Arch. If you haven't seen that push, it's probably because you don't follow the Texas account because they are all in on pushing their dude.
I'm glad he's doing all right. Finally has some money, some walking around money.
We were really worried about Arch and his financial situation.
No more ramen noodles.
You know what's not going to happen if they win the SEC title and he's up there? He's not going to pull a Shabazz Napier and go hungry Longhorns like Shabazz Napier.
There's nights, where I go to sleep hungry.
Yeah.
Don't have enough.
He is not pulling that. He won't be doing that. Arch is just fine as he gets his, well, it's not his career getting started, but being the QB1 at
his
Texas.
Spring practice as quarterback.
As QB1, as the lead dog for those Longhorns. The Texans acquired a dog. We know they did in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They also brought in an offensive guard. Laken Tomlinson is their newest acquisition on the offensive line. They have sent guys out either through trade or releasing. They did bring one in. He is a veteran. I think he's 33 years old. He's been around on multiple teams. You would call him at this point a journeyman offensive lineman, but he is a clear starter right now. I think Aaron Wilson tweeted this out that right now, and you should expect this come week 1, that it'll be Titus Howard at left tackle, Blake Fisher at right, Tomlinson at guard, the Juice, as we've come to call them, Juice Patterson, fighting for center, and then maybe the other being involved in the guard spot along with another addition. So at this point, the Texans have 3 spots solidified, even though Titus Howard calling card isn't left tackle. It now will be.
Yeah, this is the type of move that we talked about where just looking at the cap space that they have and the draft capital that they have, we thought they're going to have to rework this offensive line, but no matter what, it's going to be guys that you kind of have to be talked into. Like, they're not going to go out and sign just the biggest name or, those guys ended up not being available. We thought Ronnie Stanley maybe could have been a free agent.
The Ravens didn't even let him get to free agency.
Didn't get to free agency. Even if he got to free agency, I'm not sure if the Texans could have met his asking price. So it was always going to be something where you go, oh, okay. So that's our plan. All right. All right. That, or at least for one of the spots.
Yeah.
We're blazing past Laken Tomlinson. Like, okay, that's one of the starting guards. Like 33-year-old journeyman guard. I got Shaq Mason 2.0.
At a less expensive price. That is a benefit. If you're hoping for better than Shaq Mason, and you're hoping you get it at a value that's more appropriate for the likely level of play.
Especially better than this year's Shaq Mason.
He was not good this year. That's why he's gone. You just hope you got an upgrade and you got a much cheaper one, and that'll be a positive. And some of it will, as far as the Texans are concerned, will have to be internal improvement. You hope moving guys to left tackle and right tackle, firing your offensive line coach, firing your OC, that all comes together. Throwing Laramie Tunsil out will all come together. And make it better. They've added a piece that they hope does that, and maybe there's another guard that they signed to a low or small deal, or they draft someone on that second day Is Kelvin Banks still in the offing if they make a trade up? Because Titus Howard isn't long for that role, period.
I was going to say it got lost in the shuffle because, of course, it did. It's not nearly the biggest part of the news when you hear Laramie Tunsil got traded. Our preeminent draft expert proved why he's the preeminent draft expert. He knows a little something when Lance put together that latest mock draft for NFL.com where he had him trading up for a tackle. It was okay. So Lance still got his fastball.
Yeah,
we crush him for his mock draft every time it comes out because it's fun to do. But when he gets one right or not right, we don't know if he's right. But at least he was reading the right tea leaves. Kudos to him.
And he pointed to Kelvin Banks to potentially model what Larry Tunsil did when he was drafted. He slotted in as a guard early on.
Oh.
No, not the. Hopefully, Kelvin Banks avoids that.
I mean,
or
we
maybe
said
not.
when he got drafted. That was when he got drafted.
Well, when he was drafted, and then when he got into camp, there were 2 tackles the Dolphins had solidified in those spots, but they saw Larry Tunsil slide, so they took him. So he played guard his first year until they got off of Brandon Alberts, and then he eventually moved to tackle. So if we follow that model, whether Kelvin Banks has a ridiculous moment on draft day that forces a slide or the Texans trade up to get him, he can play guard for a year, hopefully. And then once the Titus Howard thing runs its course, and they say, you know what, Titus, it's easier to get off your money now than it was right after the 2024 year. Goodbye. Then Kelvin Banks can go slide into left tackle. That might be a plan. It is a plan that Lance kind of foresaw, and that was before the Tunsil trade. But he did foresee that there could be big movement with the Texans, so we do give him credit for that.
Tip of the cap.
Yeah,
begrudging tip of the cap.
I mean,
when
he is that right on something, it's not begrudging. Credit to him.
Okay.
I mean, he doesn't get credit for the dabbing or calling himself the preeminent draft expert. I'm not doing that. But getting something right and doing it that well, you give him credit.
I think it's easier for us to say it because he's not in the room.
Yes, because if he was in the room, he would milk it for everything. He'd do a tornado dab. It'd just get frustrating to even give him any compliments at all. So that's why you don't do it to his face. You talk bad. See, this is people say, hey, don't talk about me behind my back. No, I'll give you positivity behind your back and talk about how trash you are to your face. That's how we operate.
Keep you hungry.
Yeah. Well, Trillburger will be here on Friday, so you won't have to worry about that.
Okay, I'll put that on my calendar.
Yeah. Apparently, they're bringing burgers, and I don't know if they're preparing them here because they apparently maybe have that ability, but it'll be burgers and maybe tenders as well. So be ready.
Okay.
Be ready, Sean.
Wow.
We had taquerías Horandas yesterday. Thank those people for that.
By the way, thank you, Taquerías Horandas. Awesome food. My only problem is I got here at like 9:40
and
there's one left.
I only ate one.
Who ate them all?
They brought a lot. I would say you've got the Spanish station down the hall because they have given us food when people have brought food in. So I alerted Melissa to the food. Then of course you got the sales staff, which it was a bit early, but a salesperson brought the food in. Chelsea did, so maybe they were aware that food was going to be here, so they were waiting.
It's messed up.
If you say so. You did get to eat, but maybe you wanted
a couple. I got one.
I only ate one, but you were planning.
I would have taken 3.
I know. Just so happens that getting here at 9:40 wasn't early enough. Look at that. It happens. Be ready though. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you to get here like 9:10 on Friday.
I might.
But I will say the burgers will likely be less abundant than the breakfast tacos.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so maybe plan accordingly. I'll find out when they're supposed to come. So you have an ETA.
Sorry, Melissa. Oh.
Shoot. I mean, on the priority list, sure, she wouldn't be as high as the people who work on this station from about 7 to 12. But I mean, if we're talking Melissa or someone on the sales staff, I know who wins. Yeah. Look, she's never asked me to send an email when I'm already at home for a dare check. So she's on a higher priority than
that helps.
The lovely people down the hall. All right, we'll wrap that segment up with that. And of course, we'll have our camp update because we're getting ever closer to everyone's favorite rookie, playing in a position he's never played before, and maybe if he plays well, getting himself a spot on the major league roster. So we'll talk about that. We will kind of get into what Albert Breer said about the Texans' offensive line room. It's not a surprise to anyone. It had been intimated and maybe even just expressly said that there are issues there, but it's going on a national level now. So we'll talk about that as well. If you want to call in, you can 713-780-3776. Chandler Rome on the Crush City podcast kind of gives a prediction on Cam Smith, so we'll hear from him as well. We have an update on those hats we talked about yesterday. Now more hats are being taken off the shelves, the proverbial shelves, because, well, someone didn't put a lot of thought in what those hats would eventually look like when they were produced. A lot of hats wasted. I'm sure MLB will be fine. So we'll get to that as well. We're just getting started here. But before we do, actually, you know what? That can wait. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I promise, and it's now time to deliver. The ESPN 97.5 Bracket Madness is back and brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, East River 9, and the Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's that time of the year to test your knowledge against other listeners and all the hosts and producers at ESPN 97.5 in our bracket challenge. You won't just be competing for a perfect bracket either. There'll be a ton of great prizes from Two Creek Crossing Resort, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Gooder Sunglasses, Nico's, Trulux, and more. Sunday night after the bracket drops, just go to ESPN975.com and the promotions tab to sign up. So there it is. I knew we were going to provide things for you besides just playing against us. And thank you to the likes of Two Creeks Crossing Resort, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, who was part of the occasional invitational. Gooder sunglasses that Sean and I wore when they were brought to us when we were doing the show.
I would say we modeled.
Yes, but we also got to keep them.
Yes.
I have not worn them since 'cause I'm not a sunglasses guy, but there may be a time.
They immediately went in my car as my car sunglasses.
They are still, I don't have car sunglasses, but they currently reside in my car. Thanks to Gooder for those sunglasses. That's Goodr, Gooder sunglasses.
No E.
Yeah, no E there. So the Bracket Madness Challenge begins that Sunday after the brackets drop. So ESPN 975, the promotions tab to sign up, and you'll get ready to go. Everyone will be involved in some way, shape, or form. Will we take it seriously? It all depends on the person. So you may beat someone who picks brackets by team names. I don't know. But, hey, go out there and win and get a great prize from us. Okay, so was the Texans' O-line room toxic? Well, according to Albert Breer, it was borderline toxic. He wrote that in his Monday morning quarterback column. And it isn't surprising that this stuff is coming out now. And it isn't surprising that it's coming out through a national voice. Right or wrong, it seems to lend more credence to those rumors. Because if you hear locally, particularly from someone that you've heard for a long time or worked for one of the local news stations, people generally are like, sure, whatever. But once it gets to the national level, it's like, okay, should it be the case? Wouldn't you expect the local guys to be more locked in?
I think it's also for the NFL fan at large. Like we said, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. When Dan Orlovsky on the ESPN set.
It's weird that they would trade.
Yeah, his first reaction was, weird. And I think part of the reason you feed your information to a national voice like Albert Breer is for the national audience. So it's less about winning over the local market, because judging by the reaction right after the trade, local market was on board with it. I think it's more for the Dan Orlovskys of the world, or the Raiders fan that lives in, probably California, to know, like, why the Texans had a terrible offensive line. Why did they trade their best offensive lineman? And then they read this Albert Breer piece and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the messaging gets across. So it isn't just, hey, the Texans are stupid. Why would they do that? Now you have a reason why. And part of this Monday morning quarterback piece is Tunsil, to be clear, according to the writing, is well liked in the Texans building, but he isn't a tone setter in the offensive line room in Houston. Last year went the wrong way, becoming borderline toxic. And it also adds to the context of trading Kenyon Green and the release of Shaq Mason. So
toxic is one of those words.
I'm not sure what that means in this context. Does it mean
you could read it as being very dramatic?
Yes.
Or you could read it as just like it was a poor environment to be productive offensive linemen,
because
I would agree with.
We know what toxic means in a regular workworkplace for the most part. You're talking about untoward things happening,
wrongdoings.
Yeah, wrong. What does it mean in an offensive line room? Does it mean
guys yelling at
each other, no one agreeing with what the O-line coach is telling them, just a pure mistrust because nothing gets fixed? It could mean all those things. All it means, from what we saw on the field, was it was dysfunctional. They couldn't fix their problems, and they're trying to do it now in this offseason.
They did not function.
No,
I think that, or at least not properly.
Yes,
they could not function properly.
I would say maybe a more apt description, because I wasn't in that locker room, is they were dysfunctional because they weren't functional on the field. And now they're going about trying to find ways to make it work. They may be less talented on its face, but maybe a lack of dysfunction will go a long way. And it starts with the firing of Strausser, the trades, and now you bring in Laken Tomlinson, who is a guy who played at San Francisco that D'Amico's going to know. And that's kind of been what this offseason has been a little bit. You go get Barrios, and whatever that means. He was a Patriot when Caserio was there. You go get Laken Tomlinson, and then you go trade for a guy who fits the profile of what you want on your team. You trade for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who will wear a shirt at a parade that tells Swifties to LIX, because that was the Super Bowl, to licks his nether regions, I would say. He will wear that at a Super Bowl, which is probably wouldn't ever be a thing you would think a Texan would do.
No, I bet Bob McNair wouldn't love that.
Yeah, not Texans worthy, we would say. But now it's a whole different ballgame. And you bring that guy in to be a dog amongst dogs. They want a full team of them. That's not always what you're going to get, but if you can go find one for a guy who can't play for you, you go do that. And that's what they did.
Yeah, the CJ Gardner-Johnson thing. Like I'm 100% on this. Like his price isn't anything that makes you worry. He, like you said, the attitude, the edge that he plays with, I'm all for that, especially on this defense that is already a pretty mean unit on the field. Mean, I don't know, actually they all seem pretty nice off the field, but I think really the offensive line is where trading Tunsil, I get all the reasons laid out. It is just, at the end of the day, it is about blocking people, and Laramie Tunsil was good at blocking people. Like Laramie Tunsil was a good football player, and I'm not gonna say I don't believe in, but I'm cautious about how much the power of friendship will help the Texans offensive line this season. Like that seems like the pitch that I'm getting is, no, see, these guys will get it. So what? This ragtag, the Mighty Ducks. It's these ragtag group of misfits.
Who's Goldberg? Who's Julie the Cat Gatsby?
We'll see.
Charlie Conway. Who's that?
We'll see after the draft. I don't want to box myself in.
Julie was talented, so it wasn't just the power. Yeah, it wasn't just the power of friendship with Julie the Cat Gatsby.
No, she could play.
Like
she could play on any team.
Yeah, she could play. So Tunsil could play on any team.
No, but he's the one the bad guy.
Less toxic than Julie, though.
Or whatever. Or Iceland.
Iceland was the team. Yeah. That was the evil
Mighty
team.
Ducks 2,
Mighty
right?
Ducks 2, yeah. Or I forgot what the evil team was in Mighty Ducks 1. I just knew they were black and they had Adam Banks on the team until he had to play for the Ducks because he was outside the district. Hey, look at the line. Adam Banks' house is actually on our side, so he plays for us. My favorite line from that movie is the only line I really remember from the first one is when he gets transferred over to the Ducks, one of his former teammates takes him out on a breakaway and Banks crashes into the boards, and someone asked the defenseman who did it, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "My job." As a 12-year-old.
I mean, we don't have enough of that in today's game.
Yeah, we don't have
enough.
The Texans have plenty of those.
Yeah, no, that's a big CJ Gardner-Johnson quote. That's a big Aziz Al-Shaair quote.
If he's playing the Eagles, I don't think they're playing the Eagles, but if they are, when they play the Eagles or
whoever
or the Saints, whoever they play, but particularly a former teammate, what are you doing?
My job.
My effing job. Is what I'm doing.
Yeah, he'll throw in an F.
Yeah, my effing job. What do you got to say about it?
Not a Disney movie.
The Texans, exactly. The Texans have a safety who streams and will tell a giant fan base to licks his nuthers.
No
the new
Philadelphia
addition.
Eagles, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to him taking out Devontae Smith.
Do they play? No. I was thinking about it the other day.
The Lions, they don't play, and the Saints, they don't play.
Yeah.
So, right.
I was thinking about the other day where I hope they play the Steelers, which they don't. But just this defense versus those two wide receivers, come on. Just drop a steel cage just around the field.
Over, under on personal fouls, unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Yeah.
2.5 over.
I might say for each team. In each unit, actually.
Yeah,
offense and defense. Just the offense of the Steelers and the defense of the Texans. Unfortunately, we're not getting that matchup. Damn, we don't have any
in the playoffs.
We don't have any battles.
Playoffs, we hope. I mean, there's got the division stuff, got the Chiefs, got the Ravens.
Yeah, but the Chiefs ain't about it, man.
These other teams aren't.
Yeah,
none of them stick out.
And we mentioned the Ravens. DeAndre Hopkins signs with the Ravens. Not that it's a big deal, but it is just a sign of, okay, this guy's cooked. Because if you sign with the Titans or the Ravens as a receiver, that means you're cooked.
Yeah,
right? Odell went there.
Yeah.
We knew he was cooked. They go. It's always what they do. I mean, they try to invest with receivers in the draft, and middling results. Zay Thomas, fine. Rashad Bateman, whatever. And then they will sign a guy of DeAndre Hopkins' past stature and go, hey, let's bring him in. And it's a cooked player. The Titans do the same thing.
Yeah, they put together, or someone on social media put together quite the graphic of all the wide receivers that played for Baltimore in their 30s. I guess basically post Anquan Bolden. Anquan Bolden's the only one where it kind of worked. All the other ones, it's Des Bryant had a stint there. Odell, like you said, like there's just so many guys that their swan song is, hey, maybe they can, now that they're just like a third or fourth option, actually probably like
Michael Crabtree,
like a fourth option.
Macklin was on the team.
Jeremy Macklin?
Yes.
Wow.
Derek Mason was on the team. Steve Smith Jr. Senior worked out.
Yeah, he was good.
He was good for them. Yeah.
Good.
But yeah.
I mean, he led the marching band.
Is that was his title? Band leader?
Well, he did when he visited
yeah.
A while back.
Left them some deposits too, apparently. On a man's marriage. Actually, that was a withdrawal. He just removed all hope and love from that man's marriage.
Withdrawal from the marriage, but
yes.
If you read the text, he did leave a deposit.
Yes. And and left that wife and husband overdrawn. What he did to them. So there it is. All right. Hopefully DeAndre Hopkins has a different experience. Or not. Hey, to each their own. All right. We'll go to break. But before we do that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app where, hey, they got basketball, they have hockey, they have college basketball, they have baseball spring training, and they even have the NFL season-long projections already. I don't know if they have DeAndre Hopkins, if they have his wash number, whatever it may be, if you can go less on that. No, it doesn't look like they have it quite yet. They'll add it when you get closer to the season. But like I said, they have college basketball. They have college basketball by half. Say you're watching the first half of a conference tournament game, and these are two teams that, let's be honest, you're watching for the first time, and you notice something, you see something, you're using your basketball genius to, I see what happened these first 20 minutes. Let me get involved in the second half for these last 20 minutes. You can do that on Prize Picks. And tonight I'm focusing on the Rockets. Once we get later in the college basketball conference tournament, that's where I'll come alive because there are teams playing that are actually good. But tonight it's the Rockets. Return of Fred VanVleet. I guess he's probable, so it's not 100% Fred VanVleet's going to play, but I'm going to take the less on 21.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Fred VanVleet. Hadn't reached that number for a while, even while he was healthy. I'm not sure if he does it his first night back. Alperen Sengun, more than 11 rebounds. A little bit worried that Steven Adams is going to steal all those rebounds, but I'm not worried about anyone on the Phoenix Suns stealing those rebounds. And Kevin Durant, 25.5 points. I'm taking the more because he's gone over that. I think at least the last 5 games, maybe even more. I think Kevin Durant, maybe a little bit of a showcase game. Hey, Rockets, you interested? Here's 26 points. Sean made some money, and I can still get buckets. Maybe I'm on your team next year. Listen, that's just my lineup. You can build your own by downloading the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So I'm scrolling through Twitter and I look to the right to see what's trending. And I'm like, oh, look, Ryan Clark's trending. I'm like, why is Ryan Clark trending? It's not because of his suit. It's an outstanding suit. I'm looking at it on First Take right now. It's not for everybody, I would say, but if you can pull it off, you can. And then I pull up Awful Announcing, and Ryan Clark is talking about a couple things. It's the things we typically think of when we think about ESPN and First Take. It is Shedeur Sanders, and I think there might have been LeBron conversation, but the Shedeur Sanders conversation caught my ear because now, understandably, I didn't hear the whole thing. I'm only hearing a minute of a clip that Awful Announcing pulled for their aggregation and their interactions. But it's talking about Shedeur Sanders and why the reports, and we've heard this from Lance, that NFL teams don't particularly like him as far as a personality. Now, Lance also contends that if he was a better prospect as a player, he wouldn't drop in the draft. But because he is not great at anything, he's a fine player, maybe not a real first-round grade, but quarterbacks, we know, they get elevated. Teams don't think he's good enough to deal with the potential problems that they think he will provide for their organization. I do think the Deion stuff and him talking on podcasts is overblown. Sure, it makes it is, I guess, something you can forecast and think can be a problem. But if you're a grown man as a head coach and you're confident enough in what you're doing, should Deion talking mean that much? It shouldn't, at least in my eyes. But yeah. NFL teams, I think, care about stuff I think they shouldn't care about all the time.
It's also, at this point, all these players' dads, all these players'
they all have
brothers,
a voice on a podcast.
They all have podcasts.
Everyone has one.
I guess there's a bigger mic. I mean, I don't guess. There's definitely a bigger microphone or megaphone when it comes to Deion Sanders. But I also think, I just doubt that Deion Sanders will be crushing the head coach at every turn.
And even if,
because at the end of the day, Deion Sanders, what actually helps you as the NFL team that employs Shedeur Sanders, worried about what's Deion going to say, it actually does help that he's still coaching Colorado, that he has his own team to worry about for the most part. So I think a lot of the Deion stuff specifically is overblown.
So if we get into what about Shedeur would bother people, Ryan Clark wanted to talk about the brashness and arrogance and why NFL teams are concerned about it. And then he talked about why they shouldn't be. I want my quarterback to be that way. And then he mentioned race and Shedeur won't bend the knee. So that's why teams may not want to deal with him. Sean, can you tell me the race of the top two quarterbacks in last year's draft?
Top two quarterbacks in last year's draft, that was Caleb Williams and it was Jaden Daniels. I believe they are both black.
Who were the top two quarterbacks in the previous draft?
Bryce Young, CJ Stroud.
Who is the presumptive top quarterback in this year's draft?
Cam Ward.
Now, no race is a monolith, but for this discussion, these are all black men playing quarterback. So we didn't hear any of that stuff about them. We heard football concerns,
low S2,
stuff like that, but nothing about their attitude being reasons why they wouldn't be drafted. So is Shedeur so unique in that regard that, and by the way, Cam Ward, very brash, very confident. Watch the way he plays football on the field. Him
that's his personality.
Strolling in the pocket in the swamp. That's his personality.
Standing flat-footed in the bowl game.
But for some reason, whatever brashness that you can attach to him is not concerning the NFL teams. Yeah. We are not hearing Cam Ward, his arrogance, his brashness is the problem. So Shedeur so out of bounds with it that's why teams wouldn't take him high, and that's why these concerns are popping up? Or is it possibly a combination of he's just not as good as what he was pushed as during the season, and teams are deciding, I'm not going to shoot NFL teams all the bail and say this doesn't concern them. I do think it does, and I think it's silly to have that be a concern. But if Shedeur Sanders was even the prospect that Cam Ward was, not Caleb, who was the number one as soon as he got to USC. the 2 years of him being at USC, he's going to be the number one quarterback in the draft. It was the whole thing. Bryce Young, number one. If he was that type of prospect, he would get drafted number one.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a good point that, like, yes, none of these other black quarterbacks got hit with brash. None of them got hit with like some of this stuff that does sound like, what do you mean
what are you
exactly
trying to say?
by that? There's also the possibility that Shedeur Sanders gets hit with this and not the other guys about this brash stuff, because Shedeur Sanders, to me, seems like a pretty brash individual.
Yeah, maybe it's real. Maybe it's true.
I don't know. He just seems like pretty. He knows he's good. In college, he knew he was good, and he let you know about it.
Yeah,
that just from watching Colorado games, that's what I gathered.
I don't think the impression that he gave off was anything but, I'm a great player. You should know I'm a great player. Trust me, I know I'm a great player. But if he was a great player to the extent that the others were, he would not be falling in the draft. The NFL, for all of their button-up stuff, can you play ball? If you can play ball, we'll find a way. The Texans, formerly buttoned up, you got to be Texans worthy. Now, there's been a change in management on multiple levels. Hey, Stephon Diggs, you want to play here? Cool. Okay. Hey, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, you want to play here? Cool.
Joe Mixon,
you want to play here? Cool. At some point, talent does win out. And, of course, once you get in the building, and if you continue to be a problem, then talent may not be worth it anymore. And that's why Laremy Tunsil's gone. But I just watch the NFL draft black quarterbacks all the time. And I think the insulting thing that I heard from Ryan Clark was Shedeur won't bend the knee. The implication is that CJ Stroud was all mealy mouth and yes, sir, whatever you say. He got in a fight with Bobby Slowick. And
in the pre-draft process.
Yes. And the Texans still drafted him. I don't think Cam Ward walks into a meeting with the NFL team changing his personality into one yes, whatever you say. I think Cam Ward is Cam Ward, and because he's a good quarterback and better than Shedeur Sanders, he could go number one at a minimum, unless something unforeseen happens. He's going top 5 and likely number one if we are to believe reports. I think it's an easy argument to just say, hey, the NFL is, you want to put bigoted or racist, whatever you want to say about him. I don't think that's out of bounds per se about some things, but this one, my evidence is they will take a black quarterback if they're good enough.
Yeah.
And I just don't think Shedeur is good enough.
I do wonder how much of this stuff, and just looking at the teams that are at the top of the draft, teams that are looking for could be looking for a quarterback, likely looking for the quarterback. I wonder how much of this is just like John Mara and the New York Giants being like,
we're never taking that guy.
This young man, he doesn't sit up straight and talk to me right. Like
and the hat, and the hat's not the way I want it.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is specifically like just looking at the teams at the top of the thing. Like the New York Giants, who have had, I believe, 2 starting quarterbacks that were black in their team's history. And Geno Smith for like 2 games, and maybe Tyrod Taylor for a cup of coffee.
What's his last name? He wasn't ever brought in to be a starter, but they were so banged up he might have had to start a game. Anthony, I'll find his name. There might have been Anthony. It wasn't Anthony Brown. That's the Oregon guy who wasn't that great. I can't remember his name. Maybe it is the Maros.
And it's just like looking at the teams that are looking for a draft that weren't looking for a draft back.
The other 4 quarterbacks the last couple of years.
Yeah, where you're like, maybe it is just like one team putting it out there, and partially because it's the NFL draft and this is just what we do for. I mean, there's still 2 months until this thing, or not actually 2 months, but over a month. And partially because it is one incendiary thing said about Shedeur Sanders and the Sanders family that I wonder how much of it is gaining traction, where it's really just like one team kind of thinks this.
Maybe it's because I was hyper focused on their games and I watched so much college football, and I will tell you right now, the guys talking about Shedeur Sanders and what he should be and where his draft status should be did not watch Colorado football at this point 13 times last year, and then the games before. It's just not how they operate. They will have major topics that they know about, but were they watching him hold the ball forever?
Yeah.
Well, they were watching him take sacks, and even going beyond the off the field stuff where he's tossing offensive lineman under the table. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, whatever. Showing your watch. Watch him play football. Does that look like a top 5 pick at quarterback when you watch him? Now there aren't any other quarterbacks better than him besides Cam Ward, so I think that might elevate him.
Yeah,
but he was good, but he wasn't great. And if you are a team looking to draft a quarterback that high, you want to measure the highs and go, at his highest, he could be this. When I watch Shedeur Sanders play, I think at his highest, he is a good quarterback who will have to benefit from the team structure. I don't think he is elevating a mediocre team to be a good one. I think he is good enough as a quarterback on a good team to make them a potential playoff team.
He's not the home run swing that normally goes high in these. I mean, we talked about it yesterday with the Colts and Anthony Richardson. They bring in Daniel Jones to be competition.
He's more Daniel Jones than he is Anthony Richardson.
Exactly. Like Anthony Richardson was like, oh my God, this guy.
The physical gifts.
Yes, exactly. Which is ironic because Shedeur Sanders' dad is Deion Sanders.
Had all the gifts.
One of the most physically gifted athletes ever.
Just so happens that his sons, from Shiloh to Shedeur much better than Shiloh. They aren't as physically gifted, just athletically as their father was.
Yeah, I think part of it is that where you look at the top of the draft, and maybe this isn't how teams should do it, because the hitting on the Anthony Richardson, I guess hitting on the Josh Allen, because he's the guy who actually hit by doing this, hitting on these kind of toolsy, look how big he is, look how big his arm is, he can move. Maybe you shouldn't be drafting for the top 1% outcome at quarterback every time.
I don't think it's a great way to go about it.
Maybe you should be, hey, this guy is probably going to be a solid quarterback. The thing is with Shedeur, I'm not sure how high his floor is either. If he was a high floor, low ceiling guy, I feel like he would be going higher.
Because if he did everything right in the pocket, he just was deficient in arm and an ability to make plays off platform. I would go, you know what? That's a guy who does it right. You're just gonna have to build an offense. Like if he was more like Tua in college, like Tua has physical limitations, but Tua got the ball out quick. Tua knew where to go with the football all the time, and it got him drafted high. And of course, middling results depending if he's healthy or not in his career. If he was more that type of quarterback, I could see, okay, you put a great team around him, he could be a distributor. Mm-hmm. That's what he has to be. I'm just not sure he knows that's what he has to be.
Yeah, or I'm not sure if he, can do that. Because if he could do that, I think he would have.
Yeah, I think his life at Colorado, and they were successful in the second year, would have been a lot easier if he adhered to see a guy open, throw it. Not everything has to be the giant play.
Drew Brees in his
game.
Game.
More of that. More point guard than playmaker, because the physical gifts don't say he should be. I'm glad it got more into football talk, because I don't really care about the NFL and their beliefs and on things, because if that's a real thing, it's not going to change. And I just think they will overlook, even if some of their biases, maybe not the Giants, they will overlook their biases if the player is good enough.
I didn't mean to single out the Giants, but it is the team that I'm just like,
yeah, understood.
I knowing how they do business, which luckily there's a documentary about how they do business last season.
Yeah, we saw it.
I'm not sure about their decision making.
Yeah, and I make bad decisions too, because we're way late and a break behind. So, so we'll go to break here. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll get to hour 2. We'll have an update on those hats that you should have got in the last couple of days, because you can't buy them anymore, it looks like. And we'll do a camp update as well. We will be back. So Sean and I were talking about Heretic, a movie we both saw. But before we got to that during the break, I thought to myself, the NFL, progressive or regressive? You got an attitude and you're arrogant, we'll drop you in the draft. You paint your nails and you cry on the field to your mother, we'll draft you number 1. It's a balance, right?
To be fair, they did complain about it, but they still
took them number 1.
Still did it without
they didn't
any
like
questions
it.
asked.
We had from unnamed sources, we found that they didn't like it, but they still took them number 1. Because my point remains: if you're good enough, ain't none of that other stuff mattering. If it matters at all.
Yeah, that really. The more I think about it, that really is the especially with Caleb. Like the fact that Caleb Williams went number 1 last year, where I feel like you could hit him with a lot of the same criticism that you hit Shadur Sanders with, even on the field. I mean, other than he actually has some traits that are, I would say, exceptional for especially a college quarterback. He also had the same kind of attitude. Like you hear the same things about his attitude, where it's like, yeah, he knows he's good. He knows he's good, and he'll let you know about it. And Shadur Sanders gets hit with the same thing. The difference is Caleb Williams also holds on to the ball too long, but
he looks for the big play instead of taking the easy one in front of him.
He'd
That
make
was
the big play.
one of his criticisms in college. Yep.
Yeah. So I really do think that a lot of this it's more of a reflection on the personality knocks that he gets is more of a reflection of his prospect profile on the field.
I would agree. Maybe a harsh thing to say, but hey,
it is harsh.
Be better at ball, and the NFL wouldn't care as much.
Hey, yeah, ball out, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, if he goes to the Steelers, really just the Steelers, that's the best team, I would say. As far as drop in a quarterback,
if they don't sign Rodgers.
Yeah, because he played at Colorado where they had Hunter, they had Wester, they had Shepard. They had so many good wide receivers.
A friendly offensive system.
Yeah, especially for the Big 12, that level of talent. Just having Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter in college, they walked into 75% of their games with the 2 best players on the field at any given time.
Yes, for the most part, yeah.
Going to a team if he got drafted to the Saints or something like that, that'd be a bummer. Because
for all of us, him,
for
us, everybody.
But that's a situation where you're like, God, it's Olave and kind of nothing else.
Kamara's there, so he would have.
I forgot about Kamara.
Yeah, he has been. I think he was pretty good last year.
He was decent.
Yeah, but it's just that you play for the Saints and you catch passes from Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler. Who's going to pay attention to you unless you got him on fantasy?
I think that's how I know he was decent, because I had him in fantasy.
Yeah. Otherwise, who's keeping up with that?
Great
Kamara
first 2
stats?
weeks.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. When the Saints were the best offense that ever exists.
Best show on turf. Yeah.
Yeah. I still remember that caller who called in. He said he would drink
Bourbon Street
water, street water, if the Saints made the Super Bowl. And this was before the year. And we're like, hey, man, get ready.
Yeah. At 2-0, we're like, I'm still not saying it's going to happen.
Yeah. But be prepared. Turns out he had nothing to worry about.
Nothing.
Because he's a Saints fan. He would know. Okay. I mentioned this. We'll do a bigger camp update in another segment. But we talked about it yesterday. Those hats. The hats that had, let's just say, less than Disney level messaging on those hats, unless you watch Daredevil Born Again. Disney's taking a step. But as far as traditional Disney values, the hats that MLB and New Era came together to create did not fit, at least if you are an ALS fan. We talked about the Astros hat. We talked about the Rangers hat. We talked about the Angels hat. The Rangers hat was immediately off the board. The Tetas hat, the Texas Rangers hat, gone. The Astro hat and the Angels hat survived for a day. And according to the Los Angeles Times, those hats are off the market. You cannot buy the Astros hat, which, depending on how you want to put a particular influence on a syllable, could sound like, what did you say it was for you? Because you wanted to avoid any missteps. What'd you say?
Ashos.
Ashos. I was saying.
You had to hit O.
Oh, I was saying as hose.
Yeah.
Hose.
If you go as hose.
As hose. That was another way.
And if you say it faster,
then you're in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. And then the Rangers hat was Tetas, and the Angels hat had an extra A that saved. It's not an extra A. It's just an A that was there. It wasn't covered up by their normal hat logo. So they were able to go nails as opposed to what it could have sounded like. But those hats are gone. Los Angeles Times says
So
you
just the AL West, not hat or all the hats.
those three. The A's hat,
Okay.
the Mariners hat survive.
Great.
The
I can still
Ariana
get-
hat in Arizona survives. The awful Colorado Rockies hat survives. But the three hats that were the most fun, you cannot buy
To
anymore.
be fair, they're all awful.
Yes, but at least
The three that
true.
got pulled
That's true.
are just funny, but still awful. If it didn't spell out dirty words, we would
just
still say they're awful.
Yes, they're all awful. These three just provided a bit of levity, but they're gone now too. You cannot buy them. So if you didn't get in early, forget about it. But don't worry about it,
I'm okay
Astros
with missing
fans. The leaks are out, and I have to echo what Sean said yesterday. The leaks are out for the City Connect jerseys. Apparently, the city of Houston cannot contain a new jersey release. We remember the Texans jerseys were leaked beforehand. We had a fake Derek Stingley wearing the jersey in full uniform before they were actually released.
That warehouse worker that
Yeah.
they put in
For whatever reason, they wanted to make that guy a model. He had a full-on helmet, full-on jersey. It's like the guys who dress up like Jordan at the park, where they have the full-on everything.
Yeah.
This guy looked like that guy wearing a Stingley uniform.
or that Florida dad that dressed up when his kid went on his official visit.
It's a very college football head thing to know, but I know what Sean's talking about. If you don't know, kids go on visits, official visits, or unofficial visits. They put on a full uniform sometimes.
So some prospect's dad has to be,
Yes.
I guess, asked to be in a full uniform, and he was.
It's
like a 60-year-old.
I don't know how it came about, but somehow, some way, a big time prospect's dad decided, you know what I want to do? I want to live out my dream, because you can see the measurables on that guy. You can extrapolate to when he was young. He was never a prospect. I'm not sure how his kid grew to be one.
Yeah.
But that guy looked like 5'8"ish. And of course, as you get older, you put on weight. But
Spurrier wasn't looking at
beyond
him back in the day.
He had Jaquez Green to throw the ball to. He wasn't that guy doesn't fit the profile of Jaquez Green. But he put on a full-on uniform, and his kid lined up in a receiver stance. He did it too. It was one of those things where, sure, you're living out your dream, but maybe we don't make those pictures public.
Yeah, keep those in the family.
Keep those to yourself.
Maybe on a Christmas card.
Hey, when your kid asks, "Hey, Dad, can I put out 4 photos on Twitter and Instagram and put you in them?" You say no, as opposed to, yeah, do it.
No, it's your day, son.
Exactly. Well,
if spin it.
If he thought about that, he would have never been in the uniform to begin with.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's definitely a fair
If
thing.
we're adding that to the equation, he never dresses up at all.
Yeah,
it was their day. And look, getting to that level, and you don't know how people get there, the struggles. So it's the family's day. We got our kid a D1 scholarship. I don't even know if the kid wound up at Florida. He might have. This is what we dreamed of. From the moment we put you in Pee Wee, this was what we're trying to do. So it is a big day for the family, but there are levels to this. You know, I didn't see mom put on a cheerleader outfit or whatever, or a coach's outfit. She was like, you know what? Happy for my boy.
Yeah.
The dad was like, what? Can I put on an all orange Florida uniform
and
take pictures?
And he had the shooter sleeve.
I'm telling you.
He was full cosplay.
He was full all in. It wasn't like, oh, no drip. I'm not just going to put on the uniform. Give me some of the accessories too.
Yeah.
Give me, and Florida's a Jordan brand school, so give me the Jordans to wear.
Yeah.
Do it all.
Some Jumpman gloves. Yeah.
All of it. He didn't put a helmet on though.
No, luckily. So we could see his 55-year-old face.
Well, yeah.
Getting back to the Astros.
Sure. The jerseys, the City Connect jerseys, you see them in a box. They look to be out. They're fine. I mean,
mostly.
But I was saying, to your point, I echo what you said yesterday. They're out there. I'll see them when they play. All of this for these jerseys. What are we doing? Why such a buildup? At least on Twitter. What real people certainly don't care.
If you haven't seen them and you don't mind them being spoiled for you, they white jerseys. They look like the white home jerseys, but they have the one on my hat right now, but the ones that are like late 90s era, like Randy Johnson, half season.
And but it's an orange bluish thing, which is
orange and blue, and says Stros.
Yeah, so it's a combination of multiple eras they put together,
which isn't a bad idea. I would say for alternate City Connect jersey, a little on the boring side, but you see what they look like when they try to get adventurous. You see across the league, and you're like,
they're awful.
Maybe boring is like fine, especially if they are just going to wear them at home, so them being white isn't the worst thing in the world, but they don't exactly jump off the page.
They'll be fine. People will buy them. The colors are Astros colors, so you don't have to worry about them choosing a color that's not coherent with what they normally wear and what you like as an Astros fan. So they're out there. They'll be on sale eventually, and I'm sure some people get them, some people hate them, some people like them. That's kind of how that goes. We'll actually talk about actual baseball stuff when we come back. We get ever closer to one Cam Smith playing real baseball in right field. Apparently he was on the backfields yesterday. I'm not sure how that went. Not sure there'll be any real reporting on it, but he will play at some point this week in right field. We'll hear from Chandler Rome on his thoughts on the likelihood of Cam Smith actually making the opening day roster in our Astros camp report when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, we'll get to Chandler Rome on Cam Smith's likelihood of making the opening day roster. We'll also do our camp report. But first, as you guys know, you call in with your real name, and that's a standard set because of guys like La Salsa. We'll get to you as soon as possible. If you call in with a fake one, there could be a wait. But let's get to Eric here. Eric, what's up?
Man, those New City Connect jerseys are garbage. It looks like the long division symbol. You know how you put it under the house?
Yes.
Why couldn't they have gone to the old school color theme from the 90s, navy and gold? That would have been cool. And Abigail died. She's, doing pretty good workouts. What do you think, Bill? I'll hang up and listen.
Let's start with the jerseys. There's an Altuve bobblehead. I think it's a bobblehead. Either way, it's in him in a full jersey, even very accurate with his socks clearly exposed. And they have what the Astros City Connect socks will look like on Altuve. A white helmet, it looks like, is what they will wear with them. We can expect a white hat as well. They're fine. I mean, they're alternates. We'll see them as well. Look, the show's kind of been pretty straightforward on this. We'll see them every Monday or whatever day they pick. You'll get over them very quickly, or you'll love them and you'll buy them. As far as Abigail, I don't know that she does workout videos. He says that all the time. I've never seen anything that suggests she does. So I don't want to call you a liar, Eric, but you might be lying. I'm not going to look into it to confirm or deny whether you're a liar or not. All right. Thanks for that, Eric. You don't like the jerseys? You may not be alone, but I bet you'll see a lot of people walking around with those jerseys on, at least at the ballpark. Speaking of that, we're going to be at Cobos on, was it Monday? We're going to be at Cobos on Monday to celebrate, I guess, the tournament started.
St. Patrick's Day.
I was thinking it can't be Astros because they still got time in spring. And the tournament doesn't really begin until, Tuesday if we go by first four.
Yeah.
But we are there on Monday. We're at a
Irish pub, Cobos Q.
Yeah, we're at a what you would call it, maybe not at its core, but the food certainly has a Mexican flavor. But it's a sports bar.
Yeah, sports bar food. They do have, like you said, definitely variants of Mexican food.
Yes.
Because I'm not sure. They do a lot of inventing over
Yes,
there, and it all works out. But
yes.
it's not. I wouldn't say traditional.
Maybe the basis of it all is what you would consider traditional Mexican food, but they are not traditional at all with all the variations they provide. But we're there on St. Patrick's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just strictly
We're green
to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, or just because Cobos wanted us out there?
I don't know.
You don't know the ins and outs of it.
Paul and I were joking that we're at an Irish bar, Cobos Q.
Yeah. Wear your green. They will serve alcohol if you want to attribute that to the Irish, because if you want to be stereotypical. So it'll be there for you. And he, much like one of our good friends, Nick's, as long as he's open, I don't think there's any rule about, hey, it's only 7 a.m. You can't get a beer. So there'll be beer there for you if you want to join us while we're out there. So Cobos Q on Monday. We know very near to the ballpark. And before we get full into our camp report, because we have new music, I don't think Sean's ever heard the This Week in Baseball music, so we'll play that. I went and found that. Let's hear from Chandler O. Is Cam Smith, with the way he's hitting, going to be there and maybe in right field for opening day? Well, here's Chandler O from the Crush City podcast on the likelihood of that.
I will say this. The fact that this has now even become something that is a legitimate conversation. Look, I do not think Cam Smith is going to make the Astros opening day roster, but it is also not crazy that we are talking about it. Like, he has put himself in a position to where this is not just crazy talk. This is something that I think is a legitimate conversation. Do I think it ends up that Cam Smith is on the opening day roster? I do not. But credit to him for, look, this kid came in, and we had Joe Espada on this podcast, and the way he spoke about Cam Smith, you knew the expectations for this guy going into camp from the coaching staff, from the front office. The expectations were huge, and he has somehow exceeded them, because you listen to what they're saying on the record. You text people around the game, you text people, scouts, things like that have watched him, and they are like blown away by what they have seen from Cam Smith on the field, and then in the clubhouse, as a professional, just kind of carrying himself makeup wise, and the way he has handled all of this notoriety. He has exceeded every expectation that I think they had, and those expectations were massive. Hard to exceed, enormous expectations, and Cam Smith has done that.
Chandler Rome on the Crush City podcast, and that starts our camp update. There we go. Nostalgia hitting right now. The theme song to This Week in Baseball, very 70-ish, 80-ish.
I was gonna say.
I was watching this show, not in those decades. It was the mid to late 90s or late 90s when I started watching this show. No longer exists. Came on every Saturday. Back when Fox did Saturday afternoon baseball, and hell, other stations had that too going on. But I remember This Week in Baseball, and that's the theme song for this. It came on before that broadcast.
It's a little bossa nova.
Yeah, it wouldn't make you initially think baseball.
No,
but it was the song they chose.
It sounds like I don't know, game show.
Very much so.
Late night talk show, maybe. Like the band playing it as the guest
It
walks
feels
out.
like if he might have done it. I don't know the history. Like if Ed McMahon got the slot behind Johnny, he was trying to expand. This would be the song. This would be his intro song. But some news from Astros camp, some updates on the health of some of their players. Of course, the guy who we've been waiting on, it feels like for half a decade now. It hasn't been that long, but it's been a pretty long time. Lance McCullers had a bullpen session. It should be his final live BP. Said he felt fine, got up to 94. And he feels he's ready to pitch in a Grapefruit League game, and that could come on Tuesday. So we'll see likely Lance McCullers in an Astros uniform, not pitching in a real game because it is just spring, and they have said he wouldn't be ready for the start of the year. But if he's going to pitch in spring training on a Tuesday, we're pretty close to seeing Lance McCullers back in the Astros uniform, pitching in games that matter, as long as there's no setbacks there. So a couple other things. Christian Walker's doing drills today. So he is getting closer to full health, thankfully. That was a bit of a scare. Joe Espada, a little freaked out initially, but things have turned around. Don't have to worry about Christian Walker. And Altuve and Cam Smith will play in a split squad game tomorrow. So there's no guarantee that Altuve will be in left tomorrow, but we got a shot to see our potential new outfield in a game. And we don't really care what happens in center, honestly.
Yeah,
Jake Myers,
it could be
Chaz, whatever
Pedro
it might
Leon
be.
out
Yeah,
there.
speaking of Leon, he's playing catch in the cage. Remember, he had to be shut down because of his
okay.
knee, but he's back.
Okay, so it won't be Leon.
Yeah, it won't be him, but it could be whoever.
Jacob Melton?
Whoever.
Let's get some asses in seats. Put out Altuve, Smith, and Melton.
Get people excited.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Houston Astros.
Do you think Space City Home Network, if they get word that game is going,
they'll preempt that.
They'll preempt whatever programming they have to make sure they broadcast the game when Cam
replaying
Smith.
the Rockets game from the night before.
Yeah, tonight's game, right? Oh,
yeah,
I can't give you an update on the Rockets because it's not Rockets time.
No,
it's not Rockets
have
update.
To
change the
find
music.
Some 1970s basketball show.
Just be NBA on NBC. That's the one I would go to if I was making the choice. So, some good news as far as health is concerned. McCullers threw 30 pitches. He did throw it against like all their backup infielders, like Brendan Rodgers and Guillaume and Short. But names, if you haven't heard of the last two, don't worry about it. Neither had I. I've heard Guillaume, even though I'm probably not pronouncing that right.
Guillaume, journeyman.
Yes,
he's been around.
Brendan Rodgers, he of Colorado, hurt me hitting wise because I'm a C-level hitter. SEA, by the way. Just to explain, SEA, C-level hitter. Whether you think he's just a C-level hitter as well.
Double entendre.
You think he knew what he was doing?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. To me, it doesn't really matter who he faces or how he does. Lance McCullers. It doesn't matter how he does or who he faces. It's just, okay, he is step one, complete. Because he's probably not going to be ready for opening day anyway. So he should be treating this as like a rehab assignment, basically. And in rehab assignments, like you don't want him to get shelled out there, but at the end of the day, it's not like you need him to go 6 scoreless before you can call him up.
He struck out 2. 3 balls were put in play, and he walked 1.
They
30 pitches.
They should say who he struck out.
This is like spring football.
Mr. C-level? Is it Mr. C-level himself?
Don't know. This is like spring football when they edit the clips. Like when a pick happens, they don't show the quarterback who threw it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Ball's already in the air.
Yeah.
Who knows how it got there?
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Just know a quarterback did throw a pick. We're not going to tell you why, at least not through video. You're going to need an inside report for that. So on its surface right now, all you can say is it's going the way it needs to go for Lance McCullers to be ready very early. Maybe earlier than we thought. I think we might have said May, June. At this point, maybe. You know what? Let's not put expectations.
let's
not get ahead of ourselves.
I'm willing to bump it up to Earth Day.
When's Earth Day?
April 22nd.
Okay. Why do you know when Earth Day is?
Well, A, because I care about Mother Earth.
Yeah. What's the real reason?
B, the day after is my birthday.
Okay, so it's very about you.
Well, I was choosing between Tax Day and Earth Day, and I
picked later. Good choice.
Exactly. I was like, let me just give myself the extra week.
Good choice. So there it is. That's our camp update. The Astros just going through what they need to go through, and right now getting good news as far as injuries. Guys are coming back. The lineup, as has been put out by Brian McTaggart. If you care about Whitcomb and Singleton and Cam Smith, he's DHing today. So there that is. He won't be in the outfield. We're going to save that till Altuve can be out there with him.
To stand 200 feet apart from each other.
Yeah, but if we're going to do it,
yeah,
let's have them both out there. Let's give people some joy and think, hey, this could be what we see.
Yeah, give the social media team something to take a picture of.
That too. Whoever's in the center.
Astros present and future.
Whoever the center fielder is.
Redacted. They put a black bar over his eyes like he's an informant.
Like he's in witness protection.
Yeah.
Actually West Palm's not a bad situation.
No,
it feels like that's the place someone in witness protection would go.
Based only on TVs and movies.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm not sure where they actually put them, but if I watch, it's either Arizona or someplace in Florida.
I believe it might actually been West Palm Beach is where Andy Samberg's character goes in Brooklyn Nine-Nine when he's in witness protection.
I'm telling you, West Palm, the TV location for witness protection. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we're done. Thanks to This Week in Baseball for getting me through that 1 hour when I was excited about baseball when I was a kid. Appreciate them. Maybe it was even 30 minutes. Can't remember that far back. We'll have different music. It feels like I'm going to have to provide it from now on.
I can maybe I'll look for some camp music. I'll lay into the camp side
We can go
instead
back
of the
to,
baseball
was it Fogarty? We can go back to Fogarty. Is that the guy who does the baseball
side.
song?
That is John Fogarty.
Yeah, we can do that as well. Ain't no worries there. But before we continue with the show, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. The website is monumentchevrolet.com, and that's where you can find out about their entire inventory. They got a large inventory. I've been out to the lot. It's pretty much a campus, from their service department to their pre-owned vehicles to their fleet for businesses, and of course the new cars. It's all out there. It's kind of a one-stop shop for Chevys in Pasadena. You can find them off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. And once you go out there, you might meet Sammy. He is the salesperson of the week, and he's going to inform you about a pretty nice deal. If you want a Chevy Silverado 1500, you can get their employee pricing. You get the deals. It's almost spring, and they're bringing those spring savings to you. So the Chevy Silverado 1500s are there for you, but maybe you want a Blazer or a Trax or something else that they have on offer. Check out it all on the website so you have your answer. And once you get out there, just know Sammy and the rest of them will make the buying experience as comfortable and as easy as possible. They understand they don't want the car buying experience to be a high pressure situation where you're dying to get out of there. They understand also that you want this to be quick and painless. So they're going to get you in that vehicle as quickly as possible, and understand that once you step foot on the lot, you are now family. They're going to give you everything they would give a family member because they want you to come back over and over again and enjoy the experience every time. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com, and then go on out there in Pasadena. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Do the words Aaron Rodgers is holding an organization hostage surprise you when you hear him?
In 2022, it did. 2021. Actually, it might have been like 2019.
But in 2025,
No,
hearing
no.
that as an accusation for Aaron Rodgers, is that surprising?
I'd say par for the course.
Well, Doug Whaley has leveled that accusation. If you don't know who he is, you're amongst a lot of people. But he's a former GM.
Don't do my guy Whaley like that.
Okay, let's play the game. You want to play the game? Let's play the game.
No.
Where did Doug Whaley GM?
Doug Whaley, I mean, of course he GM'd for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
No, he was
Giants.
State of New York, sure, but not the Giants.
Bills.
Yes. He was the general manager of the Bills from 2013 to 2017. He also had some time in the XFL.
That's how I know him.
Your guy, Doug.
Yeah.
In the XFL.
That's how I know him.
A league that no longer exists.
That's why it was tough for me to answer the NFL question.
Yeah, you know Doug as a forerunner.
Yeah.
In bringing the XFL back.
Yeah.
The second time.
Yeah. The work he did with the DC Defenders will always be remembered.
Were you guessing where he worked, or you're guessing on the teams and you weren't sure?
I know it was DC Defenders.
Okay.
I was guessing where he worked.
Okay. I don't know where he worked. I just know, at least in the XFL, I just know that he was part of that. He says Aaron Rodgers is holding the Steelers hostage because the Steelers are just waiting for his decision. So is he holding them hostage, or is he like, you know what? Can I take some time to think about it? I don't care to shoot Aaron Rodgers any bail. But in this case, it's like he's just a free agent.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to give you an immediate answer. He has other suitors, and that's just how the game works. He will take the time I think he thinks is necessary, and they'll make a decision. He's not holding the Steelers hostage. Once he gets on the roster, then he'll hold them hostage.
Yeah.
Once that happens, then he's holding them hostage. The Steelers have every right to say, you know what, we'd rather have Russell Wilson. I don't know if I would agree with that, but they have that opportunity. They could go, you know what, we're going to be aggressive again. We traded for DK. We're going to approach the draft in the same way and try to find our way into a spot where we can draft the quarterback. He's just exercising his right as a free agent. And when he makes that decision, I think the Steelers, if he chooses them, will be better. We've talked about this before. But hostage is strong.
No, I mean, we're not even into day 3 of the free agency.
And what are the Steelers waiting on?
Exactly.
Is Russell Wilson
maybe
prime to take, I guess, the Giants? Yeah. Where's Russell Wilson going to go?
But is Rodgers between Giants and Steelers?
That's the alleged two teams.
Then I have to assume Wilson is
between those two as well.
The second choice for those two. So
I would believe no matter what is going on, both teams will wait on Aaron before they move on Russell.
I think some of this is also very 2025 brain of us, where this is again day 3 of the legal tampering window. This is even like actual free agency.
Is this the day you can actually sign, or is it tomorrow?
Either today or tomorrow. Okay. I know it's not a full week, but it's pretty close. And I think this is just where we are as sports media, and actually, no, you know what? Society today.
A comment on society.
Yes, this is a symptom of where we are right now. I looked this up just now to make the point. Do you remember when actually you probably do remember when LeBron James, the decision was in 2010?
I don't remember exact date, but I know all the guys, Bosh, Wade, LeBron, other free agents. It was a giant free agent class. They all, for the most part, took, like, Amari initially was like a Nick, and he was fine with that.
Yeah, he signed like
going there early,
maybe before 4th of July.
But those guys went on recruiting trips.
Yes,
they took their time. It was great content for. It might have been the advent of what we have now, as far as how they treat sports in the offseason, but those guys who wound up playing together took meetings in Chicago.
LeBron met with, hold on, 2, 4. He met with 6 teams and the Cavs. So 7.
It was very college football.
Yes.
Of him.
He announced where he was going to take his talents to on July 8th, 2010. Can you imagine waiting for the best player in the league to make his free agent decision for over a week? Today, people would claw their eyeballs out. People would go insane. Like Fred VanVleet, people were complaining about how long it was taking the Rockets to sign Fred VanVleet.
And
it took like 3 hours.
How come Brook Lopez won't make a decision?
Yeah. And Brook Lopez did take maybe a day or 2.
Yes.
In Rockets fans' defense, before he stabbed Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka in the back.
Yes.
And
By
went
going back to Milwaukee
for the same deal.
Yeah. Backstabbing. Brook Lopez.
Yeah. Dylan Brooks is like, hell yeah. I got all your money, dude. Him and Jock Landale got all the money that they had earmarked for Brook.
They were
in that
dumping salary, trading guys to make sure they're ready.
But that was Fred VanVleet deciding between the Raptors and the Rockets on June 30th of 2023, and people were going insane because it took, again, 2.5, 3 hours. I think this is just, we're very impatient when it comes to this. You see it with the news breaking stuff where people are keeping track. Back in the day, RIP Woj, but people were keeping track of Woj bombs versus Shams reporting. We had fun with it yesterday or Monday because Twitter was down, so it was fun to. Oh, Rappaport's game more versatile because he can get it up on Blue Sky.
Yeah,
where Adam Schefter is a ex-merchant, but I think this is just like, we're not used to waiting for 3 days for a quarterback who
of his stature
we think is kind of washed, but also of his stature. But a quarterback who's like, he wasn't the number 1 quarterback available. Like this is just not a guy because he's better than that, but he's an above average quarterback in today's NFL.
Sure,
he's not Aaron Rodgers from 2010. He's a good quarterback, a fine quarterback. He's an upgrade for the Steelers, but holding him hostage just because he didn't sign on March 10th, he might sign on March 12th or 13th.
Holding them hostage, and somehow the Steelers were able to acquire a number one wide receiver. How are you held hostage and able to do that? How are you able to make a major move like that if you're at a standstill waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision?
Sometimes hostages can work their way out of their shackles. Do you think can find something on the ground and file down?
The Steelers like, hey, Aaron, I've got kids. They're trying to identify with the hostage.
They're J.K. Simmons
taker.
and the accountant.
Yeah,
I'm a good dad.
Yeah, yes. I just watched The Accountant a couple weeks ago. It's still a good movie.
It's awesome.
Mostly, of course, I watched it because I saw the trailer for Accountant too.
Of course, got to.
Of course. Yes, LeBron James, July 8th. He took meetings with the Nets, the Knicks, the Bulls, the Heat, the Cavs, and the Clippers. And he made people wait for a week. And of course, he didn't set Cleveland ablaze, actually. But when he made his decision, the whole town turned against him. And of course, they came back when he decided to come back.
2014, when he went back to the Cavs.
How long did he make? He had that stupid meeting where he ignored Pat Riley during the World Cup.
Yeah,
he had him out to Vegas.
That can put you, give you a time frame of like, oh, he was watching Netherlands and Mexico in the group stage. So, late June. No, it was July 12th. LeBron James made a decision.
So I think the Steelers will be. I think the point of this is the Steelers will be fine.
They can wait 72 hours.
No worries here.
For which bum old quarterback are they going to get?
Yeah, how's their offseason affected? They'll be okay. And if it's Russell or Aaron Rodgers, they'll be fine. They'll be better if Aaron Rodgers decides to go play there. And as we talked about on Monday, at least I said in passing before we went to a break, I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers in New York with the Giants. Not because I think the Steelers are a tremendous threat. It just means now you have the Ravens, the Steelers, and the Bengals in the AFC North. Although the Bengals are on the precipice, it feels like, of things going the wrong way for them. And of course, the Texans here. They run this division at the moment, and then the AFC East has the Bills and a Dolphins team who could be a playoff team as well. And then the AFC West, which has the Broncos, the Chiefs, and the Chargers. Am I looking for another competent quarterback in the conference on a team that could win some games? No. Pick the Giants. Don't you want to throw the ball to Malik Neighbors? Don't you want to do that? Darius Slayton just got re-signed. You got 2 receivers right there. Stay over there. Stay on that side, Aaron Rodgers.
But what about the offensive line?
Don't worry about it, Aaron. We got 2 dogs on the outside.
Yeah,
you can
throw
throw
it
the
to
ball
him
to.
fast.
Yeah. You like getting the ball out of your hands quick. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's the field that nearly sidetracked your career in the late stages. But aren't you comfortable in New York? You don't want to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, moving sucks.
Yes. The women are probably worse.
Does he not have a woman in his life at the moment? I guess
no idea. I'm not really looking into it. But is a New York? What's it? Nah, I don't want to do it. Never.
No,
forget about it. Let's not. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up here. You want to get in? You can 713-780-3776. Paul Gallant will follow me and then the Killer Bees. But that one segment when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean and I were talking about, and this is once again very inside college football. Hayes Fawcett is a guy who makes graphics. Guys are decommitting, committing. If you are a lover of that sport and you love recruiting, Hayes Fawcett probably made a edit for a top player that your school got or lost. We were trying to think if we could make our way to doing that for radio, because at this point, everyone goes on social media to tell you their new job or they're departing a job. And Joe's not leaving the station, but as you well know, if you listen to Paul Gallant, it used to be Gallant and George, no longer. Joe took to the notes app to explain because people were asking, hey, what's going on? Where are you? We were thinking, hey, could we make money creating edits for radio guys or just media people in general? Like when Woj has ESPN behind him, so someone could do that. But if like someone at Cairo in Seattle's like, I'm leaving for a new job. Could they come to us and we could put up a graphic of his new city and a stupid radio post that he's going to have to do.
Yeah. The arms folded.
Yeah, the arms folded or the thumbs or whatever, and create a graphic for it so we could start making some money. Get in on that Hayes Fawcett money.
I mean, with how much reshuffling happens in this industry, A, would be super busy.
Yes.
B, we'd have a lot of people. A lot of the 790 made a change recently.
610 has made a change.
So I think as long as we see, I don't think starting out you can't ask for permission. I think you just do it. I don't think Hayes Fawcett asked for permission at first.
No,
I think he just made them.
He was creative enough and good enough, and players saw the response to his edits. They're like, yeah.
So then now, within like a few years, if I won't say anyone's names, but if someone wants to step away or something, and they come to us early and they're like, hey, don't tell anyone, but I'm thinking, maybe start working on that deep fried graphic of me standing behind or standing in front of the Houston skyline with my arms folded that says retiring. Moving on.
You know how we break big when John and Lance retire?
Yeah.
Who? Probably John first. John's. I don't think they'll do it together.
Oh, okay.
But if John decided,
yeah,
I'm out, and he gave us the heads up, make a graphic.
I mean, you'd have to put him in front of the Hollywood sign, and
he would have
Photoshop sunglasses.
He would have
on
to
him.
send us the photo because he's never going to be in person for us to take that photo.
I mean, we can. There's pictures of the Hollywood.
Yeah,
sign,
I mean, Hayes Fawcett doesn't get in person photos.
Yeah.
We get John in front of a microphone. We could pull. There's enough files of
No,
him
yeah,
taking
he's
pictures.
worked here for
Sam has
20 years.
Has taken enough pictures where we could do it that way.
Yeah. So, and then just put some filters over it.
Definitely.
And then
of course, got him.
A big incendiary one word at the end of it. Quitting.
F out of here.
Yeah.
And then of course, gotta have him holding a Coors Light. Because Hayes will put multiple pictures of the player. So maybe him on the golf course at Wildcat, another of him drinking at a party.
I think we can do this. I think the hardest part for us would be to becoming proficient in Photoshop.
The ideas will keep flowing, but can we execute them?
Like I could do it. It would just take me like an entire day to do it. To do one.
It takes too long. It would take too long for both
I'm
of us.
not good at it, so it would just take me so long.
We would need a tutorial.
I'd be watching a lot of YouTube.
That's how I figured out how to change the brakes on my old car. Not gonna do it on this one.
No,
ain't worth it. Because there's always that hesitancy. Did I do this right?
The first time you stop,
yeah.
Like,
oh, got it.
Or what happens a lot when, and it could be a noise completely unrelated. It could be just you ran over something. It could be a noise from the car over.
Has
you
nothing
hear
to
a
do with
noise.
you.
You're like.
Oh,
You're just
boy.
staring at your dashboard, like if a light comes on, if like I all of a sudden can't stop.
The deepest I'll go with car repairs, I used to change my own oil, was the necessity of changing a tire when it blows or breaks. Other than that, I'm out. Everything else, hey, I got a guy for that.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
I know some people.
Yes, another guy I know is coming up next, Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show begins.
Don't go to him for body work, though.
No. I don't think he's gonna
get to radio.
Yes, you got radio questions. Stick with Paul. He'll start after this break, and then the Killer Bees follow him. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. Tatum and the Celtics versus the Thunder tonight. I'll watch that game along with the Rockets. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Happy Wednesday. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I am Paul Gallant on this Wednesday, March 12th of 2025. You guys peer pressured me into going back to the rodeo last night to check out an artist who's been blowing up by the name of Zach Top, who's got that 80s, 90s country vibe, wears the porn star looking cowboy shirts, has himself a mustache, and gotta say, guy was pretty damn good. He even played Amarillo by morning. So I appreciate you guys for peer pressuring me in. However, the result of that is that my voice still sounds like I've been burning a pack of Marlboro Reds for the last 10 years or so, Sean.
Yeah, it's just, this is something where I think this week we can just write off too. This is how you're going to sound for this week. We'll try to regroup Sunday, get ready for Monday.
Will we though?
I know that is the risk that we run, but yeah, I've kind of gotten used to raspy Paul
Damn.
so far. So much so that when we played one of the drops from before, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I do sound like about an octave lower than I normally do.
Is Zach Top the inspiration for your
I think
headwear?
I think I'm
today?
just a cowboy hat guy now.
Okay.
I think I'm just a cowboy hat guy. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll start speaking with an accent and the ratings will go up. My Texas accent ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. And listen, well, there's another show that's around this time where that man has an accent and a deep gravelly voice. What if you have someone who's borderline metrosexual talking like this? Well, I feel like it might just open some new possibilities for the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Yesterday, I saw this report from Aaron Wilson, who is the Houston Texans insider for Channel 2. Texans overhauled offensive line expected to have Titus Howard at left tackle. He hasn't done much of that since 2021. Blake Fisher at right tackle, with Laken Tomlinson, who they signed yesterday, at one guard spot. No word on if that's left or right. Expecting more additions to go with centers and guards, Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs, both of whom seem to have an undefined position. I'm glad I'm hearing expecting more additions to go, but I haven't seen them, and hopefully more will happen, whether over the next 3 hours or once the NFL season officially kicks off at 3 p.m. But I'm curious to know if they're going to have the money to do it. I say that because the Texans have been spending a lot of money on special teams players. If you noticed over the last couple of days or so, they spent $7.5 million on Tremont Smith, who I guess is now the league's highest paid special teams player. Then they signed some guy named Nick Neiman to a $6.5 million deal. And I get it, like they can restructure contracts and they can give guys extensions, yada, 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 and free up more space and potentially sign some offensive linemen. But I really do think that they're going to ride into this coming season thinking that moving Titus Howard to left tackle, having Blake Fisher at right tackle, Laken Tomlinson, and two holdovers on the interior who weren't very good. I have a feeling that this is going to be what you see next year. And, oh boy, I don't know how many people have seen the movie Star Wars: A New Hope. I would hope you have. If you haven't, I'd call you uncultured. Paul, you sound like such a nerd right now. Actually, I think it's nerdy to go out of your way to not watch a movie that everyone's watched. I don't shame people who haven't seen it. I more just push back on the people who say, I would never watch that movie. Oh, you're an uncultured slob. It's fine if you haven't, though. He said right after calling you an uncultured slob. Just don't prance around about it. Be cocky about it. But in that movie, there is a moment in time where the Empire allows Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Chewbacca, R2-D2, and possibly gay robot C-3PO to get aboard the Millennium Falcon and fly over to Yavin 4 because they want to discover where the hidden rebel base is so they can blow that bleep up with the Death Star. There's a famous exchange between Grand Moff Tarkin and Darth Vader that we're going to play for a moment, and you'll understand why in just a second.
Are they away?
They've just made the jump into hyperspace.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship? I'm taking an awful risk, Vader. This had better work.
The Texans are taking an awful risk with C.J. Stroud, their Death Star, and to quote old Grandmoffy, this had better work. I don't like this plan. I do not like Titus Howard at left tackle. I do not like Titus Howard on the roster, honestly. I mean, we talked about trading Laramie Tunsil, and I believe the reception to that has been mixed. There are many who say good riddance. There are others who, like me, are like, but hang on, this guy's really good. And now Titus Howard is just going to take over that spot. And he hasn't done it since 2021. The dark times. Okay. Neat. Blake Fisher's playing right tackle. Was he good? Was he good last year? Hate to sound like a jerk, but was he good? I don't know. Seemed like he struggled. He was a rookie. But was he good?
Yeah. Hard to tell, which isn't a good answer.
Right. So Titus Howard was their third option at left tackle in 2021. And Blake Fisher was their backup option at right tackle this past season. That's on the edge, and then you have no idea what's going on in the interior. As I've been beating the drum for the last couple of weeks, give me some effing huge men. I need a lot of big men to protect C.J. Stroud. Not in other elements of my life, which I know a lot of people are wondering, Paul, you're so strange. Like, what are you? But no, I just need some big men, and they don't have enough big men right now. It really feels like they're just going to roll into next year with that. There might be some posturing going on with that report given to Aaron Wilson. Perhaps the Texans are saying, yeah, we're fine here. And offensive linemen who might be available think to themselves, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit less money to protect C.J. Stroud to play with this team. But there you go, guys. The Texans are seemingly going to go into next year, at least with the offensive line is currently slated. And I'm not a fan. Not a fan. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. OTR Sean says C-3PO is not gay. Well, I don't know. I think everyone's always wondered about the sexuality of a droid. Everyone's, I think, wondered that.
Did Anakin program him to have affection?
Good question. Good question. I think he seemed to have emotions, but the emotions were always whining.
Yeah, the emotion was over it. And scared. He's a little cowardly lionish.
100%. With a British accent.
I'm trying to think. R2, he and R2D2's relationship.
We have no idea what was going on.
I'd say complicated.
Are we sure R2D2 and C-3PO never got it on? How would we know? How would we know?
There's a lot of gizmos that stick out of R2D2.
We're not seeing the live action of Star Wars. Like there's moments that we don't see on camera.
You know what? This is what the Star Wars franchise needs to get a win on the board.
Yeah.
I'll say 6-episode miniseries
about the sexuality of a droid.
Yeah, a sex thriller.
Let's go.
Involving C-3PO.
Oh,
Basic Instinct, but with C-3PO.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776. I think everyone's going to be in agreement on the Texans offensive line take that I just had. This is not enough. And if you're going into next year thinking this is enough, to quote Grand Moff Tarkin, this had better work. You want to jump in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also call in 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the HR&P listener line from the 713. Paul is more into the C-3PO type man than the big man in his personal life. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I go for the more effeminate types is what this person is suggesting, while making baseless or based accusations about what I do when I'm off the clock. Zach Top was a lot of fun. Up next, Cam Smith will be in right field tomorrow. Why is he not there today? Please give me an answer. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Some interesting reaction to the last segment, which did get a little bit all over the place. So TR Sean suggests movie title Brokeback Droids. Who's the lady, Sean, that's in charge of Disney right now that everyone hates, that has a heavy hand in what's going on with Star Wars? Because I know there's one person that is blamed for all of the, let's just say, forced spin-offs that had side plots that seemed a tad unnecessary. I used to have Disney Plus. I got rid of it about a year ago or so. What's this girl's name?
Kathleen Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy. That's it. Right. So Kathleen Kennedy, I think, is already putting that movie into works.
And good news, Star Wars fans.
I heard she's leaving.
She is to exit Lucasfilm.
But not before Brokeback Droids gets released, okay?
Yeah,
So
we have one more job.
One more ground to be broken. Now the robots are even showing sexuality. I see this clip that pops up all the time. It's like a Transformers show. There's like a robot that's non-binary explaining it to a kid that they're non-binary. It's like, no one asked. No one knows what that means. Anyway, Cam Smith, Astros super prospect, is DHing today. But tomorrow he's going to play right field as part of 2 split squad games for the Astros. Joe Espada said this about Cam Smith in right field yesterday. Quote, "It's going to happen fast." He also said it'll happen sooner rather than later. A question. How about now? I don't get why the Astros are pausing here. There's only 15 days left until opening day. Why not now? What are we waiting for? Truly, I don't understand that. And it makes me feel like the Astros are operating by the seat of their pants a little bit. Take a look at some of the things that Joe Espada and Dana Brown have said over the last couple of days. Joe Espada, I think competition creates opportunities, and he's taken advantage of the opportunities, and things have changed. He has been hitting well, and now they're looking at their outfield, which they hate, after trading Kyle Tucker, and they're thinking, oh, okay, well, screw it. We're already putting Jose Altuve in left field. Dana Brown said this on Sunday, quote, "Let's just put it this way. He's impressing us, and he's been very impressive." Repeating yourself. "So we're giving him a close look. It's not easy to come into camp and be a rookie and make the team, but he's making us at least have conversations." And those conversations over the weekend turned into, yeah, screw it. We hear enough people on Astros Twitter bitching about where Cam Smith's going to play and where Jose Altuve is going to play. Let's entertain the idea. They put this out, and I really do think the Astros are operating by the seat of their pants to a degree here. The team always intended to play Cam Smith in both corner outfield spots, but swore that experiment would wait until he exited Major League Spring Training and settled into a minor league affiliate. They always intended for that? I really feel like this is something they've stumbled into the last couple of days, and they're trying to make it seem like it's part of the grand plan. And hey, the grand plan might work, but the grand plan right now is moving longtime second baseman Jose Altuve to left field, and a guy who has literally never played baseball above the single A level, who was legitimately drafted last year, playing in his first spring training, normally a third baseman, having only played in the outfield in the Cape Cod League in 2023. That guy's going to be your right fielder. So my question is not about whether or not that's going to work. I say screw it. I want to have fun. I want to have fun this year. I just don't get why you're waiting until tomorrow to put him in right field. Just do it today. What's so hard about putting him in right field today? It's going to happen fast, sooner rather than later. Well, today would be both of those things. Here's what Cam Smith had to say about jumping in right field. I guess yesterday after the game, he was on the backfields and right field for 5 innings. Quote, honestly, it's fun. Learning something new is always fun. And I think this is a whole other opportunity for me, opening a whole new door for me. It's good to learn something new every day, honestly, because that's the goal as ball players, to get at least one thing you can go home and say, hey, I learned something new today. Have you guys learned anything new today? I haven't really learned much new today, to be perfectly honest. I just learned that my voice generally needs a couple of days of R&R to come back from lots of allergies and lots of nights at the rodeo, like for Zach Top last night. What have you learned today? 713-780-3776. You can have your own end of a South Park episode moment on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Outfield and position coach Jason Bell on Cam Smith. Quote, you can see the extreme athleticism he has. His ability to learn and retain information very quickly is key, especially for a young player learning a new position. You can see his speed. So it's about him adjusting to the slice and the hook of certain balls, just getting familiar with where the wall is, the sun, and the other elements to be able to untap his speed. That makes it sound a little more complicated than I think it actually is. Because I really do feel like everybody at some point, unless you were like the coach's son and always were the shortstop or always were the pitcher, I feel like most kids who have played Little League have played every single position and have a general understanding. Maybe you don't do it at the high school level, but I don't know. That's what I've always thought when it comes to baseball. And if you watch the sport enough, you should have a pretty good idea of what you're supposed to do and what you don't. But not everybody, I guess, watches the game. I know a lot of people don't even like the game these days. That's neither here nor there. More on Cam Smith. Here's a rival talent evaluator who spoke with Chandler Rome. Quote, he's an explosive athlete who runs better than you think. Looks like the gate and mechanics have cleaned up a bit since last year. So transitioning to the outfield should be more a matter of reps than physical capacity. He has high aptitude and makeup. He will embrace the new challenge and work to improve no matter what it is. I wonder if this rival scout is like the scout who found him in Chicago. And he's just kicking and screaming over the fact that they traded that guy for Kyle Tucker, and now he's not going to be able to take credit for him. Michael Brantley's, I guess, been watching Cam Smith play, and again, this is what we're, scraping the bottom of the barrel for when it comes to spring training content. But all the people that have been covering the Astros on a daily basis, Brian McTaggart, Zach Kawahara, and Chandler Rome, have all been saying often, Matt Kawahara, my God. They have all been saying, hey, Michael Brantley's been watching Cam Smith. Been watching him a lot. Is Brantley going to be able to teach him anything? I really don't know. I really don't think so either. But there you go, guys. Cam Smith will play in right field tomorrow, and I just don't get the holdup. You say you're going to make it happen sooner rather than later, and spring training's about to end. Do it now. From the 936, Eric the driver says he learned there was a movement back in the 80s in England to ban ninjas and martial arts because it was too violent. Soft boy nominee for 1230. How do Englishmen protect themselves? I guess they never have to because they're on an island, except for that one time when, World War II, the Blitzkrieg happened. The Germans were bombing them in the Battle of Britain, yada, yada, yada. But they just got batons. Can't use guns, and no ninjas and martial arts. I would also want to ban ninjas, though. Ninjas, if I see a ninja out and about and they're not cosplaying or something like that, generally the assumption I'm going to make is that they're out to assassinate someone. I've never seen a ninja in the wild, Sean. I don't know if you have either, but I can understand why you would ban ninjas in the 1980s.
Yeah, no, I've never seen a ninja just chilling, or at least I've never known I've seen a ninja just chilling. Maybe I have. Yeah, I just looked up what are ninja duties, because what do they do? Maybe it's all not as sexy as what we see on TV, and maybe there is a good reason for them. Functions of a ninja included siege and infiltration.
Okay.
Would understand why you're wary of that as Britain. Ambush. Okay. Reconnaissance, espionage, deception, and later bodyguarding. So, ninja bodyguards.
So if you had ninja bodyguards, no one's going to F with you.
Yes, but all those other things is like, well, I don't really want to mess with ninjas. I don't want ninjas around gaining reconnaissance, doing some espionage, ambushing. Like, I mean, 1980s seems a little bit late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seems like if the ninjas wanted you, they would have gotten you in the Shogun days.
That's true.
Although, no, wait. After the Shogun days.
After the Shogun.
They didn't know Europe existed in the Shogun.
That's true. They had no
days.
idea it existed. They were like, who are these white devils when they came here?
What's wrong with this guy?
Fake Tony Stark says, you won't see a ninja if they are working. That's
Exactly.
a fair point.
Exactly.
That's a fair point. Gotta say, the Zach Top show last night was amazing. Beer for Breakfast is the coolest song ever. It's like the vibes that I'm trying to create. It goes down smooth, puts you in a good mood, starts your day off right, helps you make it till noon. A beer for breakfast, a beer for lunch, a beer for supper. It just ain't enough. It makes a good nightcap when your day's been rough. All in the morning instead of coffee and eggs. I'll have a beer for breakfast. Amazing.
That is great. That's great. You know what? I should start doing that before I drive over here.
What if more people did beer for breakfast?
Maybe just normally
society be better?
Sometimes I will eat on the drive over here. Maybe I just have a beer while I'm driving over here.
I brush my teeth and floss on the drive over here very often.
Really?
Yeah, I get those little threader things and brush.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I don't like eating and driving because there's nothing quite worse than dropping the food.
Yeah. No, that is tough.
It's
that is tough.
Brutal moment whenever that happens. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Who has been soft in the world of sports? Text them in 713-780-3776 to call to text. Who's been soft in real life? You can also join on YouTube or at ESPN 975 on Twitch. To this point today, we've touched on one, Cam Smith in right field. Just make it happen. Doesn't need to happen tomorrow. Make it happen today. And Texas needs some more offensive linemen. But soft boys are next on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We do have some news. Remember yesterday how we talked about those Astros City Connect jerseys where it's going to be basically the 90s white uniforms that they had, but it'll say Stros across the front with orange accent. The person who leaked that has been, I think, deactivated from Twitter, as in kicked off. Because if you look at their account at the Astros locker, you no longer can see it. So I believe that is confirmation that are the new uniforms that the Astros are going to get this year. I think they're way better than the crap that they were wearing before. The all blue with the crazy socks. That was too much. You were really going full astronaut with that. I still want it to look a little bit like the actual Astros uniforms. I see it on a night-to-night basis. Call me a traditionalist, but yeah, I'd rather have that. Or, I don't know, the Tequila Sunrise unis that they haven't worn in forever over what they had last year, Sean.
Yeah, the biggest criticism I have is that it's playing it very safe with the alternate uniforms where it's like, I could have gone for something a little bit more than basically their retro look, but just their current team colors, and saying Stros instead of Astros, because this is how baseball's hip. We call them by the nickname of the nickname.
I'm okay with that, though. I get what you're saying.
I'm saying all they have to do is slap an A in front of the Stros, and you could tell me that this is going to be their new uniforms. Like, it's just like not like it is not risky at all. It is just like right down the middle of like it is a home white uniform that's slightly different than the previous home white uniforms.
But sometimes simple and classic are a better road to take to getting all crazy, you know? Like at a fashion show, something I truly saw yesterday while doom scrolling was a fashion show in France where a man was wearing, I'm not kidding, fake boobs. It was skin-colored fake boobs. It looked, and it wasn't a shirt. I mean, he was just wearing fake boobs, and it was blended in with his skin.
Like prosthetics?
Yeah. It was
like in a movie?
Right. And that, like, no shirt. The outfit at this fashion show was truly boobs. So some people are like that. I don't know.
Just throw on the Texas Rangers hat and you're good.
Well, speaking of, it's time for the segment that's sweeping America. Wait, does that make sense? No, it doesn't. It's time for the segment, though, that every single week at 12:30, we call out people who have been soft in the world of sports and beyond. Hit it. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game, we talk about who's been soft. The Rangers in Major League Baseball are soft because they have pulled their new era Tatas cap. If you hadn't seen it, the Texas Rangers and many teams across baseball in this partnership with New Era were releasing a bunch of hats where the team's logo was in the midst of the word mark of the team that you would see across their jersey, which led to teams like the Houston Astros being the Houston Ashos, which led to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim looking like the Los Angeles Angels.
Close.
Right.
Close.
It's very dangerous. Very close. Same for the Astros. But this one, which we found out yesterday, Tatas in Spanish, no. That is a vulgar slang term for the bajongas upstairs. Evan Grant of the Dallas Morning News noted, these hats were on sale in the Rangers Fanatics team store, but Rangers officials were not made aware of the design before it was released, according to a pair of people with knowledge of the situation. Strangely enough, this is not the only controversy to come from MLB caps, because last year an A's team shadow one looked like it spelled ass. But some made it to eBay. And obviously you have the other hats for baseball teams like the Angels, the Astros, and the Arizona Arianas. I think that the Rangers in Major League Baseball are soft for getting rid of this. This will probably sell pretty well. Don't they care about the sport making money? This is going to make money. People will buy that hat. Now, will it be for inappropriate reasons? Yes, but it's soft to stop this. You created a monstrosity. Sell them.
Yeah, I mean, all the other hats, the ones that we don't talk about, because all 30 teams got one of these hats. They all are terrible designs. They all look awful.
Awful.
The only ones that are good, they're not even that good, but the only ones that are noteworthy are the ones that spell or almost spell dirty words. Or the word Ariana.
Right.
You got to roll with this. I think you got to roll with this. You got to, maybe you can't officially just have them like in the team store or whatever, but you have to just drag your feet on actually canceling these. So like you sell a few of these, have these on the streets. Cause I mean, can you imagine showing someone, meeting up for drinks or something, going to the tailgate, guy's got on a Tetas hat.
I love it. The guy wants to party.
Come on.
I bet he'll have like one of those hats too that you can put 2 beers in with the straw. Like that guy likes to party. And people who
that guy had beer for breakfast.
Yeah, he had beer for breakfast.
For sure.
Zach Top style. Let's go. Soft Boys continues. So we have said very little about this Stephen A. Smith versus LeBron James beef, which give us credit because there's not a lot going on. Stephen A. Smith has now brought this story up a good 3 to 4 times on anybody who will listen to this podcast and his own. And I think it's kind of soft that Stephen A. Smith didn't say this on ESPN right after it all went down.
What do you make of LeBron confronting you in the aftermath of that situation?
I thought it was weak. I thought it was some bullshit. But in the moment, I knew that I was listening to a father.
He's basically trying to come off as cool for not doing it. I like Stephen A. Smith, but come on, man, you got to say that right away. You got to say that's the first thing you should say when you're talking about this on ESPN. Maybe you tailor it for the FCC. You got to say that right away. You can't, like, in your third interview since all this went down, now say like what you said at the very beginning of that.
Yeah, if we're entering week 2 of this news cycle, which doesn't need to happen, but is only happening because Stephen A. Smith wants it to happen because he's the biggest look at me guy going.
I would understand it if I were in his shoes, but I get it.
He's milking this. B, since when is telling someone to their face that you have a problem with them? When is that weak? And
not at all.
Running on a podcast for the 3rd time, talking about it, what is that? Is that not weak? Stephen A. Smith?
I think it's lame for LeBron to be mad about this, but I don't think that it's unmanly at all to literally
if you're
go up to
already
Stephen A.
mad
Smith.
to walk up to the guy.
Yeah.
That's
not weak.
Isn't that what we want?
Right. Confrontations like that. So anyway, we don't want to dive into that too much.
No.
A fight started in Michigan State because 2 Michigan players stood on the Michigan State logo. Now, Michigan was down 18 points with seconds left to play, and Michigan State was about to do their senior night tradition. So I'm miffed here because if you're the Michigan State player, should you care about this? It's the logo, but I don't know.
They walk over when the senior sub out. They walk over and they kiss the Spartan logo.
Gotcha.
And basically, what the Michigan players are doing during these free throws, they're just standing in front of the Spartan logo, and they did a little bit of. We didn't know that this was a tradition, which I don't know. I don't know how believable that is.
I don't know if I buy it.
I saw some people that are national college basketball reporters say that like they didn't know that this was a tradition either. So it is like a weird gray area of. But even if they were doing it, even if Michigan was doing it on purpose, like there's time on the clock. Like you're not gonna get off the celebration. Like if we can just easily stop it. Like I don't know. I don't know when you have to cede the floor, literally cede the floor to your rival.
Good point.
To like kind of stun on you.
Yeah, I think Michigan State's actually a little soft for this. I mean, the logo's huge too. There was a lot of logo.
It's like 3-point line to 3-point line.
Right. It's massive. So I think Michigan State a little soft there, even though Michigan down 18. Maybe just chill.
It's tough when you're.
Because they definitely barked back very quickly. It's like you guys are getting your asses.
I was gonna say that's the tough part. It's tough to be like Michigan handled this right when it's like They got their ass kicked on the court, and now they're standing up, like whatever. But
Yeah.
in general, I'm kind of out on this Michigan State tradition.
More soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? This is where we talk about who hasn't been soft. This is where we talk about that.
The hard boys.
The hard boys. First off, a person I actually know who is a delightful human being. Rick Riz is the Mariners radio broadcaster. He has Riz. He's a really good dude. In the midst of a Mariners broadcast, he got hit by a foul ball. Here's how that sounded.
On Hoskins. Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Man.
Did it get you?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back. We'll come back right after this.
I think that was Gary Hill who stepped in there. God, poor Rick. Seriously, Rick is the nicest guy ever. Like, there are a lot of broadcasters that deserve to get into the face before Rick Riz. So Rick Riz is not soft because after stepping away for a moment, he was right back on the radio call calling the rest of the game.
Well, we go to the top half of the seventh inning with the Brewers leading the Mariners by a score of 73. Davey Garcia, the new pitcher, and Sundstrom is the pinch hitter. Jared Sundstrom. Here's a swing and a foul back. And the count is 0-1 on Sundstrom. Folks, I want to let you know that, took a pretty good shot in the back of my head with a foul ball up here in the radio booth. But I'm sore, but I'm okay. Here's the next offer. Swing and a foul back at the count 0-2. I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends. And I just want to let you know I'm okay. I got a good size bump on my head, but I'm going to be okay.
Kept going. Props to him. It's spring training. It's not an important game.
Yeah.
You could actually sub out here. You're in Arizona, not in Seattle. It's a lot better there than it is in Seattle. Like, this is a nice time of year to be in Arizona. And Rick Riz went right back to work.
Rick Riz, 71 years old.
Yeah, man.
Taking knocks to the head. Did he handle it better than John Sterling? 86-year-old John Sterling when he got hit in the head I don't know if he got hit in the head.
I don't know if Sterling stopped. I think Sterling actually went right through.
We have it.
Oh, we have it. Here's John Sterling getting smoked.
And Holmes at the belt. And now the 3-2 swung on. A pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
Sterling shook that off.
So once again, it'll be a 3.
Sterling, and then right back into it.
Sterling, I mean, I think John Sterling's one of the greatest broadcasters that's ever lived. He might be corny, but you remember the guy. Can we play the part where Riz got hit just for comparison's sake one more time? I don't want to play it. I feel bad. It sounds so painful.
On Hoskins. Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Oh, my God.
Did it get you?
Oh, my God. Oh, man, indeed.
Did it got?
That's brutal. So, Rick Riz, credit to him. He powered through.
Yeah.
As we wrap up Soft Boys. So there you go, guys. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Soft Boys every Wednesday at 12:30. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Up next, you want to weigh in on the Texans' lack of a plan on the offensive line or Cam Smith in right field? You can. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. NFL free agency is officially underway, as is the 2025 2026 NFL season, 3 p.m. this afternoon. Per Aaron Wilson of the Houston Chronicle, excuse me, not of the Houston Chronicle anymore, of Channel 2, it looks like the Texans are going to roll into next year with Titus Howard at left tackle, Blake Fisher at right tackle, Laken Thompson, who they just signed at one guard spot, Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs rounding things out, and maybe they sign somebody else. Got to say, this better work. I'm not a fan of the plan. Also, Cam Smith's in right field tomorrow. Why not today? So those are the two topics we've been marinating on. Rather slow day in the world of sports. We also just did Soft Boys in the last segment. So let's read some comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in town. From the 713, talking about LeBron versus Stephen A. Oh, man, I guess we do have to bring it back up. It's weak because LeBron did this to someone that he knows he can try and intimidate. Stephen A should have stood on business right then and there. Well, what should he have done? Punch him? Fight him? Shove him? No, you can't do that. Just listen.
Also, who's the person that can fight back to LeBron James?
Good point.
Who's the person that LeBron can get in their face and they can just swing on him?
LeBron,
Isaiah Stewart?
Exactly. LeBron, that is the one guy. Isaiah Stewart. Is he on the Pistons still?
He's on the Pistons still.
Yeah.
He got into it with Steph this weekend.
Oh, God. I love Isaiah Stewart, and I'm so mad that he didn't end up going to Syracuse because Jim Boeheim forgot about him. Truly, that's what happened. Anyway, I just he's this guy, Isaiah Stewart.
Unhinged. Because
completely unhinged.
I'll send you the Steph Curry clip. It's
I want to see
what the hell is he doing? It's just all of a sudden you're just a confrontation.
He's you know what? Yeah. He never does that.
Yeah.
But he does all the time.
Taking back to LeBron Stephen A thing. It's I don't know. I do not care. I saw it and I was just my first reaction is we're gonna have to talk about this
exactly.
And honestly, I didn't think it would be a week, but here we are.
Now we are at 9 days, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, if you're into that, cool. Don't talk to me about it. I don't care.
You don't see LeBron going up to a player like that. Well, LeBron could though. LeBron flops, but LeBron could. It's one of those things where that's what pisses me off about LeBron flopping. LeBron does not need to flop. He is one of the most physically impressive human beings that we have seen play that sport in terms of his speed, size, strength, all of it. That's what bothers me about it. More texts from the 281. Tommy Pham could potentially take on LeBron. Remember Tommy Pham? I think Tommy Pham's done a little bit of MMA here. From the 713, no one can fight back. I'm talking about fighting. Just stand by what you said. Don't bow down. Dexter clarifies here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Well, we appreciate the clarification. Stick around, brother. Hey, in the last segment in Soft Boys, we played this very unfortunate audio of a guy who I really like, Rick Reyes, who's the Seattle Mariners radio voice, getting drilled by a fly ball. I hate that I have to keep playing this audio, but I'm sorry. This is something else, and Rick Riz is okay. If he had been okay, I don't know that we could continue to play it. But here's Rick Riz getting hit by a foul ball.
On Hoskins. Now the set by Vargas. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Oh, man. That's brutal.
Oh, man.
So Ryan Lost in Texas on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston suggested that we compare this to some other moments in time where people have gotten hurt while on TV or on the radio. I don't know who this lady is, but a local morning news lady was at a winery stomping on grapes, and whoops, she didn't stomp on grapes for as long as she needed to.
Buckets are filled with grapes. What kind of grapes? These are filled with Chamberston grapes, and the winner this Saturday, who's stopping music, eating international foods, having wine tours and tastings, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day. Stop. Oh, 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 I can't, ow, 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 oh, stop, oh, stop, oh, 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 I can't breathe. Stop.
Oh, no.
Oh,
boy,
dear.
I think she's actually actually hurt.
No, I think she is.
The last part is the best. The news anchors who aren't out there. This poor lady, she's a reporter. She's at a winery.
Boots on the ground.
It's like the stupid kind of reports the TV people have to do. Trust me when I tell you this, they hate doing this when they're sent out to something that is not news at all. And, you know, they're being nice. They're giving this person a platform. They might be interested, but they hate it. They'd rather be in the studio, just air conditioned and doing nothing, not stomping grapes. But this lady got cocky stomping the grapes. She got cocky and then whoops, ate it.
Yeah, because she said the like stop part to get them both to stop. And then she started again faster this time and just boom, ate it. That is like, that's an interesting noise to come from falling. I don't know what, 4 feet on the ground, 5 feet on the ground. They're not up that high on this platform. It looks like.
No, they're not. Oh, great text from the 281. We got to get Jong Lee from the Blitz with the pepper spray. We could probably find that. Guess what, guys? It's one of those shows, okay, where it's a slow day, but it is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And when we stumble into something fun, we keep it going. So over the course of today's show, this Wednesday, March 12th of 2025, we will be remembering some of the great moments in people who survived getting hurt in the middle of broadcasting. Yeah, we'll get Isaiah Carey swallowing a bug. We'll do that.
Some censoring needs to happen because that was an off-the-air thing.
Yeah, right. There was a lot of censoring needed on that front. From the 346, do you think TV people really like to stand in 3 feet of water during storms just to accentuate its severity? It does look cool after the fact. I mean, for the gram, for social media, put it on a dating app or something like that. Like, it does look cool. Sometimes it doesn't look cool enough, though. Sometimes the shirt's a little baggy and you need to, put some clothespins on. That's just fine. It makes it look a little hotter, okay? So there you go. We're going to keep this rolling. People getting hurt. Also, CJ Stroud might get hurt if this is an actual plan for the Houston Texans on their offensive line going into this coming season. And I just don't get why the Astros don't put Cam Smith in right field today. They're doing it tomorrow, though. Only 15 days until the Astros open up their season. There is some good news for the Houston Rockets, who are very banged up right now in tonight's game. And once again, they're going to have to wear their Sunday best. I'll explain why in tonight's game. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. Hour number 2 of the Paul Gallant Show on a Wednesday. We've taken a strange turn on today's show because after hearing audio in a segment that we like to call Soft Voice of a Mariners broadcaster, good buddy, getting drilled by a baseball, we're just taking nominees for audio clips of people getting wailed on, people getting wrecked, getting hurt. There are some that we are efforting to get, specifically John getting pepper sprayed. There are others that we are feverishly censoring in the moment. But you want to chime in, you can at 713-780-3776. It's how you call, it's how you text. Really the big news for the Texans is that from Aaron Wilson, they've overhauled their offensive line, but Titus Howard's going to play left tackle this coming year. And I guess after that, we might see some more signings in free agency, but they seem to be focused on special teams players who they are spending a lot of money on. And next year's offensive line could be Titus Howard at left tackle, Blake Fisher, second-round pick from last year at right tackle, Laken Tomlinson at a guard spot, and one of the guys they signed in free agency, and then I guess Jared Patterson and Juice Scruggs rounded out. I don't like that. Also, Cam Smith, Astros super prospect, is going to be in right field tomorrow. I just wish it was happening already today because there's only 15 days left in spring training. The Houston Rockets, they play the Phoenix Suns tonight. And the good news for the Rockets, Fred VanVleet should be back. Should be back. They have missed him. And if you watched the Rockets Magic game earlier this week, you'd know why. My God, so many turnovers. It's a good thing Orlando can't shoot worth a damn because the Rockets had 19 turnovers in that game. Orlando just missed a lot of shots and could not get a rebound to save their life. I think Steven Adams had 17 boards in 23 minutes. Just insane numbers. But with the Durant game, Kevin Durant in town, with Devin Booker in town, I once again believe that it is imperative for the Houston Rockets say they have any interest in Kevin Durant to look their absolute best tonight. I want to continue to look hot so that Kevin Durant, say he does want to go somewhere, wants to go to Houston. Because if he wants to go to Houston, then the Suns, who apparently want 3 first-round picks, have less leverage to get those 3 first-round picks. If they know this is the only place he wants to go, the Rockets theoretically can sit back and wait. But I want them to look their best. Tonight, can they bring back the ketchup and mustards? How about that? I mean, those are the best uniforms the Rockets have ever had. I don't know why they went away from them. Give me the red and gold, ketchup and mustards, whatever you want to call them, with the iconic look that they had when they won in the mid-90s. I bet Durant sees you in those. He's going to be like, damn, I am going to find my way to Houston. Those uniforms are sweet. I even have a Mario Ellie version of it. Kiss of Death. Hell yeah to me. I want those back.
Is there... Yes, you're right, by the way. They should be at least like a full-time throwback.
Right.
Or like a full-time... You know how the Miami Heat always have like a Vice City looking jersey? There is like one... The Nuggets like just change colors on one of their alternates every year. That should what the Rockets should do with the ketchup and mustards. But do you think that it's more than just a maybe not dress rehearsal, but gotta look good tonight, more than just the players, more than just the team itself? Do you think some of it, they are coming to Toyota Center? Do you think some of it's on the fans to
show up to the game?
I don't want to ask too much and say you have to show up at before the game.
The game's
Can we
at
show
7.
up at 7?
Listen,
can we be in your seat at 7?
There should be. I don't know who's playing. Lauren Daigle. She's playing at the rodeo tonight, so I don't know if that's a huge attraction. I'm told she is more of the Christian music scene, and hey, to each their own. But that always can create complications, that part. And I know it's tough to get to Toyota Center, but
yeah, traffic, blah, 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 blah.
You do. The Rockets got to wear their best uniforms. The fans do have to show up. And I think the Rockets should get some catering for the Suns locker room.
Oh,
I think
okay.
like, oh wow, a bunch of El
Landry's.
Tiempo.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. I forgot. It's got to be Landry's. What's the Landry's Mexican joint? I'm sure that they have one under their hood, if you will. That's probably what they'd have. No, this is I think where El Tiempo's got to step in. My guys at El Tiempo. Send in some of the queso with the deep fried chips. You gotta maybe get some brisket tacos in there and just pictures of the margaritas. Tahini on the rim, salt on the rim, doesn't matter. Just get that in the locker room, because if you want, one, Kevin Durant to want to come here, or two, Devin Booker to want to come here, even though the Suns say they're never letting him go. Oh, okay. Let's see a couple of years from now if that's the case. This is how you potentially do it. People are talking about wardrobe on the Twitch. King of Twitch says he doesn't buy me in a cowboy hat. What? I'm a member of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I'm a committeeman. I'm a badged committeeman on the Poultry Auction Committee. I am the cowboy lifestyle now. Much more so than you, I reckon.
That sounds convincing.
Is this stolen valor? Is me wearing this hat stolen valor? Because from what I understand, I've lived in Texas my whole life. I've been here forever. Okay?
For as long as you can remember.
Except for when I played high school football in Florida and when I grew up in Massachusetts, which allows me to be a Patriots fan. I've always sounded like this. I've always been like this. I wear a cowboy hat every single day when I'm off the air. This is actually my real voice right now. Okay? And I don't think this is stolen valor, me wearing this cowboy hat. If you disagree, Will, you can kick rocks, as they say, where I'm from, which is here. That's why I'm wearing that hat. I'm also wearing it because Zach Top, I enjoyed him last night. He was good. I'm musically challenged. It's the first time seeing it, but that 80s, 90s country vibe, the older country vibe, like I like the older country vibe. I like Hank Williams Jr. I like Alabama. Alabama's probably my favorite country band. I like that old stuff. Hell, I like Hank Williams Sr. He's pretty good. Johnny Cash. So I like that, but I also like, Toby Keith. Toby Keith's got some bangers. They'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way,
Toby Keith definitely has bangers.
For sure. Some of the other ones I'm trying to think of. And again, country is something I am learning, but like most music, give me enough and I'll enjoy it. I just don't like the bro country stuff from today. And I don't know who actually does that. Some people are suggesting Brad Paisley. Is he more bro country?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with a lot of his work.
Garth Brooks is
no. Garth Brooks is good.
Garth Brooks is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if real country heads think he's good.
Well,
I have friends in low places, so I relate to that song.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Someone is texting in Lainey Wilson.
Oh, you'll like her.
I'll like Lainey Wilson. Why will I like Lainey Wilson?
You like some of her older stuff.
Oh, okay. Is she a strong, powerful, independent woman too? Lainey Wilson?
You just go to images.
Oh, yep. Okay. She's a strong, very powerful, independent woman. Very strong power source.
Powerful comes from the base.
Holy.
Strong base. Low center of gravity.
Well, yeah, she seems very talented. Someone was asking who's my top 5 female country singers. 1, Shania Twain. 2, Shania Twain. 3, Shania Twain. 4, Faith Hill. 5, Carrie Underwood.
Oh, I thought Lainey Wilson might sneak in
there.
No. Just off of that Google search.
And again, all of them great musicians. Mm-hmm. Shania Twain, I actually know all the songs though.
Okay.
Man, I feel like a woman. You can isolate that as a drop if you want. It's a slow day. So I hope tonight the Rockets, for Kevin Durant and for Devin Booker, put on their Sunday best. Ketchup and mustards. Fans, let's show up on time, huh? Let's show up just for tonight. You don't have to do it every night. And I don't know, maybe some El Tiempo catering in the locker room. Is Papacito's owned by the Landry brand?
I don't think so. Okay. I was on their website looking for a Mexican restaurant. Not that many.
Not that many.
No.
I mean, listen, the Rockets are pinching pennies. You could do Tio's. Tio's is fantastic. Up in the Heights. Ever been there?
Yeah.
Or another classic. Oh shoot, I'm forgetting the name.
Joe's Crab Shack.
Joe's Crab Shack. Yes.
I
Some
just
Joe's
scrolled
Crab
past it.
Shack for Kevin
Cadillac car.
Durant.
Yeah. Bubba Gump.
Some Bubba Gump shrimp. Could be that.
I think if the Rockets put Bubba Gump shrimp in that in the locker room for the Suns, I think the Suns take it as like, what are they trying to say here? Like, what message is it? You know what? I'm taking this I'm deciding to take this personally, and then you have Kevin Durant scoring 45 points on you.
Yeah.
Just because he's like that. I don't know why. I just decided to take offense to the fact that I had to look at Bubba Gump shrimp when I got in the locker room.
We have some text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From the 832, Paul, any chance you can start doing the show on the foul line? Would love to hear your reaction from taking a ball to the face, unless you're into that. Got him at the end. That's not fun. I have been drilled by baseballs before. Not fun.
Yeah.
That's why legitimately I stopped playing baseball because my pitching coach in high school would, I'm pretty sure drunkenly, throw at me. This guy's a former major league pitcher. I'm not revealing the name. I don't want to do that. But this guy in practice, I would have to stand in the batter's box and he would just throw it at my head over and over again. Got hit in the eye with a baseball once because my outfield coach, maybe Cam Smith, needs to do this, had me spinning around in a circle and then finding a ball that he had thrown up as far as he could in the sky. And me, dizzy, I turn up and look around. It hits me directly in the eye. Black eye for a couple weeks.
This is very Patches O'Houlihan
Truly.
style of coaching. I'm not sure if that's what Altuve and Cam Smith are going to be doing, running in a circle, doing a dizzy bat outfield drills.
Truly would be good. Also, we're getting some nominees as far as some country artists. Post Malone is country now from the 713. He's going to be here, I think, in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what day he's going to be at the rodeo, but that ought to be fun. Luke Combs, that sounds like a made-up country name. Luke Bryan is bro country, says another.
Yes, I just literally Googled bro country music just to look at what artists get put up there on Google, and it's Florida Georgia Line, who we mentioned.
Yes.
Luke Bryan is number 2. Jason Aldean, number 3.
Okay.
And Randy Houser, number 4.
Gotcha. Okay. So there you go, guys. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are honoring people that have been injured while broadcasting all show long in honor of my guy, Rick Riz, who got crushed. So if you think of any other ones that you want to hear, we'll play them. We're getting more and more audio as the show continues. Also, the Texans are doing something I don't get it. And I'm not just talking about their offensive line plan with Titus Howard moving over to left tackle. I'll tell you what it is on the other side. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We do have some breaking NFL news. You've been listening over the last couple of weeks. I did expect this to happen. The Rams were trying to trade Cooper Kupp, but with that contract, no one was taking that contract on. He has officially been released right before the league year starts in about an hour and 45 minutes. Per Tom Pelissero, the Rams told Kupp he will be released at some point today. It'll save them $15 million against the salary cap. Kupp, who was a third-round pick in 2017, caught 634 passes for 7,776 yards and 57 touchdowns over the course of his time in LA. He was the offensive player of the year in 2021. His 2021 season is insane. And for those who don't know, Cooper Kupp's 2021 stats, brace yourselves. They're impressive. 145 catches for 1,947 yards and 16 touchdowns. Yes, in 17 games. Still, jeez.
That's nuts. That's like challenging maybe 3 different records. That's pretty closest to the catch record. I don't know if someone might have broken that since, it's like, what was it? Was it Marvin Harrison back in the day? But all those numbers are just insane.
It's arguably the greatest wide receiver season ever because he also won Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, if you take into account that, because that
he's not winning MVP as a wide receiver,
Yeah.
but offensive player of the year, Super Bowl MVP, and then all of those numbers. Honestly, the Rams didn't deserve to win that game because they forgot he existed in that Rams-Bengals Super Bowl. They totally forgot he existed.
Yeah, until the last drive.
Yeah,
the
they were like,
last,
oh yeah, we got Cooper Kupp.
The last drive was just throw it to Cooper Kupp.
It really was.
And they won the Super Bowl.
So he's available. Texans should pick up the phone and make a phone call. Per Aaron Wilson, the Packers, Seahawks, Titans all are looking at Cooper Kupp. Green Bay is one to watch.
Green Bay, maybe it's just Jordan Nelson, some runoff Jordy Nelson.
100%
but
what I'm thinking.
I can see him in that
Wisconsin.
jersey. Titans, that's bad. I wouldn't say for the Texans. I don't think it swings it too much. I think that's bad for Cooper Kupp because, as people have pointed out, with DeAndre Hopkins going to the Ravens yesterday or this morning, once you start going to the Ravens and to the Titans as a receiver, party's kind of over. Those are the last stops for a lot of greats on their way out.
Odell Beckham Jr. with Baltimore.
Odell
long ago.
Des Bryant played for Baltimore.
Yeah.
Obviously, Andre Johnson played for the Titans. Randy Moss played. I might be breaking news to people. Randy Moss played for the Titans at the end of his career. There's a lot of guys at the end of the career. It's those two teams where it's like, oof, that's the washed up.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of hurts you as a football fan watching a guy so diminished in those jerseys. So I hope Cooper Kupp, goes to the NFC, if not the Texans. But I hope it's not the Titans for his own sake.
I'd love to see him here. I really want them to go all in with the exciting whites at wide receiver. I really do. I mean, you've already done it this offseason. You've got 2.
But people would
so
be like,
funny if they got 3.
People would be like, we wanted white offensive linemen. We didn't want wide receivers.
That is so true. Yeah, they want less Metro offensive linemen. And nothing against Laramie Tunsil. I think his fashion was impeccable.
No,
I really do.
I
was looking for that shirt that he wore that one time, that Hawaiian shirt, and it was like $7,000.
Of course,
of course, it's too much for me. It's like
Have you seen his contract?
Probably. Yeah, I get it. But they want people that are probably, doing a little dip.
Yeah,
maybe more into ogre things and wearing camouflage hats.
I don't need ogre things. I just maybe guys that were either went or wish they could have gone to Zach Top last night.
Right.
I want some guys that are like, who's great? Zach Top.
Yeah, like Zach Top is great, by the way. I very much enjoyed him, and shout out to the Twitch who bullied me into going last night. I did go. The talent was great. A lot of strong, independent women out there. Got somebody's. We followed each other on Instagram. Slid in, asked her out. No response.
Hey,
It's true. It's true.
Maybe she's at work.
Shooter's got to shoot. Might have a date tonight. Kind of tired. I don't know if I want to go on it.
Oh no, you can't load manage.
She also did that. I wanted to be sweet. She did the whole like, oh, well, I have like I might have dinner with my mom tonight, but like I can cancel that. And I was like, I'm trying to be like the good guy. I'm like, I don't want it. So right now, what I have done is I'm like, oh, you can't miss time with your mom.
Yeah, as someone, you only get to see your mom a couple times a year.
Yeah. But anyway,
you got to cherish those moments.
We got a little off topic.
Did we?
Just a little bit.
Cooper Kupp.
Just a little bit.
Release.
We might need as a draw. Like, stay on target. Stay on target.
Yeah.
Because the ADD is rampant, especially on a day like today. Cooper Kupp released. I think it would be fun if the Texans had a bunch of white wide receivers and that Nick Caserio just goes full old school New England Patriots, Wes Welker, dude, or Danny Amendola, kid, or Julian Edelman, dude, Jules, or Chris Hogan. Just go all old school, okay? Find random lacrosse players, bring them in at wide receiver. It would be fun to have Kupp here. I think he can be had. I also wonder what the Texans' plan is because from an offensive line perspective, I don't really like what they're doing with moving Titus Howard to left tackle. That per Aaron Wilson is their plan. They signed Laken Tomlinson, and the interior's a mess. And you're going to have Blake Fisher at right tackle, who did not have the best year last year as a rookie, but he was a rookie, and he definitely got a lot of experience. So there you go. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can jump on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can jump on Twitch at ESPN 975. Zafum Belisho says, Paul, you asked her out within 12 hours of getting her info. You got to be smoother than that. Volume shooter, bro. Volume shooter. We're on to the next. We're on to Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm. Microwave scorer. You get off the bin, you get subbed into the game.
Yes.
I'm not trying to pass. I'm here to get up shots.
Okay. We're continuing thanks to this moment in Mariners spring training to play moments in broadcasting history where the broadcasters got boom broadcasted, if you will. Because Rick Riz, Mariners play-by-play guy, had this moment unfortunately happen to him in spring training.
Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Oh, man.
Gets worse every single time. And again, Riz is okay, so I'm very happy about that.
It's taken till, I don't know, fourth listen. The color commentator, who I don't know, going, that hit you in the head?
Should have known.
Got to have better situational awareness. Rick Riz isn't going down over a stiff breeze, all right? It's got to have connected. He probably heard it.
Yeah.
You can't go, that hit you in the head? Come on, man.
To Riz's credit, he did
got back
continue the broadcast eventually. And this seemed to actually hit him, unlike the time with John Sterling, where he got hit, but he kept on going. This seems to like actually have hit him in the head. I can understand how anyone would be dazed in that moment in time. But in honor of that, we're just playing fun moments of audio where people have been either destroyed in the midst of a broadcast, like that poor lady who fell off of a grape bucket after trying to smash some grapes at a winery. There's this moment from Houston's own Isaiah Carey. Isaiah Carey's out and about in the sticks, and there's large insects in Texas, of course. And this, unfortunately, happened to Isaiah.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? The is that?
I'm dying in this country ass up town. Flying in my mouth. The I can't see pollen. And let's get the out of this country, motherfucker. I can't see me.
That's so awesome. I also love, and listen, I feel bad that TV guys have to speak in such an unnatural way when they're on TV. Because Isaiah Carey starts off, what actually happened out here was, and then the bug flies in, and the natural reaction when he talks like a normal person kicks in.
That is the key to all of these, I think, is the I guess artificial nature. Even John Sterling, Rick Riz, where actually John Sterling stays in character, but Rick Riz, it hit me. and here's the pitch. Oh, the very professional, and same thing with the grape lady where she falls down in agony, and then they go back to the studio and they're like, oh, it's like she took a tumble, because it has to be the peppy news morning show where they're not on the set behind the desk. They're sitting in a rooms to go model room, basically.
Right, exactly.
With a flower in the middle.
That's very specific.
That's what they're.
That's where Julia Morales always is, right?
Yeah.
For the in-game updates before they toss it to Kevin Eschen.
Yes, and that's also if you just, I don't know, are sick one day, or you just leave the TV on one of the local stations, and at 10 o'clock, or no, maybe like 9 o'clock, you're like, oh, well, there's some weird local lifestyle show that's happening, and again, they're sitting in love seats and not behind a desk. It's
very strange.
Yeah, it's very strange. Artifact of a bygone era, I'd say.
Yeah. But I'm glad that they still bring me on that bygone era, because some would say this is a bygone era. But you know what I say? I say nothing's a bygone era when you've got the most interactive sports talk show in town. He's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Oh, another nominee. Patrick Creighton versus Jason Braddock. Now, no one actually fought there, so we're going to have to review whether or not that one is allowed, but we will get Jong getting pepper sprayed at some point. We're still efforting to find the audio. We'll have it at some point. Up next in the 10-minute drill, do the Texans need to go after Cooper Kupp now that he's been released? Some other notable signings across the league, and controversy over the Eagles visiting the White House is officially over because it was addressed at a press conference. We'll discuss all of that, and you'll hear some more audio of people getting beaten up next. Indeed, it does. Cooper Kupp released by the Los Angeles Rams with the league year starting in about an hour and 26 minutes. I think the Texans should pick up the phone and make a call. That's been rather quiet for the Texans over the last couple of hours, and specifically just today and this morning. But from Aaron Wilson, we heard this yesterday. Titus Howard is expected to be moved over to left tackle. Blake Fisher's going to be at right tackle. Laken Tomlinson, who they signed, is going to be a guard, and there will be more additions made, we hope, because I think Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, that ain't enough on the interior. We'll see. Some agents speak for Kenyon Green. This is also from Aaron Wilson. The Texans and Kenyon Green both felt like a fresh start with the Eagles will be good for his career. Better to move on now and give him a full offseason to work with Jeff Stoutland, who's the Eagles offensive line coach. It didn't work out here, but not from a lack of effort. Extremely professional and accountable. Green had some bad luck with injuries. I think you could call his shape into question a couple of times, maybe as a result of all those injuries that he had to overcome. I do wish the guy the best in Philadelphia, but he was bad here.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, disappointing. I do think one of the injuries was a broken foot, which at 300 pounds, like that could
suck.
And it could be hard to stay in shape with a broken foot. I can understand that, but yeah, I mean, obviously did not work out. If there's anywhere that it would work out, it's working with Jeff Stoutland, Philadelphia Eagles. Yes. But ultimately for the Texans to turn a guy who was not going to play for you, or if he was going to play for you meant something went horribly wrong, to turn that into your starting safety.
Huge win. An upgrade.
Good trade.
An upgrade over Jimmy Ward. It's an upgrade. We'll see if Ward's still here. I imagine his time is numbered. Elsewhere around the league, DeAndre Hopkins signed a 1-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. Well, based off that drop in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs, and good luck, Baltimore. Baltimore is for, as Sean said a little bit earlier, veteran wide receivers. They love those old veteran wide receivers, and generally when they come in there, they aren't the same thing. But the Ravens are like with wide receivers who are maybe at the end, like the Colts are with quarterbacks who are at the end. The Bills signed former Chargers defensive lineman Joey Bosa. That's a nice move for Buffalo, I think. Though, how good was Bosa? You barely noticed him in that Texans-Chargers game, and his stats this past season were not great. Because I remember that thinking about, oh, wow, the Chargers got a lot of pass rushers before the Texans and Chargers playoff game. And then I looked at the actual numbers themselves, and there was a bunch of guys with like 7 sacks or so. Bosa was not the Bosa of old.
Yeah, and he is, in my mind, maybe not actually, X's and O's wise, but just looking at the roster, looking who left the Bills, looking who the Bills are signing in Bosa. Seems like he's just replacing Von Miller as veteran pass rusher on their second team. Hope that you get some vintage Joey Bosa, just like they hope they got some vintage Von Miller, which they never really got outside of a game here or there.
Right, exactly. One last note. How about this? Zach Wilson is a Miami Dolphin. Watch out, Housewives.
Okay.
Watch out. Allegedly. Yeah. Allegedly. Because I do believe he is dating someone.
He is spoken for.
A strong, independent, powerful woman. But, man, Miami backup quarterback. I think that's the ideal job for any slacker. The Alex Morans of the world from Blue Mountain State. Yeah. The man who was always trying to be the backup quarterback.
Although the problem,
you have to play from time to time because of Tua Tagovailoa getting hurt.
That's the problem, is that you have to play. Like the key to being a backup quarterback, what makes it cushy,
is you step in and you play well.
You don't have to play at all. That's how you want to Chase Daniel this thing.
Completely forgot. Much like Tua probably forgot some things. Completely. He's had a lot of concussions. He keeps playing. Is that out of pocket?
I mean,
I apologize to the Tagovailoa clan. I apologize
to all
of them, the entire family. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I do agree though that Zach Wilson seems like he would enjoy Miami, although, and I'm not sure. He went to BYU. I'm not sure if he's Mormon or not, but a lot of the fun stuff you can do in Miami frowned upon by old Brigham Young.
That is 100% true. That's why I thought he was going to fail New York from Utah to New York City for the
Culture
worst
shock.
organization in the NFL, who has like the leakiest operation there is, with too many people covering that god awful team. And then he's your quarterback, who's this rookie with a baby face who's undersized. This is going to go well.
It's like the sheltered kid, first year in college.
Yeah.
They just, without any structure or rules, they
Yeah.
go wild. Yeah.
Completely wild. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to visit the White House. And I think it's very funny that it was discussed as such by White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Of our energy industry. I have two more quick notes before I wrap up. April 28th, I can confirm that the Philadelphia Eagles will be here at the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. I know there was a lot of fake news about an invitation that wasn't sent or was sent. We want to correct the record. We sent an invitation. They enthusiastically accepted, and you will see them here on April 28th.
Enthusiastically accepted by the Philadelphia Eagles. What a sequence of events that was, that story, which started before the Eagles even won the Super Bowl. A report came out the Eagles might not go to the White House, and perhaps there was actually nothing to it, and it was somebody trying to start a rumor. We might have gotten got, because I did go with it, and I was like, well, this is an interesting topic. It's certainly polarizing. Let's discuss it for a little bit of time. But they hadn't even won the Super Bowl yet, and people, I think, were looking back at their last
I think that's what happened.
Super Bowl and how they did not go to the White House. Right, Sean? Because not many people were going to go. So the White House uninvited the Philadelphia Eagles. This time around, everyone's going to go. Also, I mean,
enthusiastically.
And I think the Eagles wanted it to be known that they wanted to go enthusiastically.
I think it helps everyone to say they I think the White House wants to say they enthusiastically agreed. Yeah, the Eagles are like, awesome. Can we drive one of the Teslas?
I'm a fan of this new press secretary. I'm a fan. What? She's a strong, powerful, independent woman, but also she's feisty. I like it. Like, she's mean. It's fun. The last one seemed to be more of an excuse maker, and I feel like this press secretary gives us a little more bang for our buck and just shoots people down. Fake news. The latest when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers are still sniffing around. If Rodgers doesn't go to the Steelers, they will turn to Russell Wilson, who, of course, they just had. I think they're doing this to annoy Aaron Rodgers, because I don't think Rodgers likes Russell Wilson very much. It's a very funny way to do it. Make them jealous of the fact that they might go back to the last quarterback that they had. But speaking of those Steelers, this clip, I heard it from Shannon Sharp, old Unk, on one of those Speak for Your Pizza shows. Shannon Sharp talking about Mike Tomlin's run with the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they're constantly over 500, but not doing a whole lot while over 500. Made a very fun metaphor here.
And what is the standard? We hear Mike Tomlin say all the time, the standard is the standard. Well, in Pittsburgh now, the standard is mediocrity. Because what do we always highlight Mike Tomlin with? He's never had a losing season. That ain't worth a damn. We don't pay you to not have a losing season. We pay you the big bucks to win championships. And they haven't, as you mentioned, Stephen, they haven't won a playoff game since 2016. He's never had a losing season. What is 9-8? What good is that doing me? Bro, come on. That's like kissing your girl through a screen door. That ain't doing nothing. Ain't no lips touching. You don't get to hold no hands. That ain't nothing, Stephen A. I need more from Mike Tomlin.
Kissing your girl through a screen door. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah. I don't even really understand. I mean, I understand. I don't understand the situation. I don't know how that would ever have happened to anybody, but I understand what he's saying. I guess there's another one that you could use that's probably
involving pants.
Less 9 a.m. on first take.
Correct.
But
real ones know.
Okay.
OTP.
It is a good point that you don't, at a certain point, going 9-8. I guess the Texans are just a different version of this.
It's one game different than Jeff Fisher, because there's 17 games. But he is always over 500. Fisher was always at 500.
Yeah. And there's something about being good. That's fun. But being good without any possibility of making a run, because they haven't won a playoff game since 2016. I don't know how many of those they've been favored in. They definitely weren't one of the favorites to actually like make it out of the AFC.
There was a year where they were a threat to the Patriots.
2016, I want to, or no,
probably. I think that was the 16-17 AFC Championship game where the Patriots housed the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I think that the week before, there was some drama about Antonio Brown Facebook living from the Steelers locker room.
That's right. That might have been the last win.
They had all of that talent.
Mm-hmm. Le'Veon
Bell. Yeah, he's got some stuff going on too. Bell and Antonio Brown. And Tomlin never won with that team, which I don't think it's brought up enough. And look, they've been very consistent. And I enjoy Mike Tomlin. I think he's a hell of a character. But I think criticism of Mike Tomlin is as warranted as the praise he gets. And I think he gets a lot more praise that he's probably due, even though I think most NFL fan bases would rather him be their coach than the guy that they currently have.
That's why he's kind of in a weird spot, because if you're to sit down and actually rank all the NFL coaches, like Mike Tomlin would be towards the top. Like he probably not top 5, but definitely top 10. And like you said, there's 22 teams that would trade their coach for Tomlin today. But at the same time, there being no hope or no upper echelon, like, oh, we can win these games. And I think some of that comes down to the quarterback. I don't think it's all on Tomlin. That basically once Roethlisberger started being washed up, and they really haven't had a dude there, like a real guy that you think you can win with there since. It's been a lot of Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett, Russell Wilson this past year. So
Justin Fields kind of.
I don't know how much of it's like you should be able to win a playoff game with Kenny Pickett. It's like, you probably shouldn't, but the results speak for themselves. You're going on a decade since winning one of these things. You just got to do it.
They need the next guy. Pickett wasn't that. And, with Sean Payton, we're going to see it with Bo Nix in a kind of similar situation. Another guy who was with one team for a while and had the one Super Bowl win and had a lot of losses that were crushing, and he didn't really get the criticism for those that he deserved to, even though he was a great coach.
Yeah, that's the thing.
There's similarities between the two.
Once you cement yourself as one of the top guys, win a Super Bowl, that certainly helps. But once you cement yourself as like a top 10 guy, like the criticism that you receive you get a grace period. You get a long leash of no one wants to rip, John Harbaugh. No one wants to rip Tomlin or Peyton. Like, really, Mike McCarthy's the only one people are comfortable absolutely taking crazy shots at.
And there's not that much of a difference between McCarthy and Tomlin.
And so some of that might just be because McCarthy's quarterback was okay with throwing him under the bus.
Yes, for sure. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. That's a 10-minute drill. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're going down broadcasting memory lane, playing audio of people getting biffed. If you got any nominees, we'll play them. We're still efforting to find pepper spray gate with old Jong. Poor Jong. That must have been rough. Up next, we continue our countdown to Astros opening day. We're going to see Cam Smith in right field tomorrow. We might see something else that we haven't seen in years in the very near future as well. I think this should have you excited. Our countdown to opening day continues. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Cooper Kupp got cut by the Los Angeles Rams, or at least he has been informed he will be, before the league year officially kicks off in an hour and 9 minutes. The NFL's legal tampering window began on Monday. I think the Texans should at the very least make a phone call. I'm curious as to how much he'd be looking for. Does seem that there are other teams looking to grab him right away, specifically the Packers, per Aaron Wilson. We'll see what happens on that front. We're 15 days away, almost 2 weeks from Astros opening day. You know what time it is. Let's keep that countdown going. Give me that bone. Cam Smith will be in right field tomorrow. Today, he is the Astros' designated hitter. I really wish that they were doing him today, but it'll at least begin tomorrow. Cam Smith did have an at-bat a little bit earlier, and he grounded. Nope, he popped into a double play. Not good. Not good. Anyway, other news for the Astros, and this is pretty exciting, actually. Lance McCullers, we have another update. It's a little vague, but it's not that vague. Lance McCullers, per Chandler Rome, threw another live batting practice today and came out of it feeling good. The next step will be pitching in a Grapefruit League game, which could come as early as Tuesday. Oh my God, it's happening. We might finally see Lance McCullers back on the mound in an actual Astros game. More from spring training. The Houston Chronicle put together an article listing the guys who have been the best players for the Astros this spring. 1, Cam Smith. 2, Jeremy Pena. 3, Jake Myers. 4, someone I've never heard of, Stephen O'Kurt, who was a relief pitcher. And 5, Forrest Whitley, one of the best 5 Astros this spring. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Also, another update for the Astros this spring training on a rather slow Wednesday, March 12th of 2025. Christian Walker did defensive drills today, dealing with that oblique injury. Caleb Ort had no issues after throwing 15 pitches. Pedro Leon played catch and hit in the cage. And both Jose Altuve and Cam Smith will play in a split squad game in West Palm Beach tomorrow with Altuve in left field and Smith in right. It is just so crazy that as we get closer and closer to opening day, that Altuve in left field, which he's never done before, and Cam Smith in right field is really the plan. Do you have issue with that? I don't, because it's fun. But I do wonder how successful it'll actually end up being. And if these guys in positions they've never played before this year leads to frustrating viral bloopers. I don't really want them to all of a sudden the Astros turn into the Boston Red Sox of the last 2 years, who have very long highlight reels of all the times that they have messed up. And speaking of messing up, and I'm glad it's no longer on the television anymore. This is just a side note, but conference tournaments are on. I'm so glad that that Big 12 court is off my screen. It was giving me a seizure. It was giving me a seizure. So for those who don't know, the Big 12 has laid out their entire court for the Big 12 tournament, and it just has 12 in Roman numerals throughout the court.
Yeah.
Barstool Sports described it as a Louis Vuitton bag, which led to the commissioner of the Big 12 basically saying, yeah, I mean, we're really artistic. No, you're giving me a stroke and seizure at the same time. Not sure how that works, but it's happening, and I'm glad it's no longer on my screen. And rant that has nothing to do with the Astros, Sean.
No, it is. It's so Brett Yormark, commissioner of the Big 12. It hurts. Not just my eyes, but it also just it being crushed and being called Louis Vuitton, looking like a Louis Vuitton bag, and him being like, "That's good, right?"
Yeah, yeah.
He's such a brand conscious type guy. Like they have all these fashion brands that like weirdly sponsor different parts of things. So they have like Supreme sponsor stuff. They work with WWE, and it's like, dude, you're trying hard. You're trying a lot right now, and that court's just another example.
A little too much. We get it. You lost the big schools, okay? And now the Cougs run it, and some are wondering if they'll ever be challenged running the Big 12. But
yeah,
listen, that court's too much. From the 832, you swore to us loyal listeners that you would end this horrible instrumental during the segment once spring training starts. Come on, PG. Talking about the trombone in the background. Listen, guys, I didn't swear anything.
No, I don't think we'd ever swear that.
I've never sworn. I've asked multiple times, and it's 50-50. People like it. I can't explain why. We did it once, and people wanted us to keep rolling with it. Now, the Twitch, unfortunately, because of copyright issues, can no longer hear, I guess, the trombone.
Yeah, we don't want Paul Wall getting mad at us.
Right, exactly. And this poor guy that
this random guy on YouTube
that has no idea that this has probably been playing on the radio every single day for the
at
last
least
100
100 times.
We played it so much.
At least 100 times.
We played it so much. I know. I bet when he finds out, he will sue us. And we'll be like, listen, fair use, baby. Yeah. Fair use.
Come on.
From the 832. Yeah. So listen, once the regular season starts, oh yeah, we'll stop it.
Regular season, because we won't have like a specific Astros branded segment, but it would be, I don't know, 40% of the show will just be talking about the Astros. Just this right here is to know that we're talking Astros, for the listener to know.
For every texter that complains about it from the 832, keep the bone, Paul. Love that bone. Another texter from the 713. Oh yeah, I like it when you bone me, Paul. Like, listen, people like the bone.
People like it's 50-50, and Paul and I like it, so it stays.
Yeah, it stays. Anyway, it's Paul Gallant, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. Rather slow day, so we're all over the place. If you want to weigh in on the Astros not putting in Cam Smith in right field until tomorrow, if you're mad about that. I'm not really mad. I'm just annoyed. What are we waiting for? You can. You could also talk about the Texans' lack of a plan on the offensive line, or if you want to see them sign Cooper Kupp. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston at 713-780-3776 to call or text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Look, people like the bone. People like the trombone. For those who don't know, we play a trombone in the background. It's a cover of Paul Wall's song, How About Them Stros, after the Astros won the World Series in 2022. And we cannot explain why we love it, but we found this guy who was playing a trombone cover of this online, and it just tickled us. So ever since then, 2 years ago, we just play it as much as we can during the off season. And weirdly, people like it. We don't really know why. From the 747, Keith from LA says, I hate it so bad, I like it. From the 832, Chris and Humboldt, trombone music is why I tune in. Another from the 832, I love the trombone. Please don't get rid of it. One texter, though, pushes back from the 832. This isn't even the good Paul Wall World Series song. Was there a good one? How about them Stros
2017 one?
Oh, he had a 2017
World
one.
Series grills, I believe.
Gotcha. See, that one makes a lot more sense. How about them Stros? No offense to Paul Wall, the people's champ. I get it. The guy's got like 8 kids. He's probably very busy, but that one lacked the same. Hey, I know Paul Wall. He's the grills guy. It lacked that same je ne sais quoi.
Also, the tone of it it was laid back. It was a weirdly laid back and emotional type of vibe with especially with the guy singing the chorus.
Right. I bet you I mean, maybe we need to play that original song at some point today.
No, I like that we played the cover of it. Like,
right, because
there might be people that don't remember that song.
And we don't want them to, because we want people to respect the great Paul Wall. We want them to respect him, and that's not one of his best songs. Okay, it's not.
Yeah, it was. We probably loved it in the time just because I've like we've said a lot recently about the post World Series euphoria that all of Houston was in. That every idea was a good idea, including James Cook leaving and Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell handling an offseason. I don't remember us criticizing them a lot in the moment.
Right. Yeah,
and then now we look back and we're like, wait, the 2 biggest moves they made was to sign Abreu and Montero.
Yeah.
And that is actively hampering the team this year.
Yeah.
So, and I think the Paul Wall song, I think at the time we are just like, oh, World Series. How about them Stros?
How about them Stros?
I remember when they tried to disrespect Mattress Mac.
Way back. That's an actual lyric in the song.
I remember way back when they tried to disrespect Mattress Mac.
It rhymes.
Does rhyme.
More comments. Trill O'Reilly, and sorry, we'll move on eventually. Trill O'Reilly on YouTube says, keep the trombone. I often hum it while in the shower. The only person who doesn't like it is Ryan Lost in Texas. And alas, Ryan.
Yeah.
Alas.
Outnumbered.
So maybe you don't like that song, but this song has gone viral once again. This song, which, listen, you love the trombones, then you're going to love this song by 2 of the greatest artists ever who unfortunately will not be playing at the rodeo this year.
The Yankees are back in the World Series. They're still bringing it.
Still bringing it. Still bringing it. Who said one hit wonder would bring the boom? We're back bringing it strong, so turn up the volume.
Gotta bring the boom strong, bring the boom in no fear. Bring the boom was the song of the summer this year.
Put them on the boom meter, we're gonna rate it. Put the fries in the bag now, already ate it.
Boom a doom in the restaurants, making some noise. Taking the field with the Boca Beach Boys.
Busting on the rap scene like Slim Shady. Throwing with the raw just like Tom Brady.
Throwing up weight that others can't fudge. Smashing home runs like Aaron Judge.
Across the world, across the nation, keep on singing it. The boom's still here and we're still bringing it. Now bring the boom. Now bring the boom. Still bringing it.
Still bringing it.
Now bring the boom.
Tax Americana. Our culture will never peak.
Still bringing it.
So since this video, this tweet has gone viral. Since this video, the Yankees lost the World Series, lost Juan Soto to the Mets. Luis Gil out for 3 months. Giancarlo Stanton's hurt. Garrett Cole's out for the year. Oof, that's rough. That's rough.
That is a tough break. When you put it like that, that's a tough break.
It's a great song.
I'm not blaming the Costco guys, though.
I'm not blaming the Costco guys for that either.
Oh, the Yankees management cheaped out. What a recent development that is. No, come on. Oh, Giancarlo Stanton got hurt. Oh, shocker.
Right.
Oh, 2 pitchers had their arms blow out.
It's not the Costco guys' fault. It's just the Yankees being the Yankees, which is a constant disappointment. And look, they didn't even have to face the Astros this time. They still got smoked in the World Series. Like, we knew what happened.
Yeah, they got such a cakewalk to the World Series.
So don't slander the Costco guys because the Yankees are a bunch of failures. You know?
You had to live with your failure, all right? Don't try to blame AJ and Big Justin.
Exactly. Right? Come on. They're just 2 American icons. And yeah, Ryan Lost in Texas might want to pour sulfuric acid in his ears. But listen, these are what our culture is.
Mm-hmm.
American culture is peak.
Our greatest export.
And these are 2 of the biggest stars in music. And if you don't understand that, then you're just uncultured. And it's fine. Like, some of us are uncultured. You know, last night someone gave me a glass of red wine at the wine garden. And they asked me, hey, Paul, what does this taste like? Do you want a little sip, you know? And I said, it tastes red with notes of red because I'm a classless person who's the spawn of Boston and Philadelphia white trash. Like, I get it. I'm uncultured, and you're uncultured if you don't like the Costco guys. Okay? That's all. If you don't like the trombone, you might be uncultured too. We play all sorts of songs on this show. We haven't even played any Zach Top yet, and I want to because the guy drinks beer for breakfast. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yeah. Truly, this is all that's happening today in the world of sports. Number 1, the Texans are apparently going to move Titus Howard to left tackle. Not a fan. Cam Smith's going to play in right field tomorrow. Should be today. And Cooper Kupp's been cut. Texans should give him a phone call. 713-780-3776 to call in and text onto the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Over the course of today's show, we have been playing broadcasters getting injured. Just audio of it. If you missed this audio, again, it is truly like listening to a car crash. Rick Riz, Mariners play-by-play guy, is at the Mariners spring training in Peoria, Arizona, and unfortunately, on the call, got drilled by a baseball. Here's how it sounded.
Swinging a foul.
Did it get you?
Oh, man.
That's rough. That was rough.
It is tough. It's a tough break. Again, did it get you? Come on. Rick Riz isn't going down if it doesn't hit him.
No. Well, listen, he got back up.
He did get back up. He, had to take a 20-second timeout.
It might have been more than 20 seconds, too.
Well,
he did get back up. They had to bring in some medical people. Luckily, he's okay.
Go through protocol.
He's a really good dude. I truly, like, one of the nicer people in Seattle media to me when I was up there. And I feel bad that we're having fun at his expense. So we've been taking requests all show long to audio of people getting biffed, essentially. That's been broadcasted. Do we have it? Do we have the pepper spray moment? Here is John Lee, former producer of The Blitz, with Fred Fowler, R.I.P., and A.J. Hoffman, unfortunately getting maced on the air.
I guess it's about to happen, huh? Yep. Good luck, John. You sure you want me to be the sprayer? Yeah, I don't want any part of it. You don't want any part of it? No, there's liability issues here. What the hell? No, don't spray him by us, though. I guess you got to spray him.
Just go stand in front of Kobe.
Yeah.
He's used to taking this.
All right, so now you can see it on the Bud Light studio cam.
All right, here we go.
And we are recording it. We will get it on the page for those of you who can't see it. But
back up closer to Kobe.
Dude, you should close your eyes. Really?
You ready?
Sure.
You got it. Oh, he's dying on us.
You got it in my mouth.
He got it in his mouth. And for those of you not able to watch on the webcam, we're doing our best play-by-play. John Lee is in bad shape. AJ has just blasted. Hey, wait, we need you to get over to the microphone and tell people. Boy, it does smell, though. Ugh. Oh, boy. And my eyes are watering now, too.
God, it burns.
Well, geez. Yeah, you're getting all of us with this stuff.
Oh, my gosh. That's brutal. Jong is a braver man than me, especially considering, given the state of the radio industry, I don't think he was making enough for that to happen. I don't think he was making enough on that front.
You got it in my mouth.
Oh, no. Got it in his mouth. And I believe somebody from the shadowy office, the people that were running the show, because I think this is Cumulus days, right? I don't even think it happened in this studio. I think this happened in another building entirely. But a shadowy figure who is, higher up the food chain at this station during the early days of this show had to come on the air and basically sternly correct the boys of the Blitz.
Not wise, guys.
Not wise, guys. Iconic moment, though. You know what's funny? Almost always, and maybe it's supposed to be like this, the suits who run entities like this, except for ours, because now we truly are a pirate ship. This is why I like Joe George. Still works at the station, but now from middle management to upper management, stepped away from the show for family reasons. We could really do what we want, but it does feel like management just hates the things that everyone that listens to loves. And I get it. Like, maybe advertisers don't want to be on a station where people are getting maced or making, hourly wages as a producer.
Open yourself up to lawsuits by having guys getting maced. However, it does make for great radio. It does people enjoy it.
King of Twitch says that was a top 2 radio moment. Yeah, I could see that being up there. I could see that. Oh, some more nominees. People getting blasted while broadcasting. Someone said on the 832, Ian Rappaport getting hit when the Texans played the Green Bay Packers one year.
Was that like a pregame thing? Where they're doing the stand up and not looking at the.
I think so.
I'll look for that.
We'll find some more. Someone nominated Adoption Cat Attacks. Man, I saw that one actually this past week. That one was rough. We'll play the Grape Lady again. Isaiah Carey's going to make another appearance. And hell, we might even get an old night show classic on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on a rather slow day, but it is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Let's have some fun. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Paul Gallant Show. Zach Top from last night. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. This show's listeners yesterday convinced me to go see Zach Top. I think they wanted me to go see who goes to see Zach Top because I am still hopelessly single and often talk about my dating failures on the air. I did see a lot of strong, powerful, independent women, exchanged Instagram follows with one of them. A buddy of mine, Tyler, who I ran into out there, was quite the wingman. Gotta give him some credit. Because I hate it when people say like, hey, oh wow, he's on the radio. I hate it because my friends do it like sarcastically all the time to keep me level-headed. Because I do feel like even though on the air I sound like I have a huge ego, off the air that's just not me at all. But this person basically pulled the like, did you know he's on the radio? I'm like, I'm a nobody. Like, stop. And the person was like, oh, on the radio? Oh, what's going on? So yeah, I think this girl was a barrel racer. Yeah. Or her friend was. I forget. I don't know. Things got hazy. Things got a little bit hazy. But it was all thanks to the music of Zach Top, which you just heard right there.
Yeah. Wouldn't have been possible without Zach Top.
Wouldn't have been possible without him. And that is a song about getting up in the morning and drinking beer. I like it. It's like that Shane Gillis skit that was on SNL a little bit ago. Couple of beers as a prescription drug. It was fun. Really fun. So on the table, if you want us to talk about the sports, at 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Texans kind of crappy plan at the offensive line side of things. Titus Howard to left tackle. Hasn't done that since 2021. Hasn't really been good as a tackle in a bit. Played guard last year. That seems to be the plan. I'm not thrilled about it. Cam Smith's playing in right field for the Astros, meanwhile, tomorrow. I wish it was today, but hey, baby steps with just 15 days and tomorrow 14 days until Astros opening day. And the Rockets play the Suns tonight. Kevin Durant will be there for the Suns. And apparently the Suns need to get at least 3 first-round picks to potentially ship Kevin Durant this offseason. That's expected to happen. I think the Rockets got to put on their Sunday best. Bring back the ketchup and mustards. This crap H-Town, like, font with the same font as the ketchup and mustards. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, red and black, why?
Yes, if you're going to, well, not just the red and black normal ones, even the city edition ones,
Yes.
the new ones that they have this year, the white ones that have blue writing and blue piping on them. They are to honor or to emulate or whatever it is, the 1994 and 1995 championship banners that hang in Toyota Center. Which, listen, the jerseys themselves, they're fine. Whatever. They're not. We've seen disasters when it comes to Rockets NBA or Rockets alternate jerseys, NBA alternate jerseys as a whole. If you're going to honor the championship teams, why not honor them with the actual jerseys they wore?
Exactly.
It seems like you're trying way too hard to tie it back in. They have the Summit floor. They have all the Summit logo, which I didn't know they'd had its own logo, honestly, until they've put it on a bunch of shirts and a bunch of jackets and stuff like that. And I saw I think it was last game against the Magic. There's some in-arena entertainment thing where Paul Wall is giving a news report holding a microphone that has the Summit thing on it. Like, if you're going to lean into the nostalgia of the championship teams, do it with the jerseys everyone likes.
They're great jerseys. It's weird. You know, the Astros, they've got these new uniforms which were leaked, and those are the jerseys. They're new City Connect jerseys. They look good. I like them. But can we get the Tequila Sunrise jerseys back? You know?
Yeah, that is crazy that they really never wear those.
they don't. It's been years since they've worn them.
Which is interesting because they do like lean into.
They have those jerseys that are kind of like Tequila Sunrise jerseys, the navy blue spring training. Let's keep Jordan from going crazy jerseys because he's a superstitious psycho. Right.
Fromber.
Did I say Fromber?
You said Jordan.
Oh, my bad. Fromber Valdez. Yes, sorry. It's one of those things where just go back to the old thing. Go back. It's good. You'll make money. Like, what are you doing? But I guess people buy those H-Town jerseys.
Yeah, it might be a situation where they buy them. They buy the Tequila Sunrises, like Mitchell Ness throwbacks or whatever from the team store. They buy those anyway. They're already buying those, so it doesn't make sense to offer them. To have an alternate, so people buy the alternate. Also have the throwback, so people buy the throwback. So, I guess I get it, but it would be nice just one night a year or a series or every Friday for a month or something that they throw those on.
Yes. And Sean is wearing a very cool Astros throwback hat right now.
Inspired, or I guess it is the inspiration of the New Jerseys.
Yeah, it looks cool. It's blue and gold, the old look from the 90s. They're doing a version of that with blue and orange. From the text line, y'all complain too much. Well, yeah, we're paid to do it. But Rockets and all Astros alternate jerseys are fire. Maybe they are. And again, to each their own. But who do you trust? Do you trust your favorite metrosexual on the radio right now, Paul Gallant, or do you trust yourself? You should trust me. Bring back the ketchup and mustards. They're better than the ones, those H-Town ones. It's like red and black. Why is that the color that they've gone to? I don't get it.
Yeah. They
like even the striped pajamas were better than a lot of the ones that they're rolling out these days. And again, I don't want to complain too much. I'm just saying they could do better.
Yeah, they could use a refresh with the jerseys.
100%. 100%. All right, let's keep it going. We've been going back down memory lane. And on memory lane, after Rick Riz got drilled in the midst of a spring training game, people have been making requests for us to play specific moments where broadcasters have been hurt.
Yes,
on the air.
interrupted.
Not killed, hurt. We're being very careful. On
Yes,
that
we haven't gotten any.
Well, some of these audios, I mean, when we played the Rick Riz getting hit by the ball,
they sound
brutal.
like it. But all these people, most of them they continue.
What do we have available to play at this moment in time right now, Sean?
From, I forgot what year it is. From the 2010s, we have young Ian Rappaport, actually just maybe in his 30s, Ian Rappaport, doing one of those sideline stand-up pregame videos where he talked to one of the coaches and they told him about XYZ. And he gets, what I'm always worried about, every time I see it, he gets hit in the face with a football. Let's hear from Ian Rappaport.
Well, I think they're going to try, and it's really important that they do. All of a sudden there really have been questions about this defense, which is ranked 21st. Not having Benson is going to hurt. I had an interesting talk with offensive coordinator Tom Did you guys just see that football?
I saw it.
Anyway, I had an interesting talk with offensive coordinator Tom Clements a couple weeks ago, and he stressed the importance of carries, as in carries leading to wins.
He did pretty well there.
Yeah, no,
he's a small fellow. Like, you get drilled in the head with a football, that could take you out.
He got smoked by it too. It was straight to the face.
Oh, in the face.
Yeah.
To the face.
Actually, maybe chest, like where his tie knot is. That's kind of where it hit him. Yeah, but kept going. This is a man who recently got accosted at a Indianapolis Starbucks by Jordan Schultz, and he alerted NFL security after the fact. He alerted them.
What a softie.
But 12 years ago, or at least that's when this YouTube video was posted. 12 years. It's a 5-0 Texans team playing a 2-3 Packers team. I assume on Thursday night.
Yep, sounds about right.
That on that night, he took it like a champ.
You did take it like a champ there.
Also, I'd like at the end, like the story is that the offensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers is worried about rushing attempts that lead to wins, which is very,
that is bizarre.
That's a very 2010s, like, if we just run the ball a lot, we'll win.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, no, you're winning. And then you run the ball a lot to run the clock. You have Aaron Rodgers on your team.
Yeah.
You have prime Aaron Rodgers.
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Rather slow day, so we're all over the place. But if you want to get in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Cooper Kupp cut by the Los Angeles Rams. Should the Texans get him? Huh? More exciting white wide receivers? Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
He's wearing a cowboy hat because he went to Zach Top last night. And he likes Zach Top because the man drinks beer for breakfast. Heck yeah. Definitely an 80s, 90s kind of throwback feel. Apparently he is blowing up, and this is one of the biggest venues he's ever played at. And I got to say, it was fun. He played Amarillo by morning, little George Strait action. It was a good time last night. I'm really enjoying being on a rodeo committee this year. A little tired, a little gassed, voice definitely worse for the wear, but it's been good. So on the table for today's show, the Rockets play the Suns tonight. I hope that they look their best and that fans show up. And that perhaps they cater for the Suns to perhaps lure a Kevin Durant or a Devin Booker. in the offseason. A little tiempo margarita could go a long way, a pitcher or two. Also, the Texans say that they're going to be, or are, I guess, planning on moving Titus Howard to left tackle, barring drafting somebody, signing somebody. I don't really like that as a plan. And Cam Smith's going to be in right field tomorrow for the Astros.
When it comes to the Texans and their plan at offensive line, do we think that this is just a, I guess, temporary, not a smoke screen, but just a little bit of a trade negotiation in public where
could be
we're okay? Hey, listen, we're okay starting this guy at left tackle. All right. Also, if you want to trade a 4th-round pick for him, we'll also consider that.
It could 100% be that, Sean. Yes, that's something I thought of before. Is like, hey, are they perhaps negotiating with somebody, and this is a little bit of them using leverage? For sure, could be that.
Because I would be. I mean, it is a surprising move to put the guy who you've basically primarily played either at right tackle or at guard to all of a sudden to trade one of the best left tackles in football to then put this guy at left tackle.
Right.
So I just don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of the backup plan. If that's, hey, if a trade can't happen or won't have, if we're not get our socks blown off by a trade, maybe that happens. But I just, there's just something weird about the day after the Tunsil trade being like, all right, Titus Howard, left tackle.
I agree. I don't like it. I don't think it's a great plan.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's coping. Maybe I'm just like, this
so.
Seems like a bad plan. I can't believe they're actually going to do this.
To quote the great Grand Moff Tarkin, this had better work, because CJ Stroud, he is a Death Star, but he is a Death Star.
Wow. So we have Cam Smith as an aircraft carrier.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the way to is that a moon? No, that's no moon.
That's CJ Stroud.
That's CJ Stroud. Look how beat up the second one is. There's no way it worked. Oh my God, it's fully operational.
But here's the thing: like it's Death Star 2 in that it's he's not looking the same,
and a little beat up.
And the supporting cast, like these stormtroopers that are protecting for CJ Stroud, these TIE fighters, they're bad. This is like volunteer forces in the Middle East.
Okay, these are conscripted.
Yeah, this is we want some conscripted guys, not some ragamuffins who are operating with machinery and equipment from like 30, 40
I was going to say, here's one that you'll like. Japan towards the end of World War II, when it was like, hey, can you hold this?
Yeah, it's like, hey, we have a wooden boat.
Hold this, make sure the army doesn't take Iwo Jima, right?
Right, like same with the Germans at the end, where they got like 12-year-olds that are like with bazookas. Like, all right, yeah, you know what? Let's upgrade the.
Although, if you are that 12-year-old, it's pretty sick.
Oh man,
that's pretty sick.
I mean, other than like your country being invaded and you might get killed by Russians, or taken
and
prisoner
you're
by
part
Americans.
of the Hitler Youth, yes.
Yeah, like
other than all that,
it's not going to age well, but you do get a bazooka. That would be pretty cool.
If you just tell any 12-year-old, like, hey, you know what? You can shoot a bazooka at the tank right now.
That's awesome.
They're not going to be like, oh, I don't know.
The Nazis washed. What else is washed? It's time for Washed Watch Wednesday. Who is washed? This one sucks. Tiger Woods. It's over. And again, we'll probably see him back out there, but the idea of Tiger Woods ever being the same guy again after all of these back surgeries and knee surgeries and now a ruptured Achilles, sucks. Sucks. Like we still got a month until the Masters. And of course, you got the Open coming to Houston as well. And it's finally during the proper time of year, and it's going to be a Memorial, and it should be pretty pleasant. Ugh, this just sucks.
Yeah, it's we've kind of gone through this with Tiger a lot, especially recently. I mean, remember the car crash from a couple years ago where they're like, it was super scary there for a second. He did get to win that one last Masters, I want to say 2019, which was a good kind of, career capper, go out on top kind of thing. It's just that it's hard to actually go out on top in that way. It's hard to be Michael Strahan or whatever and retire on the Super Bowl podium where, it's just natural, especially a guy like Tiger Woods. He's been awesome at golf his entire life. He's been the best golfer on the planet. To be like, I just won the Masters, and my body's kind of breaking down. Maybe I should step away. It's like, no, he's going to keep trying to go for it. I don't know how he comes back from this, though. Like,
Nor do
maybe he still does senior circuit kind of stuff where he drops in for a tournament, a pro-am, that kind of thing. But does his TGL stuff, but as far as like playing in majors or the Masters,
or at least being a contender in that.
Exactly.
I hope we'll see him again. I really hope, like, in the next 5 years that he gets another shot, or at least he's close. But everything keeps breaking down, and you've seen him, and when he takes the hat off, you're just like, this is a guy who is.
He's got to be 50, right?
Yeah, he's up there in age. It's just tough to keep on doing this, and I wouldn't know with Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer and some of the other great golfers how many injuries they suffered. It does feel like Tiger Woods has just been completely snake bit for a while, to a degree that other golfers, you can't really remember them having this much crap.
Yeah, just turned 49. Yeah, other golfer. I mean, Tiger's a little different, though. He was, kind of like how Michael Jordan back in the 90s was the first guy to start lifting weights in the NBA and really train in the offseason to get stronger.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Tiger was. He was putting on a lot of muscle there for a second. And I think it's fair to ask, like, did that help, this breakdown? Because, he was the guy who trained with the Navy SEALs. Like, he was doing crazy stuff.
It's insane
for a golfer. Never mind all the other crazy stuff that he was doing. But but the training that he was undertaking, it was different than guys back in the day.
More in washed. Who's washed in the world of sports? And sorry, we got to say that about Tiger Woods. Are the Chiefs washed? They trade Joe Tooney. They restructured a bunch of contracts. More of their players are getting in trouble. Did you see this? So Xavier Worthy's not going to be charged for this at the time. But on Friday, Xavier Worthy was booked for assault against a family or household member by impeding their breathing or circulation, third-degree felony with a punishment of 2 to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. So more investigations are underway, but this is definitely on brand for the Chiefs. Like, that element of the Chiefs is not washed. Like, bringing in characters that perhaps have poor judgment at best. I am wondering going into next year if this is the year they finally take a step back with the way that they lost the Super Bowl with Travis Kelce back, but like in a mentor role as a tight end.
Yeah. It's a little, 03 Patriots?
05.
05 Patriots.
Teddy Bruschi had the stroke right after they won the Super Bowl, and it was like from there on out, there was some writing on the wall that the three-peat was going to be really tough.
Because they're going to have to make a pivot at some point with this core. Because when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, just like when you had a quarterback like Brady, where, yes, steal an Astros term, the window's always open, but the quarterbacks have a longevity that's way longer than everyone else on the team.
Yes.
And so Kelsey's already a guy who's older than Mahomes. He was there before him. For him to start slowing down we'll see that when we get there eventually with Reed, with Chris Jones and those defensive players, you're going to have to start paying some of those guys. Like,
right.
I think it's fair to put them on watch. I think I lose the Super Bowl the way that they did. You could say on one, if you're a Chiefs fan, hey, they made the Super Bowl. They still kind of,
the Texans didn't get there.
They still kind of, walk their way down through the AFC, like the way they do it every year, where, there are close games, but in a close game, you're like, well, tie goes to them. And then you lose the way you lost. I think it's fair to just, hey, let's flag this for
sure.
What's going to happen.
On watched, but not officially washed.
Yes.
Is James Bond washed as a franchise? I ask this because people are pissed that Amazon and Jeff Bezos bought the rights to James Bond for $1 billion. He said with a pinky in his mouth like he's Dr. Evil. So I saw a great write-up about this by Jerry Thornton of Barstool Sports, who is old enough to know that Bond has had a lot of movies, and he's seen all of them. I've seen most of them. I haven't seen many of the Timothy Dalton ones. I really enjoyed the last Bond, which I know a lot of people didn't.
Oh, really?
I really enjoyed it.
I thought it was fine. I didn't love it, but
it might be because Anna de Armas, when her brief cameo, stole the show. I was like, I will marry this person. Like, she's not going to be interested, Paul. Don't care. I'm just betrothed to that character.
Hey, Anna de Armas, do you like Zach Top?
Yeah, yeah. Ellen, want to go? We can get us in. Now we can't get seats, but wait till someone gets out of the seats to actually see it. But Amazon bought it for $1 billion, and they're wondering about the direction. From an Amazon perspective, the Rings of Power show blows. Awful. I tried very hard. I love Lord of the Rings. Tried. Couldn't get it done. The only really good Amazon show I can think of is this season of Reacher. Hasn't been great. The lady with the Boston accent, she's cute, but I can't buy the Boston accent. That's so distracting. The Boys was great, but it seems to be taking, not the best direction. I like this past season at least. And outside of Fallout, Amazon does not do great with the independent content post Marvelous Miss Maisel. So I'm a little bit nervous, and I think that James Bond should be on Watch if the people who created it have now given it away to somebody who is probably going to squeeze it for every drop he possibly can. Ryan Lost in Texas says, Man in the High Castle's first season was pretty good. It had its moments, but then, that's the same thing. There's a staying power with Amazon that they do not seem to have with their best shows. And now they're going to get Bond, and they're going to do all sorts of little mini spinoffs and stuff. I don't like it. But shout out to the Bond people who made $1 billion. They are going to be washing themselves in money. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have been playing audio of broadcasters suffering unfortunate injuries on the job, and people have been recommending this specific moment. We will play it on the other side with a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last Chance to Dance, Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. People have been requesting this all show long. You know what, though? There was no violence. So I don't know that this applies. It sounded like violence might happen, but there was no violence here. Two people that I've always gotten along with used to do a show here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 at nights called Late Hits. One was Patrick Creighton. Two was Jason Braddock, who made a little brief return to media and then just kind of went off the grid after a was very spicy and I thought accurate Houston Texans take. I don't even remember what it was. I think it ended up even being right. I think it was about the offseason hype and about like
it was about like talking and they had to back it up now or something.
Yeah.
Hats off to Brad.
The take aged well. Anyway, people have wanted their infamous, very viral interaction that made some headwaves for us back in the day. So, guys, here you go. Here are two former ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 employees squabbing verbally.
You gotta think of how close where you're going to trade them, who might be in the market, where you might be able to get something, not just, hey, let me throw this against the wall, see what sticks.
Okay.
I mean, you make fun of other people for doing that.
Really?
All right, you know what?
You're having a temper tantrum on air, man. Like you're on live air right now.
You don't have to pay attention. It's cool. We'll just do it like you're not here. So you can do whatever it is that you want to do. And then just let me know.
Start doing the show. Shut up crying and do the show. You're live on air.
We'll come back. Oh, okay,
dude,
Jason. Now
you're
that you
live
know,
on air. Shut up and do the show.
Really?
Yes. Shut up and do the show. You're live on air and you're crying.
So
do the show.
You're not doing the show.
No, you're the one telling me to leave. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. But just quit crying. You can talk about this during the break. Do the show.
So,
do it.
All right. Well, if I'm just going to do the show by myself, then yeah. Why are you here?
Do the show. Just quit crying about it. Talk sports and quit crying for 2 straight segments.
Was that supposed to be funny?
Yes, it's hilarious. Shut up crying and keeping this going on and just do the show.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
Oh, good God, you're a child, man. Quit being petty and do the show. The show sounds horrible right now.
You're right, it does. And you're talking about being petty when you just checked out of a show for an entire segment.
Pause for a second. It sounds great. And it's all because I guess Braddock checked out of the segment and Creator got pissed at him.
Yeah, I think he was looking up something and just like was engrossed. Like he just wasn't part of the segment for a while.
I've seen, you know what? The worst thing I've ever seen, and I'll admit, like every now and then, my ADD gets the best of me. I'll be honest, like the Bonnie Blue story I was reading yesterday may have gotten distracted looking at that after a little bit. No, not watching any of that. I wouldn't do that here. I wouldn't do that here, and I wouldn't do it either here. But I've been distracted. I saw one person clearly shopping for clothes, like in the middle of a segment. Once I was in the update studio room and I was like, get out of here. It was like early internet days. Anyway, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here, but everyone wanted to play that. So there you go. I love trash. A Houston resident named Jordan Joynell Jackson, who is already serving an 18-year sentence for sexual assault, yikes, also pled guilty to aiming a laser at a Houston Police Department helicopter flying over Hobby Airport. You know what is crazy? This guy shined a laser at a helicopter, and this helicopter back in 2021, identified him, landed in the 3rd Ward, and they found him. And he had 2 lasers. He admitted to aiming at helicopters. He denied aiming at planes, but the plane said, yeah, he was aiming lasers at us.
Why?
This guy, all-time idiot. But here's what I learned in reading this article. Apparently, Houston airports, specifically Hobby, I guess, have more laser strikes with people shining laser pointers at planes than in any other part of the country. What are we doing, Houston? I mean, I know we got a lot of stuff to clean up, but can we stop being 5 years old with the laser pointers and shining them at an effing plane?
I do think this has to be learned behavior. This has to be we talk a lot about the Laramie Tunsil trade. What was it about? It was about fixing the culture.
Yep.
I think we need to fix the culture around Hobby Airport. We got to get some guys that are like, hey, we don't shine lasers at planes, guys. That's not what we do here.
Those powerful lasers are fun. The powerful laser pointers. Poor Brock Osweiler in Mexico dealt with a lot of them in that Mexico City game between the Texans and Raiders. Best game he ever played, by the way, with the Texans.
That's why he was good.
He's lasers in his eyes.
Laser eye surgery.
Honestly, like he's the person that might need to land planes, unlike these airlines that aren't doing so hot these days. But let's tone down pointing lasers at planes, Houston, okay? That's all I ask. Otherwise, I'll say, Houston, we have a problem. And clearly we do. A laser pointing at planes problem. And on that note, guys, it's going to wrap up a very all over the place but fun edition of the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We appreciate all your contributions, whether it was by the text line, calling in, on YouTube, or on Twitch. For everyone else who listened, and for Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5. Brian behind the glass. Busy show planned for you. Matt Miller will be joining us at 3:30. He's the best NFL draft guy in the league outside of Lance Zierlein.
Thank you. Okay. I was a little
Outside
worried
of
about
Lance.
that.
Why? Thank you.
I was a little worried about that.
You were going to stand for Lance?
I was talking to Lance pre-show.
What if I told you I think Daniel Jeremiah is better than Lance?
What's your opinion? It's fine. He works with, and Lance
You
works
disagree?
with Daniel Jeremiah, so that's fine.
You going Lance or DJ?
I'm going Lance.
Okay. I'll go Matt Miller, DJ, Lance.
Okay.
There you go. I said it. There's another Astro that needs to be booed. Cam Smith. Cam Smith was 0 for 3 today with a pair of strikeouts.
Yeah.
Roster watch 2025. Although I do feel like there's a better chance he makes the opening day roster today than, let's say, last Wednesday. McTaggart posted one of his lineouts too. He hit the ball hard. Lots to get to today. It is a Wednesday edition of the Bees. I was talking to my friends. I actually have a couple of those, and they were wondering this Laramie Tunsil trade. What would it take for it to go down as a worse trade than the DeAndre Hopkins trade when it's all said and done?
Oh, I think. See, with the picks, I think you can't hold that responsible in part as it relates to the trade. I think it would just be the fact that, one, your line is worse than it was last year. Like, you made this move with the expectation that you're going to upgrade the line and get guys that play more the way you want them to play, whatever that may be, on and off the field and systematically. But that your line is at the same or worse, and Tunsil continues to be like top of the league, in the all-pro conversation and excels for Washington.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by the picks there.
I said the picks are out of it. I mean, a lot of people, with the Hopkins trade, it's like, well, you should have gotten a first. You got a second. You got David Johnson. He sucked. He was already, well past his prime. And that trade, after the Stephon Diggs was able to get a first, made that trade look bad no matter what. I think from the picks perspective, yeah, we talked about could you have gotten more? We don't know. But at the same time, I don't even look at the picks. If your line is worse than it was last year and Laramie Tunsil plays at a very, very high level for Washington for the next couple of years, I think that people will look at that as a very tough trade. As much as there's a lot of people that are happy that Laramie's gone. I think that if he excels and the line sucks for the Texans next year, that people are going to be pretty pissed off.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really answer the question, though, I don't think.
Okay.
I feel like I'm having a little bit of trouble, understanding what you're saying. The picks have to be involved here. Like, the picks have to be as a part of the trade, especially how you use those picks. Because, one of the big hangups on the DeAndre Hopkins trade was that you got, less than what you thought you could in return. So there's a hang up on the return, and the entire return was built on picks. I know you got David Johnson, but he wasn't worth a bag of potato chips. The same thing with Laramie Tunsil. Like, when Laramie Tunsil was traded on Monday, it was about, well, what is the return? And the return was built on picks. So eliminating picks from the conversation to me is kind of odd.
I meant what you get out of the picks.
Return.
I meant the players you get from those picks. Because
I got you. I think that makes some sense too. Because to me, it's more about the value of those picks than actually what you do to draft,
right.
And then what comes into play. Fans will still use that, for you or against you. But I do see where you're going, where it's more about the value of the pick versus who you ultimately pick.
Because you always refer to with the Lions move, right? That you could have had a tight end and a running back. You could have had Gibbs. You could have had Laporta. And then you were like, or you could have had, Will Anderson Jr. So you can relate to who was picked with that if you want to, but I just think it's what you got. The picks, yes, you can say that you maybe you could have gotten more, but it's tough to say after the fact. Oh, those picks were used on these guys, and maybe they didn't equate to anything.
Yeah, well, Gibbs. I say Gibbs because he went 12. You used pick 12.
Mm-hmm.
I say Laporta because it was the first non-quarterback taken. I think it was, what was the pick there that the Texans traded? Was it 32? I think it might have been 32. Because what is the first pick of the second round, and somebody forfeited their first round draft pick that year? I want to say
the
Miami.
Dolphins
So I
did.
think it was I think it was 12-32. Now the pick that you forgot to mention there was a future first. So it's Gibbs Laporte a future first for what you basically traded for Will Anderson. And I think I'm okay with that trade now. Like, Will Anderson's really stinking good. He's one of your best players on one of the better defenses in the NFL. Certainly your best side of the football. So it was a lot to get, but it was a really good player that deserves a lot to get. The question, though, is could the Laramie Tunsil trade be viewed worse than the D-Hop trade when it's all said and done? So because the Laramie trade could look bad at the end of the day, that doesn't necessarily mean it's worse than the D-Hop trade.
I would say
the hang-up that I have here is that I don't think that Tunsil has the popularity of DeAndre Hopkins to ever be viewed worse than the DeAndre Hopkins trade. So, like, even as we paint out a scenario that hopefully doesn't happen, that the Texans, they have the second and third. Maybe they don't trade up into the first round or draft a lineman this year with those surplus of picks. Caserio picks that he acquired for Laramie Tunsil. He drafts poorly. He drafts Kenyon Green 2.0 and 3.0. Laramie Tunsil becomes an all-pro at left tackle. Like, that's worst case scenario, right? Like, he just keeps the surplus of picks. He uses those picks. He drafts poorly. Laramie Tunsil's an all-pro. He's a really good football player for the next 5 years. And Washington's like this threat in the NFC. That is worst case scenario. Is that worst case scenario still a worse trade than how Houston Texans fans view DeAndre Hopkins?
No.
I think that, like, in reality it is, but I don't think the perception ever will be. And I think it's because of the popularity of the player when they left town. DeAndre Hopkins, whenever he was traded, was peak popularity. He was beloved in Houston. He was a lot of people's favorite player. Laramie Tunsil, half of the city does not like. So I think the popularity is the reason that even worst case scenario of the Laramie Tunsil trade, it will never reach the peak of angst in this city than the DeAndre Hopkins trade did.
Yeah, I would say no, simply because of the fact, too, on top of that, you're talking about a skill position player as opposed to a left tackle. And we know that the importance of the left tackle is immense in football. But for the average football fan, you're talking about a guy that at the time that they traded him was either the best or one of the very few best receivers in all of football, and you traded him away at maybe the peak of his career, and you didn't get enough in return. And you're right, and he was beloved, and it was by a regime that people already didn't like as well. So I think that all kind of factors in to where if Tunsil still continues to play like a top 5 left tackle in this league, it doesn't have the same impact. It just doesn't carry the same weight. So I would say that even if Tunsil continues to succeed and the line sucks and all the other things we talked about happen, I still think people will view the Hopkins trade worse.
I think you guys are on the right track here with the name ID and the sexiness of the position, playing a heavy weight as far as what we regard as the worst trade. I would counter, though, like if we look in, let's say, a year or two, and Laramie Tunsil's still playing an all-pro level, and we know the pressure that C.J. Stroud was under last year. He faced a pressure at a higher rate than Patrick Mahomes did in the Super Bowl. And we know what that did to the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. So in a scenario where whoever replaces Laramie Tunsil, specifically left tackle, or maybe even someone who's starting on the offensive line because they've reshuffled, then is so bad that C.J. Stroud gets hit and suffers a major injury. I think at that point, if we can go the Laramie Tunsil trade directly, or at least perception-wise, directly led to a major injury to your franchise QB, then that trade for Laramie Tunsil will be viewed far worse than the D-Hop trade.
Yeah, maybe I didn't do worst case scenario justice, because that would be worst case scenario.
Like Titus Howard's seemingly your left tackle right now. He's obviously a capable left tackle, but if Titus Howard whiffs on somebody while playing left tackle, C.J. Stroud tears his ACL, then people are going to point like, well, that should have been Laramie Tunsil right there.
Yeah,
that is extremely dark. But yes,
I'm just saying, like, if we're playing out the scenarios, Wednesday. C.J. Stroud was beat up. We've seen it, and we saw it all last season. So if the pressure rate increases because they don't improve the offensive line with the money that they saved and the draft capital that they acquired in the move, and then C.J. Stroud gets hurt as in a direct relation to that, I think we're going to view this as a catastrophe.
Texter, I don't like Tunsil's lack of eyebrows. That's interesting. We don't care about how.
I get it. It's weird.
Do you? You've seen that? You've noticed that?
Yes,
I didn't notice it, but is it like Charlie Villanueva?
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, exactly. Charlie Villanueva is a good comparison.
Okay.
He's got eyebrows.
He does, but they're real thin and light. Like it's not as bad as Villanueva, but it does kind of
You want
blend
to
in.
draw them in like some women do?
It kind of looks like a drawn in,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Huh,
Not that it
I'm
matters,
going down
but
a Laramie
it is
Tunsil
weird.
eyebrow thing.
Didn't envision yourself
And
doing
they were-
that.
It's interesting though, because like I just pulled up, like there's a picture of Tunsil at Ole Miss. His eyebrows are very pronounced and bushy, even.
So maybe this
Like,
is
I wonder
a
Hmm.
if he's
fashion
lost
thing.
it.
Maybe he's
I wonder if it's
trimming them.
either. I wonder if he either. I wonder. Well, he could have lost them, right? Because like he's older now.
I mean, 30.
It could be a fashion thing. Yeah, I mean, people go bald at 30.
Eyebrows? With
Yeah,
their
I've seen
eyebrows,
people bald
though?
in high school. I mean, in there, what's the thing that Will Smith's wife has? What's that
Alopecia?
called?
Oh, alopecia, yeah.
Yeah. What if he has alopecia?
Oh, if he does,
Charlie
I'll retract
Villanueva
my
has
statement.
something like
Yeah, you not only should track it, but you should probably apologize because it's kind of mean.
If that turns out to be true, but I'm fine right now.
Laramie Tunsil's significant other should slap you across the face like Will Smith slapped Chris Rock for
fair.
making fun of her
That's fair.
alopecia.
53,
That's I
53,
mean,
West
it's apple
Alabama.
for apple. Apple for
Slap fest
apple.
with BMAC.
Yeah, that's what should happen. If Laramie Tunsil has alopecia, if Laramie, if you've not left the city, we know that you love to be in my mentions. If you've not left the city, you're hearing us now, and you have alopecia, and Brian's making fun of that alopecia, not your significant other, you, Laramie Tunsil, on your way out of town, swing on by and slap Brian McDonald right across the face.
53,
It's insulting.
53,
It's
West
mean.
Alabama.
It's rude.
I could take a punch.
Yeah,
Might just be
that
one.
would be great for a.
Might
Oh,
just
no
be one.
doubt.
But I could
That's
take
on
it.
And it would be-
YouTube. That's
it'd
on
be
all of our
open-handed.
channels and outlets. Absolutely.
Now he might jump, before the snap and negate the
Exactly,
play.
exactly.
The
But Brian could get
I was
5
going to
yards.
say something, I forgot.
Alopecia?
Okay. I forgot what I was going to say. The brothers love Tunsil. Majority of y'all don't like him. Is that true? Is Larry Tunsil more beloved in the minority community than he is the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant community?
mean,
I mean, if Lamont,
hates
is any
him.
example, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Lamont hates him.
I
and
think- I mean,
I know we've had a few
Lamont
other
has a
callers.
Lamont has a lot of opinions that are a little bit counter his race, if we're being completely honest.
Okay.
He does.
I
mean, it's a fact of the matter.
I don't know, because the thing that's really gotten to me because of just experiences, my own personal experiences as well around teams. I understand that everybody from the beat writers and the people that don't have a beat to cover, but they cover the team anyway, that are going to tell you that, hey, that he was a good dude, that the players liked him. It's not about the players liking him. There's plenty of guys that everybody else in the locker room likes, but they don't carry themselves professionally and otherwise when it comes to coaching staff and, game decisions and all the things that go with playing a professional sport that rubs everyone else the wrong way, that leads people at a certain point in time to move on. So it's one thing to say, hey, you know what? The rest of the guys in the locker room loved him. He was a good dude. Great. But I think it's a bigger picture issue than just how he was perceived by his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can be well liked in the locker room, but not a guy that the coaches want to pay top dollar to. That's leading by example. Like, likable doesn't mean that you're like reliable. You know what I mean? Like, we've all had people. I don't want to just like start blasting people, but we've all had guys that we've worked with or ladies that we work with that are they're very likable. They're funny. They're people you like to be around. You like to kick it with.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't the dudes or the ladies that you want to go to war with for 3 hours. Like, we all know those people. There's people that I really enjoy, that I really like, that I wouldn't trust them with my life on their like in their hands. I wouldn't trust them if I have to hitch my wagon to their production and their effort and all of that. I wouldn't want to do that, but they're people that I love. You know what I mean? So being liked and being trusted are very different things, and trusted with really your profession are very different things. Like, who you want to kick it with and who you want to hitch your wagon to, completely different. 713-780-ESPN. Brian dropping that Addy thinking emoji. You ain't built like that. Grimace emoji. 713-780-ESPN. If you want to weigh in on the Laramie trade, could it be worse than D-Hop? What would it take to be worse than D-Hop's a better way to say that. If you want to, break some news that, why doesn't Laramie Tunsil have eyebrows, all of these things, but also what the kind of the reaction to this has been. Albert Breer of the Monday Morning Quarterback had a lot of interesting things to say. James Palmer, who's very well connected with Houston, had some things to say about this trade. Also, what clothes do you want your offensive line wearing? We kind of dabbled into that a little bit with like the fashion thing there, but think about this. What kind of clothes do you want your offensive linemen wearing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I know what kind of vehicle I want to be driving, and that is a vehicle from Monument Chevrolet. It's March. Spring is on the way, and what that means is it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. It's a rite of passage. Get over to the dealership, 225 and Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Don't mess with all the hassle. Employee pricing going on right now, too, with their Silverado 1500s. That's right. You can get the Silverado 1500s right now at the prices the employees pay. You've been looking to get into that Silverado 1500. Do it now at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, 5 decades in the business, and they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. And those fine people, it's been in the same family, the ownership, for those 50 years. One of the longest privately owned dealerships in the greater Houston area, and that's where they build their culture from. That's why they have that strong foundation. They hire good people as well to continue to build on that. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time and aggravating, stressful negotiations. One of the worst part of car buying. You don't have to do that with Monument Chevrolet. There's no tricks, no time wasting. If you've been wanting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. And how about that Silverado 1500 employee pricing deal going on right now? Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com. Or better yet, visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What kind of clothes do you want your offensive linemen wearing? Do you want them wearing like stuff you see in Paris on Fashion Week?
No.
Or do you want them wearing a little bit tougher clothing that, like Tap Out or Affliction, stuff like that? Or maybe some skin-tight Wrangler jeans.
I was thinking more the Vince Wilfork approach of just some coveralls and a white tee
With
and
no
show
shirt.
up,
Well,
and a lunch pail and just show up ready to work.
Wore no shirt under those overalls.
Okay, I said white.
That guy was ready to
Brian.
show
I'm
up
trying
to
to
work.
keep it for the how they over publicize everybody's walk into the building these days. At least for the PG audience, we'll put a T-shirt underneath it.
PG.
Yeah, I don't need a T-shirt. I don't need a T-shirt. I'm not trying to be PG on my offensive line. If the children and women need to cover their eyes when my offensive line is playing, that is a good offensive line. Like, that's part of the problem, I think. I think we had a PG offensive line.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying from the fact that everybody has their red carpets as these guys walk in, that for the children's sake, just let's have them at least throw a T-shirt under the coveralls.
Yeah, the coveralls is a good look. That's a good call. Like, you knew that Vince Wilfork was ready to show up for business. You know what I mean? Like, if you had some like $800 fashion shirt with like skinny jeans, okay, I think you might have a few holding penalties today. I think you might allow my quarterback to get hit a little bit today. I think you might jump offside or false start a little bit today. I think I'm onto something here. Like, we're about to have Matt Miller on here in 8 minutes. He's going to talk about bicep size and arm length and get off the ball and like waist size and like what their sports coat jacket size is. I think it's what they wear. I think that's how you should evaluate offensive linemen in the NFL when they leave college and make the leap to the pro ranks.
Yeah, look, I don't think that by any stretch of the imagination, not that I care all that much about what they wear, but my biggest thing is I don't want them to do Joe Burrow at Fashion Week with the backless tuxedo or the, what was it when Diggs and Von Miller were with Buffalo and they have the commercial where they were both wearing the Fashion Week same colored leather outfit and hat. It's like, okay. But yeah, my offensive
I think
lineman,
it speaks to your toughness. I think
if Aaron Donald wore,
I don't know. Joe Burrow's pretty tough.
Yeah, I think if Aaron Donald
quarterback.
walked into the
It's
building
different.
wearing
Sure.
a fashion like a tailored suit, you still realize Aaron Donald's got all kinds of stuff.
Did he do that?
I didn't pay attention enough to find out what he did wearing the games.
Yeah, then you can't use it as evidence as to like support the case that it doesn't matter what you're wearing if we don't know what he wore. It's much different for like draft day. I'm talking about like throughout the week. Like, what are my offensive linemen wearing when they show up to work? Whenever they're taking the lady out for a nice dinner, what do they have on? You too, Keith. Linemen should be wearing Duluth jeans, t-shirts, boots, and carrying a lunch pail. That's what I'm talking about. Give me that guy. I've dogged Titus Howard from time to time. You remember Titus Howard during the flood? He's driving around this big rig diesel, probably from Monument Chevrolet. That's my kind of offensive lineman. I want my offensive lineman driving a dually. I want him to use diesel gasoline, not that unleaded stuff. I want him to have those things that come off the bottom of his truck. You know what I'm talking about. I just can't say it on the air. You see them on the back of the pickup trucks where they're hanging down low and big. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do. On the trailer hitch.
I want my offensive lineman having those things hanging down his tailor hitch. That's what I want. I think Titus Howard does have those, by the way.
Who would be the most fashion conscious, like trenches type guy? Like, I can't even
probably Laramie.
Nah.
Laramie was very conscious.
Laramie was very fashion forward.
Okay. Yeah, I don't recall, man. Like, I'm even thinking about like pass rushers and everything. I don't recall a lot of guys that.
Well, you mentioned Von Miller, but I give him a pass. He almost single-handedly won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I bet you Von Miller drives a big truck.
JJ
Watt drives a big old
foundation
truck.
of love.
He's a chicken farmer.
Yeah, he went to A&L. He drives a truck. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
Yeah, which is great nowadays with the way these chicken
Evidently,
prices
with
are
price
going.
of eggs.
Yeah, they should have a pair of mountain oysters hanging down from their bumper. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You get me, Texter. They should wear the Letterman jacket. Okay, you just took it too far, Texter. We don't want anybody wearing Letterman. Diesel is not gasoline. Branham, get a stinking clue. You knew what I meant. I'm going through my ramble here. You knew exactly what I meant. Texter, I want my O lineman dressed in jeans, a little worn out. Cut off sleeve shirt. If he has sleeves, it needs a pack of smokes rolled into them. Can of Copenhagen in the front pocket while having a big dip in all the time. Uncut facial hair, basically always looking like they just woke up. Aaron in Mid-County. I want Copenhagen in the back pocket. I want Zinn in the front.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I want a guy that carries his lunch pail, but in a brown paper bag. I get that. I want them to, it's kind of like Jason Kelsey. Jason Kelsey was the kind of guy that was never going to be worried about what he was wearing and whether he was wearing coveralls or not, which he seems to wear more now. What they call it, the Italian tuxedo, the sweatsuit, whatever they got to wear, but get to business.
My O-line better all be in triple X's or quadruple X's, big and talls. Dear Tunsil, I want to thank you for ruining Daniel's career. Let's see how many penalties you get now. Bye, Felicia. As a leader of the African-American delegation, we do not like Laramie. So that goes opposite of what that texter said a little bit earlier. All right, Matt Miller, best NFL draft guy in the business, joins us next. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Matt Miller at NFL Draft Scout on Twitter. Covers the NFL for ESPN, their draft analyst and insider. Matt, thanks for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees. Texans have had a few big moves already early in free agency. What have you thought of these moves that Nick Caserio has made for the Houston Texans to date?
Well, questionable, guys. Thanks for having me on. I like some of it. I'm a little confused by others. I think Notably, the weakness of this team last year was the offensive line, especially the interior offensive line. I didn't think Kenyon Green was a building block by any means, but it was surprising to see he and Laramie Tunsil gone. I think there's going to be a lot that comes out as to why those moves were made. But when you have something that wasn't a strength, I think it is questionable to trade your best player on that group in Tunsil. But they obviously think that they can rebuild this thing on the fly. I like the addition of Laken Tomlinson. He's solid, if not spectacular. He'll be a good one-year starter. I really like the idea of adding in a Christian Kirk with the uncertainty around Tank Dell and his injury future, certainly. And then, this defense looks like it's going to be nasty. To add a C.J. Gardner-Johnson at safety, I loved Kalen Bullock coming out last year of USC. I had a first-round grade on him. To get him in the third round, I thought was a tremendous deal. Big-time Kamari Lassiter fan. And then, obviously, Stingley Jr. is one of the best corners in the game. So it does feel like a team that's being built in D'Amico Ryan's image. And it's going to be a great defense, and I think an offense that they're putting a lot on C.J. Stroud to carry this group a little bit next year.
Matt, I'm curious from the standpoint now of where do we go from here and what do they do, as we all have been scratching our temple a little bit. When you look at the draft, when you look at the fact that you can let us know what you see, and we know that there are a few at the top of the list in terms of offensive linemen that are going to be available in the first round that Nick might have to trade up to get to. But then from the perspective of how they rebuild this line, Nick's draft history, as well as he's hit on some of the guys that you mentioned and done really well with defensive backs and wide receivers, he hasn't been really had a lot that success rate with offensive linemen. So if they were going to look at the draft as the next step, because they've let a lot of free agents kind of pass by, where would they be looking in the draft, and can they get the kind of players they're looking for?
Yeah, this is not a great offensive line draft. I'll just be honest with you. It's not. And I think teams know that. And we've seen the way that guys like Jalen Moore and Dan Moore getting paid big-time starter money, even though they've not been premier starters in the NFL, shows us how teams feel about this offensive line class. At 25 overall, your hope is that someone somehow falls. You're hoping that a guy like Josh Simmons from Ohio State, who missed half the season with a torn patella tendon and is still, at this point, not yet cleared, you're hoping that he falls and is then healthy, right? And I know they came out and said Titus Howard's going to play left tackle. Blake Fisher, who I liked a lot coming out last year, is going to play right tackle. So I'm not convinced that Josh Simmons would unseat either of those guys in year one coming off that injury. When you look at the interior, and we have to remember, Houston has 4 picks in the top 90, but they don't have a 4th-round pick. They don't have a 6th-round pick. So you're sitting there with just 6 draft picks. I think at some point you would probably love to add an offensive guard maybe in round 1. Maybe a guy like Tyler Booker or Grace Abel would be there at 25 in round 1. In round 2, you're probably hoping for a Tate Ratledge from Georgia, who's a really good player. He's to step right in and play, battled injury a little bit this past year. He's a right guard coming out of Georgia. You're probably hoping that he's available. I don't know that we would see a draft where they would spend 3 of 6 picks on the offensive line, right? Because you still have some questions at wide receiver, even after adding a Christian Kirk. Diggs is a free agent out there. Braxton Berrios is going to be a good special teams guy. Justin Watson is an ideal, probably number 4. But I think there still could be a situation where they look at the board, depending on what they know about Tank Dell's injury, and say, gosh, do we try to get a wide receiver in here? Do we try to, in a really deep class, do we try to grab a tight end at some point? So with the limited draft capital in day 3, at least, it does get kind of interesting of like, okay, they've handled a lot on defense in free agency already. And like you mentioned with drafting well in the past, but it does feel like a team that's got some serious needs that have to get filled here without a lot of picks.
Matt Miller joining us on the HR&P guest line. You can follow him on Twitter at NFL Draft Scout. You mentioned a few of the offensive linemen, interior offensive linemen that could be available at 25 that makes sense. What about receivers that could be available there that you think fit what the Texans have put together?
Yeah, it's funny. If you don't bring back Stephon Diggs, there's a guy in this draft who plays a lot like he did coming out of Maryland. That's Luther Burden III from Missouri. And there's a shot that he's going to be available in the mid-20s. I think we're all kind of waiting to see where that receiver run happens, because if you guys have noticed, we haven't seen a lot of movement on the free agent side of things with the wide receivers. And that does make me wonder, could teams pull these draftable receivers off the board a little bit earlier than we originally anticipated? But I think Luther Burden would be a great fit. I think Matthew Golden from Texas would be a great fit if you're looking at guys in round 1 who give you more of that speed, the big playability, a little bit more yards after catch. You have the X in Nico Collins, right? I think what you would love to add is more versatility, more yards after catch. You're getting some of that in Christian Kirk, obviously, but in getting a young guy, I would look at Burden and Golden as the two best fits.
Matt, I'm curious. Lance Zierlein speaks highly of you and says hello, by the way. But I was talking to Lance, and I'm curious about you because Lance is one of those guys that almost remembers every draft evaluation he's done on players. But when you look at the Texans' current offensive line, and you look at a guy like Green, and the fact that he came out in the first round, do you recall? Did you have him that high? Do you recall what you and even a guy like Juice Scruggs? Because talking to Lance and some other people, they're like, well, maybe the Texans reached a little bit, took him too soon. Yes, his versatility is nice, but what do you see of these two guys? Do you remember how you evaluated them?
Yeah, on Kenyon Green, I had around 2 grade on him, which is, where they were drafting him. It's about right. As you expected him to be late first, early second. I thought it was a little bit of a reach at the time, but he was someone that, everything about him said he was going to become a good starter in the NFL, pretty early because he was, offensive tackle coming out, had the frame, had the athletic ability, just kind of had a lot of penalties. And I thought he was a lot better at guard than he was at tackle, and that was the big key for him. It's like that last year tackle wasn't as good. Go back, watch him at guard. It's phenomenal. So I'm really surprised with the trajectory of his career because I thought by this point, we've got a couple seasons in at this point. I really thought that we'd be talking about somebody that was a solid starter. If not, I don't know that it was like he was ever going to be an all-pro, but it's like, oh, he'll be pretty solid, at least because we have that good tape at guard. With Juice Scruggs, I had a 3rd-round grade on Juice Scruggs. I liked his pre-draft process quite a bit. So they got him at pick 31 in round 2. So that grade was pretty close to where they actually drafted him. And I think with the center position, especially, if you either draft starters pretty early, very few teams draft a backup center. If you do, it's usually like in the 7th round. So with these center prospects, and it's even the case this year, we're going to see guys get drafted early like Grace Abel, Jared Wilson. There's probably going to be a pretty sizable gap, and it's going to be because guys like Jake Majors from Texas are seen as maybe not that high-end prospect, but, a really good number 2. For Scruggs, the nice thing was that he had that guard center versatility. He could play on either side. He was the team captain, like super highly spoken of. Just didn't quite have some of the hip looseness, flexibility, some of the agility that you normally look for as an interior player.
Being joined on the HR&P guest line by Matt Miller, NFL Draft Scout. Do you think that Titus Howard and Blake Fisher's enough at the tackle combo to be competitive in the NFL?
I think, man, it could be. And with Titus Howard, I feel like he's still such a work in progress, even though he's been in the league since 2019, right? It's like he was such a piece of clay that needed molded. And I liked Blake Fisher a lot coming out last year. So I'm intrigued, I think, by it, especially for Blake Fisher, more so than Titus Howard. But Blake could be a really good right tackle. That was the grade on him coming out, right? And so, man, we'll see. It's going to be fascinating. I think in the AFC, you've got some really, really good pass rushers in that division, in that conference. A lot is going to be put on Titus Howard early. And I think it's almost kind of smart to force the issue, because if it doesn't work, well, then going into the 2026 draft that you got to get a tackle, and you got to get one in the first round. Tackles are seldom found outside of the first round that become really, really good players. So I'm hopeful. And with Blake, he was another young guy. He only started 2 years at Notre Dame, and I think surprised some folks when he came out last year. So he's a guy that also just needs more reps, needs to see the field more. But I did think he was a starter coming out of there.
Matt, looking at this draft in totality now, because of the fact that we know it's not a big quarterback draft like drafts of the past, but as you analyze this draft and we get closer to draft day, where is the depth? We know that you mentioned that there's not a lot of, quality 1A wide receivers out there like there was even a year or two ago. But at the same time, there's depth in the wide receiver position if you're looking for a 2 or a 3. Where else can we look at the Texans possibly looking in their later drafts, in their later rounds, to try and pick up some depth?
It's a great running back class. And I know, Joe Mixon had a fantastic year last year. If you're wanting to add that number 2 back, this is the year to do it. I think we might see 30 running backs drafted. It's a great defensive tackle draft. We're going to have a ton of those guys come off the board in the top 100, 120 picks. I think last time I counted, I had 15 defensive tackles in my top 100. So it's just a really, really good group at those two positions. I like the tight end class. It's more so top end heavy. The top 6 or 7 guys are really good. And then there's kind of a little bit of a drop off. I'll tell you, the safety class has kind of snuck up on me. It's one that I've started to like a lot more as I get into some of those day 3 type players. And I know, obviously, you just got a really good, strong safety in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But should they decide to, back end of the draft, fill that in a little bit, it is a good year to get a safety, I think, late in day 3.
Last one, Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot. You might have answered it just earlier, but if the Texans were either trade up or trade down from 25, which one is it?
I think trade down. Just given you don't really trade up, in my opinion, unless it's for a quarterback, unless it's like an incremental trade. It just
or it's Will Anderson.
You're moving up 1 or 2 spots, right? So, or Will Anderson, exactly. So I would say trade back, especially in this draft where the talent level is pretty flat, right? I think the guy that you're going to have rated number 15 and the guy you're going to have rated number 35 are pretty darn close. So I think this is a year where it'd be more advantageous to slide back, pick up some extra picks, and the chances are the guy you were targeting is probably still going to be there.
Yeah. I wonder if everybody thinks like that, though, so it kind of ruins the market of trading down. Should be fascinating.
Usually
Matt,
does,
we
right?
appreciate
Yep.
the time. Yeah. It's going to be fascinating because I've heard that, too, that it's flat. And if it's flat, what does the market look like to trade down? And then all these value charts, I think, get screwed up.
Exactly. And it will be fascinating, to see, do we see a super active draft because teams there's not consensus, or do we see a little bit of a quiet draft because everyone knows these players are graded out pretty similarly?
Well, Matt, we'll be watching your work as we lead up to the NFL draft. Appreciate you taking time and hope to catch up again as we get closer to the draft.
Sounds great. Thank you.
It's Matt Miller who covers the NFL draft for ESPN. Does great, best one in the country, I think. He comes on our show more than Lance does. So I play favorites. I play favorites. Plus, Lance's brother likes to get on to me on Twitter, and I don't really like that. It makes me think lesser of the Zerline family. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Speaking of people who've kind of annoyed me, which is quite a bit, but Kyle Tucker. I'm ready to put Kyle Tucker in the boo him conversation, just like I've put Alex Bregman in that boo him conversation. 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Branham, you have way too much stress in your life to be booing all of these players and talking poorly of all of these guys. You need to relax. And I'm going to whenever I go to Two Creeks Crossing Resorts. Why I'm so excited to be hanging out with Two Creeks Crossing because I'm ready to escape the rat race each weekend. I'm ready to get out of the stress of talking about players in the draft and all these Twitchers and texters that like to get on our. I'm going to escape all that. I'm going to put the phone down, going to turn off the computer, going to escape it all, and head to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You might be in that same mix that I am. You're tired of the emails, the calls, the boss calling you. I get it. Everybody gets it. Well, get away for the weekend. I have the best weekend idea, and that's Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, escape the phone calls, escape the text messages, and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Whether you like open green spaces, take a look at the beautiful wildlife they have there. If you like just the nature and the trees, the big majestic trees that they have there, or if you like to fish. Do you like to fish? If you do, they have some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston too, so you don't have to spend all day traveling to get away. It's an hour and a half away. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92-acre property, kayak, play some pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink or two. Two Creeks Crossing Resort also loves to take care of their visitors. How about a crawfish boil one weekend, a barbecue cook-off on another weekend? You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. Pull up the RV. They have tree houses to rent, cabins, glamping. They have it all. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I think Matthew Golden from Texas would be a great fit. From Texas.
He's a draft expert, not very familiar with guys played. That's sad. Matt Miller.
Boy, did he
from Texas.
BMAC just lit.
No, he's from
when
Texas.
He said that.
He's from Klein, Texas. Yeah, he went to Klein. He went to Klein Kane, I should say. So yeah, he's from Texas. There's no argument there.
Texas, full stop.
Texas, full stop. You're not cool enough to use that phrase.
Our beloved Cougs.
Full stop. Wow. I think I'm gonna spam this texter. He just says nonsense. This texter. That's the last position y'all trying to hold on to. It used to be quarterback, linebacker, defensive line, but the brothers down took over the majority of the NFL, 70%. I don't care about that. You know what I care about whenever I think I'm going to spam it. I think I'm going to spam them.
Well, there's a caller who calls in and makes that point about quarterbaks to John Lance.
Calling's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine to call because, I mean, he can call once a day. If he wants to call, you can call 713-780-3776. But he spams the inbox. He's like, boom, 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 boom. Like, it's like 2 words. Like, he texts 2 words, 2 more words. So he, like, sends, like, 18 texts to send, like, 2 sentences. And it just clogs it. Just clogs the text line. And it's nonsense. It's silly. Like, what do I care about when I watch the NFL? Like, what are my rooting interests? Is it to watch 90% of the guys in the league be white? Or is it that the Texans win football games and my fantasy football team wins? Whenever I draft my fantasy football teams, you know what I do? I try to win. I don't draft the white guys. Like, the reverse racism is weird to me. Like, I don't care about that. I want my teams to win. I want my fantasy football teams to make me money. That's it. Full stop.
I don't disagree at all. I hate the fact that we still have people trying to make too many things about race. And it's just about doing, and especially doing what we do. It's never about race. It's about analyzing. And in this case, just trying to find the best players for the job. And it's not about,
I just want to be goofy, really.
Huh?
I personally just want to be goofy and have fun. But what you said is also true. But I just want to add goofiness and fun and all the fun we're going to be having. But the spamming of that, man, it's just gonna report it to spam. That way it doesn't show up in the inbox. Plus it interferes with the real conversations we're having in there, which is bad.
He's taken over for our other guy who's kind of settled down, who used to send us like 18 to 20 a day. So
I was wondering if it was the same one.
No, the number's different for sure.
You think it's different?
Yeah.
Maybe you got a new phone. Maybe
the
you got
other
a burner.
one I know the last 4 digits because I saw him, like I said, 20 times a day.
This texter says it's got to be Ryan Clark texting you. It's not a bad comp. It's not a bad comp. 1429. Maybe you got a burner just to text the Killer Bees.
Ryan Clark tiptoeing on some pretty little dangerous waters for him. Even he went after LeBron, I think yesterday or today.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't hear the LeBron thing. I'd like to listen to that because I can't. I'm ignorant to it, so I don't really have an opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
The whole like Sean Payton thing, like where he called him a thug and stuff. Like, okay, like he's not the only coach who benches quarterbacks, man. Like he's not the only coach who gets onto their QBs. Like he's not a thug because he benched a black quarterback. Like, come on now. Key from LA, I hate it. If you bring race into sports, you're just a goofball and probably racist also. I agree. I think there's reverse racism there. And I think there's racism. Like it's obvious, right? Like there's like this country has had years and years of racism.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it still has the undertones and that absolutely exists. I'm not ignorant to that. And I'm not like ignoring that. But then there's also the reverse racism that has come into play as well. And I think the texture's on the line now. 713-780-3776. Israel, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Israel?
Yeah, well, I'm not spamming you, bro. And this is almost like a paragraph. So, through. You just don't like what I was saying. Now, the thing is, what's racism is you're talking about how you dress. And if you, the way you present who you want, that's not the brother. And when it comes to like this prejudice, reverse racism, it's just a fact that at one time they said we couldn't play the quarterback position, and until recently we just took over that position. At one time they said we couldn't be the middle linebacker, but eventually we.
What have we ever said that wasn't the case though? Like Israel, you're right. Israel, you're right. Yes, that was. Let me. Israel, we're having a conversation. Israel, we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have a back and forth. giving you an open invitation to call in. We can have the chat. And I'm happy to have it. I like whenever you call in. I think you have great points. We on this show have never suggested otherwise. That absolutely was something that did happen for a long time. You're 100% right. It's why Warren Moon played in the CFL, because nobody wanted to give him a job in the NFL. So you're 100% right. But it's not at all consistent with how the killer bees on this show have talked. So like, you're coming after us whenever we are not the ones that have had those opinions.
Okay. I wasn't coming. I was just stating the fact at one time.
Israel, you texted 100 times to our show today calling us racist.
Hundreds of times. Only check. Now, see, you're always exaggerating.
It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but maybe 30.
But the thing about it is, the fact of the matter is that the way you describe. Once he's going to, let's go to Tunzel. Now, he pissed me off far as with his offside and did not want to practice. Okay, I can dig that. But the way he dressed, this is 2025. All the young brothers dress like that when they get it back. They're not going to be like a country white boy. You can just forget it. And if that's what
Titus drives a big old truck and kind of. I mean, we were having fun with that. It wasn't that serious, Israel, and it really didn't have anything to do with race. Like, there's a lot of black guys that like fashion. There's a lot of white guys that like fashion. There's a lot of black guys that wear skin tight Wranglers. There's a lot of white guys that wear skin tight Wranglers. I don't think that it really was that race specific, which kind of speaks to the point we're having here, Israel, that every single, like we're talking Kyle Tucker here, you're going to make it about race. Like every single segment that we have, you text in every time, multiple times while I spammed you, and you make it about how the killer bees are like, they have a certain opinion about, blacks or minorities. Well, that's not the case. That has never been true. You bring up good points, like the NFL, in the past, in the late 80s, early 90s, that, there weren't going to be black quarterbacks, and Warren Moon was held out for a long time. And yes, that was true back then. That is no longer true. Some of my favorite quarterbacks are black. So, like, you bring that old opinion that existed in the past and you make it like our opinions when that's not even remotely close to the truth.
I mean, look.
That's what gets me, Israel.
And the fact is that if we're talking about the coveralls, Vince Wilfork was the guy that we cited that wore the coveralls. And Vince Wilfork isn't the old country white boy. It's like when Israel goes off on Reed Shepherd. We don't come back at him and say, no, is that racist? I mean, are you doing it because he's white? No, it's because we respect his opinion. He doesn't think Reed Shepherd's going to turn out to be good. I happen to think that Reed Shepherd's going to turn out to be just fine.
Yeah, and look, Israel, I like your sports takes. That's why it kind of annoys me, because I think you would be a good fixture to our show. Like, I want you to be. Whenever you call in, you make really good points that kind of make people think. I forget the Rockets thing that he said the other day. What was the Rockets thing he said the other day? They called us, and like you were like anti it, and I was like, I kind of see his side. I can't remember.
It was Reed
but
Shepherd,
I think you have good sports takes.
We were talking about the former,
Reed.
Former number,
Reed.
And the number 3 picks in the draft, because Granado stirred him up like saying he's not Michael Jordan.
Steve Kerr thing, all that. Like, yeah. I like your sports takes, Israel. Like, just maybe take it easy on us a little bit. I don't think you are who we think you are. I'm okay with our quarterback and receiver wearing tight jeans and carrying purses, Keith. Yeah, I don't want it from the offensive line. Texture, I'm with Israel. Y'all gave I did. What Blankers didn't. He said y'all gave shout outs to Bel Air for making it to state, but give one shout out to the black schools like Wheatley and Booker T. That was my bad. I dropped the ball there. I didn't know Wheatley and Booker T made the state championships. I knew Bel Air did because they beat Brennan from San Antonio because they have a Houston commit. That wasn't a black-white thing. That was a Houston versus non-Houston thing. But my bad. I dropped the ball. I'll own that one. Y'all are talking about Vince Wilfork, who is in fact black. What is this guy talking about? Keith from LA. I'm probably the most urban person who listens to y'all's show. That's a fact. On my end of this show is comical. We talk sports. It's fun. It's entertaining. Never racist. I think we have actually a minority listenership, quite frankly. Mm-hmm. Like being here for 3 years or whatever, or then having the run that I had at the Highway to Hell prior to that. And I've never been on cardiac arrest. Like, I've never worked there. I've only worked here, and I've worked at Highway to Hell. This station, I've learned, is far more diverse than Highway to Hell. And I love it. I love it because you get great conversation. You get a lot of differing opinions. You're not like hammered into one specific team. I love that aspect about it. So I feel pretty confident saying this, that our show and our listenership in the Hive is very diverse. And I take pride in that. And look, I'm half white, half Mexican. Like we have fun with it. We, joke around about it. Like
And I'm
I am
Mexican.
half white, half Mexican. Blankers has like a little bit of a tan. So like we're very diverse. Brian, he doesn't have anything going for him. But
I'm married to a Mexican. I've said that.
I'm married to a lady from Michigan. I couldn't think of anything there.
A Youper.
Yeah, Youper.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
she's
but
lower.
Israel, we're not against you, man. Like we want to be with you. Let's be on the same team here. All right, come on. You can call on whatever, and maybe I'll unspam you here someday. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get into the Kyle Tucker conversation. A white man that I want booed. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, any man, if you're suffering hair loss, let me tell you that there is a solution, and it's a guy right here in the Med Center that can absolutely help you. Doc Linville and his staff right here in Houston's Med Center. They're waiting to help you with a variety of different things. Look, they can do a ton of things that help you and your family. Like it could be, they do spa treatments, they do Botox, they do plastic surgery. But the procedures I'm personally telling you about because I've had experience with are the Neograft procedure and PRP treatments because they get your hair back and they keep the hair that you have. They are phenomenal. It's not the gimmicks that don't work that you see on TV. It's real stuff with your real hair put where you need it most. And if you look at it in like lawn terms, the PRP is like fertilizing your lawn. You already have hair on your head, but you want it to be stronger and longer and thicker and like the way it was when you were in your heyday. Well, that's what PRP treatments can do. It's like fertilizing your lawn. And then it's like the resodding job is what I'm talking about when I start talking about the Neograft, because it's essentially taking hair from where you are never going to lose it. No matter how bald people get in other areas of their head, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back. Doc takes some of that, puts it where you need it most. In my case, it was my hairline in front. Some people have a bald spot up on top and back. Regardless, he solves the problem because the hair he's taking is from the sides and the back where it's never going to go away. He's putting it where you need it, and it's going to stay there for the rest of your life. Phenomenal, phenomenal stuff, all because Doc Linville wants to reach you guys, and he loves our listenership. Because you're listening to me, he will give you a free consultation like I had to go in and just hear about how they can help. If you just go to 975hair.com, you go to 975hair.com, sign up for a free consultation, and you go in, ask questions, get answers after they explain to you the Neograft and PRP treatments, and see if it's something you might consider. I did it. I went to the consultation. It was extremely informative and interesting. I went home, talked about it with my wife. We decided it would be the right thing to do. I did it, could not be happier that I did, and I got my hair back. You can do the same thing. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com and tell them I sent you by. Sign up for the consultation. You will be glad you did.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ocho says, I'm tempted to bet moneyline Lamar out of spite because McNeese is so good. Will Wade's done a good job at McNeese. I had that on the TV. They're about to tip here. I'm pulling for Lamar. Alvin Brooks, former Houston assistant,
right.
former Houston head coach, actually, is the head coach at Lamar. He's doing a good job there. They were the 2 seed. They're playing for a chance to get into the NCAA tournament. I'll have my eyes on it, Ocho. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So I'm ready to add Kyle Tucker to the boo list. I know that you're not a booer. I'm not really a booer either. I just want the fans to boo these guys. When Alex Bregman returns to Houston, I want him to be booed. I wouldn't have felt that way if he went to Detroit or even Chicago. Like, it's in the National League. Went to Toronto, whatever. You kind of exiled from the country anyways. But because he went to Boston and all these Boston bros all of a sudden are making him America's sweetheart, I'm booing Alex Bregman. I don't like one bit of it. I hadn't really spent much time talking about Tucker. I remember you used Tucker as a counterpoint to Bregman, and I was like, no, it's way different because they traded him. But then Kyle Tucker started running his mouth, and I'm like, I'm ready to boo his butt too. I'm ready to boo Kyle Tucker as well. And look, I don't think that Kyle Tucker is doing anything wrong, really. Like, I understand you have to play the PR game. You have to do the whole cliches, one game at a time, all that junk. But Kyle Tucker talking to some Chicago media, and this is why I'm ready for him to be booed as well.
Like I said, pretty much right when I got traded over here, I don't think I could have gone to a much better organization than the Cubs. I mean, the fan base here is, second to none.
What? He hasn't played one game at Wrigley, at least in a Cub uniform, and they're second to none. He's already poo-pooing on Houston, and I understand that he's just doing the PR thing. He has to say this because he's donning that completely useless by September uniform. I get all of that, but I don't have to like that. I'm ready to boo Kyle Tucker. All of you that wore the king crowns whenever he was going to right field, he's saying you guys are second to Chicago fans out there in right field. The bleacher bums are better than you. When Kyle Tucker comes back to Houston, you need to turn those crowns upside down and stick them where the sun don't shine. And boo them. And boo Kyle Tucker.
Turn the crowns upside down I like that. From me, I'm not a booer.
You can thank The Rock.
But my big thing is just the fact that I hope they both suck this year. I don't wish injury on them, but I hope they suck. And, Kyle Tucker had it pretty easy here because as we have said, and I have said, and I don't think that when you get to markets, Houston's so totally different from being the fourth largest, soon to be third largest city in America. When you look at the way LA, New York, and even Chicago media deal with their professional sports teams. And Kyle Tucker got a really easy walk through it when he was here. Whether he was good or bad, he didn't have to face a whole lot of heat, especially even with last year with the injury and everything else. I think that when you go to a market like Chicago, if you don't play well, you are going to feel it on a daily basis, and they don't care, and they're going to come at you. And I think that it was kind of a BS statement. I understand you got to play the game because you're in a new market and you want to fit in and all those things. But for me, regardless of whether you boo them or not, to me, it's the same way Bregman overdid it when he got to Boston. And so for me, it's like I hope they both have subpar years. I hope they struggle. I hope that Cam Smith continues to look like a guy that everybody can be happy that the deal was made if they didn't like it when it was first made and say, hey, we did okay in that deal, and they did what the organization hasn't been willing to do in the past. So it's a great deal for the Astros, and oh, by the way, Kyle Tucker, suck it. That'd be great.
Yeah, look, I understand that Tucker said what he was supposed to say. I get all of that. I get all of it. But as a fan, you're also not necessarily required to like it. And it's all look at fandom's also supposed to be fun, right? Like, isn't there an element of like having fun when you go to the ballpark? Is it fun to just be like, oh yeah, he was okay here and then choked in the playoffs, like, yay, Tucker? Or is it more fun to be on your feet, yelling things to the guy within reason? Don't take it too far, but yell things within reason to the guy. Boo you, Kyle Tucker, you could have re-signed here. Like that to me is far more entertaining than the whole sit on your hands and like pay a healthy respect. Like it's not a former president. Like, he's a right fielder. He's probably going to enjoy it too. Like, you think Alex Bregman, when he comes into Houston and he gets booed, you think that he's not going to enjoy that? Like, he's going to enjoy that too. Like, this is the fun in sports. I remember Barry Bonds coming into Minute Maid Park when he was chasing Henry Aaron's record, and everybody was like, or actually, no, it wasn't Aaron's record. It was whenever he was chasing He was actually chasing McGuire's record whenever he came into town. He was chasing the single season record. And look, everybody was booing him every time he came to the plate. Like, it's fun. Like, those things are memories. Like, don't just play the whole, oh yeah, we were pleased with what you did here. Boo the guy. Boo him.
It'll be interesting when they play too, simply because of the fact that time will have passed to see how they react. Because I think both guys got treated extremely, extremely well here, and they do have to look. I think JJ Watt was the ultimate in terms of knowing how to play everything from the day he set foot in a new city when he got drafted here, especially because there was people that were questioning whether the Texans should have drafted him when they did. I think that, everybody handles it their own way. I know from personal experience, there were guys that never, Sterling Sharp and James Lofton, that were Packer receivers. They never forgot that they got drafted, they got booed, and they flipped off the crowd, and they were ticked off the rest of their career. Kyle Tucker said what he had to say to fit into a new place, but when they come here or when they play the Astros, I would think that he has good things to say. If you're a fan and you don't like it and you want to go get him, go get him. I don't care. I personally just leave my thought process to, I hope they have really subpar years and suck.
Yeah, I'm with you. Because you want the Astros to come out ahead of things.
Yep.
Like, if they let Alex Bregman go and he doesn't have a good year, it's like, okay. Even though they did give him what I thought was way too much of an offer, but hey, he didn't sign it, so no harm done. And then it'd be kind of funny if Cam Smith plays right field and then he outproduces Kyle Tucker in year one. Wouldn't that be?
And if Paredes, we talked about this, it's going to be fun to watch. If Paredes puts up better numbers than Bregman's last year in Houston, and on top of that, if he puts up better numbers than Bregman puts up in Boston, those are going to be two things to watch too, because then Dana Brown did his job, and thank God Bregman didn't sign that contract.
Yeah, it will be interesting. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. I posted this on Twitter the other day, and I had some fans that commented on me and said that they had some off the field encounters with Kyle Tucker, and they didn't have great things to say.
Really?
About Kyle Tucker. They say he was kind of a jerk.
I think he's one of those guys that seems to be a complete introvert. From people that I talked to that had dealt with him on somewhat regular basis, were saying that, it took a lot to get him to come out of his shell, but then all of a sudden he was kind of, the last couple of years, he was into, fashion and wearing his Jordans, not coveralls, and he was kind of with the people around the team and the media. He had loosened up a little bit, but that's why I'm curious too. I really do. I think that the media was very, very kind to him when he was here, even when he struggled. And I'm curious to see how the Chicago media treats him and how he handles it.
Texter, sensitive Astro fans. It's not really sensitivity. It's more about the entertainment element of it. I think it's more fun. I think that there is entertainment value if you add a little bit of suspense and intrigue to random series over what is a pretty mundane 162 game schedule. All of a sudden you put some emphasis on when Boston comes to town. I don't even know if Chicago comes to town this year, but you put some emphasis on whenever you play Kyle Tucker for the first time and he's not in an Astros uniform. To me, baseball needs things like that over 162 to get through the 162 regular game season. So to me, it's more about the drama and the entertainment than it is about being sensitive. I really don't care that much.
You look at the NBA that just got a huge spike when the Luka Dallas trade happened, because of the fact that now you're looking forward to when those two teams play. You're seeing the guys in the different cities, and that's part of, like you said, salvages what is an extremely long adventure when you take on season to season with these different teams. So I think that the sidebars and all that drama, it's absolutely something that keeps everything going in what can otherwise be a very, very long year, especially if your team's not successful.
I think that's why we sensationalize everything in baseball. You threw a fastball close to my shoulder, I'm really mad at you. I think that's part of it. It's because the season's so long, you're playing every day, emotions are a little bit on edge. Whereas other sports, it kind of happens. Say they're kind of sensitive in basketball too. Maybe football, they're just known to be a little bit more physical. I don't know.
So the seasons are too long?
Oh,
I wouldn't say they're too long.
I mean, you guys just spent the life. We got to have all these things to get through the season. It's so long. It's I think we're pretty sure a couple of days ago, a Genius suggested we shorten the season.
Easy, Genius. What we're saying is, from a media perspective, it's hard to find the narratives on a day-to-day basis
because the season's too long.
Brian trying to find any way to get in here.
Yeah.
Bregman's numbers at Fenway are crazy. That is true. I am a bit scared about that. not only are his numbers crazy at Fenway, but it's also the second best offensive ballpark all of last season. Only one better was Coors, so I do think he's going to have a good year. Hindsight, was it good not re-signing Cole in 19? Yes. Verlander in 23. Yeah.
Well, but then you went and
Verlander
traded
in
for him and
23.
gave up 2 top prospects for him.
That haven't done anything yet. I'm still holding out hope that they don't make it.
See, there you go. That's
petty.
why I'm saying just root for those guys to have sucky seasons. Same kind of thing.
I'm still petty about that.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't pay. Verlander was still critical to that year's team.
Yeah, and and the thing is, there's a lot of fans that are kind of got their undies in a bundle now with guys when they leave the team. It can't all be Freddie Freeman when he leaves Atlanta, right? It can't all be I never wanted to leave and I always loved that place and blah 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 blah. And part of the business aspect of it is thick skin and guys just move on. And when they move on, a lot of times, if it didn't end well or the way they wanted it to, they're bitter and they're going to say whatever they want to say, and you just have to deal with that too.
Yeah, I don't think Bregman and Tucker have been bitter per se. I just want
not yet.
I don't anticipate that they will. But Tucker saying that the Cubs fans are second to none. He hasn't played a game at Wrigley in a Cub uniform, and he's already putting down the Astros. I know he didn't mean to put down the Astros, but it's putting down the Astro fan base. And then it's the Bregman boo, and why I'm trying to build a campaign there really had nothing to do with Bregman. It's more these bros that are like, "Yay, Bregman, he's so cool. He's one of us. Like he's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, and like he's already as good as Brady." Like, bro, he hasn't even played a game as a Red Sox uniform, and you called this guy a cheater.
I was just gonna say, yeah, you booed the hell out of him and hated him when he was with an Astro uniform on.
Like Bregman's more the symbol for those Boston bro behavior than it is my disdain for Bregman. But Bregman is the symbol for it, so I want to boo that symbol. Texter hoping for a similar situation when we lost Correa and Pena stepped up. Hopefully that'll happen with Cam Smith. It is interesting, like how many fans are like, yeah, we should still say we should have paid Correa. It's like, well, he hasn't lived up to his contract, one, and then two, you literally won a World Series the very next year that Correa was gone. How are you still saying that the Astros should have paid Correa? Like that one to me doesn't add up at all. And then last text on this, I agree. I boot Olajuwon as a Raptor. Team first. H emoji, flex emoji. That is an interesting one. I would never boo him.
Oh, I would never boo Dream. No, especially at that point in his career.
But I kind of like this guy's attitude, though. Like it's Houston before player, because I agree with that. It's we before me. It's team before player. I have a loyalty to the Houston across the chest, not the player that's
Houston against
Houston.
the world.
So I admire it.
Yeah, Houston against everybody.
I couldn't boo. I couldn't boo Akeem personally, but I like where your mind's at. You're a bigger savage than me. I respect it. All right, 713-780-3776. Cam Smith, 0 for 3 today, by the way. 2 strikeouts. Just saying. Roster watch 2025. If we assume that Cam Smith starts the season on the opening day roster, which is a huge if, we understand that, but we're making the assumption for the sake of the conversation. Would you rather see him as the everyday third baseman or as the everyday right fielder? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and cost. Own Will's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you some money. Put some bucks back in your pocket. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it should not be you. Head to ownwell.com and sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology, which can start saving you money with zero upfront cost. You pay nothing upfront. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvest it, take the family on a vacation, take your co-host out for a drink, whatever, however you want to spend that money. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top results. No upfront costs, as we mentioned. Only pay if you save. Can't beat that. You're only paying if you save. It's outstanding. Ownwell levels the playing field and eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. The deadline to protest is May 15th. Don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today. Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's a good song, Brian. Not bad, Brian. Good
Leonard
work,
Skinner,
Brian.
Brian.
I'm waiting for the butt.
It's no butt.
Okay, all right. That's
good work.
that's a little different than usual.
It's not true.
Skinner rocks.
Battery Chuck says
feel
that.
Do you feel Joel was being authentic there?
I like Leonard Skinner.
I don't know, but the way you said it did not feel like you were being genuine.
Okay.
I think he was kind of mocking an accent, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of the feel I got too.
You want Kevin Zietler, Blinkers?
He gone. I wanted him. He gone.
Yeah, Kevin Zietler. He's joining the AFC South though.
Yep.
But he's going to the Tennessee Titans.
Tell them boys to tighten up. Tighten up.
Forgot about that. Forgot about that drop.
Wish I wasn't remembered.
Yes, the Titans are signing veteran guard Kevin Zeitler. Don't care. He's not going to Zeit here. 1 year, $9 million. So not only do you not get the what many consider the top interior offensive lineman on the market at a dollar figure that was palatable, right? $9 million.
That was
we were talking
his
10 million.
Spotrac projection to the dollar.
Look at Spotrac. Congratulations, Spotrac.
We'll email us
Spotrac.
back, but they can nail that one.
They give him a helmet sticker, just Spotrac today. $9 million for Zietler to go to Tennessee. So double whammy as far as the Texans are concerned. You don't get the top interior offensive line on the market, according to some, and he goes to a division rival. So not great news there for the Houston Texans.
No,
I'm wondering.
We even said we were willing to go like around 10, but we thought that would at least give you more hope that the line is fixable or they're going to bring in some veterans too. So I was very disappointed to see him go off the market because now I've got more questions than I got answers.
Well, we'll start where a few of those questions.
So like Mekhi Becton, right? Mekhi Becton is a guy that had a good year with the Eagles, but he was awful from the time that he was drafted highly by the Jets. So he's out there, and evidently he was expecting to be like one of the first offensive linemen off the market. He's still out there. But if you're the Texans, do you know what you're getting in him? Because as a member of the Eagles, yeah, he seemingly turned his career around, but he also was surrounded by an offensive line full of talent. So you hope he's not the Jets guy. You want to believe that even without the rest of the guys around him, he was the Eagles guy that got it done and won a Super Bowl. But that's the kind of guy that's still out there on the open market as opposed to veterans that played on a really good offensive line like the Lions last year that I would have liked to have felt better about joining the Texans.
What was the question?
What do you mean? I have questions about guys like Becton being good going forward if he gets away from Philadelphia and their roster and their talent, as opposed to, guys like Zietler who come in here coming off of performing really well for the Detroit Lions. Why is that funny?
I don't know. I think that they might be done, the Texans. Like, I think that they're geared up to go into the draft with their starting offensive line being Titus Howard, Laken Tomlinson, who Matt Miller said could be spectacular, Jared Patterson, Juice Scruggs, and Blake Fisher. I think that they're gearing up to that being their starting offensive line entering the draft. And if they can upgrade one of those positions in the draft, great, they'll do it. But I think that that's what they're going to go with.
I hope you're wrong.
It's just the feel I got.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong. I would not be happy with that. I understand pre-draft so that lots of things can happen on the draft. Even trades can happen as part of the draft. So hopefully that there's still ways that you can kind of infuse new and veteran talent on this offensive line. But I don't trust Nick when drafting offensive linemen. I don't trust rookie offensive linemen coming into a scenario like this and making this line better than it was a year ago. So I would hope that that's not the case.
Yeah, I just get because whenever we're talking to Miller too, he's talking about like this not being a great interior offensive line class or offensive line class in general. Can you guarantee that a guard that you draft at 25 is better than either Tomlinson or Juice Scruggs?
No, you can't.
Yeah, so like I for their money, I think is kind of used up here. Like and look, it takes two to tango. Like we can't just be like, well, you could have had him for $9 million. Like he maybe just wants to live in Nashville. Maybe he likes country music and cold beer. I don't know. Maybe he likes the Bluebird Cafe. Like maybe playing for Tennessee has been a lifelong dream for some weird reason. But I get the feel, just trying to putting 2 to 2 together, that this is their starting five going into the draft.
Yeah,
now they can upgrade, but going into the draft, I think this is their starting five. In fact, like I think they drafted Tomlinson to be a starter. I think that they're earmarking Juice Scruggs to be a starter. I think the only person they could potentially upgrade between now and the draft is Patterson.
Yeah, and listening to Matt Miller speak, he thought Tomlinson seemed to be very high on him to say that he was going to be a starter. So then to me, it was also interesting that he was kind of saying, well, Juice could be your center too. And I don't think that they're going to have Juice at center, but if that is indeed the case, at least I can hold out hope that that's their pre-draft offensive line, and that hopefully between the draft and the start of the season, that the line still has the options to improve.
Yeah, it'd be it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting because like whenever the offensive, like I'd be fine if they brought in Becton, but it's like, okay, well if you bring in Becton, where's he starting? He's starting at right guard, right? Probably either he and Tomlinson are your guards. Okay, well who's playing center? Is it Juice? Is it Patterson? Could that help you? Sure. I think that does make you better. They've used a lot of their money already. Like I'm not even sure how much money they have right now. Like we talk about how they can do more restructures and all of this. They're kind of running out of guys to do restructures with.
Well, and that's the thing too. When you look at the money that's being dolled out for some of these guys that have gone off the market already, where are the Texans getting that kind of money when some of these guys, even if they didn't have stellar starts to their career, are getting paid in the $18 to $20 million a year range with multi-year deals? And you're going, I don't think the Texans right now are in a position financially to do that.
Yeah. That's why I get that feeling is the finances just kind of way they've moved. They brought back that interior offensive lineman today. Was it Zach Martin? Like the second most popular Zach Martin to play in the NFL. Or was it Zach Taylor? I think it was Zach. I can't remember the offensive lineman's name. It was either Zach Taylor or Zach Martin. I think it might be Zach Taylor now that I ramble here. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is your starting offensive line, and they're going to be betting on coaching, and they're going to be betting on attitude, and they're going to be betting on a culture change to uplift this offensive line. Yeah, system.
Yeah.
Which I did read that Patterson is like more suited for this system, that he'd be better in this system. So, I mean, no one's going to breathe easy until we see it.
No, there's nothing to feel like comfort in knowing that what you just did to unload 3/5 of your starting offensive line of a year ago, there's no comfort in what they've done so far, thinking that line's going to be better unless you're banking on system and coaching and all of that taking shape into creating change that's positive. I still wouldn't feel that great about it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, but I think we're done. I think they're done. Hope I'm wrong. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get into the Cam Smith conversation. If I told you he's making the opening day roster, no guarantee, no lock. We know it's a huge if, but for the sake of the conversation, he's making the opening day roster. Where would you rather him be the everyday starter? Third base or right field? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cam Smith, 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts, but who's keeping track? Hashtag roster watch 2025. If we assume, real quick before I get into that, what do you think the odds are Cam Smith makes the opening day roster?
I don't think they're very good. I think, look, as much as he's done, I don't know if there's a place for him, because I don't think as much as, they love his bat. Everybody loves his bat, and that's what everybody's enamored with. I don't know that he's ready to play major league third base, nor do I think I want to see him there yet. And I think that in terms of the outfield, they're going to let Chaz and Jake have every opportunity before they try and make a change out there. So I just don't think he's going to start the season on the roster.
So what do you think the odds are he makes the opening day roster?
20%.
Okay. I'm like at 30. I was probably at like 10, 15 last week. I do think the odds have gone up. Would you rather see Cam Smith start 140 games and get 500 at bats in right field at the big league level, or Chas McCormick?
See, I don't know what Chaz I'm getting, but Cam Smith in right field, to me, with his bat is intriguing enough for me to say I'd rather have Cam Smith in right field with 140 at bats than Chas McCormick.
Okay. How about the infield side of it? He plays third. You move Esoc to second. Would you rather see 140 starts for Cam at third and 500 at bats, or give those to Dubon at second base?
Yeah, I'm just not ready yet to put him at third base, because it's a premium defensive position, and I just don't trust how he's going to play that position. I don't think he's ready to play third base at the major league level yet. So I would probably lean, if I have to, Dubon in that case.
Yeah. Okay. I think that those would be the two spots for him, though, right, at the big league level.
Yes.
So
yes.
to me, there is a path. To me, there are spots for him to play. And he's starting to get some outfield fly balls and all of that, and they're going through the work. And there was who was the GM, the former GM that now works on TV? Is it Bowden? It might have been Bowden.
Yep.
But I'm not very confident saying Bowden, but it was somebody.
No, it is. Jim Bowden was one of them. I think
was
he's
it
on
Bowden
MLB
the one
Network.
saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if he was the one that was saying this. But anyways, this guy, I think it was Bowden, was saying that they had him on the radio. They had him on MLB Network radio or whatever. And Dana Brown's like, yeah, we're going to give him a path to win right field. They tweeted it. So it makes us think like, okay, well, what job could he potentially win if he is on the opening day roster? So let's make the assumption. And we both think that it's a long shot that he makes the opening day roster. I think there's more benefits for him to not be called up right away, wait a bit, wait until the summer, wait a while, see how it goes in the minors. And look, maybe they're like, hey, right field's a spot for you. Well, go let him play a month in right field. Like, let him become familiar with the position instead of learning that position at the big league level. So I do rather send him to the minors. I'm with you there. But if we had to choose a spot, makes the opening day roster, we have no choice. We're the manager. We can't control who's on the roster, but we're filling out the lineup. Dana Brown says, you're carrying this guy. He needs to be an everyday starter, and you can pick the position. Third base or right field. I kind of feel like I know your answer now. Which of the two would you pick?
Yeah, I'm taking right field. I just feel like if offensively you get anything close to what we've seen, and that's the combination of power and he can hit a little bit, he can go the opposite field, which is nice. And the fact that I think that he's athletic enough that he can play right field at a decent level, I'm going to take outfield. I just think that at a premium position like third base, and especially with 2 ground ball pitchers in your starting rotation, I would rather him be in the outfield.
Yeah, I'm pro outfield here too. I really think he's a first baseman long term, but I think he's a first baseman that's young in his career and still young in his athletic career, that he's capable of playing other spots. Like, I think he can handle third base probably at a below average level. I think he can handle left field. I think he can handle right field. Like, he can move around. He can run a little bit. And obviously he has a big arm if he can play third base. So I would go right field as well. The only hang up that I have here is the guy that it's kicking out of the lineup. Because if Cam Smith is inserted in the lineup, that means one guy who we have penciled in as the everyday starter is now kicked out of the lineup. And obviously, if it's in right field, now you're kicking out Chaz. If it's at third base, then you're kicking out Dubon. I think Chaz is a better offensive player than Dubon. Over the course of his career, he's been a far better offensive player than Dubon. So that would be my hang up there. But to me, it does make more sense. Cam and right. Chaz becomes your fourth outfielder that shares time with Jake in center. Now, you could even kick around the idea of moving Altuve back to second base because Chaz could play left, Altuve could play second, Dubon's now your super utility guy. So you could even do that. Like if we want Chaz in the lineup instead of Dubon, but Cam Smith needs to be our right fielder. Okay, well, Chaz in your noodle arm, you go back to left. Jose Altuve, we really appreciate your effort in spring, learning left field, but we still think second base is the position for you right now. And then you move him back to second base and Dubon's out of the lineup that way.
Could you also consider that you could move Chaz to center field? Like if Jake just isn't hitting, no matter what his defense brings, and we know Chaz can play decent defense in center field, that if you want to keep Chaz's bat in the lineup, that maybe Jake is the guy that ends up going to the bench and Chaz plays center field, and then you can do all the other things that you said.
You can. Yes, that would be on the table. That would be an option. I don't think it would be that high of an option for them because they seem really, really convinced that Jake Myers is their everyday center fielder. And everything they say, I mean, he's like, we sit here and we like praise Cam Smith for the spring training he's having. Jake Myers is having a huge spring training. Why isn't he getting love? Because he's not the new guy?
Well, because we've seen it not translate to the regular season. We've seen him just not be able to be consistent offensively. So, and we've seen multiple seasons of it to not expect that when we haven't seen anything from Cam Smith, and we know that he was the centerpiece in the big trade. And so there's I guess more optimism.
Yeah, Jake Myers had a better season offensively than Chaz did last year. He's a better defender, and he's having a better spring training. Like, I'm not ready to say that Chaz should be the center fielder over Jake Myers.
No, I'm just saying that was an option to consider.
No, it would be. It would be. Like, that's why I said fourth outfielder, unless you're willing to move Altuve back to second. But if you're not, then he's a fourth outfielder, and he's sharing time with Jake Myers in center field. Like, yeah, that would be something that's on the table.
No, absolutely. And, your options, for the most part, because of what you're dealing with, are limited because those guys are both questionable offensively, no matter what they've done in their career, or in the case of Jake, what he's doing this spring. So that's why I've been so leery about with them both in the outfield, that I would love to have somebody else as an option in right field.
Yeah, I'm more okay with the idea of Myers in center field than you are.
Mm-hmm.
I can live with a defensive first center fielder. Like, it's a premium defensive position. He's going to help you prevent runs. Now it doesn't mean you have to play him every day. Like, you can be pretty specific. Like if Chaz in this scenario becomes your fourth outfielder, okay, whenever you have ground ball guys on the mound, Chaz McCormick, go play center field. Like when Fromber and Hunter Brown are pitching that day, your like importance for a defensive-minded center fielder go down, so you can get a bat out there. Now, fly ball pitchers like Eric Getty's a fly ball guy. Verlander was a fly ball guy. Well, that's the day where you need to have Jake Myers in center field. So you can kind of, instead of platooning those guys based on lefty-righty, because they're both righties, you can platoon the guy based on who your starting pitcher is. If Fromber and Hunter Brown, ground ball guys, are starting, we'll go with your better bat, even though Jake was better offensively last year and in spring training. And then whenever you have a fly ball guy, you go with your defensive guy. That can catch the fly balls like Myers. Tyler and Conroe, I'd rather him be in right field, but rather him start the season in Double-A so that absolute cornball swab can't brag about being right one time in his entire life. Tyler and Conroe doesn't seem to like Swabby a whole lot.
What was Schwab saying?
He's been saying that Cam Smith's going to start on the opening day roster, and he has receipts and a bunch of stuff. Schwab has been right, though. Like, he's been pretty right about some stuff. Chaz and Jake need to be gone. I'd rather see Melton and Cam take over. Young or not, just roll the dice. See, again, I don't mind Jake as your center fielder. He saves a lot of runs. If he's your 9-hole hitter and saves a bunch of runs defensively, you can do a lot worse than Jake Myers. But I am intrigued about Jacob Melton this year. He got a late start to camp, left-handed bat. Maybe he can emerge as that left-handed bat for the Astros. High speed, high power, like pretty good defender. So I am intrigued by him, but I don't think he breaks camp. Wheatstraw Pena came in.
No, I was going to say on Melton, I'm intrigued. I don't think he starts the regular season on this roster, but I think that he's a guy that in short order could be called up like they did a year ago when they were trying to see other guys, some of their young players, and what they can do on the big league level.
Pena came in and played a premium defensive position pretty well right away, reach draw. They're much different profiles, though. Like Pena was known as a defender. Cam Smith's not known as a defender. He can handle the defense, but he's known for his bat. So, like, completely different profiles there. Jake Myers.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. The big thing for me, too, is just Cam Smith's body type doesn't tell you that he is going to be on the field for his defense. He is a massive human being. Yes, he's athletic, but to me, I think you nailed it. I think he like Jordan until we found out that first base wasn't going to be in the cards for Jordan. But I think more so, he's a guy that's a first base, more long-term outfield type guy, especially because he's got a good arm that if he could learn to play corner outfield, that he's probably long-term destined for one of those two spots.
They used to do that. They used to have this. The Cardinals did with Pujols. The Pujols would either play third, left, right. Like they could never figure out where to put him. It was athletic enough to handle those positions, but then eventually became a first baseman. I think that Cam Smith's eventually going to have to do that. Jake Myers had a promising career until that shoulder injury. Pawpaw tried to tell them not to bring Jake back too soon. Yeah, Pawpaw was right about that. And it did seem like he lost some potential since that shoulder injury, especially on the offensive end. The booty guy is worse than Schwab. I don't know who the booty guy is. Do y'all know who the booty guy is?
Who's the booty guy?
I don't know, but it's a terrible nickname.
Yeah, it's awful. I'm like,
not a nickname I would want to have.
I hope that's not in their Twitter handle.
Yeah, Texter, who is the booty guy? Be a little bit more specific. I'm not aware of the booty guy.
Josh Booty was the quarterback, right? LSU?
Yeah, I don't think it's who he's talking about.
No,
I don't think so
either. No.
I don't mind Schwab. Like people think Schwab and I don't get along, but I don't mind Schwab. Schwab and I get along.
We had him on the air, right?
Oh, he said, yeah, we did. I like Schwab. We have some disagreements on things, but that doesn't mean we don't like each other because we disagree about sports means we don't like each other. Blankers and I disagree about sports all the time, and we really like each other. Okay, Brian and I disagree about sports, but actually we don't like each other, so I guess that would work there. Oh, he said he meant Booth, not Booty. He spelled it wrong.
Oh.
He spelled it wrong.
Jeremy
he spelled it Booth. Was it a typo? Because the H and the Y are close to each other. You think this was a typo or you think this was intentional? Or was it an autocorrect and he just types booty a lot?
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, they are close. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I don't think voice text is going to do that.
The booty guy is going to be on with Paul Gallant routinely during the baseball season on ESPN 97.5. I wonder why, Texter, why do you think the booty guy is worse? I like the booty guy. I think the booty guy.
I don't think he's going to appreciate being called the booty guy.
I think Booth's a really good baseball guy. I think he knows his baseball. I think he's really smart. He played baseball, was a minor leaguer. He is in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I understand people think he's a little bit arrogant with his baseball talks, but I like conviction. Like, I have no problem with that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. Just think you're overthinking it a little bit on trying to get everybody in their batting spot, and this is their spot in the lineup, and let's pencil them in for 600 plate appearances. Every year you go back and look at it. I mean, Tucker missed months last year. Altuve recently had a year where he missed months. There's just bound to be a situation here where we're going to miss a guy for a couple months or maybe a couple of guys for a month at a time. And I think in the long run, all the plate appearances are going to even out and guys are going to get their rest days. And I'm excited because they're building a roster that has most of their core guys can play multiple positions. And we're talking about Altuve in left and maybe seeing a little bit of time at second. Paredes at second and third. Cam Smith maybe showing up at third, but also maybe right field. I mean, McCormick going into center field and some right. And then also as far as the defense goes, it's not just, okay, we got a ground ball pitcher today. It's also, hey, you're up 3-1 and it's the seventh inning and Chaz just batted. Why don't we just take Chaz out of the game and go with Jake in center? So there'll be some in-game where you're not going to get a full game out of these guys anyways, and just based on situational baseball, you're going to make the maximum effort value-wise with the offense-defense trade-off inside each game, not just going into the game. And that's all I'll say. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
I mean, thanks for the call, Philip. Look, I think this is what you do going into the start of the regular season. We chop it up and hot stove it and ponder the possibilities, just like you did with all the different things that you said. We can ponder what can be, what might be, could be, should be, and maybe some things that we haven't even factored in. Because I think Jacob Melton's a guy that's not factoring into a lot of people's minds right now. I think that he might be on their radar by the All-Star break.
Yeah, I think about the All-Star break, not opening day.
No.
Touche. Like, Philip, you're right. Yeah, you are right. Now, I don't think they do that with Cam Smith, though. Like, I think Cam Smith's the type of prospect where you want to give him one position and you don't move him around. Now, if somebody gets injured and like, hey, we need a third baseman for 3 weeks, that changes things. But I think that they're going to be pretty particular about Cam Smith's positional usage. But you're right about everything else you said, Philip. You nailed it. 713-780-ESPN. Some of the hivers, go ahead.
Jeremy, the other thing that you and I've talked about, and I think it's going to be a really interesting decision if he doesn't end up on the opening day roster, is I think that more and more, I know that the texter said AA. I think Cam ends up in Sugarland playing right field if he isn't on the opening day, or some right field as well as third base, if he doesn't open up on the opening day roster.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter if it's Sugar Land or Corpus. To me, it's more about learning the position, and that way we can get you up here as quick as we can. We'll see. 713-780-3776. The Hive wants to weigh in on the Cam Smith conversation. Third base or right field? Where should he play, even if it's not opening day, whenever he makes his big league debut? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is the season. It's March, baby. The madness is – I'm watching basketball right now. I got it up on the TV. I got it up on the computer. You guys are going to have it up on your TVs here pretty soon. Because the brackets are coming out here pretty soon. Whenever I was a kid, the time that I played basketball the most was in March. Relive the buzzer beaters, relive the wild finishes. And if you have kids, don't you want them to do the same thing? Get them outside, shooting on the goal, shooting some hoops. Stop having them playing on the phone and on the tablet. And if you're going to get a goal, you need to get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. Highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Best goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard. Stainless steel hardware, rust proof, which is must have in Houston. Height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. You can lower it down to 5 feet so the kids can slam, or you can slam. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in 10 seconds. Their accessories, top notch. LED light kits for night play. You can play throughout the night, annoy the neighbors. Pull pad lettering, backstop nets. Everything. And you can order all of this at produnk.com, including professional installation. You know what's annoying? When these places deliver this big box to your driveway, like, hey, here you go, you do the rest. No, that doesn't happen at ProDunk. Their pros are going to professionally install the goal. Perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to screw anything up because they're going to do it. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Come celebrate St. Patrick's Day with ESPN 97.5 all day long at Kobo's in Edo. The party begins at 7 a.m. and Kobo's is opening to the public just for us. So you can start your St. Patty's Day with us bright and early. St. Brackets Day, too. Join the entire ESPN 97.5 lineup at Kobo's this Monday, the 17th. Cannot wait. Going to be a great time. It always is over at Kobo's. Haven't seen Raul in a while. I can't wait. Talk some Cougar basketball with Raul. Yeah, Kobo's Monday. Come hang out with us. ESPN 97.5 all day. St. Patrick's Day. So some people waiting on the Cam Smith conversation. Play him in right field. What happened to Pedro Leon? What are the odds he plays 81 games in the bigs this season? He has a leg injury. He hadn't played in all spring training. The odds of him playing in 81 big league games this season is the same odds as Blankers playing in 81 big league games this season. It's not happening.
That's not good. No.
Not happening.
No.
Could Melton be the starting center fielder? Not early in the year. I think it's in play if you have Myers and Chaz struggle and Melton produces at the minors. I think that it's in play this season, but not in the first couple of months.
No, and I think that what you said, I think that there's a lot of credibility to the fact that they do believe that there's value to Jake's defense and they want to give him every opportunity. But, I mean, if he just absolutely falls off the planet offensively again, I think it's something they consider.
Oh yeah, he could definitely lose his job. It's just not happening in the first 2-3 months. Like they openly talk about like him as their dude in center. I watch these player interviews and stuff. Yeah, like they're like, oh yeah, Jake in center. Like they talk about Jake in center like Altuve hitting leadoff. Like he is going to be your opening day center fielder. He's going to play center field mostly, not every day. Chaz might get some starts out there. But he's going to have every opportunity and a pretty big runway to be there everyday guy in center field. Tyler and Conroe, Schwab says wild stuff for engagement, and it's super lame. His continued water carrying for Lance McCullers and other players is problematic for me. I could see that, Tyler. I don't think he says crazy stuff. I could totally see the engagement stuff, but from one engagement farmer to another, game respect game, Tyler. All these
just
guys
throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Pipe down, Granado. All these guys are professional athletes, and I'm pretty sure they played their whole life playing baseball. Wouldn't you think they would already know how to play all the positions on the baseball field? There's a difference between knowing how to play all the positions on the baseball field and then getting to the big league level where you win games on the margins because it's super, super competitive and having the capability of playing that position. Could Cam Smith go play center field in a pickup softball game and be the best dude out there? Yes. But when you're talking about the absolute best players in the world and the Astros who have playoff aspirations, could they throw in a corner infield outfielder guy into center field and he could just go out there and like be good at it? No, he would cost them a lot of runs. That's how tight and razor thin success is at the big league level. So I think you're selling it short there, Texter.
Yeah, look, I think there's certain positions where we've highlighted that are less important or easier to play. But I think that, at the end of the day, we're also not talking about your average run of the mill or less than team. We're talking about a really good baseball team too. So it's even more razor thin.
Yeah. One other text on this. Bigger question is, where does Cam hit in the lineup? I personally don't care. I think lineups are overrated unless we're talking about Jordan in the cleanup spot. I would actually like him towards the bottom of the order. I don't like calling up rookies and be like, here you go, bat fifth for us. And then he's in these tough, stressful RBI situations trying to protect the Christian Walkers of the world. I like it whenever they start rookies 7-hole, 8-hole, and you try to make it as stress-free for them.
Let them settle in.
And then you let them settle in, and then as time goes on and they kind of, settle in and are producing, that's when you start putting more on their plate. But I like to start them pretty low.
Yeah, because you don't want to put too much on his plate, right? I mean, he already is a guy that is exceeding expectations from the time you got him, and there's extremely high hopes for him. But you don't, as I said when we were talking about, like, when we first started talking about this, if he's going to make the major league roster, and you start talking about, hey, you don't want him to regress because of the fact that there was just too much on his plate or too many expectations, or, we know the guys that they've called up in the past and then they've struggled, like Bregman when he first came up. So you want him to be as comfortable as possible if you're going to put him into kind of like that pressure cooker of just making the roster and playing.
And it's still developmental. Like, I know that this is all to try to make the Astros win the most games that they can. You still have to be mindful of that you're developing a very top prospect, and you need to be careful with, rushing them and putting them in these high, stress, strenuous situations. So that's something that I think Dana Brown will be cognizant of because he is a scout guy, first and foremost. If Dubon is supposed to be the primary second baseman, why does not leave Cam at third, move Esoc to second, Dubon, Chaz, platoon, right field? I think it's more about what position would Cam be better at. And I know Cam's played more at third base. I think his skill set's better in right. I think you kind of think the same way, Blankers.
I do. And I think, look, I go back to it, but body type wise, I don't think he's a long-term third baseman anyway. But I think that because he's got a strong arm, that you can easily see and convert him. And you mentioned Pujols, but Pujols ended up at first. You got plenty of guys that have a strong arm that end up being corner outfielders, and the bat is the most important thing, but he has the body type that does not say long-term third baseman to me.
Yeah, I don't think his body type to be long-term right field either, but more right than third.
What about left?
See that. Cameron, I think his body type is first, but left would be better.
Yeah,
left would be better. Cam and right, Altuve back to second. Dubon is super utility, says Corey. How bad is Altuve got to be to lose at bats? Altuve could be 0 for the season, and he's not losing at bats. He's the face that runs the place. He's not losing at bats. The team hasn't been a run producer the last 2 years. That's not exactly true. It's time to remove the hole. Some of that was done this offseason, but the outfield is still in shambles. So it sounds like Cam to right vote there. I don't understand why the Astros are just now having Cam play right field. I think he's pressed the issue. I think the Astros thought that they had more time for him to kind of learn positions, but his bat's been so good. They're like, man, this is kind of an avenue to get that bat in the lineup quicker. I think Cam pressed the timeline. I feel like they thought that they had more time.
I totally agree. I think that this is why I said they're going to kind of. I thought that they were kind of setting him on the path of being Joey Loperfido, but with more expectations. Like that he's a big time prospect for you. But I'm just saying, from the standpoint of when they were struggling at first base and Abreu was so bad, well, what did they do? They put Joey Loperfido, who'd played first base a little bit before, at their everyday first base spot in Sugarland. And then you could see him progress, and Bagwell worked with him and all those things. I think they kind of went into this thinking Cam Smith could eventually become an outfielder. So we'll get him reps at both third and outfield, wherever he plays in the minor league system. And now because he's torn the cover off of it, everything got sped up.
Exactly. They thought they had more time, which I mean, it's a good problem. Like I don't blame them. I don't fault them for that at all. I really don't. All right, Willa Bits coming up next. We never know what we're going to get with Willa Bits. We just know that it's going to be elite radio. That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. What else is elite? Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's beautiful out there. I'm going to get up there pretty soon. But I've been through the area for my entire life. If you're looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the perfect place to do it. The hustle and bustle of the job. You're tired of traffic on all the major highways in Houston. You're ready to get away for the weekend. Two Creeks Crossing Resorts, the best weekend idea, and it's only 90 minutes away from the city. You look at all these other places, you got to travel all day. It's short weekends. We don't get much time, do we? You waste all of your time and all of that time off driving to this place that you're trying to get to for rest and relaxation. No, go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, 90 minutes away. You're there in a jiffy. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Open green spaces, wildlife, yeah, beautiful mature trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat that. It's always a great feeling, too, to catch a fish. Just 90 minutes from Houston, as we said, an hour and a half. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Is hiking your thing? They got 92 acres for you to hike. Kayaking, you can do that. You're into pickleball these days. They got pickleball courts there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Or you can just simply hang out by the pool with a drink. Get some real rest and relaxation done. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors, too. They'll have a barbecue cook-off one weekend, a crawfish boil the next weekend. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From glamping to cabins, tree houses. Just pull up the RV if you have one. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now. Just 90 minutes from Houston. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. I miss hearing Bob Barker say that. We need to do Willabits more often. What an enormous spin. What is our food debate today, Brian?
We have a couple. First one is, what's the best slice of pizza? This courtesy of someone you and I, Jeremy, both used to work with at the Highway Hell, Mark Ryan, at Mark Ryan on air. Free plug there that I didn't mean to give him. But he posted a photo of 6 slices of pizza, Chicago-style, Neapolitan, Detroit, classic New York, Tavern, and Sicilian, and asked the question, what slice is superior?
How many new followers do you think Mark's going to get with your plug?
None.
Dozens and dozens of new followers.
Yeah, dozens times 0 turns out to be 0.
So which slice is superior?
Yes.
Chicago, Neapolitan, Detroit, classic New York, Tavern, Sicilian.
I mean,
how do you guys feel about the Detroit with the sauce on top?
Okay, I might be about to offend Joel, but Detroit is actually by far my favorite on this list.
You like the
by
sauce
far?
on top?
No, Detroit's not the sauce on top. That's a Chicago deep dish.
Square.
Yeah, the square is like a pan style. It's got that really crispy outer part there, or crust, I guess would be the better word, which is part of why I like it. I like the thickness of it and the crispy edges. I like the Detroit style.
What makes the Neapolitan the Neapolitan?
I don't. It's more the old
kind
world
of similar
Italian style, right?
Wasn't it ingredients on Neapolitan?
It probably is because it's more old world Italian, but I don't know what makes it old world Italian.
And the only difference between the classic New York and the Tavern is the cut.
I
they're
think
both thin crust.
Yeah, I think so.
That's kind of the same. Huh. See, the deep dish is pretty dang heavy at times.
Yeah,
I like it.
Just love it.
I like it, but it's Dave Portnoy says that Chicago and Detroit pizza is more like lasagna than a pizza, which I kind of agree.
I do too.
Like, it's not a bad take. I like most of these. I would probably go. I'm gonna go Tavern. Give me Tavern
as your one.
Yeah, I don't love a whole lot of the breading. So the Tavern makes it thin cut. You can really enjoy the toppings more. I like all of these, obviously, but if I had to pick one over all of the others, I'm going Tavern.
See, to me, Tavern, it takes more to fill you up, though. It's like,
no doubt.
I love the thin crust pizza, but man, I mean, like, and I love Keneally's pizza, but you go to Keneally's for thin crust, you got to order about 2 or 3 pizzas. It just doesn't fill you up the same. I love Chicago pizza.
Jeremy, you weren't here for this, but Joel can put down some pizza.
Yeah.
We were at we were at Nick's place about a year ago, and he put down an entire large pizza by himself, in like 2 segments. It was impressive.
Yep.
See, I like all of these though, but
I'm going Chicago
number
one.
Tavern.
Yeah, I love Chicago.
Chicago's at it might be my last on this list. For me, it's Detroit, and then like tied is kind of.
I think Neapolitan's dead last.
No, Chicago's dead last for me. I would go Detroit 1, and then kind of tied for 2 because they're pretty similar as you laid out. But classic NYC and Tavern I enjoy both of those.
Yeah, see, there's not much difference between the classic NYC. So I'd go Tavern, NYC, Chicago, Detroit, Sicilian, and then Neapolitan.
And what is it? Because Sicilian's another one that looks a whole lot like either Chicago and obviously Detroit.
It looks like Detroit. I don't know what the difference is. Yeah, I don't know
Sicilian
what the difference
pizza is a thick crust, square pan with a spongy-like crust, traditionally topped with a meatless tomato, onions, breadcrumbs, hard cheese. It is often served at room temperature. Gross.
I don't want that.
Well,
I don't want room temperature.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm going.
I think it's the original. It's the original pizza of the Sicily region of Italy, whereas the Neapolitan is originated in Naples. Thin, crispy crust, simple toppings with high quality ingredients. Actually, I think we might be underrating Neapolitan.
Maybe
like you get a good little tomato sauce with some good cheese. They probably do like the what are the ovens called? I'm blanking.
Brick oven.
The brick oven.
The brick oven. Yeah. Then you put some basil on it, maybe a tomato or two.
I guess that would turn me off about it. I don't like the leaves of basil on it and stuff. I don't need all the.
You like because usually on the Neapolitan style, you also get, instead of the shredded cheese that's like spread across, you get like the kind of globs of mozzarella.
You guys like slices of tomato
or ricotta. I think
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. You know what I've really been enjoying lately that I didn't love like 5 years ago is the really fresh basil with like really good tomatoes and then some of that cheese, what is it, mozzarella,
sure,
and then some balsamic vinaigrette Oh man, it
That's,
just my taste, my palate. It's like a party in my palate whenever I'm having that.
I was really hoping you
I
would
forget
say
what it's
party in my
called.
mouth, so
yeah,
I could
I didn't
save
know where
it.
he was
I
going with
know.
that, but that's like it. A lot of Carrabba's does it, and they put I think goat cheese on top of the tomato with
It's
the
like
basil and the
Capricorn
oil
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love it with the bread actually, but it's fine with the bread. But I like it just by itself. I could eat that for like lunch. It's so good.
Yeah,
It's a party on my palate.
As people say.
I don't like the basil leaves and all that, and that kind of. I like the melted cheese. I could do without a ton of sauce, but the Detroit I've never had it, but I'm intrigued to try it. It looks like it'd be pretty good. But
Yeah, the corner pieces for a Detroit pizza are fantastic.
yeah, I love the and again because I'm like a connoisseur of the crust done the right way.
Exactly.
The classic New York, if you're gonna get that looks good because the crust that wraps the outer edge of the pizza to have that kind of brick oven kind of cooked.
And that's kind of what you had at Nick's place. That's
Yes,
the style of pizza.
correct.
Yeah.
That's always really good.
The textures weighing in on this as you knew that they would. Detroit style definitely slaps. There's a place near me that does a good Detroit, I've heard, but I haven't had it. He likes it thick. I think he's talking about you, Brian.
I do.
Tavern is really crispy crust. New York is foldable but thin. Okay.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point with the texture of
like
the crust.
the
That is a big difference between the two.
That helps the Tavern for me because I prefer it to be on the crispy side.
Same.
I do
want
too.
it thin, but I prefer it crispy and not like soggy and foldable.
Yeah,
Right.
see, like Nick's place has the best because they have the actual crust of the entire pizza. They're able to get crispy, but the real where it's really important is that outer edge, that thicker piece of crust around the old outer edge, where they can get it kind of crispy, but without burning it.
One bite, everybody knows the rules. Who says that? Who made that famous?
No clue.
I've heard that before. I don't know.
His pizza reviews. One bite, everybody knows the rules, and then he eats the whole piece of pizza. Like he's like one bite, and then he takes 7 bites. He breaks his own rule. It's called a Capri salad. Give me Capri salads, man. Like they're so good. And again, this is new for me. Within the last 3 to 5 years, I think my wife put me on it. Actually, I love a Capri salad.
This feels like a Sedona take, Joel.
It kind of is. You're right. It's kind of a foo-foo Sedona take.
Sedona Brandon is really
Capri salad.
He's really getting soft.
It's simple. No, it's simple. It's just a couple of fresh ingredients. There's a few fresh ingredients. The combination, they pair really well together. It's great.
How
what is it called again?
Sounds right now.
Caprice. Give me a Capri salad,
High
baby.
quality
I can eat a Capri
ingredients really
salad
pair
for
well
lunch
together.
every day. Where does stuffed crust show up on the list? I love stuffed crust.
Yeah. I mean,
You laughing at your own jokes?
no, we all like it from time to time, but I wouldn't call
Time
it
to
high
time.
quality.
I would take
pizza.
it in my. I would.
The biggest
no
problem
way,
I have
man. I would
with
take it
stuffed
in
crust.
every single one of my pizzas.
I love stuffed crust, but at the same time, the biggest challenge is what we were just talking about because we're kind of snooty about how we like the crust of our pizza. It's tough to get a crispier crust when you have the stuffed crust.
I've never had a stuffed crust where the crust on the outer ring was crispier.
Even on the bottom side, it's tough.
Yeah. It doesn't get that way.
I love stuffed crust pizza.
Part
Love
of that,
it.
I
Like,
think,
it's
was
so good.
I worked
Throw some
at
cheese in the crust. Great.
Pizza Hut as a teenager, so I think part of that is just ruined for me forever. But seeing it, the making process, as I imagine it is for most people who've ever worked in a fast food environment. But I still enjoy it from time to time.
Well, they got the commercial where the guy shows you as he's making the stuff.
Yeah, it's like that. The way you see the tube cheese laid out, I don't know. It just kind of turned me.
It's about flavor, man. It's not about the process. Trust the flavor, not the process. Do you
Thanks, Joel. No, Sam.
Do you eat the crust on a normal pizza?
I do.
Really? So you have just a normal, normal pizza, and you're eating like bland. It's not, it's from one of the fast food pizza places. You're eating those crusts, and you're still eating 4 boxes of pizza.
I mean, there's
unless the crust is terrible, yeah.
Yeah, I like the crust, and then you can always get.
Oh, I don't eat the crust.
You can have extra sauce to dip the crust in. You can have the extra sauce.
I don't eat.
Crust.
If a normal fast food pizza place that has it's a normal pizza that has the crust and it's not stuffed, I'm not eating that crust. I'm saving all the reserves for the good stuff, the pepperoni topping, the chicken and bacon topping, the Italian sausage. I'm not wasting my time on the crust and valuable space.
I understand the logic behind it because I've been there before. But if the crust is done right, then I'm eating the crust.
That's why I set it up that way. I set up normal fast food place that's like run of the mill crust, not like a wood brick oven or whatever. I'm talking about a Pizza Hut crust. It's not stuffed. You're eating those things.
Probably giving them to the dog.
There you go. You're not eating them. That's my point. You are fulfilling me, and it's like you
I
eat
would
the
still
crust.
I would still eat it most of the time.
I feel like I just got gaslit.
No, I still eat it most of the time. If it's a terrible crust, sure.
Blankers gaslit me.
Yeah, I think you did a little bit.
If it's done right, I'm eating the crust. If it's soggy and it's not, then I'm giving it to the dogs.
There you
Why
go.
do you hate your dogs?
I don't waste.
My dogs love the crust. It's just
you're giving them the terrible crust though.
No, but they don't. They're not connoisseurs. I am.
You like the Greek salad at Papado? I like the Cobb salad at Papa's. The seafood Cobb, so good. It's pronounced caprese. Is it really pronounced caprese salad?
I believe that is correct. Actually,
it's not caprese. It's caprese.
Yes.
Screw that. I'm saying caprese.
I didn't want to be MLA Paul, so I let it go. But yes.
This texture said it's pronounced caprese. Like there's an argument going on right now on the text line how it's pronounced.
I'm pretty sure the first person was right there. Caprese.
I don't care. I care about the taste. One shot to save Earth from the Martians. Give me Papa John's. I like how Papa John's puts the pepperoncini in there. You know how they do that?
Yeah.
They put the little pepper, the banana pepper in there.
Got to be the worst of the fast food pizzas.
Yeah, terrible.
Garbage.
My wife sells gourmet imported food products, and let me say it is hard for me to lose weight. You and me both, brother. I can understand that. It's pronounced caprese, says another texter. We're going to have to get to the bottom of this. Can you find the YouTube translate?
Yeah,
let me
get on that.
Pronunciation real quick. Let's find out how to pronounce this this pretentious food that I enjoy. Does one truly eat pizza without eating the crust? If it's a mid crust, I ain't touching that thing. I'm not wasting valuable real estate on mediocre crust. Blankers gives his crust to the dogs.
Yeah, if it's not
if
good.
it's a good pizza, yeah, I think we're on the same page here. If it's a good crust, yeah, I'm eating that crust.
All right, I got it. You ready?
If it's a stuffed crust, I'm eating that crust. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Caprese.
Caprese.
Dang.
Yep.
Hey, the texture that pronounced it that way was right. Caprese. I'm not sure I'm ever going to learn that though. Caprese salad.
Well,
It's
they'll
so
pick
good.
you out
Let me-
real quick in Sedona the next time you're there if you go on there.
Y'all
Can we get
never
some of
had a
that
caprese salad?
Can I get
Y'all
some
never
of
had
that
a caprese?
Is that what you just
Y'all never had a
described?
caprese salad?
That's what you described?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've had it before.
Caprese salad's fantastic.
I mean,
it's
fine.
so
It's just-
underrated.
It's okay.
I mean, it's just
No, it's
tomato
better
and
than
basil.
fine.
It's fine.
All right, you go eat your cheeseburgers and French fries, and let me enjoy
Damn
my
right.
caprese salad.
Sedona
Domino's
Branham.
Pizza have a good crust. Domino's does have a good crust. Branham getting called a toddler for not eating his crust has me cracking up. Yeah. As Blankers was gaslighting me as he puts ketchup
No, I put that
on his
on you.
baked
I
potato.
put that on you. I'll take credit for that. one.
Blankers
Hate
sounds like
all
a
you
pineapple
want.
guy. Do you do the Hawaiian ever?
I don't care for pineapple on pizza. Never have, never
Same.
will. And I like pineapple, but it ain't right for pizza.
Yeah, I hate it on pizza.
Branham kid loves pineapple pizza or Hawaiian pizza. Key from LA, best pizza was Bigfoot Meat Lovers at Pizza Hut. That was good. I did enjoy that. Top 3 salads: Caesar, Steakhouse Wedge, and Caprese. I would put the Steakhouse Wedge at 1 over Caesar.
You guys like the
Steakhouse
wedge?
Oh, it's so good.
I don't like the
Yes,
wedge. It's just the pain.
I do the Steakhouse Wedge at the house maybe once or twice a week. I love a wedge.
Chop it up, man. I
agree.
I don't get the appeal. I don't get the appeal.
You can chop up a wedge. That's how you do it. You chop it up. You just don't take a fork and stab it in the wedge and start gnawing on that.
I know,
sucker.
but why
You chop it
I
up?
don't get the point of serving it like that. Like, just go ahead and chop it up. Like the restaurant
Yeah,
that brings it out like that. Like,
you don't understand the intricacies of culinary.
no, I'm just not
excellence.
hoity-toity. I mean, come on, man. Just
I
cut
mean,
up
maybe
the
listen,
wedge.
Brian. Go to
cut
Sedona.
it.
I
and
know
all
this
changes.
is that's
You
totally
go to Sedona.
Yeah,
It's a life changer.
it's a
for you.
Sedona.
Let me, you guys sit back and let me show you the art of using a fork and a knife and cutting up lettuce.
Why can't
what
they
if
do
there's-
it? I'm paying them to bring me the salad. Cut
What
it
if there's
up.
garlic butter dipping sauce for the crust? Yeah, you dip it in that sucker. Caprese say is right. I mistyped. How is Donovan Mitchell not in the MVP? Hey, keep sports to yourself. We're talking salads and pizza. Domino's Pizza has a good crust. Says again, there's a place in Webster called Dan's Pizza. They put garlic butter on the crust. It's like getting garlic bread at the end. That sounds fantastic.
It does sound good.
I like a little garlic, baby. Nobody nothing can beat the old brick and mortar Pizza Hut deep dish with the sit down Galaga. Hands down. I don't know what Galaga means.
Well, Galaga
Best way
was
to cut
a
it.
video game. Yeah, he's probably throwing back to the '80s where you could sit down, eat the pizza, and then go play the arcade game.
That's right.
I see. Best way to cut a pizza is rectangle. I agree with that.
I agree.
Mr. Gaddy's or Godfather's. A tie? CC's?
Never
Give me
been to
CC's.
Godfather's.
I'm not a CC's.
What about a knife and fork to eat a pizza? No, you shouldn't be doing that.
No.
No, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah,
No,
not
you
at all.
shouldn't be doing that. The appeal of the wedge is the presentation. Grow up, B-Mac. I agree. You guys
That's
need to
my entire
mature
point.
a little bit.
If the appeal is just the presentation, it's stupid.
It's completely
Just bring it out to me the way I would eat it.
Yeah, if I'm eating it at home, then
That's the dining experience.
I don't know. Well, okay, for pretentious people it is. It's not for me. Bring it out to me the way I'm going to eat it.
You're the one who sounds pretentious. You better cut up my salad before you bring it to my table. I tell you what.
Oh, you're talking about the artistic stylings of lettuce, and I'm the one that's pretentious?
Yeah, I watch shows on Netflix. I know all about this. All right, the Christian Kirk trade. It looks way better now than it did last week, doesn't it? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Y'all know it's March. Spring is here, and it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership, 225 Bellway 8. Check out their massive inventory. It's a huge dealership. It's like their own town. over there at 225 at Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. It's the dealer you can trust, transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Right now, you can enjoy the employee pricing where you get the Silverado 1500s at the same price the employees pay for it. So if you're looking to elevate your truck game, now's the time to do it. Take advantage of employee pricing. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, allow them to help you into your new vehicle. Family feel over there, friendly atmosphere, great people. The culture's fantastic, and they're also honoring one of their sales guys this week. Salesperson of the week, Sammy, super popular with customers. Yeah, he is. Friendly and funny, and his priority is to make the car buying experience as enjoyable as possible. They do that because of that great culture they have over there at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, easy transaction without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now's the time to upgrade your ride at monumentchevrolet.com. Get over there to the dealership, 225 Beltway 8. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Some people weighing in on their pizza takes here. It always happens. B-Mac needs the waiter to cut up his wedge salad and then feed it to him as the waiter makes airplane noises as the fork approaches his mouth, says a texter.
That's fantastic.
I mean, I want to lash out, but that's actually pretty funny. So,
hey, Brandon, what city you're in? U of H put you in a Motel 6. Is your climate control underneath the window? You deserve better. I can't give away my location, but I am in the state of Missouri. Does BMAC want someone else to cut the steak before it arrives too?
No,
chew it for him?
No, it's not.
Sometimes
that's not.
Sometimes the
the
presentation of a
thing.
cut steak is not bad though. Like if you're getting a ribeye and they cut it up and then they like put it back near the bone for just the presentation.
I don't hate that. I prefer they didn't, but I don't hate that.
They're roasting you, man. Brian sounds like a guy that thinks a nice dinner is a dozen fish sticks and a bottle of ranch.
No, that'd be Landry Locker, I think, but.
I don't remember seeing my name on the schedule today, so cut my salad up. Bad word.
Damn.
BMAC with that. Should a steak be
sounds
cut
like
up?
I might be on the show
LOL.
tomorrow at 4:30 maybe.
Brian Hollywood over there needing the minimum wagers, cutting his salad.
I love how this has turned into me being pretentious. About
Do you like your steaks pre-cut for you too?
The wedge salad people who want to view their salad as art and if you care about their presentation somehow think I am pretentious.
Big bite, Brian.
I just
big
like
bite,
the iceberg.
Big bite.
Yeah, I mean that part is funny. I'll give the
I just
texter
like the
credit
wedge.
for that one. That text was funny, but still.
It's probably placebo, but it feels like it's fresher whenever they bring out the wedge and I
That's
cut it
placebo.
myself. I don't know. Like, how can you tell me that for sure?
I think Jeremy's onto something there. I think because
What
a lot
makes
of
it
times,
fresher about the shape that's cut in?
no, a lot of
Just
times
the same way that you don't want a steak cut because it's locking in all the flavor.
they like to try and hide some of the brown and the not so green leafy stuff, and they bury it with a bunch of stuff when it's all tossed up in the bowl or whatever like that. And you see it all the time when it's like you go to a salad bar. But with the crispy, I mean, there's a crispness to the wedge.
Yeah, I think so. I think there is, and plus, like the layer of flavor. You know, you get the bacon there. I don't like chopped onion, so I don't get the chopped onion on mine. But the bacon, the blue cheese dressing. The crumbles I can do without. It depends. Like I'll do some
talking about, like,
crumble,
blue
but not
cheese?
a ton of crumble.
Do they?
Yeah, I'll dabble with some crumble. I'm
Yeah,
messing
I'm not
around
a
with
big
a little
blue cheese
crumble.
guy.
I don't
Not a
like
lot
blue
of
cheese
crumble.
either. But do they put the dressing on the wedge for you?
Usually, yeah.
Okay. Because I was going to say, otherwise,
usually.
you see the whole side of the wedge, so you can tell if there's any bad lettuce in there. So normally it is really fresh.
Yeah. Hey, to each their own, right? This texture says I ate hamburgers, pizza, and chicken wings with fork and knife. You're weird, man.
That chicken wings with fork and knife.
That's really excessive.
Yeah,
we love you, but that's kind of odd.
I could sort of see the pizza, maybe.
No,
I'm not saying
never.
I'll do it. I'm not saying I'll do it, but I
Never.
could sort of see it. But chicken wings, weird.
Does BMAC get his food pre-chewed? BMAC cuts the crust off his sandwiches.
Not true.
And
Not
then
true.
cuts them in triangles.
No.
What are those
true.
things that
I'm
are
not- sweeping
the nation now? The peanut butter and jellies without Uncrustables.
Oh,
I mean, sweeping those have been around for a long time.
Oh, but they're huge now in the NFL and the softball team loves them. You got to have the Uncrustables on a road trip.
They're good. Yeah, they're good. Blue cheese chopped salad at Outback is basically a wedge that's cut up for you. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a wedge that's cut up for me, but I don't need them to cut it for me. Yeah, Big Mac's getting roasted. How good does this Christian Kirk deal look like now? $16 million. You have some of these other free agents. Darius Slayton got 36 for 3, $12 million per year. You saw Diami Brown, I think that's how you pronounce his name, went to Jacksonville. He got $10 million a year. Who else am I missing? There was another dude who was $12 million a year who's a very fringy wide receiver. But the fact that all these free agent wide receivers, Tutu Atwell got 10, DeAndre Hopkins got 8, but all these guys are getting $10 to $12 million that are nowhere near the level of Christian Kirk. I feel a lot better about this move that Nick Caserio made. The trade for Christian Kirk at $16 million, where all these other guys that are below him getting $10, $12 million, I feel better about it. Now, I will say that the one thing that could change this, if Stephon Diggs gets $15 million or less, would you rather had Stephon Diggs than Christian Kirk?
I don't know, man. At his age, coming off an injury, I think they're going to be fine with Christian. I'm going to say no, and he's got some drama with him too. Not that that's a big deal. I think they went over and above out of their way, try to kiss Diggs' rear end too. I think Kirk's going to be just fine, so I'll say no.
Yeah, I think I would rather have Diggs at $15 million or less than Kirk. I think Diggs is a better player than Kirk, and if I could have had him for cheaper, I would prefer that. I'm not going to be like mad about it. Like, I think it's kind of take it or leave it. Like, it's fine one way or the other. But if you gave me the option before the start of the offseason, you can have Diggs at $15 million or you can have Kirk at $16 million. I would take Diggs at 15.
But we don't know when Diggs is going to be ready either.
I think he's going to be ready by opening day. I think he'll be ready for the start.
I don't know. Maybe you're right.
That's key though. Like maybe Caserio doesn't feel the same though. Maybe Caserio feels more like you than me, and that's a huge swing in it. Like, I think it's a fair point.
I think because that's the way I'm thinking about it too. Like if I'm, that $1 million difference plays into it if it means that games played factors in too, and I would trust that Christian Kirk's going to be ready and have play more games than Diggs.
What side are you on at Chop Salad?
Yeah, sorry, I was cutting up the stock market report. I would be on the Christian Kirk side. I think
really? You would have said this before the trade. I feel like y'all are changing y'all's opinions post trade. I don't think y'all would have had this opinion.
No, because I was leery of the injury first and foremost for Diggs, and then before they made the trade, my biggest other thing that I was concerned about was they were saying that because there was going to be such a market to try and find veteran wide receivers that he was going to get closer to 20, and I'm like, that combination for me, I don't like.
Yeah, but in this scenario, we're talking about Diggs getting 15 though.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying he said that he felt like we were just kind of saying this for the situation.
I feel like your opinion, I feel like y'all's opinion of Kirk has changed since the Texans traded him. If we would have presented this before the trade, Diggs at 15, Kirk at 16, because Kirk's coming off injury too, now not as severe, and his opening, week one's not in jeopardy.
It's not a ligament.
Yeah, it's upper body, not lower body. I feel like Blankers, you were on the Diggs injury thing though, so like I think I trust you more. I feel like Brian's changed his opinion here. I feel like Brian's being a little fanboy to Nick Caserio here. I really do, because I feel like if I would have presented to you, you could have Diggs next year at 15. You could have Christian Kirk at 16. I am convinced you cannot argue it out of me that you would have said Diggs at 15.
Well, if I can't argue out of it, why am I arguing?
You promised me you would go Kirk at 16 if I asked you pre-trade?
I look at it because of the different types of injuries, upper body versus lower body and bone versus ligament. So I favor that on the side of Christian Kirk. Also, you favor the age, and if we're talking about a possibility where they rework a deal or get multiple years added on to this deal, I would rather have Kirk at his age than Diggs at his. And I do think Diggs is, all things being equal everywhere else, Diggs is a slightly better receiver even at an older age. But because of the injury concern and the possibility of multiple years added to it, I would take the Kirk side.
Okay. All right. Since you promised, I'm going to believe you.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to believe you. So what price point would you rather have Diggs? What if I said 12? Would you flip? What if I said 10? Would you flip? Like, how low would you go for you to flip?
Well,
I would certainly flip at 10. I think maybe even 12.
I was going to say 12 and 10. I would probably flip.
Definitely at 10.
All right. So I'm at 15, and then you guys are somewhere between 10 and 12. All right. 713-780-ESPN. I did a dangerous thing this morning. I went down the C.J. Gardner-Johnson wormhole, or CD Deuce, as he calls himself as well. Let's go down that worm. Am I saying warm? Worm. Let's take the deep dive. Let's go with that. I did, didn't it? I think I did.
Yeah, I think
it's a blind spot for me. Let's take the deep dive. Let's go with deep dive instead of warm holes. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. March is the season that you want a basketball goal in your driveway. There's no doubt about that. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. Best goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, rust-proof, height adjustable, all of it. You can lower it down to 5 feet, raise it up to 10. It's fantastic. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Easy to do. It's idiot-proof for people like me. Lightning adjust feature, they call it. Anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. And their accessories, top-notch. LED light kit so you can play throughout the night. Backstop nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering so you can say whatever you want on that pad. And lots more. And you can order all of this online at produnk.com. You can also order professional installation online, which is great for me. I don't want to mess with the level. I don't want to mess with the ladder. I don't want to screw it up. I don't want it to look ugly. I don't want to break open the box, have a million pieces that I have to assemble. I don't have time for that. I'm going to have the pros at ProDunk professionally install the goal, and they're going to do it the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to lift a finger. You stay inside, watch some hoops, and let the pros from ProDunk Hoops do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
ESPN 97.5's Bracket Madness is back and brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, East River 9, and the Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's that time of the year to test your knowledge against other listeners and all the hosts and producers at ESPN 97.5 in our Bracket Challenge. You won't just be competing for a perfect bracket either. There'll be a ton of great prizes from Two Creeks Crossing Resort. I heard that prize. You're going to want to win that. Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Gooder Sunglasses, Nico's, True Lux, and more. Sunday night after the bracket drops, just go to ESPN97.com and the promotions tab to sign up. So free to enter. You can win lots of prizes. Why wouldn't you do it? I don't want to question your intelligence, but it's free to enter. You can win all these prizes. Guess I just questioned your intelligence. ESPN975.com promotions tab to sign up. Let's go down the C.J. Gardner-Johnson wormhole. This guy goes by CD Deuce. Did you know that? It's his alter ego, CD Deuce. He's
Did
even
not
thinking
know
about
that.
legally changing his name to CD Deuce. Yeah, he's bona fide nuts. I all of these things I remember now. I had forgotten about them, but I remember now after watching them. It like triggered in my mind again. This is the guy that got in Travis Kelce's face in the Super Bowl.
Right.
Remember, he kind of borderline late hit, but not late hit. It was legal, but maybe a little bit, bordering the echo of the whistle. This was also the guy that got in Tom Brady's face when he was in Tampa Bay, and then like looked up at him and smiled in the face and held his hands behind his back. Like, this dude's a troll. He is a massive troll. He got into a fight with 2 Chicago Bears in 2 different games. He triggered Javon Wims into punching him from behind in the helmet, and then Anthony Miller later in the year also punched him in the helmet. Michael Thomas, whenever he was with the Saints, got into a fight with a player and had to be suspended a game. Do you know who that player was? It was CD Deuce. It was C.J. Gardner-Johnson who he got into a fight with. C.J. Gardner-Johnson went on Kay Adams later, like a couple of years later, when he was with the Lions and they were about to play the Saints and they were about to play Michael Thomas again. And this is what CD Deuce said.
Okay, week 13, Michael Thomas.
He know what time it is, and I'm not gonna say nothing about that. He know what time it is.
I don't know. What time is it?
Call Sean.
What time is it? Tell me.
Listen, you better not come out with that crazy stuff. Yeah, keep it on the field. Keep it at that. Keep it at that.
It's clobbering time when it comes to CD Deuce. Here was CD Deuce after one of these scrums or whatever. He's like, hey, look, I got to be me.
I don't do nothing. I'm innocent. I play football. Like, it's football. Guys get chippy out there. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I wouldn't be here today if I'm not me.
One more from CD Deuce. This was him on TMZ after they won the Super Bowl this past season.
All right, listen, TMZ. Check me out. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Philadelphia Eagles. We put belt to ass. All y'all try to clown me week 4. Now I'm clowning y'all stupid ass.
CD Deuce is nuts. He's a bona fide lunatic. I love it. He's a troll. He tries to instigate. He tries to get under people's skin. He's still a good football player. I think he does fit into this culture that D'Amico Ryans wants, where they're in your face. They're not bashful to tell you. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be the meanest team on the field. Like they brought in Azeez Al-Shire last year. I don't know if this is your type of player, Blankers, but he's kind of Dylan Brooksy, I think, alike a little bit too on the football field. What difference are there? CD Deuce gets into more altercations than Dylan Brooks.
I don't mind to some degree the talking and because it's gonna fire up your own team too. I just don't like it when it costs you penalties. It costs you because you go too far. Like, you got to know, especially like in the heat of the battle in a big time or whatever, that you can't run the risk of getting a 15 when it's in crunch time. Those are the things that concern me. I don't mind it otherwise. I'm sitting there trying to think of it, how bad that secondary was in New Orleans talking crap because he wasn't the only one. What's the corner Lattimore? Lattimore, the way he liked to talk too. My God, if he and C.J. Gardner-Johnson were on the same squad, man, that's a lot.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. This is my kind of guy. I think CD Deuce is already my favorite player. I think he's already my favorite Houston Texan defensive player. Tank Dell will always be my favorite Houston Texan, even though he's probably not going to play this year.
What about Case?
Case Keenum, if they bring him back. Yeah, he's not currently on the roster.
No?
No. Yeah, I love this guy. Now, he's going to be – now, to your point, he is going to get some penalties. Like, there were some plays I watched from him today going down the worm hole where he had some penalties. He had some late hits. He had some penalties called against him. But I think D'Amico doesn't mind. I think D'Amico wants his – like, I know he doesn't want penalties, but he'd rather err on the side of penalized versus erring on the side of soft. And I think that, who they've brought in these last couple of years proves that. CD Deuce, who's going to be that type of guy. Azeez Al-Shire, who was that kind of guy. Look how Jalen Petrie's evolved under D'Amico, where he's flying around the field and hitting dudes all the time. Will Anderson shouldn't have been called for a late hit against Pat Mahomes, but this defense does want to err on the side of being overly aggressive than underly aggressive.
No, absolutely. And like I've always said, I border on wanting to stay within the context of the rules, but I want aggressive football players. I'm never going to say the opposite. You don't want softies or Swifties if you're in the case of CJ Garner-Johnson, because he attacked the Swifties too. So it's going to be fun to see. Yeah, I just hope that he doesn't cross the line and go too far.
How many penalties will you accept for CD Deuce?
Less than Laramie Tunsil, I hope.
Okay, so you're willing to accept 15 penalties next year.
I'm just saying I don't need 8 in a game.
I feel like we're going to have a lot of Monday reaction shows next year where you're not happy with CD Deuce.
It depends on when he gets the penalties. Let's put it that way. Otherwise, you might be right.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a penalty up by 20. Who cares? Critical, game-changing drive. That is much different. But yeah, I'm excited for this guy. I'm pumped up. He's going to be under everybody's skin. I can't wait to watch him play. All right, let's get to the car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're looking to avoid a car wreck, why don't you go up to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston? You can chill out, and the glamping, the cabins, the tree houses, pull up the RV, and whenever you're there resting, it's hard to get into a car wreck. Escape the rat race, escape the hustle and bustle of the job, escape the stress that is your Monday through Friday, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's a great time, open green spaces. You'll see some wildlife that you haven't seen in years. You'll see beautiful mature trees that just make you peaceful and bring calm to your life. And it's also just 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out there in an hour and a half. Where else can you escape the city in an hour and a half? But you can do that with Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Is pickleball your thing? Great. They got pickleball courts. Do you want to kayak on the water? Well, they got that. 92 acres of property, and you can hike every acre of it. How about just hanging out by the pool with a drink? That's really fun, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort takes care of their customers. They'll cook for you one week. They'll run a boil for you the next week. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing, whether it's pulling up the RV, renting a tree house, renting a cabin, just doing some good glamping for the weekend. They have the perfect stay for you and anyone else. Book your weekend escape right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Shout out to Blankers for discovering Uncrustables 20 years later. Uncrustables have been around for decades.
Not even me. I'm just saying because it was a big story in the NFL.
It's so hot right now.
Yeah, the Ravens like lead the league. They calculated how many Uncrustables NFL teams are eating on a weekly basis, and the Ravens were like head and shoulders way above everybody, but they're saying like how it's like a big thing that every team demands that they have to have now. It's crazy.
I enjoyed the Uncrustable data dump there. Don't let the Uncrustables get you so hot and bothered. BMAC gets all his food pureed using a bindi straw. Some of y'all's callers are like Costanza eating all his stuff with fork and the knife. It wasn't Costanza. What did?
No, it was Costanza. He would eat.
It was Elaine's boss.
Oh,
but he got that from Elaine's
but Costanza
boss.
did do it. Like he stole it from. He saw it and stole it, I believe. But yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I forget Elaine's
that's right.
boss.
He did. My bad. He did steal it.
Yeah,
I
but
can't
yeah, they
remember
would cut the
his
candy bars
name.
with the fork and knife.
The Snickers.
Yeah, Snickers. Yep.
Yeah, the Snickers.
It was the old person
All right,
that she
let's
was
get to the car
assistant.
record today.
Anyway.
Yeah. We don't have a show tomorrow, by the way. Texas A&M basketball is on. They play Texas.
They do.
They play Texas tomorrow, and if the Aggies win, we will not have a show Friday.
So I got to
just
choose
keep that in
between
mind.
rooting for the Horns or for an off day.
Which one are you going to choose?
You wouldn't run the board?
No, I think that'll be Cam if in that case.
Oh, so who do you want to win tomorrow?
I don't want to say.
You want A&M.
Horns
The answer is
down,
A&M should get the
Jeremy.
day off, and then you get a new head coach.
I want the off
Horns
day, and I
down.
want a new head coach for the Horns. Yes, because even if they
Yeah.
win that game
Yeah,
and
that
get
makes
into
sense.
the
That makes
tournament,
sense.
yeah, even if they win that game and get into the tournament, they're going to get bounced in
He's
round
still
one. It
gone
doesn't
anyway,
matter.
I think.
Hmm?
I don't think Rodney
Maybe so.
Terry has a way to save his job.
No,
I think
well,
I mean,
He might have to get to the second
unless they
weekend.
go on some crazy
yeah,
Cinderella
exactly.
run.
He'd have to make at least past the Sweet 16.
Nah, I think if he gets to the Sweet 16, it'd be questionable.
Yeah, that's.
I
What
saw
I'm
some
saying.
of the names they're throwing around for that. Did you see some of the names that
No.
that Bowles was throwing around? He's
Mm.
throwing around Quinn Snyder. He threw out John Calipari. There was
After
another
1 year at
NBA coach.
Arkansas?
Oh, yeah, it's weird. Billy Donovan. Those are the three that I saw. That
Billy Donovan
Kirk
already
Bowles was
turned
throwing
down
around.
jobs last year because he said he doesn't want to sign up for that, with NIL and transfer portal, the whole 365 days a year coaching now. He likes the NBA with the summer.
What's your car rank of the day?
I got a couple, but the first one was last night. They were in studio. Shaq and the crew were talking about the NBA and the game last night between the Bucks and the Pacers. And Shaq was talking about the Pistons and thought Chauncey Billups was their coach.
I will be interested. You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham. Great player now at this stage. He plays at his own pace. Anybody that can consistently play at their own pace and put up numbers, it's a great player. I like the way he's playing. I like what Chauncey is doing. Those guys play hard. My favorite player on that team is Isaiah Stewart. Big body, hard guy. Like to knock people out, push
No,
people
I can't
around.
let this go.
But he's
Like
great.
who's doing it? You said Chauncey?
Chauncey's the coach, right?
Okay.
Portland. No. He coaches.
I was like, I
who's
can't
the
let this
coach?
go.
JB Bickerstaff. Yeah, Bickerstaff. That's what I mean. Hey, you know what? First of all, I don't watch Detroit.
That's what
How
I
about that?
meant.
Boo boo.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
See, his
after-
argument. Yeah.
I like that he tried to flex at the end with, "Well, I don't watch Detroit." Then what are you talking about? Like you love their team if you're not even watching them.
I watched the full clip on this, and he's like, well, Chauncey coaches him. And he's like, and then she says, well, it's Bickerstaff. That's what I meant. Well, I don't watch Detroit. You're contradicting yourself. And then he's like, I like Stewart, but I don't watch him. But I like Stewart.
He just gave me a complete rundown on Cade
And then
Cunningham.
she went Jalen Duren. She's like, well, no, I like Stewart. So like, you can be wrong, but then like, don't lie.
Right.
Like, don't be wrong and lie. He was wrong and he was lying. That one was not good. That was no good. That's a good one. It's a good call. What else
Yeah.
did you have?
I got Jim Boeheim. I don't know if we have time for the clip, but Boeheim in the middle of the ACC tourney game decided to get political.
Yeah, that was.
We don't have time.
That's what old guys do it. I'm going to nominate Workday. Workday bid on deceased coworker's PTO. Rodney's passed his way. Do you want his PTO? You can buy it for $47,000. You accrued 115 PTO days. So that one. Carlos Correa has been convicted. He's been arrested after having warrants for more than $500,000 in default judgments, which he stole from a 92-year-old client. Not that Carlos Correa, though. And then these Le'Veon Bell allegations, they ain't cool. So those are my three. What do you have, Brian?
I'm going to nominate this.
Warm holes.
Yeah, Jeremy can't say wormholes.
What's wrong with that?
Can't say
Yeah,
wormholes.
I'm a little sick. I don't have my full range today.
Did you gargle?
No. Oh, and somebody wanted to nominate BMAC, actually. Car of the day, minimum wage employees who don't cut up salads. BMAC, probably. All right, what do you, what's winning?
Shaq.
I'm going to go Shaq, too.
Okay, well, I'm not voted, but
Shaq,
it's
you're the
not
winner.
being able to say wormholes. You let Jeremy vote himself out of not winning.
He did.
By
He
saying
absolutely
Shaq,
did. That was
he
absolutely
could-
my motive.
But
You're
the drop
100%
will live
right.
forever, so it doesn't matter if he wins or not.
Yeah, I know.
You're
But he's
100%
just
right.
the one.
We could have went Brian, though. We could have went Brian with the salad.
It's too late now. Shaq, here's your award.
Congratulations, Shaq. He needs a win. He really does. All right, does it for us. Thank you, Brian. He was great. He's Blankers. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you maybe Friday, but potentially Monday. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, on the heels of Joel and Jeremy, the Killer Bees, Brian McDonald alongside, as always, the legendary producer. Welcome in, everybody. An hour's not going to be enough tonight as well. There's just so much going on. Just out in the our green room, watching and listening. Well, not really watching the computer tell us that Antonio Rudiger hit the game-winning penalty kick. After overtime, it was 1-1 aggregate. Real Madrid has now advanced in the UEFA Champions League. So they are into the final 8. We always knew that was going to be a very, very difficult draw. So quarterfinals are going to look like this. Guess who gets Real Madrid? Arsenal. And Arsenal went into the quarters 9-3 on aggregate against PSV. You got Bayern and Inter. It's a great matchup. Barcelona and Dortmund, and PSG and Aston Villa. I will take Champions League questions here tonight. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. And, of course, we thank John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, our presenting sponsors, for getting us on the air tonight. A lot of great phone calls last night, a lot of great contributions. We can backtrack a little bit, talk about the current Houston Dynamo. They made the signing of Dwayne Holmes. They have Real Salt Lake this weekend. We will have Dynamo goalkeeper Andrew Tarbell on the show tonight. And we can talk about their attack a little bit, because I know a lot of people have really gone directly to Aliou, have gone directly to Ponce. They're the ones taking a lot of the criticism. Don't know if that's fair. Do you find that fair? 713-780-3776. It's easy to fire the arrow and say, oh, Aliou isn't playing well, bench him. It's not as easy to give me a reason. 713-780-3776. And what's going to unleash the Dynamo attack? Is it signings, individuals, change of tactics, or quote-unquote game model or structure? What do you think it is? You're the Dynamo fans who know the game. I know you do. 713-780-3776 here. Also, would love to hear from Real Madrid fans here. Vinny Jr., by the way, missed a penalty kick during regulation, and boy, did he miss it in a big way, but they advance on penalties. And then what a match yesterday between Liverpool and PSG. Now, these two games for me, this is football. This is football. It's open. It's entertaining. It's transitional. It's chances on either end. I'm talking strictly from the entertainment standpoint. Arne Slot, the Liverpool manager, said the best game I've been a part of, even though they lost. You tell me. I would rather watch that than Man City pass the ball side to side with 10 guys behind the ball. I'm talking strictly from an entertainment standpoint. Don't know if I do the same thing if I'm a manager, based on my players and tactics and everything. So Liverpool went out to PSG on penalties. Barcelona has advanced. Dortmund, Arsenal, all advancing, Real Madrid, and it's great. Hey, by the way, next Tuesday night, live radio, live guests. We're going to be at Senate Avenue Brew Pub, 6 to 8 p.m. in Jersey Village. So if you're coming from downtown or the Galleria, all it is take 290 North. You'll see the Senate Avenue exit. It's not far. Love to see you there. We're going to have live guests, T-shirts, ticket giveaways. You're going to be in there with like-minded individuals. Got a lot of great guests that are going to come on the air with me live. Some of them are going to be talking about the business opportunities for Houston, Texas, when the World Cup comes here. And we have a great opportunity to show ourselves off to the world. There's no question about that. That's what happens with the World Cup. And when the attention is on you like this, to this degree. So, we want to make sure when people leave here, they've had an amazing time and they want to come back one day. It's the way that you usually want it to work. No different when you go to a foreign country. You want to not be that ugly guy because you want to leave a nice precedent so that others in other parts of the world go, these Americans are nice. All right, March 16th, that's Sunday. Dynamo Soccer Club, 19 straight years. We've got a 3-on-3 kick cancer extravaganza, $50 and a T-shirt. We're playing for pediatric cancer patients. We're well over 70. Soccer community has really responded, so thank you very much. Sign up at thedriven.net, thedriven.net. All right, Dwayne Holmes is now a Dynamo player, Preston North End. Anybody know who the greatest player in the history of Preston North End is? And he's one of the great English internationals of all time. You're probably going to be older if you get this right, or you're not going to look it up on ChatGPT or Google. Let's see if anybody can call in with it. 713-780-3776 is the number. All right, one MLS executive, anonymity, says the league needs to end the deal with Apple. This was reported by the website Awful Announcing, and I know Brian McDonald knows that website. I think he's shaking his head yes. He knows everything. So the linear outlets like ABC, NBC, Fox, in volume are missed. I think they get around 34 games this year. That's not many. What's missed, in my opinion, even more, and I've been on both ends of this. I've been on the national side of it and now more on the local side of it, and both concurrently during my career on TV. Local calls are missed. Just seems like we're not that interested in that anymore on the local networks. I mean, you lost all of that when Apple took it over. But even with the guys who are doing the radio, such as maybe Dave Johnson and Bruce Murray in D.C., are they pushing that out a lot? Do you hear that I'm doing the local call here in Houston? I don't know. You tell me. Do you like the current Apple deal behind the paywall, which is being loosened up, Nor? What do you like? And maybe you do. I have the Apple package, obviously. 713-780-3776. But for many, it's out of sight, out of mind. And MLS and Apple knew this was happening. That's why they've gone to this Sunday night soccer format now available that's in front of the paywall. T-Mobile users can get it for free on Apple. It's also on the Android app now. But many executives in an article with The Athletic anonymously taking part in a poll said, quote, "You are a different league when you are a subscription league." Always goes back to the competitions with other leagues in the world too, right? The NBA is not challenged by anybody around the world. We got the Premier League. We got the Champions League here today. And this is incredibly difficult to compete against. And you got so much soccer on television now. None of these other leagues have this. I mean, the rest of the world doesn't play American football. The rest of the world's, the U.S. is not watching a lot of basketball from other countries, I don't think. MLB, I mean, it's not even close. And you got to have about 4 different, you got to have Peacock, you got to have Paramount, you got to have, I mean, you name it. It's not easy now. And it is a bit frustrating at times. By the way, Apple can opt out in year 5, which would be following 2027. So that was awful lot of money that was put behind this that MLS gets. All right, let's move on here to the U.S. men's national team. So Mauricio Pochettino yesterday had a wonderful press conference. In that press conference, they're just so much more interesting than anything we had prior. Obviously, he's had a lot of training when he was at Spurs in England because managers have to get in front of the press. They're asked tough questions. It's not really the case here after MLS games. It's just the way it is. It's where we are. But anyway, Pochettino was great. Had a lot of interesting things to say. And I want to just take you into, first off, the roster, and then we'll discuss the roster a little bit. We're going to play for you in a little while the Antonio Rudiger game-winning penalty kick that advanced to the final 8 Real Madrid. But let's take a look at the U.S. men's national team roster under Pochettino for the upcoming Nations League. Patrick Schulte, Columbus Crew in goal. Zach Steffen, Colorado Rapids. Matt Turner, Crystal Palace. How do you feel about the goalkeeping position? I'm not sure we have a dominant goalkeeper like we have in the past, right? Casey Kellers, the Brad Friedels, Tim Howard. I'm not sure we have that. I'd put Tony Meola in there in the early years. I don't know. Do we have that? Maybe. But I think that's a position that's pretty open and up for grabs. Defenders, Cameron Carter Vickers playing at Celtic in Scotland. Marlon Fossey at Standard Liège. Mark McKenzie, Toulouse in France, left MLS. Tim Ream back to MLS from Fulham at Charlotte. By the way, he's playing as a left back there, so he's playing wider. Chris Richards, Crystal Palace in England. By the way, had a stint. He was discovered in Alabama by Eric Quill, the coach of FC Dallas. He brought him to Houston, played shortly for the Texans soccer club, and he says to me one day, Glenn, I have to move this kid to a better environment. So he went to FC Dallas, Chris Richards. They then sold him over to, I believe, Bayern Munich for like $1 million, and now he's at Crystal Palace. Anthony Robinson, exceptional. Left back, Fulham, one of the best players for the U.S. Then you got Joe Scally as a right back. Good news is not on this roster, but making his return after last year is Serginho Dest, who's been out with an ACL. So it's about a year. He came back to play with PSV this past weekend in a 2-1 win over Herenveen. Played 23 minutes, had a tackle, a couple passes, but he is returned. So he's got enough time to get himself back. I mean, if you can get him back, then you got Dest and Robinson, who both can definitely go forward. Again, U.S. Men's national team. If you got thoughts, 713-780-3776. Austin Trusty as well. And then Joe Scally has been kind of holding down the right back position. Plays at Borussia Mönchengladbach. I think he's more of a defend first guy. Your midfield, another guy coming back from a healthy position. That had a very good, excellent last World Cup, and that's Tyler Adams in Qatar. So he's healthy, thank goodness. So you got Adams getting healthy. You got Dest getting healthy. This is great. You've got the stretching out and the depth of the roster being stretched now by Mauricio Pochettino. He's not afraid to use MLS players. But if you look at this roster, there's only 6 MLS players on it, and 2 of them are goalkeepers. So back to midfield, Tyler Adams of Bournemouth. Johnny Cardoso, who scored in a 2-1 victory recently for Real Betis in a victory over Real Madrid in La Liga play. Diego Luna, Real Salt Lake. He's only been capped 3 times. Pochettino likes him. And why do you think that is? Because he's got that push, that kind of street Argentine fight in him, right? Diego Luna, who, by the way, we can see this weekend for Real Salt Lake against the Houston Dynamo, and be ready tonight. We'll give some tickets away. Weston McKennie at Juventus, versatile. He's played in midfield, he's played as a right back. Gio Reyna is the interesting one. Hasn't really been playing a lot, isn't wowing anybody, but he's going to get the call because of his blessed skill. But where he is mentally, that's what you wonder. Didn't do anything for Nottingham Forest. That was a really strange move to me. I think that was because he had the same agent. And then Tanner Tessman, been watching him with Leon. Forwards, Patrick Agiman, who looks like a basketball player, but he's a physical kind of presence. Kind of awkward in a lot of ways, but maybe effective as a late sub. Yunus Musa, versatile beyond belief. He makes the team. Christian Pulisic is going to end up being the best American ever in Europe. You can debate me on that. Josh Sargent, who's scoring goals for Norwich in the championship. Timothy Weah, who's been playing as a right back for Juventus. Brian White, Vancouver. These are all people and players that are named as forwards. And frankly, very few MLS guys, only 4 MLS field players. All right, from Lamarck, let's go to Christian, who wants to talk about my comments about MLS and Apple TV. Christian, what's on your mind?
Hey, Glenn Davis, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Christian. What's your take on MLS and Apple?
To be honest, when it comes down to the MLS Apple TV Plus deal, and I basically know what you're talking about. You're talking about the awful announcement article that was put out about a couple of days ago. When it comes down to this deal, it's now year 3 of Major League Soccer doing games on this platform, and for instance, it's year 3 for you doing games on the platform as well via the alternate cast. But
hey, buddy, you know my career more than I know.
I know, but still, though, considering the fact that a lot of people are still kind of upset that we can't get games airing regularly. I mean, the games on national television, especially on Fox and FS1, are starting to get few and far between. You know, the only games that are even shown are the MLS Cup playoffs and the MLS Cup championship game. But considering that this deal is going on year 3 of 10 right now, and the opt-out clause ain't for another 2 years, do you, from your point of view, even think that this MLS Apple TV deal has any more legs to stand on? Because we all heard that MLS wants to have more games on regular television, not just on Apple TV Plus.
Well, that's because maybe the Apple TV Plus deal hasn't worked out as well and the ratings aren't good. Listen, you would know darn well if the ratings were good, people would be shouting from the mountaintops, right? So television and soccer when it comes to the MLS product remains a very, very difficult nut to crack. And part of it is because of what we watched today, Christian, and that is the best of the best. And MLS has got excellent players, and I love the league. I support the league. I like a lot about it. There's some things I don't like, and that's okay. But what we saw today and yesterday is off the chains when it comes to quality of play, drama, excitement, transitional play, up and down. You're watching the best. And when you couple that with the Premier League, you couple that with the German Bundesliga, you couple that with La Liga. Yeah. And by the way, you're going to get another boatload of great games tomorrow in the Europa League, okay? Because maybe doesn't have the same cachet as the Champions League, but let me tell you, if you decide to get involved in that, there's some amazing games. You go into Eastern Bloc countries, you see players that are outstanding that you don't see all the time, playing in the Premier League and the other big ones. So that's a lot. And that's before I even talk about people watching Club America, Chivas, Tigres, Monterrey, and everybody else in Liga MX. It's tough. Christian, I got to hit the break. Thank you so much for the phone call, but I do appreciate that question. It was a good one. Got more to come here. By the way, CONCACAF Gold Cup, July 6th, Energy Stadium. It's the final. Tickets go on sale this spring. You go to lsse.net. By the way, that's the stadium we're going to be watching 7 games here in Houston during the 2026 World Cup. Under 500 days away. lsse.net. That's Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. To get to the front of the line for access, you join the Gold Cup wait list. You'll get all the information there when the tickets become available. It's a Gold Cup final. We've never had one here, so that's outstanding. Luxury private suites are there, up to 22 guests, VIP party, delicious food, beverages. You can get the personal attendance. So if you want the high-end sweet stuff, go for it. Could very well be the Mexico-U.S. rivalry game. Canada might have something to say about that. Panama and Coco Carrasquillo might have something to say about that. Shared party suites. It's hassle-free. You can purchase the parking. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to the Gold Cup final, July 6th. And as we go to break right now, pair of tickets, caller number 5 at 713-780-3776. Caller number 5, 713-780-3776. You head down to the Houston Dynamo Real Salt Lake this weekend.
My speakers go boom, boom, dancing on the tailgate in the full moon. That kind of thing makes a man go, all of your lies.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
We'll just listen to this one a little bit. The people at Cactus Music, all our great friends down there, including Quinn and Company, they like the cult. This is called Coming Down. Geez, I wonder what that's about. That's a tough one. I don't think I would be able to figure that out. 713-780.
I think the context clues get us there.
Well, there's, when you see the song written, they put in parentheses drug tongue. So we're not by any means here.
Not real subtle?
We are, not real subtle. We are not endorsing drug use ever. That's the Cult. Seen them live at House of Blues here in Houston, actually, a couple times. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the legendary Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com, 713-CALL now. You get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident. It is John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's the only firm to go with, personal injury attorney firm. Maybe you drive an 18-wheeler, maybe you work construction. John and his firm, personal injury attorneys, best at what they do. They will get you and fight for the right for your compensation. They'll work for you 24/7, nights and weekend. It is the Daspit Law Firm. John's a big soccer fan as well. I was in England once. He was down at Chelsea watching a game, and I was at Manchester United, and we were texting back and forth. And he was in a suite with the legendary Chelsea defender by the name of Ron the Chopper Harris. Now, you can tell what era Ron the Chopper Harris played in, because you can't get away with that nowadays in the modern game with the cameras and VAR and all that. But English First Division was pretty brutal. 713-780-3776. That was before the Premier League. 713-780-3776. Brian did a great job here pulling the game-winning penalty kick, Antonio Rudiger, that would get Real Madrid to the final 8.
Antonio Rudiger! Oblak gets a piece, but it goes in! Real Madrid are through to the quarterfinal! Atleti just cannot beat Real Madrid in the Champions League!
Well, they didn't lose to him. They lost on penalties. They couldn't advance. But you're right. Losing in penalties is the worst. But, when your head clears, you can always say you had opportunities to win it over the course of 90 minutes, and then you had extra time. But doesn't help. Doesn't help at all. All right, let's go to our mailbag here a little bit. 713-780-3776. By the way, the Houston Dash get their season underway tomorrow in the NWSL. So that will be a home game at Shell Energy Stadium. So we're going to give some tickets away to that tomorrow. That's 7 o'clock against the Washington Spirit. Washington's got some good players as well. Ashley Hatch, Trinity Rodman, which is Dennis Rodman's daughter. She's not too fond of her father, from what I understand. I don't know if he was around much, but she came out and said something pretty interesting here, Trinity Rodman. And I think we had mentioned that this was something that was going to occur and happen in the future. And that was that you were going to start to get women's players going over to England and Europe to play for a variety of reasons. One of them being pay. One of them being playing in different leagues tactically, right? Because some of these leagues in Europe, the tactics are emphasized maybe more than here, and the athleticism. But she's going to be here tomorrow. And then the other one is for the experience of playing in another country, much like foreign players coming to MLS. So it's 3 reasons: finances, differing tactics, which I've even heard some of the NWSL players go, I want to go over there because I want to add some things to my game that will naturally occur organically based on the style of play in that country and or the tactics that people use. And that's pretty heady stuff, I think, when you're young to think that, wow, I could go play in another league and, I might have to come back and combine a lot more in midfield if I'm a striker as opposed to just making a vertical run every time. And the two go hand in hand, right? I remember playing against a guy that would every game, and it took me a while to figure it out because we played our opponents a lot over and over. But I'd realized he was making 3 runs into midfield to try and drag me with him and test me. And, you have to either go with him or not, pass him on, hope that your lines are tight. And then all of a sudden he'd hit one behind me, right? Because I'd be getting conditioned that he was dragging me into midfield, and I'm going to get tight with him. I'm not going to let him turn. And then the 4th time or the 3rd time out of 3, he would go back, spin off, and then look for the ball in behind me. So when you're a striker, it's the type of running, the volume of runs you make to get the ball too, by the way. How about the volume of runs? How many players do you see make a run, don't get the ball, it's over? But then you'll see some that make more runs. The more runs you make, better your chances of picking up a ball and scoring goals. So anyway, Trinity Robin has said that there's going to come a time she wants to play overseas. We saw Naomi Girma go over there, the great defender. She went for $1 million. That's big. Jenna Nineswanger went to Arsenal, I think, and then they paid $100K for her. And then Caroline, who was an MVP of the NWSL, North Carolina Courage, also went to Man City. So that's happening. And then you can go down there and see some of the Dash players like Jane Campbell and some of their new signings as well, and a new coach in Fabrice Gautrat. Okay, so it all kicks off tomorrow for them. All right, so let's go back to the mailbag here. Let's see. Okay, Herman says, please give us anything on the DP10, names of players who were targeting and deals fell through, characteristics. Honestly, don't really know. I can't even give you names, Herman. I think what we do know is that the Dynamo were looking for a designated player that I would have to think has to be a next level guy that will lift an entire team. That's what you have to be looking for right now. But if you follow the Dynamo choices and, the way they get players, they are really, really conscious, I think, of players that, and there's nothing wrong with this, players that are going to be good citizens. And they're not going to be players that are troublesome. They're not going to be players that might have a little bit of an iffy coachability. I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think the Dynamo want to deal with that. I think Ben Olsen, his system, I think they're locked into that. I do believe you may have to come off that system in order to score more goals and in order to get the best out of a $6 million plus signing in Ezekiel Ponce. But that's just me. And by the way, you Dynamo fans, you picked on Ponce and you picked on Aliou a lot. Nothing wrong with having an opinion. But do you ever talk about the system? Do you ever talk about other players? Do you ever talk about Ponce and Aliou doing so much defending, spending a lot of energy defending? You want to get the best out of Ponce. Where's he the best? Around the penalty box, because he's great at using his body. But you win the ball deep in your half. He's not going to take off, and you're not going to find him behind a defense unless a team is woefully uncommitted. That's not his game. His game is not a vertical game. And I do think the Dynamo, to be fair, and I don't try to be it's easy from out here. Let me just say that. It's easy from out here. But I will say that they have become very predictable and more predictable with the loss of 4 players. Everybody knows the vertical threat is Aliou, and it's hard for him to get behind people because still, to me, it's hard to have 2 right-footed players on the left side of the field. But you saw Miami. Miami just flooded people to the far side of the field. They're like, yeah, go ahead, switch it. We can adjust. I mean, he'd pick the ball up and there'd be 3 guys there. So to counter that, you got to have something that can maybe come earlier from a wide area on the opposite side of the field. Yes, we get Griffin Dorsey, but a lot of times it's late. He's joining the attack late. All right, so that was from Herman. Let's go to Josh. Why have the Dynamo made a habit of starting the season with an incomplete squad, hoping to pick up additional players later on? This is the pro or con of Major League Soccer, depending on how you look at it. It's a playoff league. 18 of 30 make it. I don't think you are in a place where you have a lot of urgency and consequence in the beginning. That gets defanged when it comes to how fast you have to put your roster together. Listen, the pros and cons of a playoff league as opposed to promotion and relegation, we can get into all that, but that's not where we want to go, I don't think, tonight. But that does add urgency and consequence. But you can take your time in MLS, and you can take less risk on knee-jerk signings. Some teams are better than others in this. But look, there's a lot of teams that you can say right now, including the defending MLS Cup champions, that are trying to figure it out early, that have made moves, that are going to need additional players. There are a lot of those teams. And, when 18 of 30 make it, you don't have to be in a rush. Now, the flip side of that, though, is if you're taking your time and your product aesthetically isn't where you want it to be, and it's not as exciting, and you're waiting for, a Jack McGlynn to kind of learn it, and he deserves a lot of space to learn. He's a talented young player that the Dynamo spent real money on. But then it's hard for you to say, hey, we want a stadium full, right? It's hard to be relevant. And to be honest, even though the Dynamo have a home here in Houston, they are not the most popular soccer team in Houston, and they're here playing live. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Tigres are more popular than the Houston Dynamo. I say that as in a way of making people understand how many people are here from all over the world and are content just watching what we watched today, Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid. And you're going to have to work hard to get them to a stadium. It's product, it's marketing, it's truly being community. We toss the word community around, but you got to be out there every night touching people. Anyway, away from that we go. Here's another one. Davey the Chin. Do you feel that Houston is a difficult to staff location? And I think he meant players. Understand it's not a destination location like LA, New York, or Miami, but due to other perceptions, our top, I guess, players avoiding Houston. So look, I think if you're talking about South American top talent, Houston's got a lot to offer. Middle of the country, great location to South America. Colombians love it. South Americans love it. Central Americans love it. I think that's the area you got to go to if you want a big star. But I don't know if the Dynamo really want a big star. Everybody talked about James Rodriguez. How cool that would have been. You would have filled that stadium, no question. James Rodriguez came here. Guy's got ridiculous followers and everything on social media. I mean, he's like the Beatles to women. I mean, women are crazy about this kid. Yeah, we got a lot of. Anyway, yeah, he could be a guy that comes to Houston and would have been different. But listen, coaches, staffs have a certain way of going about it. They put their structure, their system together, trying to fit people. Other times, maybe you change the system based on players. So it's not an easy thing. And the Dynamo had a great selling time, but now they got to replace 4 starters. And I think that goes to a lot of the questions people are asking. By the way, Friday night, Journey. These guys are going at it. I mean, they've been lawsuits. They got Arnel Pineda from the Philippines as the singer who took over Steve
Perry.
Yes, sir. See that? That's a great producer. He looked at my face. He knew I wasn't coming up with Perry.
I knew you were reaching there. You were reaching.
Well, he's been gone a long time. I mean, it's amazing.
Did he make it past 90s?
I don't think so.
I don't think he did either. I don't think he was the lead singer into very far into the 90s.
I mean, this is him.
Yeah, this is him
He had
here.
a remarkable voice. He had voice problems and came back out a little bit. Then they found Ornel Pineda in the
Sounds
Philippines.
so much like him.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, there's this guy in the Philippines. What a lot of people don't know is Filipinos love karaoke.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they know catalogs. This guy knew all the catalog. I guess they flew him over and auditioned him, and they were like, oh, my God, this guy knows every single song in our catalog. I've met Ornel Pineda. Great guy. Anyway, Journey's at the rodeo. Who do we have tonight out there? Do we know?
Yeah, it's. I looked this up earlier. It's a Christian singer.
Tonight's a Christian
Yeah,
night.
I think it's the Faith Night tonight.
Okay,
I forget her name.
All right, we got real quick hit here again. Next Tuesday night, the live show at Senate Avenue Brewery. I hope you guys are going to come up there. Really would appreciate it. We're looking forward to seeing a lot of people. We're going to have a lot of guests, a lot of giveaways. Senate Avenue Brewery. The beer's amazing. It's all brewed in-house. It's all small batch. Also, another great soccer watching place. It wasn't great yesterday because the Liverpool supporters group hangs out there. Hugh O'Connor's Pub. They weren't too happy about getting eliminated. But Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 Marquee Entertainment Center, Dinkins in West University. And then big shout out to my great friend Jan Christensen and the best in modern contemporary furniture. It is Danish Inspirations, danishinspirations.com.
listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, everybody. Got a quick announcement here. Monday Night Football. We're going to start airing World Cup finals. We'll start with Brazil in 1950. At the Casa Pink, April 21st, we're doing Brazil and Italy from the 70 World Cup final. And then May 14th at the Toros facility, the Netherlands and West Germany. This is going to be really fun. This was always something I wanted to do, and I actually ran into Batiri, the artist, and he's the one who's really executed this. But I think this is going to be a great prep and a fun, kind of like-minded thing to get ready for World Cup here in 2026 in Houston. By the way, Raheel, you know Raheel, right, Brian?
Yeah, I've met him. I've heard him on the air forever.
All right, so Raheel says the best break music is Soccer Matters here in Houston.
Well, there you go. That's a good endorsement.
So thank you, Raheel. We appreciate that. We're giving you a little jazz from the Rolling Stones and our great friends at Cactus Music. We'll certainly appreciate it. Vinyl and CDs there. All right, let's get to our final segment tonight, and we got a good one here. He's the Houston Dynamo goalkeeper, played his college soccer at Clemson. He's played with San Jose, where he was drafted, up in Austin as well. He is the Dynamo starting goalkeeper. He is Andrew Tarbell. He joins us now. Andrew, thanks for coming on tonight.
Hey, Glenn, thanks for having me.
Yeah, really appreciate it. All right, so who do you listen to? I'm sticking on the music thing here just to break the ice. Who do you like listening to?
Oh, man, I have all sorts of stuff. Country, rock, Luke Combs, Chili Peppers, Foo Fighters. I'll do it all. My wife's the DJ, and she's got good taste.
All right, I love that. Eclectic. You're across the board on it. Same here. I do. If you had to pick one band, though, who is it to get you ready for a game?
I'll probably listen to Foo Fighters more than anything else.
Yeah. My producer, Brian McDonald, I'm looking at him through the glass. He's got the thumbs up in the air. He likes your call on Foo Fighters.
Nice.
Yeah, that's some good pump-up music. All right, take us into this game in Columbus, the importance of bouncing back after the Inter-Miami game and having a great game like that and having a good clean sheet and just kind of regaining some things.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just important for us as a group to just have a solid performance. We knew it was going to be a tough game going into Columbus. They score a bunch of goals. They're a possession-oriented team. It's always going to be a difficult game. So I think we just had a good mindset as a team defensively. I think we just had a good idea of what that game was going to be. And the guys just put in a ton of hard work in that game to keep a 0. And we even had a couple opportunities to score that we didn't take. So we were happy with our performance in that game. And we know it's not the prettiest soccer in that particular game, but it's what we needed. What we needed to do to get a result there. So we're happy with it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking in your career, everybody goes through these situations. You come off a game that you don't play well, and you got to reclaim things. You got to reclaim confidence. You got to reclaim team shape. I mean, I think there was a lot more going on out there than maybe all of us know on the outside.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, 2 home performances. That we're not happy with. So it's just about doubling down on the things that we can control and getting back to work and, staying true to what we know. And that's exactly what we did in the week leading up to Columbus. And, that's what we've been doing this week is just sticking with what we know works and, working hard as a team to put out good performances.
5 saves in this game for Andrew Tarbell, some good ones as well. Important result there, tying the Columbus Crew. Real Salt Lake is next up for the Houston Dynamo this weekend. Get your tickets at HoustonDynamo.com. Do you watch, Andrew, a lot of the Champions League? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like, earmark it and make sure I watch the entire game, but we usually have it on our facility, and I'll catch most of the games and most of the, extended highlights. So usually I'm up to date on what's going on in the Champions League.
What changes for you now? Because you are the out-and-out number one. Is anything change for you? Do your habits change? Do mentally you feel different? Does anything change?
Yeah, I mean, of course, mentally things change, right? Knowing that I'm going in the game every week. I'm focusing a bit more maybe on the tactical side and the opponent and how the game might shape up. But as far as just daily habits and training and all that kind of stuff, that routine stays the same and has been the same for a long time. But yeah, definitely just the mental side. there's just more coming at you mentally playing every game and dealing with kind of the ups and downs of performance every week. But that's why you do it. That's why you play the game to have those challenges. So it's been fun.
He's Dynamo goalkeeper Andrew Tarbell. Again, the Dynamo in action this weekend against Real Salt Lake, and the Dynamo have gotten the better of them in recent times. Being the starter, I'm going to take you back now to your times when you were a backup, because that is a real mental exercise. Like, I mean, you got to go to a game and sit on a bench and I would assume be acting as though at any moment you could go in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent, I guess 9 years of my career basically as a backup, right? And so that's a lot of games, on the bench supporting someone else who's in front of you. And no one really wants to be in that position. And everyone wants to be on the field and push. And I've basically done that my whole career, is just continue to push and compete. And so and for that reason, I've changed teams and all that kind of stuff. And now I've been given the opportunity here in Houston to play some games, so I'm grateful for that. Just continuing the work I've been putting in for years.
Hardworking, collective effort. You got injuries. Eric Sviatchenko, Franco Escobar have had some problems. It'll be nice to get a settled back four eventually, but a lot of kudos in that last game to Owadesu and Ethan Bartlow in the center back position.
Yeah, they had great games. Obviously teams change every year. It just so happens this year we've had a lot of change, in the back, including myself, right? So, we have a sense of urgency as a group to really work together and be on the same page. And I think we kind of reached that, had a good performance in Columbus in that way. So, yeah, super happy with the guys. And again, we just keep pushing forward.
And, you look around the league and the way the league is as a playoff structure league. I mean, you see even the LA Galaxy struggling, right? I mean, they've lost a key striker. You got injuries there. There's a lot of teams that are dealing with issues and dealing without, including Columbus, without a guy like Cucho Hernandez. That's a different team without him. What do you say the Dynamo in? Is this technically a rebuild? Would you use that word?
I mean, I wouldn't use that word. I think MLS is just such a dynamic league, right? We have some unique rules and roster rules and transfer rules and that kind of stuff, which lends itself to roster turnover. Contracts are usually short, and then you have clubs who are buying and selling players at the same time. And, as the league grows, there's more competition, around the world for guys wanting to come here. So I think it's just a natural thing in this league right now as it grows and progresses to just have, these kinds of turnovers, and the front office is constantly trying to evaluate, for this year, next year, 5 years down the road. And they have plans and all that kind of stuff and scouting networks. And, it's just a constant changing, landscape. And that goes for every team and every roster. And I guess the last 2 years I was here, our roster didn't change too much with, the players we had. And I think that just kind of comes to like contract lengths and things like that. And, a lot of contracts were up at the end of last year. And so there was, quite a bit of turnover, but, just like you mentioned with other teams, it's pretty consistent around the league. And so it's really about, having good preseasons and, really trying to gel early on in the year. And again, we joke in the locker room about MLS. I mean, you win 2 games and you can jump, eight places in the standings. And, we've seen Seattle Sounders be in the bottom half of the table and come back and win MLS Cup and, make the playoffs every year and things like that. So, there's examples all around the league of teams turning over and having ups and downs throughout the season. And so, yeah, that's kind of our thoughts in the locker room is to just stick to what we know and continue forward, and, the results will come for us.
Is that a good or a bad thing that you can win 2 or 3 games and all of a sudden jump up